Chapter 1 Damn, I really wanted time travel. My name is Chen Xing, the undisputed #1 on the assassin ranking in the assassin star plane. By the age of 17, I'd already reached the pinnacle of this world. People called me the god of assassination, Chen Xing, while some simply referred to me as Assassin Star, sharing the same name as this plane itself. That should tell you enough about my reputation. Right now, it's 10 p.m. System Sanner and I are sitting on a grassy hilltop, each chewing on a foxtail stem, enjoying the night breeze while gazing at the starry sky with deep sighs. So unbearably boring. I couldn't help but lament. This System Sanner is my best buddy, though he's a complete AI dumbass, the super kind. I spent a ton of evolution points just to turn him into human form. 2 years ago, I was still taking my high school entrance exams when a shocking bolt of lightning transported me to this dimension. Didn't even finish the test. The system came along at the same time. In this assassin-infested realm, I've used the system to beat every killer on the continent into submission. Whether it's blades, guns, or bare fists, sneaky assassinations or head-on clashes, no one can touch me. After becoming invincible, everything became dull and tasteless, so I wanted to go play in other dimensions. But constrained by dimensional limitations, I couldn't break through the void to travel to other realms. Even System 3 was restricted. I had already maxed out its level, yet it still couldn't perform an active traversal. I slew all the beasts that needed slaying, defeated every boss that required defeating, and even planted an entire mountainside of vegetables. With nothing left to do, out of sheer boredom, I learned every available skill: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, dancing, medicine, business, you name it. Useful or not, I mastered it all. In the end, I had so many evolution points they became utterly unspendable. Life settled back into monotony, and for an energetic young man like me, it was pure agony. Alas, why aren't you a girl? Sanner suddenly blurted out. Confused, I replied, what difference would it make if I were a girl? It'd still be just as boring. He actually said, if you were a girl, we could have a passionate human-machine romance. I rolled my eyes and scoffed, we could also have an intense machine-bro romance. He then added, never mind, you're too young. I seriously regretted upgrading his language pack. The old robotic dullness was so endearing, unlike this constant stream of cheesy lines that can't even be uninstalled. I asked him, is your dimension fun? He replied, no, why else would I travel all this way with you for work? I said, that can't be right. Your dimension has so many systems and chaotic battles, it should be quite interesting. He responded, forget it. The waters run too deep, it's hard to navigate. Just then, boom, thunderclouds had crept above our heads without warning, and the mountain winds grew fiercer. I said, it's going to rain. Let's head back. Sanna replied, yeah. Boom, a thunderclap exploded, momentarily illuminating the dark night, startling Sanner. He shouted, which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation? Such a thick lightning bolt. Of course, he was joking. This world had no concept of tribulation. I suddenly froze in place, struck by a thought. Wait a minute. Say, if I get struck by that lightning again, could I travel through time? Wasn't I struck by lightning before, leading to my initial time travel? Sanner wasn't entirely sure, but he said, you could give it a try given your constitution. That lightning wouldn't kill you anyway. I think so too. Just as I gazed at the thunderclouds with eager anticipation, ready to leap into the sky, Sanner suddenly called out to me, are you sure you want to try this? If the crossing succeeds, the system will reset. All your physical attribute bonuses will be wiped clean, and you'll have to start over from scratch. I asked, if it's just attribute bonuses, then it doesn't matter. I can level up again slowly. Will all the skills I've learned be cleared as well? He replied, that won't happen. Your skills already belong to you. I then asked, will you come with me? What I fear most is losing Sanner. He's my only friend in this world, my partner for 2 years now. Though he's just artificial intelligence, we've developed a deep friendship. Assassins must always remain concealed. I've never made friends before, let alone fallen in love. Women would only slow my sword draws. Sanner replied, of course I will. With that assurance, I felt completely at ease. Then I'm off. With those words, I kicked off the ground, bang, and whoosh, leaped from this mountain peak to that distant one where the sky-shattering thunder had erupted moments before. 5 kilometers between them in a straight line, yet cleared with just one effortless bound. Boom! Another bolt of terrifying lightning struck. Seeing it up close made my heart race even faster. The thunderbolt flashed right past me. My arrival seemed to have angered those thunderclouds. Lightning strikes fell one after another, each fiercer than the last. A minute passed, and hundreds of thunderbolts had crashed down, yet not a single one had struck me. Don't hide, 30 yelled. I shouted back, I'm not hiding. Can't you see I'm facing it head-on? Damn it, why won't it strike me? 30 muttered, Could this really be fate? Even heaven wants you to die of boredom, I joked. Or is it because I'm too handsome? Just as the words left my mouth, kaboom, a thunderbolt struck me right on the crown of my head. Damn it! My voice suddenly vanished as I ceased to exist, and so did Sanner. When I regained consciousness, it was 10:10 p.m. on May 30th, 2021, in the Artifact Spirit continent, a parallel dimension of Earth, with heavy rain pouring down. I heard a girl wearing a Lolita floral dress desperately scream, "Hiyu, wait for me," followed by a man named Hiyu angrily retorting, "Wait for you. You useless piece of crap. You're good for nothing. What use are you to me? How dare someone like you even claim to be an SSS-grade artifact spirit? I spent so much spiritual power upgrading you, and all you got was a lowly headbutt? Headbutt my ass. What a waste of all my spiritual power." The girl pleaded pitifully, "I'm sorry, please give me another chance, okay?" But Hiyu didn't even look back, saying coldly, "Another chance? Dream on. I'm going to find a new weapon spirit now. I don't need you anymore, you useless trash. SSS-Rank? I'll never believe in SSS-Rank again in this lifetime." The girl sat soaked on the rain-drenched ground, quietly sobbing. As he walked further away, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Boom! A thunderclap rang out, flashing the world white for an instant. Then, bang! A heavy thud followed by Hiyu's scream echoed from the direction he'd walked away. At the very instant the thunderclap flashed across the sky, I materialized midair several meters above, plummeting in free fall to land squarely on the back of Hiyu's head. The girl heard Hiyu scream and scrambled to her feet despite the wound on her leg, rushing toward him. But after just a few steps, she stumbled and fell again. It hurts. Yet she quickly gritted her teeth against the pain, stood up once more, and limped slowly toward Hiyu. I sat up from the ground and looked around, spotting Hiyu lying beside me. Did I just smash someone to death? I instinctively checked his pulse, still breathing. Sure, I'm a killer, but I'm no heartless monster who slaughters indiscriminately. I shook Hiyu slightly, studying his face under the dim streetlight. Is he an old man? At that moment, the girl running towards us shouted loudly, "Who are you? Let him go. My name is Chen Xing. Today, I finally succeeded in time traveling, thinking I could embark on a brand new journey. But the moment I arrived, I ran into this mess. I awkwardly got to my feet, watching the girl limping toward me, feeling completely baffled. A loli? Dressed like that? Is she cosplaying some anime character? Seeing her frantic expression, I thought to myself, isn't this uncle her father? Did I just kill her dad? Hiyu! Finally reaching me, the girl instantly crouched down without even a glance my way, placing her hands on Hiyu. "Hiyu, are you okay?" Hiyu, sob. Hearing her call this uncle by name, I guessed he might be her boyfriend. After all, it's not impossible for a loli to fall for an older man. I calmly said, "Rest assured, he's fine and alive. My apologies." "Who the hell are you?" Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. "Me? My name is Chen Xing. Why did you attack him?" I was just about to explain when the man named Hiyu regained consciousness. "What the? That almost killed me." Hiyu! Seeing him wake up, the girl wiped away the tears and rainwater from her face with joy. Hiyu frowned tightly, his face full of disgust. "Why is it always you?" With a loud smack, he slapped away the girl's hand that was supporting him. "Don't touch me. Damn it. Ever since I met you, I've been having bad luck every day. You're a jinx." The girl was visibly startled, tears welling up in her eyes again. I'm sorry. Get lost. Don't apologize to me. Stay away." I frowned when I saw this, but didn't say anything. Hiyu looked up and saw me. Seeing that I was just a kid, he suddenly became aggressive, grabbing my collar. "You dare ambush me, motherfucker?" He grabbed me by the collar, but my expression remained unchanged as I said coolly, "I'll give you 5 seconds. Get lost. I'm in a good mood today and don't feel like killing you. I just transmigrated today, and I really don't want to kill anyone on the first day. That's terrible luck. Even though I don't have any system attribute bonuses at the moment, this body of mine, enhanced by the system's overpowered buffs, has long surpassed human limits. After training with Dark Star for so long, even without the system, my physical stats were insanely overpowered. It's like having your Rin and Du meridians cleared, losing all martial arts and internal energy, yet still being able to punch through solid rock with sheer physical strength. You didn't expect me to dare speak so boldly and guessed I might also be a spiritualist. In this world, some young spiritualists wield terrifying power. Currently without a spectral weapon, fighting barehanded against an armed spiritualist would be suicidal, hence he swallowed his retort. Shooting a look of disgust at the girl on the ground, he turned and strode away. The girl's voice trailed like a mosquito's whisper, clinging to his silhouette. A year ago, abandoned by the roadside, she'd been discovered by Hiyu, who, recognizing her as an SSS-grade spectral entity, had ecstatically claimed her like all the others. Hiyu had worn down her resistance with relentless persistence and tender care, prying open the gates to her heart until she chose to trust him only to face abandonment once more. I glanced at the girl squatting on the ground, thinking she must have been dumped by her boyfriend. I sighed softly, took off my t-shirt, and gently draped it over her head. Then I crouched down and whispered, "Go home, don't stay in the rain, you'll catch a cold." The words surprised even myself, since when did I start caring about a complete stranger, a little girl at that? Woo-woo, the girl still couldn't stop crying. "Ah, forget it. Where do you live? I'll take you home." I took her for a child around 13 years old. It's so late for her to go home alone dressed like that, she could easily run into some creep. I never expected she'd actually be 17, just like me. Woo-woo, the girl kept crying. Helpless, I crouched beside her in the rain, waiting for her to respond while keeping an eye on our surroundings. This place seemed to be a park, dim streetlights, heavy rain. Why does this world feel a bit like Earth? Don't tell me I've crossed back? As I was pondering, the girl said with a tear-filled voice, "I have no home, no home?" A strange storyline popped into my mind. Maybe this girl was abandoned after an online romance meetup. I once got scammed out of 5 yuan in an online romance back on Earth. That pain haunted me for life, and I swore off love ever since. Well, let's find some shelter from the rain first. Standing here, we'll definitely catch a cold. Thank you, you should go now. Don't worry about me. The girl stopped crying, her voice steadying. "Thanks for your clothes." She took off the garment and handed it back to me. When she looked up and saw my muscular frame, her face flushed pink as she turned away and tightly shut her eyes. I took the clothes and put them back on, uncomfortable from the dampness. "Let's go." I extended my hand to help her up. The girl looked at me with confusion. "Don't worry about me." I sighed helplessly and turned to leave. How rare for me to try doing a good deed, only to be rejected. The girl saw me turn and leave without showing any emotional fluctuation. She was homeless, yet didn't want to seek help, just wanted to let herself rot completely alone. She thought revealing her identity as an SSS-level artifact spirit might make me stay, but she knew I'd eventually discover she was useless and abandon her. With this thought, she fell backward onto the ground. If I remember correctly, this should be a D-level hunting zone. Might as well have some spiritual beast come and kill me. I walked casually through the water, calling out to the system in my mind, "What are you doing? Still not awake?" Yet the familiar voice in my mind remained silent. Suddenly, I stopped in my tracks. Killing intent? As an assassin, I was most sensitive to such aura. It was coming from behind me. I turned around to see a pair of fist-sized eyes glowing with eerie red light, fixed upon the girl lying on the ground. Huff! The girl hadn't expected her wish to be granted so literally. Though resolved to die, she couldn't help feeling terrified when confronted with those crimson eyes. She took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, then closed her eyes and said in a trembling voice, "Come on, send me away." I furrowed my brows. Why wasn't she running? Could it be she was too scared to move her legs? To save or not to save? At that moment, the spirit beast let out an astonishing roar, its breath carrying a wave of foul stench that directly hit me. Looking at that gaping maw with a white bone still stuck between its teeth, I couldn't help but mutter, "Quite the gap there." Even as I spoke, my body was already in motion, sprinting swiftly toward the spirit beast. At that moment, the spirit beast opened its massive jaws, ready to bite the young girl clean in half. It probably never expected tonight's meal would come with a buy one get one free deal. Before it could chomp down on the girl, I leaped straight into its mouth myself. That maw was just spacious enough for me to squat inside. The spirit beast froze momentarily as it felt something suddenly appear in its mouth. Squatting in the toothless area, I braced my hands against its palate. It couldn't close its jaws no matter how hard it tried. Next, it attempted to use its tongue to shove me toward its teeth for a bone-crushing bite. I braced its hard palate with my left hand while raising my right hand into a blade shape. Unfortunately, I didn't have any weapons on me. My original ones were all stored in the system, which had now disappeared who knows where. But when a killer has no weapons, the body itself becomes the weapon. With a hardened hand strike, I thrust forward with a squelch sound, piercing the upper posterior third of its oral cavity right into its soft palate. My hand chop can even penetrate bricks dozens of centimeters thick, let alone this soft palate. Roar! The spirit beast suddenly let out a frenzied howl and violently clamped its jaws shut. This closure instead drove my entire arm deeper inside, my fingertips piercing through layer after layer of obstruction until they reached its brain. The familiar sensation returned to my hand. This feeling was no different from dealing with those demonic beasts from Dark Star. The piercing roar startled the girl lying on the ground, making her open her eyes again. Staring at the ferocious-looking spirit beast, she bit her lip and asked in a trembling voice, "What's wrong? Do you dislike me too?" It was unclear whether she spoke from sorrow or fear. The spirit beast froze as if petrified, then suddenly toppled sideways the next moment, splashing a large pool of water. The girl sat up again, her face filled with astonishment as she murmured, "Dead." Abruptly, a bony yet slender hand emerged from the beast's mouth. TSK. "Ah, need to find somewhere to wash this off," came a voice. I pried open the spirit beast's gaping maw and quickly leaped out, my body drenched in unidentified fluids and bloodstains. The girl stared at me with terror, You were just eaten. Seeing her astonishment, I decided to tease her. Right, I'm a ghost now. Scared? Not scared. I chuckled lightly and said nothing more. The girl looked at me, slightly bewildered. She must have been thinking, since I presumably didn't know her true identity, why would I risk my life to save her? In this world, everyone is too busy with their own struggles, some even hoping for more deaths to reduce competition. People like me, who risk their lives to save strangers, are exceedingly rare. Why did you save me? She finally asked. I casually fabricated a reason. The rain's too heavy. I need to find an inn but don't know the way, could use a guide. Of course, this was merely an excuse. During my time in Assassin's Star, I'd staked out targets for over a month in far more extreme weather. How could this rain possibly frighten me? Compared to the rains of Assassin's Star, this is barely a drizzle. Truth is, I don't even know why, I just felt like helping her. I'm the type who follows my heart, killing those I wish to kill, helping those I wish to help. As the top assassin of Shadowstar, there's only one principle: whatever my mood dictates. The girl obviously didn't buy this excuse. No normal person would fight a spirit beast to the death just to ask for directions. This clearly made no sense. Still, she felt a flicker of joy at being rescued, because for once, she felt cared for again. What's an inn? She asked. This old transmigrator quickly realized this wasn't Earth. Cultural differences ran deep. The inn on Assassin's Star is called the Greenhouse. I explained, it's the kind of place where you pay to stay the night. As I spoke, I touched my pocket, still a few pieces of gold inside. Staying at an inn shouldn't be a problem, since gold is universally accepted currency. Do you mean a neutral zone? I know one nearby, she said. The rain grew heavier, thunder rumbling. Let's go. I grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Ah, it hurts, she cried out in pain. Only then did I notice a large wound on her knee, blood steadily oozing out. Anyone normal would wince at the sight, but my expression remained blank. I just took off my dirty coat and crouched down in front of her. I'll carry you. Ha! She was momentarily stunned. I just thought she looked small. Hurry up. The rain's getting heavier. Oh, she instinctively climbed onto my back. Damn, you're small but surprisingly heavy. Without the system's enhanced strength and speed, I wasn't quite used to it yet. Hearing this, she blushed and didn't dare speak, thinking to herself she only weighed 39 kilograms. I carried her on my back, walking swiftly while keeping my body perfectly level without any movement up or down. This was basic assassin training. Back when I was with the Shadow Killers, I trained daily in the system carrying loads weighing several thousand kilograms. Never once did my steps falter. Though my enhanced attributes have faded now, her weight feels like nothing to me. She lay quietly against my back, absorbing my body heat. Though my clothes were soaked through, after holding her close for a while, the warmth still gradually transferred to her. She whispered softly, so warm. Ha, what did you say? The rain was too loud, I couldn't hear clearly. It's nothing. By the way, did you just kill that spirit beast without using a vessel spirit? Vessel spirit? I thought for a moment, probably some kind of weapon in this world. No, I don't have one. That's impossible. She couldn't believe I'd killed a D-grade spirit beast barehanded. Someone this strong couldn't possibly lack a vessel spirit. I can't be bothered to explain. Which way? Keep going straight. 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers? I picked up the pace again, and after a few steps, I warned her, I'm going to speed up. Hold on tight. I began running wildly at breakneck speed. Even with her on my back, I moved faster than any athlete on Earth, with barely any noticeable body movement. Witnessing this, she was secretly astonished, realizing I must be an extraordinarily powerful spirit master. Soon, I spotted a towering building. The rain was so heavy I couldn't make out its height, only that it seemed to pierce the clouds. On the building were written 3 large characters: B-Class Shelter Zone, accompanied by a line of smaller text, Inging Shelter Zone, safe and reliable, offering you the most reassuring home. That building? MHM. Suddenly, she whispered, this place seems really expensive. Generally, only spirit tamers ranked B-Class or above on the spirits leaderboard could afford to stay here. I replied nonchalantly, no problem. What did I care with a few gold pieces in my pocket? I carried her on my back to the entrance when the door suddenly swung open. Welcome to Inging Shelter Zone. I slowly opened my eyes and realized this shelter was no different from an ordinary Earth hotel. Welcome to Inging Shelter Zone. A smiling woman approached us. How can I assist you today? I'd like to stay here for one night. Certainly, please follow me to the front desk. As we walked toward the reception, I noticed the clock on the wall displaying May 30th, 2021, 11:30. Show me your ID card. I don't have it. What ID card do I even have? It's okay, I brought it. Could you put me down now? Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz behind me. Okay. I set her down on the ground and straightened up, noticing the little girl stood only 165 centimeters tall, a full 20 centimeters shorter than my 185 centimeters frame. After she climbed off my back, she lifted her head and gazed at my delicate face. Our eyes met. I had never seen such beautiful eyes before. Hers were blue, with irises like kaleidoscopes. I gazed at the young girl before me, her eyes like countless stars in the sky, deep and captivating, yet tinged with a hint of sorrow that tugs at the heart. Her face is utterly bare, without a trace of makeup, her flawless skin fair with a rosy glow, so delicate it resembled a peeled soft-boiled egg, making one yearn to gently kiss it. Her pale purple hair, dampened by the rain, clings to her body. Even in disarray, it's clear she is a strikingly pretty girl. Likewise, she had never seen eyes as clear and bright as mine. She would never have guessed that someone with such eyes could actually be the world's top assassin from another realm. Strangely enough, though I've killed countless people, my gaze has never changed, it always retains a boyish quality. Even when cold, it's the coldness of youth. Though my hair is silver white, it doesn't give an aged impression, rather, it carries a sunny vitality. In this world where everyone kills for power and influence with bloodshot eyes, few possess a temperament like mine. Your ID cards. The receptionist's voice pulled us out of each other's gaze. The young girl blushed and hastily lowered her head, rummaging through the layers of her Lolita dress. Just a second. Found it. Here, she said as she handed the woman a blue card. The moment I caught sight of that card, my eyes darted across several words: identity, vessel spirit rank, SSS gender, female name, 0 vessel type, universal. I pondered in my heart, a spirit vessel human? What's that? Could this girl actually be a robot? At the same time, the receptionist woman exclaimed in shock, an SSS-Rank spirit vessel. She thought to herself, then this young man must be her spirit master. Beep. After swiping the ID card, the machine emitted a sound before the female receptionist handed the card back to Ray. Her attitude toward us grew even more enthusiastic. Honored guests, we're currently in the sanctuary zone, and only suites remain available. Would that be acceptable? Fine. I thought to myself, with the gold in my pocket, I could definitely afford a few nights. How do we pay? Gold. Saying so, I pulled out a palm-sized piece of gold from my pocket and extended it to her. What is this? The woman glanced at it but made no move to take it. 0 also looked curiously at the gold in my hand. My heart sank. No way. Can't we use gold in this world? Please use crystal coins or spirit points for payment. Crystal coins. I forgot to bring crystal coins. Just crossed over and already experiencing social death, I was utterly embarrassed. No problem. You can also use spirit points. Spirit points? Yes, 10,000 spirit points per night. 10,000 spirit points. Ling was shocked. She knew these safe zones were expensive, but never imagined it would be this costly. She glanced at me somewhat awkwardly, probably assuming I couldn't afford such an amount. Someone like you had to save for over a year to accumulate 10,000 spirit points. What the hell are spirit points anyway? Right now, I know absolutely nothing about this world. Instantly, I felt reckless. Seeing no reaction from me, the person took it as confirmation. You'll be paying with spirit points then? Just a moment. As she spoke, she picked up a device and pressed it toward me. A blue light enveloped my body. Beep, the device in the woman's hand suddenly sounded. No spiritual energy detected. Target is not a spirit wielder. Ha! The woman froze momentarily before immediately curling her lips in disdain, thinking to herself, how shameless, daring to request residence in a Class B shelter zone without even being a spirit wielder. Such nerve. If he's not a spirit wielder, then what exactly is his relationship with this SSS class spirit vessel? I was somewhat astonished too. With all my abilities, how could I not even be counted among the spirit masters? Sir, this place might not be suitable for you. The female receptionist's attitude changed immediately upon seeing I had neither money nor status. Such people exist in every world. Just as I was pondering what to do, a voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding, congratulations, host. Spirit Master System activated. I froze for a moment, then cursed inwardly. About time you woke up. Quickly lend me some money. But the system didn't joke around with me as usual and replied in an extremely formal tone. Host has used spirit value for payment but failed to complete the transaction. Unlocked title, broke ass. Attribute bonus, affinity, plus 100 hair count, -100. Are you sick? I cursed under my breath. Then I suddenly remembered what the system had said earlier. As long as I transmigrate, the system would reset. There's way too much at the beginning. Don't tell me all previous memories are gone, I'll have to figure everything out from scratch again. What terrifies me most is that the system has changed. I still wish my old partner Sanar could come help me. My attention was still fixed on the system, so I didn't even notice my hair had spilled all over the floor. The receptionist and 0 were looking at me with ghostly expressions. This system must be malfunctioning. Suddenly, the system voice rang out again. Would you like the system to make the payment for you? The next second, a familiar panel appeared before my eyes. Borrow 50,000 spirit points, repay 100,000 spirit points. Does it have to be? I frowned at the panel. Do you have smaller amounts? I don't need 50,000. No, this is so shady. Even worse than loan sharks. The system's voice echoed again. Darling, I didn't even call you poor, yet you're calling me shady? At that moment, I recognized it, that familiar tone. It's definitely Shao Sanner. Ding detected an SSS tier artifact spirit near the host. Triggered mission. Bind with the SSS tier artifact spirit. Reward, 1 million spirit points. 10 million crystal coins. I looked at Zero in astonishment. Seeing me suddenly turn to stare at her, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Hand it over. I acted almost without hesitation. Joking aside, with 1 million spirit points right before my eyes, should I haggle over mere 100k? Tonight, I'll claim this SSS spirit as mine. Ding, 50,000 spirit points successfully deposited. I snapped back to reality and turned to the female receptionist, about to ask her to try again. Swish, the door behind me opened. The female receptionist, spotting a new customer, immediately abandoned me and rushed toward them. The familiar line echoed once more, "Welcome to Ing Ing Shelter Zone." I turned to look, and upon recognizing the newcomer, my eyes narrowed slightly. What a small world indeed. This man is none other than Hiyu, and standing beside him was a tall, scantily clad woman, his new spirit vessel. Goodness knows where he picked her up. How had he managed to find a new spirit vessel so quickly after such a short time? Hiyu was in high spirits. Perhaps this was simply fate. Right after losing Ling, he stumbled upon a free spirit vessel who was not only stunningly beautiful but also filthy rich. She had millions of crystal coins on her. Most importantly, she was of age. She seemed to have just been released from a contract too, though she didn't appear the least bit upset, chatting and laughing with Hiyu while calling him hubby every other sentence. As the saying goes, trash belongs with trash, a match made to last. With an arm around her waist and a grin on his face, Hiyu strutted in. "Hiyu?" Ling exclaimed in surprise. The smile on Hiyu's face instantly froze. "Fuck, why are you everywhere? Honey, who's this?" "This is that fake SSS-ranked bitch I told you about, the Jinx." The woman gave Ling a disdainful glance. Her? Why's she just a kid? You sure had unique taste back then. If it weren't for being fooled by her SSS rating, would I have even looked her way? I listened to these two prattle on with an expressionless face. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Ling wiping away tears in secret. For some reason, I suddenly felt a pang of pity for her. Back when I was an assassin, I'd grown accustomed to corpses, so why was I now feeling sorry for some girl? Let's go. Forget this place, let's try the A-rank shop next door. Seeing this, the female receptionist hastily intercepted them. "Wait, please, guests." Hiyu's face darkened with displeasure, his newfound wealth making him arrogant. "What's the problem?" he snapped. "Those two aren't guests here. They have no money, no spirit points. I already told them to leave, but they refused." "That boy isn't even a spirit master," the female receptionist added, turning to glare at me with a stern expression. "If you keep disrupting our business like this, I'll call the security team." "Oh," Hiyu's face twisted into that nauseating smirk of his as he mocked. Well, I thought you were some young master from a wealthy family. Turns out you're just a broke nobody, not even a spirit master. What a fucking loser. Priceless." "Zero, is this the new spirit master you found?" TSK. Trash pairing with trash. What a perfect match, ha ha ha. Ha, I suddenly laughed. This idiot actually amused me with his stupidity. Getting bullied on my first day of transmigration is unnecessary. I won't rest until he's dead. It would take me just 1 second to rip out his heart. Yet, just as I was about to strike, Zero beside me suddenly moved, slowly approaching Hiyu. So I decided to postpone his execution temporarily, curious to see what Zero was planning to do. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, her delicate features twisted in fury. Walking up to Hiyu, her petite frame trembled as she mustered all her strength and shouted, "You're the worthless one." The shrill voice echoed through the hall, stunning everyone present into silence. A smile crept onto my face. I'd originally thought someone with Ling's temperament would swallow her pride, never expecting she'd have the courage to fight back, which did wonders for my mood. Truth was, this Hiyu had gone too far. Ling's previous spirit tamers had all abandoned her eventually, but at least they'd been decent people who politely expressed their incompatibility before terminating their contracts amicably. I've never seen someone as outrageous as Hiyu before. Even Zero couldn't tolerate it. Hiyu froze under her scolding, then trembled with rage at the thought of being insulted by someone worthless. He abruptly raised his hand to slap Zero. Zero fearfully shut her eyes and instinctively ducked. Bang! Crash! The sound of shattering objects suddenly echoed through the hall. Just as Hiyu's filthy hand was about to strike Zero's face, I instantly stepped between them and caught his wrist mid-swing. No one noticed how I got here. The reception desk was over 10 meters away, yet I covered the distance in an instant. The woman beside Hiyu glanced in shock at where I'd been standing moments before. The floor tiles there were cracked and sunken, shattered by the explosive force of my leap. The collision sound they'd heard had been my foot striking the ground. Looking down, my own feet were embedded in the floor tiles. I'd used this to brake otherwise, launching forward at that speed without stopping would have been downright embarrassing. This completely shattered the receptionist's understanding. She couldn't help doubting the machine's earlier test results. How could someone this powerful not be a spirit wielder? Ling slowly opened her eyes and looked up at my profile in surprise. He was equally shocked, his hand repeatedly trying to pull away, but his wrist remained firmly locked in my grip, undeniable proof of absolute dominance through sheer strength. Expressionless, I twisted my wrist and raised my elbow with a sharp crack, the sound of Hiyu's bones snapping. The moment I released his hand, he immediately screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain as he clutched his broken arm with his other hand and collapsed to his knees. I had just shattered his arm with nothing but a single-handed twist. Hiyu! The woman rushed to crouch beside him, reaching for his injured arm. What's wrong? Ah, don't touch me! His hoarse scream made the woman recoil in fright. Seeing Hiyu like this, Ling no longer felt any pity for him, nor would she mock him with words. Then, she looked up at me. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught her gaze, and our eyes met once again. Ling's eyes were soft yet resolute, while the look in my eyes was probably something she couldn't decipher. Just as we were lost in each other's gaze, I suddenly heard unusual footsteps, steady and swift, unmistakably belonging to trained experts. Judging by the sound, there were at least 20 of them, each one a master. Ah! Zero screamed in surprise as I effortlessly scooped up her petite frame in a princess carry. Holding Zero close, I dashed towards the exit with lightning speed. The automatic doors couldn't react fast enough, twisting midair. I shielded Zero with my body as we crashed through the glass, vanishing into the torrential rain before the shards hit the ground. My retreat was justified. The security team consisted entirely of Class C spirit tamers, each wielding their artifact spirits. As someone who just crossed dimensions, facing over 20 Class C opponents would have been problematic. As for Hiyu's life, it can be taken tomorrow. I spared him today on purpose. Zero is still a child and shouldn't witness such a bloody scene. Some sights are too brutal for innocent eyes. But if I want him dead, he can't escape. The target must die. That's my basic creed as an assassin. Plop, plop. I splashed through puddles, carrying the petite Zero in my arms as we dashed through the rainy night. Zero nestled in my embrace, her large eyes wide and lips pressed tightly together, not daring to breathe too loudly. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, and she stole furtive glances at me under the dim glow of streetlights. Where else has LODG safe zones? I lowered my head and caught Zero staring at me. When our eyes met, I saw her heart seemingly skip a beat with an audible thud. Her delicate face instantly flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her head away, too embarrassed to look at me again. That, go left for 3 kilometers, there's one, but what? But it's a Class A no fighting zone. Probably even more expensive than the last one. How much per night? I don't know. I've never been there myself, maybe double the price. Fine. Then I immediately raised my head and sprinted at full speed. Remembering my earlier embarrassment of being looked down on for having no money, Ling stammered, I don't have any money on me either. It's alright, I've got it. Just moments ago I had no money, and now I'm saying I do. No one would believe that. But Zero was willing to trust me. She suddenly felt an urge to follow me wherever I went. Strangely, those 3 kilometers took me much longer to run than the previous 5-kilometer stretch, because I was circling around. Over a dozen people were tailing me the entire time. Zero was puzzled by my constant left and right turns. Just as she was about to speak up, I cut her off. Shoo, don't talk. Someone's following us. She immediately clamped her mouth shut, nodding in my arms like a little chick pecking at rice. I kept sprinting, at my speed. Those Class C spirit tamers could barely keep up. What's up with that guy ahead? At that speed, he must be ranked among the top spots on the C list. The Spirit Masters rankings are divided into tiers, SSS, SS, A, B, C, D, and F. Where'd he go? Suddenly, I vanished into thin air as if I'd never been there. A dozen C-tier spirit masters halted in their tracks, scanning their surroundings but finding no trace of my escape. Where's the guy? Did he really manage to escape? Seems like an expert at counter-surveillance. Forget it. Let's get out of here. In the darkness, Ling gazed intently with wide eyes, moonlight filtering through the grass blades as she looked at me from mere inches away. I lay prone in the grass, holding Ling in my arms, gently covering her mouth with my hand to keep her from making a sound. She dared not speak, her heart pounding thump 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 as if trying to burst through her chest. However, when she saw my indifferent gaze, she instantly felt a chill run through her body, wondering why I was looking at her that way. At that moment, she was backlit. From my angle, all I could see was a dark face, nothing visible, so naturally, my expression returned to its usual indifference. I don't know how long passed, but Zero remained quietly curled in my arms. I treated her like a child and didn't pay it much mind. Swish, I leaped out of the grass with Zero in my arms and dashed forward again the moment my feet touched the ground. We're here. I spotted the sign from afar, Evergreen Bay Class A Quarantine Zone. Holding Ling close, I approached the hotel entrance. The door swooshed open, but instead of entering, I stood still with closed eyes, quietly sensing if anyone had followed us. Hello and welcome. The female receptionist spotted us and immediately rushed over. She could tell something was off about us, but professional as she was, she courteously asked, "How may I assist you?" Chapter 5, The Spirit Wielders and the Vesselborn. Chen Xing abruptly opened his eyes. A frosty gaze pierced the face of the female receptionist. Her heart clenched under that stare, leaving her suddenly speechless. Carrying Ling in his arms, Chen Xing stepped into the lobby, water dripping steadily from his soaked clothes. One suite, paid with spirit points. With prior experience under his belt, Chen Xing now moved with practiced ease. "Alright, please show your ID card." The ID card had been in Ling's hand the whole time, never returned to the pocket. She handed it directly to the female receptionist. SSS-Rank Spirit Artifact? The female receptionist stared at Chen Xing and the girl in his arms in disbelief. He thought to himself, to actually possess a spirit companion with an SSS-ranked spiritual weapon, this young man must surely be extraordinary. Beep. After swiping the card, he handed it back to Ling, then picked up a scanner identical to the previous one, opened it after politely reminding, 20,000 spiritual points in total. Chen Xing nodded. Ding, 20,000 spiritual points successfully deducted. Thank you for visiting Four Seasons Bay A-grade Sanctuary. Your room key. The elevator is on your left, room number 390 to 11, 390th floor, room 11 on the left side. 390th floor? Are buildings in this world that tall? Chen Xing thought to himself, taking the elevator might take quite a while. Chen Xing held Zero in both arms, leaving no hands free, so Zero extended her tiny hand and politely said, "Thank you." Ding, welcome to the elevator. The door opened to reveal a row of plush seats, just like those in a movie theater. Chen Xing thought to himself, is there really a need for seats in an elevator? Isn't that redundant? He didn't take a seat but instead stood holding Zero, quietly waiting for the elevator doors to close. Chen Xing? This was the first time Zero had called him by his name. For some reason, she felt a little bashful. Put me down first. Oh, you're so light, I almost forgot I was holding you. Sorry about that. It's fine. Ling blushed and whispered softly, but inwardly she thought, just now he said I was heavy, and now he says I'm light. So am I actually heavy or light? In reality, Chen Xing had already grown accustomed to his body without the strength enhancement. That's why she felt so light. Ling swiped the room card against the elevator panel. The elevator emitted a soft beep, yet the doors remained stubbornly open. Chen Xing instinctively thought, is it broken? At this moment, Ling Xiao whispered, you need to sit down and fasten your seatbelt. Why do you need to wear a seatbelt in an elevator? Otherwise, people could die. Click. After he obediently sat down and fastened his seatbelt, the elevator door finally closed. Then, the mechanical voice sounded. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chen Xing was dazed by the countdown. The last time he'd heard such sounds was back on Earth, during a rocket launch. 3, 2, 1. Boom! At that moment, Chen Xing finally understood why they needed seatbelts. He even suspected it wasn't an elevator he was riding. It was a rocket. That sensation of extreme weightlessness was exactly like being in a rocket. However, that weightless sensation lasted only a few seconds before fading away. Ding dong, you've arrived at the 390th floor. Thank you for riding with us. What kind of nonsense is this? Then he entered the room with Zero. The suite in Class A Evasion Zone was truly enormous. The two rooms on either side face each other across the hallway. One serves as the master bedroom, the other as a secondary bedroom. The central living room spans at least 100 square meters. The interior decoration is exquisitely crafted. Which room would you like? Ladies first. I'll take the left side. Okay, then I'll take the right side. With that, he turned and walked toward his room. He was extremely tired now. Before traveling through time, he had spent 10 days and nights playing Train with Sanar, a card game that never seemed to end. Neither side could gain the upper hand. These two, cheating even when pulling a train, no wonder they can't settle the score. Moreover, he had gotten soaked by the rain and was tainted by that sacred beast's filth. I need to take a shower right away. Morning Star. Ling suddenly spoke up, causing Morningstar to pause mid-step before turning back. What's happened? Thank you. You're welcome. With that, he entered the room. Quickly removing his clothes, he stepped into the bathroom. PSSSH. Hot water poured down. Sanar? Chen Xing tentatively called out. There was no response whatsoever. System. Ding host, what are your orders? I just killed a monster. Why wasn't there a reward? As a seasoned traveler through time, Chen Xing naturally knew that slaying monsters would yield rewards. What are you talking about? I don't know. Chen Xing was momentarily speechless, thinking the system was pretending to be clueless. It's really not the system's fault. Back then, I had just crossed over, and the system hadn't even booted up yet. Let me take a look at this continent overview. Understood. The system panel appeared before his eyes once again. Luoxing slid and tapped across the panel. With just a quick glance, I soon grasped the general picture of this world. This world is divided into 3 types of people. First, ordinary people. Second, artifact spirits. 3. Spirit sovereigns. Spirit sovereigns are human, yet not entirely human. All spirit sovereigns are innately born with a spirit system. Those who possess the spirit system are called spirit sovereigns, abbreviated as sovereigns. All tool spirits can transform into weapons through the system, ready for weapon masters to wield in battle. They also provide attribute enhancements to their weapon masters. The weapon masters serve as the hosts for tool spirits. They don't have an innate system of their own, yet they can share the system with the tool spirits. Once a weapon master binds with a tool spirit, they gain access to all attribute bonuses provided by the spirit, and it can upgrade the artifact spirit system, making the artifact spirits even more powerful. Thus, both artifact spirits and spirit masters are indispensable. Simply put, artifact spirits are weapons that can be upgraded, while spirit masters are those who can wield artifact spirits and upgrade them. Artifact spirits and spirit masters always come in pairs. Moreover, each spirit vessel practitioner can only possess one spirit at a time. The genders of spirit vessel practitioners and spirit masters are evenly balanced, with both men and women present. Pairings are unrestricted, male-male, male-female, female-female, all combinations are possible. What truly matters is their compatibility. The higher the compatibility between the spirit vessel and its wielder, the greater the attribute bonuses. Of course, compatibility can be gradually improved over time. However, there's one crucial point. Each spirit wielder can only change their spirit vessel 10 times in their lifetime. Each time a vessel spirit is replaced, the maximum compatibility of a spirit master decreases by 10%. In other words, replacing a vessel spirit means compatibility can never reach 100%. That's why most people exercise extreme caution when choosing vessel spirits. The renowned spirit masters and their vessel spirits on the rankings are almost always lifelong partners. Some compatible pairs, being of opposite genders and mutually attracted, simply marry and have children together. Of course, there are those willing to sacrifice the 10% compatibility for a more powerful spirit vessel. Ultimately, it's up to the spirit master to weigh these decisions. Ironically enough, while a spirit master requires the spirit vessel's consent to establish a binding system, they can unilaterally sever the bond without needing the spirit vessel's agreement at all. From this, it becomes evident that the status of tool spirits is inferior to that of soul masters. The fact that soul masters have the right to abandon their tools means that tool spirits face the terrifying possibility of being discarded at any moment. The most tragic are those tool spirits of middling strength, used as stepping stones. They spend their entire lives caught in an endless cycle of replacements, enduring abandonment after abandonment. In this world, many soul masters don't regard tool spirits as people at all. They treat them as mere instruments. Use and discard. Many people are just like that. This applies to both men and women. After going through this information, Xinxing finally understood what had happened. Ling had probably been abandoned by their summoner. But logically speaking, SSS grade should be the highest level. How could it be abandoned? That you must be really stupid. Meanwhile, Luoxing's advantage in this world is, he comes with a super system, Sanner. Whether in terms of functionality or enhancement, it can absolutely and completely surpass the artifact spirit system. Who knows what kind of effects might arise when bound with the artifact spirit system? Chen Xing began to slowly anticipate it. I've made up my mind. Step 1. Bind with Ling's system first. But how should I bring this up with her? Chen Xing faced the wall and began muttering to himself. Become my weapon spirit. No, that's way too Chinibu. Let's just make do with each other. This is a confession, right? Chen Xing was never good with words, and even after racking his brains, he couldn't figure out what to say. He had no choice but to turn to the system for help. System. What now? That accent is way too countryside. Did I ever upgrade your language pack? Language pack upgrade required. Spiritual value, 50 million. 50 million. Are you robbing me? Then the system fell silent. Chen Xing guessed it might be residual language packages that weren't properly initialized, causing the system to potentially go haywire at any moment. System? Ding host, what are your orders? This time it's normal. What do people in this world usually say when summoning a tool spirit? Searching. Marry me, darling. Next. I love you. Be mine alone. Next. Can you possess my body? Shut up. You're definitely messing with me on purpose, aren't you? Chen Xing listened to the system's words while wiping himself dry. There was a ready-made bathrobe in the bathroom, but he didn't feel like putting it on right now, lying naked on the bed. Then the system continued. Become my bro. Brother, would you spend the rest of your life with me? Handsome, I really fancy you. Wait, why has this turned into a gay romance? Hey bro, I've actually had my eye on you for a long time. Exit. What the hell is all this? Are people in this world really like that? Ugh, just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. This system was definitely messing with him. At this moment, the system's voice sounded once again. Ding, system update preparations complete. Proceed with update? Update content. For the new world, some features have been adjusted. Data for the new world has been refined to 80% completion. Some bugs have been fixed. Portions of mission logic have been finalized. Estimated update time, 1 hour. Update starting, so it's preparing an update. No wonder it's been acting crazy. Upon hearing about the system update, Chen Xing felt relieved and somewhat excited. Since arriving in this world, the system hasn't been as proactive as before. Speaking of the initial System 3, it started off with great enthusiasm, showering me with loads of beginners' gift packs. However, now in another world, the system gives nothing at all. It even plucked 100 strands of my hair, utterly outrageous. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock at the door. Just a moment. Chen Xing quickly put on her bathrobe. She went to answer the door. Zero stood at the doorway. Her hair was still wet. She hadn't changed her clothes. Still wearing the same drenched floral dress. She tilted her head up, her pretty face slightly flushed. Running a fever? Chapter 6. Cuteness overload. He treated Ling like a child. It was perfectly normal for kids to catch colds from getting caught in the rain. No, my room, the bathroom seems to be broken. Chen Xing understood instantly. Oh, then you sleep in this room. I'll go to yours. Oh, by the way, I just lay on that bed, do you mind? If you do, never mind. Ling shook her head and said, no need, I'll still sleep in my own place. I'll be quick. Chen Xing thought to himself, she probably minded, and said, alright, I'll wait for you in the living room. Okay, thank you. Chen Xing plopped onto the sofa, and the sound of running water soon came from inside the house. Phew, Ling let out a deep sigh, quickly replaying today's events in her mind. He had saved up spiritual points for an entire year, only to spend them all on her upgrade. Yet there wasn't a single attribute boost, no new skills either. Ling couldn't even manage to transform anymore. For an entire year, he treated her like royalty, only to be rewarded with this outcome. He couldn't accept it. He abandoned Zero on the spot. Zero was equally desperate. The SSS grade Artifact Spirit was a rating given by the Artifact Spirit Association system. Yet after several years, she realized she was nothing but an utter failure. Then she met Chen Xing. Such a strange young man, clean, composed, powerful, aloof, yet exceptionally gentle toward her, risking his life to save her upon their first meeting, killing a Class D spirit beast with bare hands, snapping the arm of Class D spirit master Hiyu with one hand, escaping pursuit from over a dozen Class C spirit masters, and most importantly, the Princess Carrie. Thinking about the feeling of being held by Chen Xing just now, her heart couldn't help but grow warm. She had an impulse to become his artifact spirit, but soon, she shook her head and murmured to herself, I mustn't drag him down. She had already made up her mind she absolutely wouldn't become anyone's artifact spirit, precisely because she believed Dawnstar was a good person, so powerful, she felt she wasn't worthy of him. After her bath, Zero dried herself, when suddenly a set of pink bunny pajamas materialized onto her body. The clothes appeared out of thin air and were instantly on her body. Just like changing outfits in Balala the Fairies, it happens all of a sudden. This is one of the functions of the Artifact Spirit system, it possesses storage capabilities. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ling tiptoed in her pink bunny slippers, each step accompanied by adorable sound effects. Only someone extraordinarily cute could have footsteps that make such charming sounds. The pair of bunny ears on her hood wobbled playfully with every step. She stepped out of the room to find Chinching already fast asleep on the sofa. Just as she was about to call out to him, she changed her mind and held back the words. She wanted to observe this strange boy more closely, so she tiptoed over to Chen Xing's side, quietly watching his sleeping face. Chen Xing's appearance is exceptionally delicate, with finely crafted features that withstand close scrutiny. The longer you look, the more intriguing they become. One glance was all it took to become utterly enthralled. Sitting beside him on the sofa, chin resting in hand, staring at Chen Xing in a daze. He seems like a kind-hearted person. Zero thought this in his heart. If Sanner knew how Zero was evaluating Chinching, he would definitely complain about it. Chinching was by no means a kind person, but neither was he a bad one. He had only one principle: whatever suited his mood. When in a good mood, do good deeds, save someone, perhaps. When gloomy, indulge in a bit of mischief. like snatching away the toilet paper while someone's in the bathroom, steal the clothes while someone is showering, deliberately getting the child's clothes dirty to make him go home and get a beating. The vegetables grown all over the hill are his own, yet he refuses to eat them, only craving others' crops. There's a toilet right there, but he insists on going to people's vegetable patches, calling it fertilizing. Even Sanner sometimes finds him utterly exasperating. The infamous assassin star, when in a bad mood, doesn't go kill people, no, he wastes time on these utterly shameless antics. It's mostly because the assassins are just too boring. Killing did not bring him joy. Though he had killed many, he was no psychopath, it never brought him pleasure. So he always does this sort of thing to amuse himself. He was a rather peculiar person, even someone as close as Sanner couldn't fathom his ways. Doing whatever he pleased, utterly unrestrained. But to get back to the point, just as she was lost in thought, Xinqing woke up. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Ling's delicate face, complete with 2 rabbit ears on her head. A rabbit! Xinqing felt as if his heart had been punched hard. After finishing her bath and getting ready, Xinqing finally realized her looks were absolutely stunning. As the top assassin in Dark Star, Xinqing had countless admirers, including men. Having seen many beauties, Xinqing could confidently say that when Ling grew up, her beauty would undoubtedly be peerless. Even someone as experienced with women as him couldn't help but marvel. Instantly, I felt that He was a fool, such a pretty little lowly. Even if she wasn't suited to be a vessel spirit, he could have raised her to be his wife. But for vessel masters like He, they basically don't see vessel spirits as human. So he had no real intentions toward Zero. Even if he did, there was nothing he could do about it, because of the existence of the artifact spirit system. When all the spirit-infused individuals were still underage, the artifact spirit system comes with built-in minor protection. This world also has its own criminal code. Starting at 50 years, does that sentence sound sentencing to you? So, don't even think about it. Xinqing watched Ling's dazed expression and for the first time found the girl adorable. Before this, he'd only ever considered her a nuisance. He asked curiously, "How old are you?" "Ah," Xinqing suddenly spoke, startling Ling. She sprang to her feet instantly, her face flushing crimson again. She felt flustered when Xinqing called her adorable. "I'm 17 years old." 17. Xinqing stared at her in disbelief, his eyes scanning up and down the bunny girl standing before him, so undeniably cute. So she's only 17? Then wasn't it a bit inappropriate for me to carry her around like that earlier? Really 17? Is something wrong? Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Ling became slightly puzzled. Xinqing realized he had been impolite and averted his gaze, saying calmly, "Nothing, I just think you're quite cute, like a child." This was heartfelt praise. Whoosh! Ling's pretty face instantly flushed crimson upon hearing it. Her beautiful eyes widened, her face so red it seemed about to drip blood. People had praised her cuteness before, but for some inexplicable reason, when these words came from Xinqing's mouth, she became completely flustered, utterly at a loss. I'm done washing. Thank you. Good night. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Watching as she hurriedly dashed to her room with flustered steps. Wait a moment. Xinqing quickly called out to stop her. Ling stopped in her tracks and turned around, her face still slightly flushed. To prevent Xinqing from noticing, she covered her rosy cheeks with both small hands, unaware that this only made her look even more adorable. If it were someone else, this might come across as affected. Yet on her, it appears completely natural, because she is a simple, uncomplicated spirit vessel. Xinqing endured yet another lethal dose of cuteness. After a few seconds of hesitation, she finally spoke. "You're a weapon spirit, aren't you?" Ling was momentarily stunned. She could already guess what Xinqing was about to say. A hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes. He said in advance, "I'm sorry, it can't be done." Chapter 7. Happy birthday, you idiot. A single sentence cut the conversation dead. All right. Xinqing had no good response for the moment. Eloquent speech was never his strong suit anyway, so he decided to leave things as they were. He planned to return to his room, take time to think it through, and try again tomorrow. Seeing Xinqing give up so easily, Ling actually felt somewhat unaccustomed. Get some sleep early. With that, he stood up. Xinqing walked past Ling, his face expressionless. Zero had been watching him all along, suddenly feeling an impulse to go back on her word. Her heart was in constant turmoil. She wanted so badly to follow him, yet she feared becoming a burden. Just as Morning Star opened the door and was about to step inside, for some reason, she instinctively called out his name. Xinqing. What is it? Xinqing turned around. She hesitated, struggling to get those words out. "I want to become your artifact spirit," but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She was afraid that in the end even the morning stars would forsake her. Once again, she retreated into herself, uttering words that betrayed her heart. "Are we friends? Friend?" Xinqing was taken aback, that word hadn't reached his ears in far too long. In his original world, he'd only ever had his malfunctioning system companion, Xiao San. Things like friends were far too extravagant a notion. In that world, my friend, they'd stab you in the back the moment you turned around. Then they'd steal your spot on the assassin rankings, or trade your head for bounty money. That's why Qin Shing trusted no one except for Sanner. But this world was different now. From the moment Shing crossed over, he determined never to live as he had before. A killer's life is far too dull. He just wanted to make a few friends in this world. However, there weren't many people who could catch his approving eye. 0 counts as 1. So he laughed. For the first time since coming to this world, he laughed so joyfully. Although I used to smile before, there always seemed to be a slight chill lingering in it. But this time, it was filled with the vibrant energy of a sunny youth. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to that summer when he was 15, those days of laughing and chatting with friends on their way home after school. Of course we're friends. Qin Shing's smile was as bright as sunshine, warming Ling's heart. The gloom on Ling's face vanished completely, replaced with a sweet smile. Qin Shing's gaze froze in astonishment. A sudden idea popped into my head. This smile, I will protect it. Seeing him staring blankly at her again, her little face flushed as she asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." "Then get some rest early, my friend." Good night. Good night. Chirp chirp. Ling walked back into the room with sound effects accompanying each step. A smile lingered on her face all the while. Thud. He hopped onto the bed, rolled over, and lay there smiling at the ceiling with pursed lips. After a while, he spoke to his artifact spirit system. Request connection to artifact spirit, Susu. Artifact spirit system, establishing connection. Please wait. After about 10 seconds, connection successful. Then, a voice sounded within Zero's mind. "Hello? What's up, little Ling Ling? Calling so late at night? Miss me?" From her voice, she sounded like a young girl too. She was Ling's only friend. The two had grown up together in the orphanage since childhood, so their bond was exceptionally deep. Whenever Ling encountered trouble, Susu would always help her. Later, Susu and Ling underwent the Spirit Vessel Association's rating assessment and became professional spirit vessel users. They joined the Spirit Vessel Association, only to be forced apart, each serving their own master. Susu was an A-rank weapon spirit, classified under Firearms category, special ability. More on that later. Ling, on the other hand, is an SSS-Rank weapon spirit with classification, universal. Logically speaking, Ling should be doing better than Susu, but fate plays cruel tricks. Susu met an excellent spirit master, a kind elder sister. At that time, as an SSS-Rank spirit vessel, the commission fee quoted by the Spirit Vessel Association was nothing short of astronomical. That spirit master, Zero's first contractor, spent a fortune to hire her. Yet after investing numerous spirit points into upgrades, they discovered she was utterly useless. In a fit of rage, they stormed back to the Spirit Vessel Association demanding a refund. Accusing the association of fraud, they demanded compensation 10 times the original hiring fee. It ultimately ended up in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled that the Artifact Spirits Association must pay triple the hiring fee. This dealt a heavy blow to the Artifact Spirits Association, and Ling, too, was expelled from the Artifact Spirits Association, became a free spirit user. This matter is known by many spirit users on the S-rank list. Everyone unanimously agreed that Zero's SSS rank was a system misjudgment, but no matter how many times they retested, she always remained SSS rank. But no powerful spirit masters dared to attempt bonding with her. Since then, Ling could only drift between multiple spirit masters as a free spirit, never finding her true match. Whenever Ling was homeless or being bullied, Susu was always the first to stand up and help her. "Susu, I want to tell you something." What is it?" "I was let go by Hiyu today." Susu fell silent for a moment before speaking helplessly. "I told you long ago that Hiyu was no good, but you wouldn't believe me." Susu, but you don't sound too heartbroken. Have you renounced worldly affairs?" "Not really. I was pretty sad at first, but then I met someone really nice." As she spoke of Qinqing, Ling's face lit up with a smile again. She rolled over onto her stomach on the bed, kicking her little feet playfully. "Susu, please tell me it's not another scumbag. Where are you? I'll come see you when I have time. After tomorrow's ranking matches, I'll swing by." Ranking matches are one of the ways to compete for positions on the Spirit Tamers leaderboard. The winner receives generous rewards. The loser must also pay a price. No need. Don't come over. I can handle it myself. TCH handle what? Every time you say the new one is nice, and every time you get dumped, might as well die from stupidity. This time is different. This one's truly a good man. Alright, if you say so. So what did this good man do that's got you so happy? Susu could clearly sense something different about Ling's state. Logically speaking, after being abandoned by Hiyu, she should have fallen into a period of depression. To her surprise, she was in such high spirits that she couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Blah blah blah. Zero recounted today's events to Susu in detail. Laughing as she spoke, her tone noticeably perked up every time she mentioned Qingqing's name. It also contained various adjectives tinged with subjective emotional hues. 0. Then, he and I are friends now. You're not my only friend anymore, Susu fell silent after hearing this and said nothing. Susu, are you still there? Present. Her tone suddenly turned flat. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you falling for him? Ha! Zero's face suddenly turned red upon hearing this, and she quickly defended herself, saying, What are you talking about? How could I like him? We just met. We're just friends. Susu, are you blushing right now? How did you? Ugh, no, I'm not. Stop making wild guesses. Susu, fine then, you silly girl. Acting foolish before was one thing, but now you've gone and fallen in love at first sight? That's ridiculous. Where are you? I'm coming to see you tomorrow. Susu was getting impatient. Before Ling was also abandoned by her spirit master, but her feelings then were merely attachment, never rising to the level of romantic love. If this time, Ling truly falls for that Qingqing, only to be abandoned later, it would be a devastating blow to her. Though Ling describes Qingqing as flawless in every way, Susu understands how love blinds one to all faults. So, she had to personally make the trip. I'm going to sleep. Good night. System, terminate the connection. Closing. 0. Before the connection severed, Susu's voice exploded in his mind. The shock left Zero's skull buzzing. Phew! Zero let out a long sigh. She pressed her icy little hands against her own face to cool down. Truth be told, Susu had met almost every previous spirit master. Some of them had even been subjected to her scathing remarks. Zero didn't object to Susu meeting them. But this time, for some reason, when Susu mentioned seeing Qingqing, Zero felt extremely nervous. To put it simply, that feeling was like the panic before introducing your boyfriend to your parents. She had long regarded Susu's family as an elder sister. It's just that Ling didn't understand. Buzz a message from your friend Susu. Buzz a message from your friend. Soon, the unread messages piled up to 99 plus. Checking Susu's message at midnight. The whole screen was just 2 words. Where? Are you spamming this chat? Apparently sending messages doesn't cost anything these days. Zero mentally drafted the message before replying to Susu. There will be chances to meet in the future. The 3 of us could become great friends. Susu, it'll be too late then. You idiot. I'm not a kid anymore. I really don't like him. Don't worry, I swear, cross my heart. Susu. After Susu sent several ellipses, Ling didn't respond to her, nor did she speak again. Is he angry? As I was pondering, Zero's preset time reminder chimed. Ding dong, currently, it is midnight on June 1st, 2021. Beep, you've received a message from your friend Susu. Zero opened it to check. Susu, happy birthday, dummy, you're 18 now, officially an adult. My dear young lady, try to be a little more sensible, would you? Sigh, too bad I can't celebrate with you this time. I'll make it up to you next time we meet. Zero's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Thank you, Susu. Alright, stop crying now. Get some rest. Good night. How did she know I was crying? Good night, Susu. Ling wiped away her tears and forced a smile. I'm already 18. How time flies. The misty fragments of memory flickered through her mind once again. There was emotion, despair, and also joy, and throbbing hearts. That was Qingqing. When is Qingqing's birthday? Should I ask him? How should I ask? Just use my birthday as an excuse and pretend it's a casual question. Right at that moment, inside Qingqing's room, 999, 1000, 1001. There he was, upside down, standing on his head. The entire body was supported solely by 2 thumbs. Each count was paired with 1 up and 1 down movement. Sweat dripped from the face, plink, plink. It continuously fell to the ground, soaking the area beneath. Qingqing was waiting for the system update to finish, curious to see what new features would appear. Bored from idling, he began his daily workout routine. Ding, system update complete. A surge of joy flashed through Qingqing's heart. With forceful push from his fingers, he abruptly lifted himself, curled his body midair, executed a flip, and landed steadily on the ground. Finally, it's done. Detected that the host's birthday is June 1st. You have turned 18 years old. Special gift package for adulthood has been sent. My birthday, an adulthood gift package. Chapter 8, She is my wife? Just as Qingqing was wondering what kind of adult gift package this was, the system's voice sounded again. Detected that the host has unlocked the highest achievement in the previous plane, Assassin Star, specially granting the ultimate achievement package. Detected that the host is a second-time traveler, specially awarding an experienced traveler gift package. All gift packs have been converted into corresponding packages for the Artifact Spirit Continent. Please check them in the gift section. So many wonderful things. Let me take a look. Qingqing deftly swiped across the panel, locating the gift pack section. The names of 3 gift packages appeared before him. Which one should I open first? Ultimate Achievement Package cannot be opened. Host must meet the requirement. Become an S-Rank Spirit Master. Then why give it to me now? Just to tease me? How disgusting. With that, he opened the Dimensional Traveler Veteran Package instead. Novice Transmigration Starter Pack. Crystal Coins, 50,000. Spiritual Value, 50,000. Strength Boost, 10%. Speed Boost, 10%. Reaction Boost, 10%. Luck Boost, 10%. Spiritual Artifact Synergy Increased, 10%. Acquired Skill, Mind Reading. Skill Description, Mind Reading. Duration, 10 minutes. Limitation, once every 24 hours. Usable only on Artifact Spirits. Mind Reading, that's amazing. But the crystal coins and spirit points are really too few, so stingy. Even the task to bind Zero had 10 million crystal coins and 1 million spirit points. The gap is just too huge. The increase in strength and speed is quite impressive. Don't underestimate that 10%, it's actually a significant boost. The reaction time enhancement is exceptional too, considering human reaction capabilities have natural limits. In combat, those with faster reflexes tend to gain the upper hand. What is Luck Boost? This was an attribute Chen Xing had never seen before. Probably unique to this dimension. Luck Boost is currently only applicable when opening system gift packages. Higher Luck Boost increases the chance of uncovering hidden rare rewards. This one seems pretty good too. Once it reaches 100%, every time I open a gift package, I'll get rare rewards. Sweet. Does the matching degree with the Artifact Spirit only apply to one Artifact Spirit user? Or is this effect permanently unlocked? Permanent. Quality stuff. The higher the compatibility, the stronger the attribute boost the spirit vessel grants to the spirit master. In other words, from the very beginning, Chen Xing could freely enjoy a 10% attribute boost from compatibility. Satisfied, Chen Xing decided to continue by opening the last gift package. Proceed to open the adult. Your wife is knocking at the door. The system suddenly interrupted him. Chen Xing froze for a moment. What wife? Since when do I have a wife? Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Chen Xing, are you asleep? The moment Chen Xing recognized Ling's voice, he tossed the system's earlier words to the back of his mind. He called out, "Here it comes." The door opened. Ling was wearing rabbit pajamas, head tilted back, with the hood covering her entire forehead. Only the lower part of her face below the eyes was visible, making her face appear even smaller. "What's wrong, Ling?" Well, Ling had clearly prepared what to say just moments ago, but upon seeing Chen Xing, suddenly forgot everything that had been planned. Mind went completely blank. My brain suddenly had a weird thought. I'm 18 now. What do you mean? Are you hinting at me? What are you implying? I mean, it's my birthday today. It's your birthday. What a coincidence. It's my birthday too. Really? Zero wore an expression of disbelief, a smile tugging uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth. Overjoyed, we actually share the same birthday. What a coincidence. Is this destiny? Really? Happy birthday. With those words, Zero's face blossomed into a delighted smile, like a child who'd just received their favorite birthday present. As if it were Chen Xing's birthday, she seemed even happier than if it were her own. Chen Xing had never seen such a smile in his life. It left him dumbstruck, incredibly heartwarming. Noticing Chen Xing staring at her again, she quickly hid her smile. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, just zoning out, probably too sleepy. Happy birthday, Zero. Yeah, well, you should get some rest early. Okay. Ding detected that the host isn't speaking truthfully to his wife, initiating punishment. Hair, -100. Are you crazy? Where did I get a wife from? The person standing before you is your future wife. Is she my future wife? Even if she is, what's it to you if I don't tell my wife the whole truth? Blah blah blah. This feigned ignorance feels all too familiar. Damn it, you must be Sanner. Get your ass out here now. Chen Xing strongly suspects that Sanner's memories have already awakened. He's clearly messing with him on purpose. Morning Star, Zero suddenly shouted. Ah, your hair is falling out again. Chen Xing looked down at his feet. Strands of silver hair covered the floor once again. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, I'm gonna go bald at this rate. Are you sick or something? Why do you keep losing hair? Chen Xing looked at Zero's worried expression and found it both amusing and exasperating. It's fine, totally normal. I lose them quickly but they grow back fast too. Let me check you with my artifact spirit system. Chen Xing felt there was no need, because this clearly wasn't his problem. It was that damn system's fault. Bring it on. With that, Zero raised both small hands. Bow your head. Chen Xing inexplicably complied, actually lowering his head. Ling's voice seemed to carry some magical power that made it impossible for him to resist. A bit lower, you're too tall. After hearing this, Chen Xing bent down. Alright, then silently called out to his artifact spirit system in his mind. System, check what illness causes sudden hair loss. The artifact spirit system, currently scanning target scalp data. Scan complete. Searching database. While the artifact spirit system was conducting its search, Zero was also running her fingers through Chen Xing's hair. Caressing those silvery strands, she marveled. Your hair color is absolutely gorgeous. This hair color was actually a permanent dye job he'd asked the system to give him. Hold on a sec. Don't move around. Mum. Chen Xing stood bent at the waist with his head lowered, coming very close to Zero. The girl had just taken a bath, and the fragrance of her body wash mixed with her natural scent was incredibly pleasant. Chen Xing suddenly felt his face burning. His heartbeat gradually quickened. He was actually blushing. The generation's god of slaughter, the merciless Chen Xing, actually blushed. Could she really be my wife? For a moment, Chen Xing secretly hoped that damn system wasn't spouting nonsense. If only it were true. Single for 17 years, one glance ruined a lifetime, but not seeing you would have ruined it forever. Artifact Spirit System. Diagnosis: sudden hair loss due to excessive youthful vitality. Hair follicles remain undamaged and can regrow. Is there any way to stop the hair loss completely? Find a girlfriend. Are you serious? The Artifact Spirit System remains silent. This actually represented one of the major differences between the Artifact Spirit System and Chen Xing's Super System. The Artifact Spirit System isn't truly intelligent. Rather, it's merely a soulless program. Left with no choice, Ling had to release Chen Xing. These fallen hairs of yours can indeed regrow, nothing to worry about at all. Mum. This was within Chen Xing's expectations. But, Ling pondered for a moment and decided to tell Chen Xing anyway. After all, having more hair would look better. But there's a way to prevent this kind of hair loss. Oh, what? Find yourself a girlfriend. Chen Xing burst out laughing when he heard this. Ha, you must be joking. It's true. Ha ha. Ling Jianchengxing didn't believe her and even laughed at her, making her puff up her cheeks in anger like a little goldfish. I'm telling the truth. Oh, I believe it. Did you actually believe it? Fake. Haha. Humph. Fine, don't believe me then. With that, Ling turned around furiously and stormed off. Chirp chirp chirp. After getting angry, even footsteps sound louder. Ding detected that the host has angered the wife. Wait, I believe you. Chen Xing quickly stopped Ling before the system could finish speaking. Really? Ling turned around. It's true. Sure enough, the system shut up. He finally escaped the fate of continued hair loss. Losing hair all day long, who can stand it? Then, are you looking for a girlfriend? Ling pressed her lips together, waiting for his response. She was curious how would Chen Xing answer this question. Chen Xing hesitated for a moment before asking the system, is she really my wife? She is. How do you know? Are you questioning the results derived from my big data analysis? Chen Xing couldn't be bothered to humor him and instead turned his gaze toward the adorable Zero before him. His mind raced with thoughts. He was still doubtful. To be honest, as someone single for 17 years, he had never really thought about what kind of wife he might find in the future. Now, the system suddenly told him that the adorable girl standing right in front of him would be his future wife. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little hard to believe. I'm not looking for one now, but I might end up finding one in the future. Before Ling could speak, the system's voice rang out first. Stop dawdling. Be a man and take the initiative. If you like her, confess already. Who said I like her? Then you don't like it? Chen Xing remained silent. As for the feeling of affection, he simply didn't know. Alright. Zero suddenly felt a tinge of melancholy at the thought that Morningstar might one day fall for someone. She felt inexplicably upset. To hide her disappointment, she forced out a smile awkwardly strained. Then I wish you find it soon. Chen Xing's heart clenched strangely as he noticed her dejected expression. A bold idea suddenly popped into my head. System, activate mind reading. Chapter 9, The Real Adult Gift Package. Mind reading activated, duration, 10 minutes. Hearing this, Chen Xing turned to look at Ling. Suddenly, a line of bullet chat-style text appeared above Zero's head, written in an oddly cute font. This is mental bullet chat. All of Zero's inner thoughts appeared before Chen Xing's eyes in the form of scrolling bullet comments. Someone as outstanding as him would definitely find himself a stunning beauty, right? Odd. Why does this suddenly make me feel so sad? Could it be true? What Susu said about me actually liking him? Don't be ridiculous, Zero. You've only known him for a few hours. Morningstar looked at Zero and suddenly burst out laughing. That outfit of hers, paired with that cute font, was downright hilarious. Zero asked in confusion. What's happened? Morningstar shook her head, smiled wordlessly. Zero's barrage. Oh my god, does he know I like him? Oh no, he won't think I'm the kind of girl who falls for anyone, right? No, I don't like him. This is just a misunderstanding. Yes, just a misunderstanding. Zero stood frozen in place, at a complete loss, her inner turmoil crystal clear to Chen Xing. Chen Xing was overjoyed, that special kind of joy you feel when you discover the person you like happens to like you back. Although he could hardly believe it himself, how could someone who'd been single for 17 years fall for someone within just a few hours? Yet that's exactly what had happened. Women would only slow down his path to greatness. No Lolas allowed. With such an adorable wife, how could you not want her? Even if she's not my wife, I still want her to be my wife. At that moment, bullet comments continued pouring out above Ray's head, but there was no need to look at the morning star anymore. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, then mustered his courage. This was his first confession in life. 0. Will you be my girlfriend? Ha, whoosh. In an instant, all the bullet comments above Zero's head vanished without a trace. Her brain had stopped functioning. Her expression froze on the spot, eyes wide open and mouth slightly agape as she stared blankly at Qinqing. After several seconds of stunned silence, Ling's delicate face visibly flushed crimson at visible speed. Her cherry lips remained slightly parted, yet not a single word could escape them. Swish! Suddenly, a flood of bullet comments popped up above Zero's head. It was as if they were maliciously spamming the screen. Oh my god, is he confessing his feelings? How could this be? Why would he like me? We've only known each other for a few hours. This can't be real. It's impossible. He must be lying to me. He wouldn't lie to me, would he? So scary. What do I do? What should I say? Maybe, run? Run. Suddenly, Ray turned around quickly. Chirp chirp. With hurried steps, I ran towards my room. As I ran, a barrage of bullet comments kept popping up in my head. Will you say yes or not? Don't run. If you run, we'll lose everything. Just as Qinqing stood there utterly confused. Bang! The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Ling leaned against the door, breathing heavily. Her face remained flushed. System, request connector to spirit person, Susu. Connecting. Connection failed. No response from target. Are you asleep? Sniff. Susu, what should I do? Outside the door, Qinqing stood frozen in place. Did I just get rejected? Rejected, but not entirely. Who's Susu anyway? A friend of hers? The mind-reading effect was still active at this moment. Ling remained leaning against the door, while bullet comments streamed right through it. Bullet comments floated across the screen one by one. Should I say yes to him? If I agree just like that, would he think I'm an easy girl? After knowing him for just a few hours, I've already fallen for him. Susu, wake up quickly. I hope he won't be sad if I refuse him. Qinqing stood at the doorway all alone, intently watching Zero's bullet comments, watching until a smile breaks through. Suddenly, the barrage of comments disappeared. The system's voice sounded. Heart reading skill duration ended. Entering cooldown period. Remaining time, 24 hours. That's it? It's already over? Qinqing sighed, feeling deeply regretful. Zero's thought bullet screens, he could watch them all day. 10 minutes is simply not enough time. Although Qinqing was rejected, he was still in a good mood. He believed that Zero would eventually say yes to him one day. Even the system said she was his wife. How could she possibly escape? He then closed the door to his own room. Lying on the bed, he located the adult gift pack and clicked to open it. Ding! Congratulations, host. With the luck enhancement, you've obtained a rare hidden reward. Qinqing felt a surge of joy in his heart. He never expected such incredible luck. A mere 10% boost in luck, and he randomly triggered this hidden reward. What kind of reward is it? One copy of Zero's swimsuit photo book. Whap! A thin booklet smacked Qinqing right in the face. Qinqing picked it up and looked. The cover was Ling. She was petite, wearing a floral patterned swimsuit, standing on the beach, holding water splashes in her hands, her face brimming with smiles. Qinqing was stunned. Is it pretty? You're toxic. This is so ugly. With that, Qinqing casually tossed the photo book aside. Where'd you even get this? Not telling you. Coming of age package. Crystal coins, 50,000. Spirit value, 50,000. Strength bonus, 5%, total, 15%. Speed bonus, 5%, total, 15%. Duration extension, 20%. What the hell is duration time? Don't you understand? It's, shut the hell up. Good night. The system's voice faded, and the world finally fell silent. Qinqing frowned, sensing something odd. Ever since arriving in this world, the system had been acting strangely, but now, it couldn't even communicate with him properly. Qinqing needed to quickly earn enough evolution points to level up the system as soon as possible, to bring Sanner back completely. But to earn evolution points, he first had to join the Spirit Masters Association for evaluation, then participate in ranking matches, forbidden zones, and various other activities to accumulate evolution points, and then complete missions assigned by Qinqing's own super system to earn more evolution points. But Zero hasn't bound with him yet. He hasn't been killed. At daybreak, it will be Hiyu's hour of death. Then, Qinqing turned on his side, preparing to rest for a while, but there it was, the photo album of Ray that he had tossed aside. Just one glance. And so, he extended that sinful hand. Chapter 10. The chapter is under urgent repair. Please wait patiently. Chapter 11 Trash. Qinqing suddenly appeared, startling both of them. Hiyu's heart skipped a beat. Although Qinqing was clearly not a soul summoner, a wave of terror surged from the depths of his heart. Hey, you! The woman beside him let out a sharp cry before her body suddenly erupted in a dazzling light. The light was so dazzling that Qinqing couldn't keep his eyes open. Suddenly, Hiyu let out a fierce shout. Go to hell! Whoosh! The sound of slicing air rang out. Though Qin Shing couldn't open his eyes, judging by the sound, he guessed it might be a flying sword. He's a true expert in cold weapons. He knows precisely what sound each weapon makes and under what circumstances. Watching him confidently turn sideways with eyes closed, anticipating the blade's whistling passage by his side. Then he looked at Hiyu, but the moment he opened his eyes, his expression turned to one of shock. Hiyu was indeed holding a sword in his hand. But that sword stretched like rubber, rapidly extending as it fiercely thrust toward Chen Xing. Hiyu stood still, sneering coldly at Chen Xing. How amusing. Chen Xing swiftly pushed off the ground and left his original position. The sword abruptly changed direction at a right angle, continuing to thrust rapidly towards Chen Xing. Chen Xing calmly watched the incoming sword. Infinite extension plus auto-tracking? Seeing Chen Xing constantly evade, Hiyu couldn't help but feel triumphant. It's useless. No matter where you run, it'll follow you. A worthless fool who isn't even a spirit controller dares to shout in front of me? Ha! A cold laugh rang out as Chen Xing stood his ground. Kill him! Hiyu suddenly bellowed as the sword's extension accelerated once more. In the blink of an eye, it reached Morningstar's face. Die, you trash! Chen Xing gave a cold smile and his figure flashed. He arrived at the side of the sword. The sword swiftly reacted as well, turning 180 degrees. It stabbed straight toward Chen Xing. Yet, Chen Xing raised his left hand and delivered a swift inch punch to the blade. Pop! The infinitely extendable sword shattered instantly upon impact. What? Chen Xing moved so fast that Hiyu couldn't even discern what he had done. The sword just broke. Just as he was lost in thought, Chen Xing had already appeared right before his eyes. Expressionless, he uttered, "In your next life, don't be reborn as a human. If I encounter you, I'll kill you again." You! Hiyu stared at him in terror, his words left unfinished. Bang! Another inch punch, its force piercing through the chest to reach the heart, directly shattering Hiyu's heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating D-Rank Spirit Master Hiyu with bare hands. Then the reward panel appeared. Rewards: 1,000 crystal coins, 500 spirit points, inherited from Hiyu, 6,000 crystal coins, 2,000 spirit points, total, 7,000 crystal coins, 2,500 spiritual points. That's it? That's all. Why so little? Because he's useless. And at that moment, the artifact spirit had transformed back into a human. Although Chen Xing had just destroyed the sword form of the artifact spirit, however, under the protection of the artifact spirit system, any damage to its form would be converted into minor injuries. Even if shattered into pieces, the artifact spirit human wouldn't suffer severe harm. Like that woman, sitting on the ground clutching her broken arm, staring at Chen Xing in terror. The artifact spirit is injured? You can spend some spirit points. The artifact spirit system offers healing capabilities. With enough spirit points, even a severed arm can be reattached. However, if the artifact spirit bearer gets injured in their human, non-weapon, form, they'll take full damage. Dead means dead. No revival possible, because artifact spirit bearers are still human. The woman stared at Chen Xing in terror. Without her spiritual companion, she could no longer transform into a weapon. In other words, if Chen Xing struck her now, she'd be done for. Who the hell are you? Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine someone could shatter her hardened weapon form with bare hands, without even using a spiritual companion. Chen Xing ignored her and instead asked the system. Spirit vessels, if I recall correctly, can't be killed casually. Right, Qiling people possess the Qiling system, you can't just kill them carelessly, or you'll be wanted. Chen Xing nodded, feeling a pang of wistfulness in his heart. Why couldn't spirit artifacts be killed so casually? Because every spirit vessel practitioner carries their own spirit vessel system. What's valuable isn't human life, it's that system. Get lost, don't let me see you again. Hearing this, the woman scrambled away in a frantic panic. Chen Xing actually had no desire to kill her if he truly wanted her dead. Could a mere wanted notice really stop him? He was never afraid of trouble. What he feared was trouble not coming his way. Chen Xing glanced at Hiyu on the ground and rummaged through his belongings, only to find the guy had absolutely nothing on him. Broke as hell. What time is it now? 6:30 a.m. Hurry back. If Ling wakes up and comes into my room, it's over, because that photo book is still on the bed, within the safe zone. Will you be my girlfriend? I already said I would. Accepted. The system finished speaking and stopped the loop playback. Ling suddenly jolted awake, opening her large eyes in momentary confusion before a blush quickly spread across her delicate face. Phew, good thing nobody noticed me talking in my sleep. Zero patted her little face to wake herself up. Good child, late to sleep and early to rise. After finishing her simple morning routine, she murmured, "Has Chen Xing not woken up yet? Where is he planning to go today? Should I go along? As friends, walking together would be totally normal, right? But last night, how should I respond to his confession?" The artifact spirit system suddenly spoke up. "Didn't you agree to it? What? When did I say I was willing? During your dream. didn't, stop making things up. Ling's emotions were also quite complicated at the moment. She liked Chen Xing, but they still didn't know each other well enough. She was afraid that agreeing rashly might lead to discovering incompatibility, and then breaking up, that would be too painful. But she was also worried that rejecting Chen Xing would make him sad. She didn't want Chen Xing to be upset, and most importantly, she was terrified he might go find someone else. As she was pondering, the artifact spirit system poured cold water on her thoughts. Host, stop thinking about it. He has already left. What? Where did he go? Unknown. How is this possible? Ling's voice trembled slightly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. He rushed to Chen Xing's door. Chen Xing, are you awake? No one answered. Knock, knock. Chen Xing? Knock, knock. Woo woo. Chen Xing? Ling clenched her teeth, her eyes brimming with tears as she tentatively turned the doorknob. She instinctively thought that Chen Xing must have believed she had rejected him, making him so upset that he left. Click. The door opened. The room was utterly empty. Ling stared blankly at the empty room, as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. Drip, drip. Tears fell to the ground. Did they really leave? Was what you said last night just a joke? Was I deceived again? Zero suddenly understood. How could someone fall in love after just knowing each other for a few hours? The only person she fell in love with at first sight was him. But Chen Xing, so outstanding, how could he possibly be interested in her? Lost in thought, she crouched down, hugging herself tightly, unable to stop sobbing. The story ended before it even began. It was so sudden that she couldn't accept it. Woo. Susu is right, woo woo. At this moment, Chen Xing was dashing forward at full speed. Hey, a breakfast stall? Chen Xing suddenly stopped in his tracks. He'd spotted a breakfast shop. That familiar aroma, he hadn't smelled it in over 3 years. Soy milk and fried dough sticks? Chen Xing walked slowly towards the breakfast shop, murmuring to himself. Might as well get Ling some breakfast, kids should eat more. Truth be told, he also wanted to taste that long-missed flavor. After buying the food, Chen Xing immediately sprinted back toward the safe zone. After a long while, Ling squatted on the ground, hugging her knees. Her body was still shuddering intermittently. Wiping away her tears and suppressing her sobs, she walked into the room. In her heart, she silently prayed Chen Xing had left something behind even if they weren't together. She wanted something to remember him by. After all, Chen Xing was the first person she had ever liked, someone she fell for at first sight. However, Chen Xing had just crossed over, so there was nothing in the room, except for that photo album on the bed. Lingy spotted it right away. Tearful little eyes widened with fear. My photo album. How did it get here? System. Where's my photo album? Slap. Another photo album suddenly appeared in Ling's hand. She walked over in disbelief and flipped through it to compare. Exactly the same. How is this possible? This photo album is shared only by Susu and her. There is absolutely no third copy in the world. Could it be Susu who gave it to him? Impossible, Susu would definitely tell me. But she didn't care why there was a third copy. What she cared about was that Chen Xing had already seen it. Those photos inside were so embarrassing. This photo book had clearly been flipped through, and more than just a few times. It couldn't close properly anymore. The thought of Chen Xing having seen those photos of her made Ling feel like her face was burning with fire. Hugging both photo albums to her chest, her thoughts spun wildly. And at that moment, Chen Xing had already quietly arrived at the bedroom door. Seeing the two photo books held in Ling's arms, my heart sank. We're screwed. Chapter 12. How can someone be this adorable while eating breakfast? Chen Xing. Seeing him return, her tear-streaked face instantly blossomed into a smile. Chen Xing felt his heart ease upon seeing her smile. It seemed she hadn't taken things too hard. He quickly said, I bought you breakfast. Come and eat. With those words, he walked straight towards Zero. Looking at the bag in Chen Xing's hand, Zero felt a warmth in his heart. So he had gone to buy breakfast. She had misunderstood him. Her joy instantly grew even greater. I completely forgot about the photo album. Eat it while it's still hot. Chen Xing placed the items on the table, opened the bag, and even brought her a stool while he was at it. Eat quickly, children need to eat more. Here, give me those things first. I'll hold them for you. Chen Xing's whole performance was just a sneaky attempt to trick her into handing over what she was holding. Okay. Chen Xing suddenly left and then abruptly returned. The joy of regaining what was lost made Ray momentarily forget about that photo collection. She obediently handed over the photo album she was holding after all. Eat while it's hot. Chen Xing pretended nothing had happened, calmly reaching out to take it. Yet unexpectedly, Ling suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Chen Xing's heart skipped a beat and he wanted to take the two photo books from Ling. Unexpectedly, Ray pulled back, hugging those two photo books to her chest, her pretty face slightly flushed. Let me explain. Why do you have my photo book? I found it. You're lying. Ling blushed, her big eyes fixed firmly on the embarrassed Chen Xing. Have you looked at all of them? I didn't look. Zero immediately said. You're lying. You actually watched it. You forget it right now. Chen Xing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he possibly forget? Why should I forget? Because it's too ugly. It's not ugly. It looks nice, really. Ling's face turned even redder. I don't care. Forget it. Just forget it. Chen Xing couldn't resist teasing her when he saw her adorable pout. How could I forget? Unless I die. Hearing Chen Xing say this, Ling Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Don't. Chen Xing let out a light chuckle and carefully studied her face. Only then did I notice the tear streaks on her face. Did you cry? Chen Xing was somewhat surprised. Why are you crying? Could it be because she saw her photo album? Not impossible either. Some girls are quite particular about their privacy. Ling wiped her little face in a panic with one hand and said stubbornly, no. Seeing this, Chen Xing felt both heartache and guilt. He wished he hadn't looked in the first place. Is it because I saw your photos? I swear I won't look again, and I'll forget them right away. Zero shook his head. No. Chen Xing's gaze sharpened, his murderous intent swelling. Then who dared to bully you? The killing aura instantly permeated the air. An intense killing intent filled the entire room. Who dares to bully Ling? The murderous aura actually startled Ling. She had never felt this kind of sensation before. That feeling, like being held at gunpoint, as if the trigger would be pulled the next second, and she would die. The fear of death suddenly rose from within. No, don't be so fierce with me. Sorry. As soon as the words were spoken, the killing intent vanished instantly. Speaking softly, then why are you crying? Zero felt both warmed and delighted by his concern. I thought, you didn't want me anymore. Chen Xing was momentarily stunned. Right after saying it, Zero realized something was off about that phrasing. The problem is too big. He quickly defended himself. No, that's not what I meant. I thought you had left. Chen Xing smiled and couldn't resist reaching out to pat her little head. The moment Chen Xing's finger touched Ling, Ling froze in place as if turned to stone. How could I ever not want you? Speaking softly, he gently wiped the tear stains from her face. Eat it quickly, it won't taste good when it gets cold. Chen Xing withdrew her hand. Ling nodded mechanically, like a robot. She turned around, not daring to look at Chen Xing again. Picking up an oily fried dough stick, she parted her lips slightly and took a small bite. Just like a little rabbit nibbling on a carrot, she chewed in delicate, measured mouthfuls. Chen Xing sat beside her, resting his chin in his hands while gazing at Zero with an utterly paternal smile. Inner thoughts. TSK. Even eating looks adorable. Ling caught Chen Xing staring at her out of the corner of her eye. Her face flushed red, yet again. To ease the awkwardness, she pushed the bag in front of her slightly toward Chen Xing's direction. You eat some too. Oh, okay. Chen Xing picked up one and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing voraciously, then took another sip of soy milk, the perfect combo. He kept eating while watching Zero eat. She took a long time to eat just one fried dough stick. Then she reached out again, wanting to take another. Suddenly, an idea popped into Chen Xing's mind. He picked up a fried dough stick before she could, and brought it to Ling's lips. Zero instinctively reached out to catch it. Thank you. Seeing her hand extended, Morningstar immediately pulled it away. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Zero's mind was filled with question marks. Then, Chen Xing placed the fried dough stick by her lips again. Only then did Zero realize Chen Xing was teasing her. Oh whoa! Chen Xing's yotiao was snatched in one bite. Chen Xing felt like spewing blood internally. It was just too adorable. Ling took a huge bite, tilted her head to tear it off, then shot Chen Xing a smug glance. Thinking she'd won, she puffed her cheeks and chewed slowly with satisfaction. Chen Xing smiled and waited for her to swallow before bringing the fried dough stick to her lips again, saying softly, "Open your mouth." Nom. Ling obediently took another bite. Something suddenly felt off. Chen Xing wasn't toying with her, he was clearly feeding her. Noticing she'd stopped eating, Chen Xing asked, "What's happened?" Zero snapped it off again, chewing rapidly before swallowing, then reached out to take. "I'll do it myself." Chen Xing quickly moved the fried dough stick aside, not letting her touch it. No way. A mischievous smile still played on his face. Seeing this, Ling thought, he really is just teasing me. I'll get it myself. He quickly grabbed a deep-fried dough stick from the bag, then angrily started munching on it. Chen Xing chuckled silently, thinking there was no rush, he could always feed them later since they weren't going anywhere. With that, he popped the remaining scraps Ling had left into his own mouth. Zero's eyes widened in shock, and she shouted out, "You! Ugh!" A large bite of fried dough stick got stuck in Chen Xing's throat from the scare, impossible to swallow. Thump thump thump. Chen Xing pounded his chest vigorously, trying to force down the fried dough stick. "Chen Xing, are you choking?" With an agonized expression, Chen Xing frantically searched through his bag. Where was the soy milk he had just bought? Cough. Water. Oh. Ling quickly found Chen Xing's cup, still unopened. Grabbing a straw in haste, she kept jabbing at it. Couldn't even poke it open. Crack. The straw broke too. Ling was baffled. His own cup had been pierced effortlessly just moments ago, so why couldn't this one be pierced no matter how hard he tried? Chen Xing was on the verge of tears. "Well done, my Ling. Take, mine. His face flushed, Ling handed over his own cup. Chen Xing quickly took it and started glug, glug, glug. Ling pressed her lips together, watching Chen Xing, her face burning so hot it nearly went numb. Being with Chen Xing all day, she just kept blushing non-stop. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Thinking to herself, the little lass unconsciously licked her lips. Ugh, choked me to death. Little did Zero know, she had almost choked a generation's god of slaughter to death just moments ago. I'm sorry. Phew, it's fine, cough cough. Xinqing waved his hand, having choked a little from drinking too fast. Ling reached out as if to pat his back, but withdrew halfway. After coughing for a while, Xinqing noticed the soy milk in his hand was already gone. He pulled out the straw and took the soy milk that Zero had been struggling to puncture earlier. Pop! Easily piercing it open, he then handed it to Zero. Zero stared at the straw bearing Xinqing's teeth marks and frantically waved his hands. No thanks, I'm stuffed. You drink it. Chen Xing glanced into the bag, there was still plenty left. You've barely eaten any? Eat more. Growing kids need to eat more to grow tall. I'm not a kid. Aha, got it. Then eat what you didn't finish earlier. Seeing Xinqing's dismissive response, she pouted unhappily. Fine. Just as before, Xinqing silently watched her eat without another word. Is it delicious? Are we eating again tomorrow? Hearing this, Zero felt a surge of joy. Morningstar's words clearly meant they could still be together tomorrow. Happily nodded. Then I'll buy you breakfast from this place tomorrow. Did you sleep well last night? Will you be my girlfriend? Ha! Chapter 13 suddenly got flirty. Ling's mouth was stuffed full of fried dough sticks as she gazed at Xinqing with her beautiful eyes. Xinqing wore a mischievous grin across his face. You just promised me. From now on you're my girlfriend. MMPH. Ling couldn't speak with her mouth full and could only protest with muffled MMPH sounds. Slow down, swallow first, don't rush. Xinqing smiled as he waited for her to finish chewing and swallowing. No, I won't. You promised me, and I don't care. I didn't. You did promise. No, I didn't. Then I won't buy you breakfast tomorrow. Fine, don't buy it then. Why? Don't you like me? Xinqing still wore a face full of smiles. Zero just uttered the word I, then left the rest unspoken. What about you? Chen Xing gazed at her crimson-flushed lovely face with a smile, his fingers practically itching to pinch those rosy cheeks. I don't. Zero's voice was very soft. She still couldn't bring herself to say it. Xinqing laughed and continued. You like it? No. Don't what? Finish your sentence. No. Chen Xing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this little girl actually trying to act shameless now? Then give my photo album back to me. Ling immediately hugged the album tightly to her chest, widening her big eyes. No, why should I? This is my photo album. One is yours, and one is mine. Both are mine. Chen Xing looked at Ling without saying another word, wearing a mischievous grin, making Ling feel so uneasy that every hair stood on end. What are you smiling like that for? Chen Xing wore that mischievous grin as he slowly edged closer to Ling. Stop it, don't come any closer. Ling recoiled in fright, leaning backward. She had no backrest behind her, leaning any further would have made her fall. Seeing this, Xinqing quickly supported her back and gently pulled her toward him, whispering softly, Be careful, don't fall. His breath lightly brushed Ling's face. Chen Xing, who was completely clueless about emotions, met Zero, as if the meridians of his whole body had been unblocked, suddenly transforming into a top-tier flirting demon. Out of nowhere, he became irresistibly charming. Zero stared at Chen Xing's face before him, not daring to even breathe heavily. She could only nod her head like a little bird. Her heart pounded incessantly. Her small face had already flushed red. Chen Xing supported her back with one hand while the other reached for the two photo books in her embrace, softly asking, Whose photo album is this? Ling blushed, clinging to her last shred of defiance as she murmured, Mine. Xinqing squinted her eyes, barely suppressing a smile. Teasing Ling was just too amusing. Is this yours? Yeah. With each answer Zero gave, Xinqing drew a little closer. Then who do you belong to? I belong to myself. Xinqing leaned in again, close enough to see the blush spreading across Zero's neck. Their faces were just inches apart. Chen Xing gazed at Ling's flawless face, and his heart began to pound restlessly. Neither dared to breathe deeply. Their faint breaths gently brushed against each other's faces. Thump, thump, thump. Zero wondered if his heart could take it any longer. Xinqing once again caught the fragrance emanating from Zero. He couldn't help but swallow hard. I want to devour you so badly. You smell too delicious. No, don't. Ling's voice trembled with embarrassment. Internal monologue, Susu, save me. This person is so scary. She desperately tried to distance herself from Xinqing, instinctively pressing her small hands against his firm chest in protest. But Chen Xing's other hand kept pulling her back. There was no escape at all. Chen Xing hadn't expected to behave like this either. If blame must be placed, it could only be because Ling was too adorable. So addictive. In that case, might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. Today, I must make her agree. Whose photo album is this? She had just uttered a single word. Chen Xing suddenly lifted his head and gently kissed her forehead. Ling widened her eyes in shock, instinctively asking, "You?" The soft sensation on her forehead left her mind completely blank. Her face burned so hot she felt steam might rise from her head. Chen Xing smiled and took a photo book from her stunned arms. "All right, you said it's mine now." Ling immediately snapped out of it and reached out to grab it back. "No way, give it back." "Then let me ask you another question. Answer correctly, and I'll return it to you. Answer wrong, and I get to kiss you." "What question?" "No, you're not allowed to kiss me." Chen Xing licked his lips and asked with a smile, "Who do you belong to?" "I am my own." Chen Xing moved closer again, leaving Zero no room to refuse, and planted a kiss on her forehead. "Tell me once more, whose are you?" "Mine." Another kiss. You, stop kissing me right now." Chen Xing stifled a laugh and ignored her, then asked, "Whose are you?" Zero's heart raced faster and faster, even her hands clutching the photo book trembled. Her whole body burned with heat. She couldn't hold on any longer. "You." The voice was extremely faint, still trembling. "If you didn't listen carefully, you couldn't make it out at all." Chen Xing heard clearly and couldn't hold back anymore. The corners of her lips couldn't stop curling upward. "I can't hear you clearly." So she kissed him again. "Say it again, whose are you?" "Yours." Chen Xing grinned so wide his back teeth were nearly showing. Suddenly, all traces of smile vanished from his face. "Because," Ling cried. 2 lines of tears streamed down her delicate cheeks. They converged at her chin, forming droplets that fell onto her lap. Chen Xing panicked. "Why are you crying, Ling?" he called out to her softly. She didn't answer, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "I was wrong. Don't cry. If you're unwilling, I won't force you." Chen Xing was beginning to regret it. He felt he might be rushing things too much. "All right, forget it if you don't want to. I won't kiss you. Never again. I'm willing." Ling bit her lip hard, struggling not to let her sobs be heard, her voice trembling with heartbreaking vulnerability. But the tears kept falling without end. "Ha!" Chen Xing was even more bewildered. "I am willing." With that, tears streamed down even more fiercely. Chen Xing looked utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. All that provocative energy from moments ago had completely vanished. Only then did he remember he'd been single for 18 years, hadn't even held a girl's hand. Forget about smooth moves. The moment Ling Yi cried, he couldn't even string a sentence together. "System, what's happening? Help me out here." "Ding host, hug her." "Can I? Hurry up. Will you? Are you an idiot? I'm desperate for you." Chen Xing didn't even have time to care about being scolded by the system and quickly hugged Ling gently. Zero didn't resist, sobbing in Morningstar's embrace. "System, is there any more?" "Fine, that's enough. Just wait now, goodbye." Chen Xing waited quietly, gently patting her back. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what was happening. Ling buried her head in Chen Xing's embrace. "Chen Xing, I promise you. Fine." Chen Xing at this moment simply didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Ling's voice came in broken fragments between uncontrollable sobs. "You also have to promise not to abandon me. Sob. After saying this, Ling burst into loud, unrestrained weeping. Since awakening the spirit vessel system and becoming a professional spirit vessel practitioner, all the bitterness, pain, loneliness, and helplessness erupted in this moment. She still remembered that day in the ultimate court, watching as her own spirit commander pointed at her in rage, screaming that both she and the association were frauds. Thus, she became laughingstock among all high-ranking spirit commanders and spirit vessel practitioners. Do you remember that day when she was expelled from the Spirit Artisan Association, standing at the gate, lost and uncertain of where to go? Do you remember those moments of despair when she was abandoned again and again? Under bridges, by the roadside, on overpasses, in parks, in all kinds of places, through all kinds of methods, she was terminated and cast aside. At the time when she found life unbearable, when she wished for death, Chen Xing appeared. This is fate. Her sobs grew louder, staining Chen Xing's clothes with her tears. Chen Xing now understood why she was crying. His heart ached as he held her tight. She said softly, "Don't cry, I'm here with you. I swear, I will never abandon you. May lightning strike me dead if I break this vow." "No, you can't die. Woo-woo." Zero suddenly emerged from his embrace, gazing at Chen Xing with tearful eyes. "You mustn't die." Chen Xing gently wiped the tears from her face with aching tenderness, then softly kissed her forehead. Just as he was about to pull away, Zero suddenly hooked her arms around his neck. Smack! She planted a kiss on his face. Chen Xing froze for a moment before turning to look at Ling. Giggle! She smiled radiantly, her beautiful eyes crinkling with joy as a few more tears welled up and slid down her cheeks. Mei Qinqing's heart trembled. He embraced her once again. This time, Zero's small arms also wound themselves around Qinqing's body, happily nestled in his embrace. Chen Xing quietly savored this hug. It was a feeling neither of them had ever experienced in their lifetimes. So comforting, so healing, so warm, so blissful. Suddenly, another thought occurred to Qinqing. System, can people get married at 18 in this world? Wow, just met yesterday, getting married today, and having kids tomorrow? That girl just became an adult. Have some decency, yes or no? Chapter 14, Coaxing and Deceiving. No, the legal marriage age in this dimension requires at least 20 years old. Alright, but if you could become a god, no one could stop you anyway. Chen Xing didn't elaborate further. In Dark Star, it had taken him 2 years to reach the apex of that plane. Now in this world, again it had taken just 2 years. Zero. Will you marry me? Ha! Zero doubted whether he had misheard. Getting married? With a swift push of his palm, he immediately extracted himself from Qinqing's embrace, flustered and stammering. Too fast. We just met. Chen Xing smiled and patted her head. I know. Aren't you still underage? I'm just making a reservation in advance, afraid you might run away. Only then did Ling remember that marriage wasn't allowed before turning 20. Alright, I'd completely forgotten about the age restriction. Chen Xing noticed her sudden disappointment and chuckled softly. What's wrong? Can't wait either? Ling's face turned red as she buried herself in Chen Xing's embrace again. No, absolutely not. I don't even want to marry you. The sound grew fainter and fainter. Though she protested with her words, her heart wondered, when will I finally grow up? Time passes so slowly. Chen Xing softly kissed her forehead and took a deep breath. This feeling was simply dreamlike. Yesterday, he was still doomed to die alone, the god of assassins within the Dark Star. Today, I've gained such an adorable wife. This is fate. Gazing at the little one in his arms, Chen Xing silently made a resolution. 2 years from now, I'll stand at the pinnacle of the world and throw you the grandest wedding this planet has ever seen. Let the whole world bless you. Just as Chen Xing was lost in thought, the system suddenly spoke up. Stop daydreaming here. Hurry up and bind to the divine artifact system. You've been here for a whole day without completing the first mission. Have you no shame? Chen Xing didn't want to complain about him anymore. This guy really had a talent for ruining the mood. Ling, would you like to become my vessel spirit? Zero crawled out from the embrace again, her big eyes wide open, tears seemingly already welling up inside them. Seeing this, Qinqing was startled. What's wrong? Don't cry. Zero spoke softly. If I don't agree with you, will you abandon me? How could I? Don't worry, I won't leave you, even if you don't become my artifact spirit. But I'm sorry, Qinqing, I truly can't become your vessel spirit. Why? Because I'm a... Ling gritted her teeth, unable to utter those 2 words at all. Qinqing probably guessed what she wanted to say and chuckled. You're my darling. Zero blushed, pressing his lips together tightly to keep from smiling too obviously. The sight of her struggling to hold back laughter amused Qinqing so much that he couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her adorable little cheek. Ah, what are you doing? Stop pinching. Ah. Chen Xing simply used both hands to gently pinch her little cheeks. At this moment, Chen Xing was grinning like the village idiot from the neighboring hamlet. TSK, you're just too adorable. Let go. Give it another squeeze. Pain. Chen Xing immediately let go of Ling's little face in fright. Panicking inwardly, I didn't use any force. Ling gently rubbed her little face, then covered both cheeks with her hands. Proudly said, hee, fooled you. No more pinching for you. Qinqing chuckled and pulled her back into his embrace. Become my spirit vessel. Absolutely not. You're so amazing, there must be a more suitable spirit artifact out there for you. There's no spirit artifact in this world more perfect for me than you. There are. Plenty of truly worthy SSS-Rank spirit artifacts exist. I only want you. Zero listened to these words, feeling happy in her heart, but she truly didn't want to burden Chen Xing. I'm sorry, Chen Xing. It's okay. I'll wait for you however long it takes until you agree. I always mean what I say. But, I'm truly useless, MMPH. Ling's eyes widened, unable to utter that final word, because her small mouth was tightly sealed by Qinqing's lips. MMMPH? What are you doing? After a while, Qinqing released her, and she seemed to have lost all strength. Lying in Qinqing's embrace, her face flushed as she gasped heavily for breath. Chen Xing gently flicked her delicate little nose with his finger. Don't talk about yourself like that. Ling covered her small nose with her hand. Ouch, I'm going to flick you too. With that, she raised her small hand, and Chen Xing smiled without dodging. She let Ling gently nuzzle against it. Doesn't it hurt? It doesn't. This is a warning. Next time I won't hold back. Her slender finger wagged in front of Chen Xing's face as she put on the fiercest pout her baby-faced features could muster. She was intimidating Chen Xing. Chen Xing gazed at Ling's delicate, fluttery-fingered threat, and couldn't hold back. He sucked her index finger into his mouth. You, dirty, no-eating fingers, Qinqing humphed twice, refusing to let go. Chunqing, unless you become my artifact spirit, I won't let go. Suddenly, Ling's expression turned to shock, the blush on her face instantly fading. How could you say that? Qinqing's mouth didn't open, yet he could speak. Ventriloquism. As mentioned before, in his previous life, Qinqing had learned every conceivable skill, both useful and useless, simply out of sheer boredom. So, there was practically nothing he couldn't do. Wow, that's amazing. Since I'm this impressive, how about becoming my artifact spirit? No, let go of me right now. Not letting go. You're drooling. I don't care. After 10 minutes of standoff, I promise you. Deal? At last, Qinqing released her fingers. Still savoring the moment, she smacked her lips lingeringly. Come on, wait a second. Let me wash my hands, Qinqing said with feigned heartbreak. Oh, so you're looking down on me? How heartbreaking. He even clutched his chest with a pained expression. Such dramatic acting, truly Oscar-worthy performance. Ling actually believed him and hurriedly explained. No, I was just worried you might do it again, but my hands are dirty. Qinqing's expression suddenly changed upon hearing this, his face breaking into a wide smile. Oh, hurry back soon. You lied to me again. Oomph. Infuriated, Zero turned on her heel and stomped off angrily toward the restroom. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Qinqing watched her retreating figure with a grin. He'd bet that by the time she finished washing her hands, Ling would have forgotten all about this matter. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sure enough, Zero briskly shook the water from his hands while walking and swiftly darted into Qinqing's embrace. Come on, what should I do? Ling stirred in Qinqing's embrace, climbing onto his lap to kneel between his legs. Her arms encircled his neck. Leaning slightly forward, she pressed a gentle kiss against his lips. At the very instant their lips met, Ding binding to the spiritual artifact system now. Qinqing's eyes were filled with confusion. Is this how artifact spirits bond with people? Back when you bonded with other spirit masters before, was it always like this? A surge of jealousy rose from his heart, and he wanted to kill someone. Of course not. This was a special privilege Zero gave to Morningstar. Ordinary bound spirit tamers only required Zero to operate within the system. No physical contact required. But Qinqing was new here and didn't know better. Just as his killing intent began to surge, an unfamiliar voice sounded in his mind. Artifact spirit system, binding spirit master now. Qinqing was secretly astonished, thinking this must be Zero's artifact spirit system. The voice was female, and rather pleasant to hear. Qinqing's built-in super system suddenly spoke up. Hey, a girl? Chapter 15 Instant wardrobe change. Yet the artifact spirit system completely ignored it and continued. Binding successful. Suddenly, a panel simultaneously appeared before Qinqing and Zero. Spirit wielder, Qinqing. Age, 18. Gender, male. Rank, none. Please proceed to the Spirit Master Association for initial evaluation. Combat power, cannot be assessed. Please visit the Spiritualist Association for initial evaluation. Crystal coin balance, 107,000. Spiritual energy balance, 132,500. Artifact spirits, 0. Age, 18. Gender, female. Spirit artifact grade, SSS. Crystal coin balance, 0. System upgrade count, 0. Attribute boost. Strength boost, 0. Defense boost, 0. Speed increase, 0. Reaction boost, 0. Synergy level, 110%. Staring at the screen full of zeros, Qinqing was completely bewildered. Ling looked at the familiar attribute panel, not particularly moved. Her artifact spirit system was like this, all initial attribute bonuses were 0. Though the artifact spirit system wouldn't downgrade after being upgraded, even if the contract was terminated. Later generations would directly benefit from the enhanced amplification brought by the upgraded vessel spirit. This is a process where pioneers plant the trees whose shade will be enjoyed by future generations. But even after Zero switched through so many spirit masters, with everyone pouring their entire fortunes into boosting her spirit points, not a single upgrade was ever achieved for her. Even Null didn't know how many soul points were needed to upgrade its own system. When she saw that 110% compatibility match, she exclaimed in astonishment. System? Could this compatibility rating be a mistake? The voice of the artifact spirit system resonated simultaneously in both their minds. Checking compatibility errors? Check complete. Unknown error. Cannot repair. What? Ling looked somewhat at a loss as she turned to Qinqing. Qinqing replied with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, reassuring her. I'll explain to you in a moment. Just as Qinqing was about to call out to the system, the built-in system suddenly spoke up. Ding! Successfully bound to SSS-grade artifact spirit. Mission accomplished. Spirit points, plus 1 million. Crystal coins, plus 10 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. Achievement 110% compatibility rate unlocked. Hidden system activated. System update merging in progress. Please wait. Meanwhile, the interface of the artifact spirit system materialized before Chen Xing and Ling. Spirit value balance, 1 million plus 132,500. Crystal coin balance, 10 million plus 107,000. Ling looked at Chen Xing in astonishment. What exactly just happened? How did we suddenly gain 1 million spirit points and 10 million crystal coins? Chen Xing, you? Ahem. I'll explain later. Chen Xing tentatively called out to his system. System updating, please wait. System updating, please wait. Spirit vessel system. Greetings, Spirit Master. How may I serve you? With just a thought from Chen Xing, a comprehensive categorization panel materialized before his eyes. Attribute inquiry, data query, skill query, system upgrade, skill upgrade, storage locker. Oh, Chen Xing glanced at Ling with a mischievous grin. I want to see what you've got hidden in your storage locker. Ling froze momentarily before replying smugly. No peeking, you won't be able to open it without my permission, hee hee. Oh, really? Let me try. Give it a try. Zero looked extremely confident. After all, this is the privacy feature of the artifact spirit system. No one can crack it. Chen Xing said calmly, open the storage compartment. Ding host, the Spirit Master is attempting to access privacy features. Detection confirms the Spirit Master possesses advanced privileges. Access granted. Zero shouted in disbelief. No, forbidden. Whoosh! The panel appeared, displaying all of Zero's possessions before the two. This, you're not allowed to look. Zero instantly leaped onto Chen Xing, giving him a big bear hug. Chen Xing instinctively cupped her bottom with his hand. No peeking. Zero's tiny hands covered Chen Xing's eyes. Alright, I won't look. Chen Xing chuckled softly, making no attempt to resist. Because with eyes closed, one sees even more clearly. One-click outfit change? Changing your clothes? That feature is only for me to use. Give up already, you pervert. Ding detected the Spirit Master using one-click outfit change. Outfit change successful. Ling stared at Chen Xing in utter disbelief. Swish! She felt nothing but a sudden chill running through her body. The bunny pajamas vanished, and in the next instant, a thin, floral-printed dress draped over her body. Chen Xing's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Ling incredulously. The two outfits had transitioned almost seamlessly. Chen Xing only felt a flash of something snow-white pass before his eyes for an instant, and then the clothes were changed. The process was actually too fast to see anything clearly. Woo-woo, you. Ling nestled in Chen Xing's arms, her entire body flushed crimson. Her pretty face was like a ripened red persimmon, seemingly about to drip with juice any second. Ahem, what's wrong? I didn't see anything. Chen Xing looked as guilty as someone trying to convince others there's no buried treasure here. How were you able to crack the locker? Ling felt like crying but had no tears left. Probably because I'm just too handsome. Sigh. You can't use this feature. Oh, by the way, that floral dress looks really nice on you, it suits you well. Chen Xing gave an approving glance at the girl nestled in his arms. Being cute definitely means everything looks good on you, huh? This was given to me by the Guardian Spirit Master 3 generations ago. It is quite beautiful. Chen Xing suddenly fell silent. Noticing this, Ling looked up at him, only to find him expressionlessly staring at the garment she was wearing. What's wrong, Chen Xing? Chen Xing remained expressionless, a thought flashing through his mind. The system panel reappeared opening, storage, then, clothing category, instant outfit change. Swish! Zero once again felt a chill run through his body as his clothes changed yet again. What are you doing? Chen Xing tilted her head up and asked. Who bought this for you? The one before the last Spirit Sovereign. Chen Xing's gaze shifted slightly, and he said coolly, outfit change with one click. Swish! Chen Xing, you stop changing. Ling's flustered shouts continuously echoed through the room. What flashed before Chen Xing's eyes was no longer just white light, but a glow of white flushed with red, chilled to the bone, yet flushed all over with heat. None left. What remains were all bought by me, and some were gifts from Susan. Who's Susan? She's my good friend. Male or female? Female. Chen Xing nodded, moving closer to Ling's flushed crimson face as he said coolly, Dear Zero, can I burn all those clothes people sent me? What? Why? Because you can only wear the clothes I bought for you. Great. Swish. As soon as the words fell, Chen Xing activated the artifact spirit system with a thought, utterly destroying all those objects. The previously crowded, storage cabinet, page now contained only a few pieces of clothing. Chen Xing nodded with satisfaction and said, I'll take you clothes shopping at the mall soon. Yet Zero dared not speak. Inner thoughts, this boyfriend is so intimidating. Suddenly, Xinqing noticed another intriguing option. Intimate garments. Ahem. Suddenly, the voice of the artifact spirit system abruptly echoed in both their minds. Alert! Spirit Master is attempting to access highly confidential modules. Ling blushed crimson and suddenly struggled violently in his embrace, shouting, Chunxing, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. The next second, a soft lollipop hammer suddenly appeared in Zero's hand. Bang! Gave Chen Xing's head a solid whack. Damage is 0. Big pervert. Bang! 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 Chapter 16. I really like you. Ahem. Won't look. Definitely not looking. Chen Xing got pummeled by Zero endlessly, torn between laughter and tears. Although the damage is 0, I've decided not to look for now. Looking at it this way isn't much fun. One day, humph. He stopped only when he decided not to gaze at the scattered stars. Let me go down. At this moment, Ling was clinging to Qinqing like a koala, with Qinqing's large hands supporting her petite bum. Those two large hands were too warm. Zero had just cooled down, yet her face flushed crimson again. Chirp! Twinkle couldn't resist giving it a pinch. Bang! The lollipop hammer strikes again. You pervert! Hit me again! The morning star suddenly turned fierce. Zero was so startled that he froze right atop him. The next moment, her face brimmed with grievances. You're being mean to me. Chen Xing couldn't keep a straight face any longer and burst out laughing. He gently kissed her cheek and whispered softly, just teasing you, silly. Ling still hadn't recovered when Xinqing got angry. It was genuinely terrifying. After all, that expression had been forged through killing countless people. Realizing he might have truly frightened her, Xinqing kissed her again. I was wrong. I won't scare you anymore, okay? Ling pouted with grievances. Seeing her still looking wronged, Xinqing, what's happened? What if we argue later? When you get angry, you're so scary. No arguments. Absolutely none, I swear. With that, Chen Xing held Ling with one hand while raising the other to swear. Then how about putting me down first? Why? Aren't you tired? Not tired at all. Ding system update complete. Congratulations, host, you've unlocked the super romance system. Chen Xing instinctively panicked. A perfectly good combat system turned into a dating system. Isn't that a total disaster? Who cares if I'm in a relationship? Can you cancel the update? No, host, rest assured. The romance system has not altered the original combat modules, but rather added romance modules on top of them. As long as the host actively completes romance missions, you can obtain rewards such as attribute boosts, crystal coins, spirit points, and special items. That's not bad. However, all romantic quests are hidden missions. All hidden missions? Chen Xing found this particularly troublesome. Hidden missions were exactly that type: vague conditions, unknown rewards, complete mysteries where you had to rely purely on luck to stumble upon them. Xinqing had been talking to the system the whole time, completely ignoring Ling. Ling thought something was wrong and called out softly, Xinqing? Xinqing snapped back to attention immediately. Let me down, please. Chen Xing chuckled softly and set her down on the ground. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she quickly scampered away, sticking her tongue out at Chen Xing. Chen Xing smiled and settled into a chair, patting his lap as an invitation for her to come sit. Don't. Zero made another funny face. Chen Xing was just about to reach for her when the system's voice rang out again. Ding Spirit Master's main quest. First upgrade for the artifact spirit. Reward, crystal coins, 100,000. Crystal stones, 100,000. Detected that the host's bound SSS grade weapon spirit 0 has reached 50% upgrade progress. Remaining spiritual value required, 100 million. What did you say? 100 million spirit points. The system ignored him and continued. Scanning upgraded spirit puppeteer data. Spirit vessel, 0. Current level, 1 star. Current enhancement, all attributes plus 0. Weapon form, locked state, cannot be unlocked. Awakening skill, lowly headbutt, 2-star effect, all attributes plus 500%. Unlock weapon form, 0 magic. Weapon type, universal. Special ability, number of bound spirit artifacts, plus 1. Skill, unknown. 3-star effect, unknown. 4-star effect, unknown. Chen Xing was dumbfounded. 2-star full attribute enhancement plus 500%, a total of 6 times the power. The most terrifying part is that the maximum bindable artifact spirits increases by plus 1. This means upgrading 0 to 2 stars would allow him to bind 1 more artifact spirit, 2 artifact spirit bonuses, plus Chen Xing's inherent system bonuses. Morningstar takes off directly. Is this the SSS level artifact spirit? Why does nobody want such a powerful 0? This was Morningstar's biggest question. Host, the artifact spirit system of 0 has issues. What do you mean? Her system has been tampered with. What? There actually exists someone in this world capable of altering systems? It might be another super system. So far, it has been confirmed that Zero's system has lost all its upgrade data. Even the artifact spirit system itself doesn't know how many spirit points are needed to level up, nor what effects the upgrade will bring. Chen Xing finally understood why Zero had been abandoned before. A basic upgrade requires a whopping 200 million spirit points. Without knowing how much spirit value is needed to level up, who would dare to throw in 200 million? Besides, how many people in this world even possess 200 million spirit value? Zero's first master spent 5 billion and went bankrupt doing it, all just to hire Zero. In the end, he turned to loans and successively poured another 80 million into Zero, yet saw not a single ripple in return. This was what led him to bring the case to the Supreme Court. To others, Zero was nothing but a bottomless pit, unfathomably deep, so they gave up. It's true that most people can't afford to maintain her. Can you restore her system settings then? Chen Xing's greatest concern was that Zero's system might have some hidden major flaws that could harm her. My apologies. Chen Xing's heart grew cold upon hearing this. Perhaps you've forgotten my identity. What identity? Yours truly ranks 10th on the multi-dimensional transmigration system leaderboard in the first technological plane. Oh, Chen Xing suddenly remembered Sanner had mentioned this before. He thought the guy was just blowing smoke, but turns out, it was real? So you can restore it? Of course, I can not only restore it, but I can also make it even more epic for her. Then hurry up and improve it for her. System upgrade required. Estimated spirit value needed, 10 billion. Borrow 10 billion spirit points. Ding, insufficient credit limit. Spirit point loan failed. How to increase the limit? The system will automatically assess the limit based on the host's personal strength and financial condition. Current limit, 200,000 spirit points. Chen Xing was momentarily speechless, his mind racing as he pondered how to earn spiritual points. Right now, the most urgent priority is to help Zero restore the system. A system that's been tampered with. God knows what will happen. At this moment, after seeing Chen Xing pat his own leg, Zero waited but nothing further occurred. She looked at him curiously, muttering to herself, "Why, has it gone quiet?" Chirp chirp. Ling walked over softly and called out gently, "Morning star." But Chen Xing was talking to the system and didn't notice her. Ling felt a little sad when he ignored her. She thought Chen Xing was angry because she hadn't behaved properly, so she climbed onto Chen Xing's lap by herself. Heave ho! After climbing on, she hugged him tightly. Chen Xing instantly woke up, staring blankly at the girl named Zero in his arms. Zero pouted with a wronged expression. "I'm here, don't be mad anymore." Chen Xing's heart softened as he patted her head. "Not mad, wait for me a moment, be good. MHM. Saying this, she hugged Chen Xing again. Chen Xing stroked her back while speaking to the system. Which mission offers the highest spiritual points as a reward? Romance mission. But isn't that a hidden mission? The system remained silent, simply summoning a panel display instead. Mission 1, unknown, reward spirit points, 500,000, crystal coins, 1 million. Mission 2, unknown, reward spirit points, 6 million, crystal coins, 11,100,000. Mission 3, unknown, reward spirit points, 100 million, crystal coins, 1 billion. There are countless tasks like this. The rewarded spiritual points and crystal coins far exceed those issued by the system itself. How on earth do I trigger this? Do you really need me to teach you that? Teach me. Just spoiler, that's all. As if I needed you to tell me that? Chen Xing suddenly understood. Coming to my senses, I looked down at Zero in my arms. Zero? Let me tell you a secret. What secret? Zero looked at the stars with curiosity. I really like you. Ding, congratulations, host. You have unlocked a hidden mission, sweet confession. Reward, spirit points, 100,000, crystal coins, 100,000. Mission repeatable. Only once. Chen Xing abruptly confessed, leaving Ling caught off guard with blushing cheeks. Ding, congratulations, host. You've unlocked the hidden daily mission, heart-pounding blush. Rewards, spirit points, 10,000. 10,000 crystal coins. Mission repeatable times, 10 per day. I really like you too. Zero blushed and shouted out these words. The system voice sounded again. Chapter 17, The Bystander's Vehement Condemnation. Ding, congratulations, host. You've unlocked a sweet confession from Zero and received. Spirit points, 100,000. Crystal coins, 100,000. Number of task cycles, only once. At the same moment, the panel of the artifact spirit system suddenly popped up. Spiritual value, plus 210,000 a balance, 1,342,500. Crystals, plus 210,000 a balance, 10,317,000. Zero stared at the panel before him in shock. What's going on? How did I get another 210,000? At the same moment, Chen Xing's system suddenly spoke. Hey girl, wait up, let's chat for a bit. However, there was no response. Chenxing's system was starting to get anxious. What's going on? Host, quick, ask for me. Chen Xing said helplessly. Artifact Spirit System. Respected Spirit Master, I am here. My system is asking why you're ignoring him. Mom said not to talk to strange uncles. Ha ha ha. Chenxing suddenly burst into laughter. Chenxing's system. I'm only 18 too. However, as soon as he spoke, the artifact spirit system ignored him. Host, what are you still doing here? Chen Xing looked utterly confused. What's gotten into me? Why aren't you out earning spirit points to level me up? Quick as lightning, I must teach this little vixen a lesson. Since the artifact spirit system and Chen Xing's system communicated directly within his mind, Ling had no clue what they were discussing. She could only hear her own artifact spirit system talking incessantly. Unaware of Chen Xing's words, she remained ignorant of the fact that he too possessed a system. Chen Xing, what are you talking about with the artifact spirit system? Ling was feeling a bit annoyed. Chen Xing was actually whispering with her system. And worse yet, that system was a female system too. Can't you hear me? I can't hear you. Chen Xing hesitated, then decided to tell Ling after all. So he told her about his own system as well. Zero was utterly shocked upon hearing this. Are you also a tool spirit person? In her worldview, anyone with a system must be a tool spirit person. Chen Xing shook his head and said, you could say I'm a spirit controller with a system. Wow, can I talk to your system then? Let me check. Chen Xing was just about to speak. As a result, his system spoke up directly. Hey there, little sister-in-law. Morning star? Ling's fair face flushed red. Brother, sister-in-law. Too bad blushing this time couldn't trigger any mission rewards. Chen Xing couldn't help but flip the bird at the sky. Afterward, Chen Xing released control over the artifact spirit system and his own system permissions. 0. Stardust, the artifact spirit system, the initialized trio. 2 systems, 2 individuals, it's equivalent to entering a group chat. Whoever speaks, everyone can hear. Stardust, how do you earn spirit points and crystal coins? You're amazing. Chen Xing smiled and said, give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. Ling hesitated for a moment before quickly planting a kiss on Chen Xing's cheek. Ding, congratulations, host, for unlocking a cheek kiss from 0. Reward, spiritual value, 50,000. Crystal coins, 50,000. Mission repeatable times. 1. Spirit artifact panel. Spirit value, plus 50,000 / balance. 1 392 500. Crystal coins, plus 50,000 of balance. 10 367,000. What? 0 looked at Chen Xing with disbelief. Chen Xing was smiling broadly. Your system is amazing. Oomph, keep it low-key. Chen Xing patted her head. It's not that he's amazing, it's you who's amazing. This system was born for you. No, that's not right. As he spoke, Chen Xing suddenly leaned closer to Ling and whispered, I was born for you. Swish! Ling's face instantly turned crimson red. Another 10,000 spirit points and 10,000 crystal coins were credited. Beep 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 beep. Suddenly, the phone in the room rang. Hello? A gentle female voice came through the phone. Hello, may I ask if you'd like to extend your stay? Chen Xing thought for a moment. I won't be extending my stay. Got it. After hanging up, Chen Xing came back and picked up 0 again. 0 asked curiously, where are we going? Chen Xing said, system, aren't you giving me a house? Other systems directly gift villas, luxury cars. What exactly have you given me? Photo album. Ahem. Ling Yi immediately widened her eyes upon hearing this. Photo album. Chen Xing quickly changed the subject when he saw this. Let's go, 0, we're going house hunting. Chen Xing thought to himself that with over 10 million crystal coins in his pocket, he should at least be able to afford a house. Can I live here too? Ling spoke as tears welled up in her eyes again. She had grown up in an orphanage since childhood, and later became a vessel spirit. Although technically, she was just staying at an exorcist's house. But those people couldn't afford to buy houses either, they were all renting. And she was practically a subletter, living with that constant feeling of dependence on others' goodwill. Only those who've lived it would truly understand. Of course, first buy something basic to get by, then when we have more money, purchase a proper marital home. Marital home? 0 blushed, brimming with anticipation. Another 10,000 spirit points and 10,000 crystal coins were added to the account. To avoid disrupting everyone's enjoyment of the sweet moments, I'll keep track of insignificant financial records myself from now on without mentioning them. No need to thank me. Of course, volunteer accountants are welcome to help with the bookkeeping. Xinxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 0 was just too good at making money. With her by my side, wealth and prosperity are just around the corner. He had already made up his mind, absolutely no buying a big house. A 1-bedroom is best. Just 1 bedroom will do. No extra bedrooms needed, spare none. Those who know. Let's go. Xinxing directly hugged 0. Ah, wait a moment. I need to grab something from the house. Okay, sure. As Chen Xing was about to carry Zero into her room, Zero quickly struggled in his arms. No, I'm going by myself. She would never let Chen Xing into her room. The she washed last night were still hanging to dry in her room. After Ling finished packing up, the two of them walked out of the shelter zone hand in hand. Standing at the entrance of the safe zone under the scorching sun, Chen Xing finally got a clear look at his surroundings. The area was packed with people, all spirit masters. This was because there was a Class D hunting ground nearby, and the safe zone existed precisely to provide resting places for those spirit masters who hunted spiritual beasts. That's why safe zones are so expensive. You could choose not to stay there, unless you're willing to risk sleeping by the roadside and potentially getting crushed in the jaws of a spirit beast while you slumber. Hunting zones are typically quite remote, located far from the city center. Ling summoned a vehicle using the artifact spirit system. It's worth mentioning that the cars in this world are quite different from those on Earth. The vehicles here have omnidirectional wheels. You can drive forward, backward, left, right, diagonally, sideways, spirally, clockwise turns, or counterclockwise turns. Any way you want to drive, you can drive. It's super convenient, but the driver's license test is incredibly hard. Extremely difficult. It once drove our little Lingling to the brink of collapse. Whoosh! The car was incredibly fast, stirring up a fierce gust of wind when it screeched to a halt before Qinqing and Ling. Hello, where to? Qinqing had looked up the information in advance and chosen a place he thought was suitable. Jiangdong New City Sales Center. Jiangdong City, located on the eastern side of the Tianjiang River, is one of the more developed cities in Hua Country. It ranks as a second-tier city in Hua Country. Yet even as a second-tier city, it surpasses the most bustling first-tier cities on Earth in terms of development. The housing prices here are also outrageously high. Zero suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Qinqing, should we go to the Spirit Master Association first? What would we do there? Professional spirit handlers get discounts on home purchases. Oh, Chen Xing suddenly understood and immediately pulled her into his arms, planting a loud kiss on her cheek. That's my wife for you, always so good at managing our life. Ling blushed and whispered, not at all, your wife. Ding, congratulations, host. Daily quest unlocked, strong condemnation from passers-by. Reward, spirit value, 50,000. Crystal coins, 50,000. Number of task cycles, 5 per day. Chen Xing and Zero instinctively glanced at the driver. They saw the driver rolling his eyes. Chapter 18. Are you two not even human? I'm not sure if it's because the road conditions were too good, or because the old driver couldn't stand the lovey-dovey couple in the back seat. The veteran driver sped along the way at an astonishing pace, or perhaps because the transportation in this world is truly advanced. The road design is remarkably well planned. All pedestrian walkways and vehicular lanes are divided into 2 distinct zones. Consequently, all vehicles on the streets travel at high speeds. During highway driving, the speed once reached 390 kilometers per hour. On the city's expressway, the speed limit reaches 150 kilometers per hour. The driver gripped the steering wheel with an expressionless face. At this moment, he resembled an assassin more than the Morning Star. Absolutely no emotion. From time to time, he stole glances at the 2 people in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He had never been this speechless in his life. Chen Xing, stop fooling around, I'll ignore you. Chen Xing kept pinching Ling's cheeks with both hands. Can't stop squeezing, it's getting addictive. The moment the car came to a stop, we're here. Then the driver pressed several buttons in quick succession. The button to unbuckle the seatbelt, the button to open the car door. He had never pressed these 2 buttons so urgently before. Click. The door opened. Then, the automated scanning system in the car sounded. Deduction of 200 crystal coins successful. Thank you for riding with us. The driver adjusted his hat on his forehead. Thank you for riding with us. Please exit the vehicle. I must say this driver's professional conduct is truly commendable. After Qinqing and Zero had left, beep, the car horn suddenly blared. The driver answered the phone, and a woman's voice came through. Lao Wang, are you coming home for lunch? Never mind, I'm full. Lost my appetite. What delicious food did you eat? Dog food. Damn it. Chen Xing held Zero's small hand, standing beneath the gate of the Spirit Master Association. On the door were a few large characters. Jiangdong branch of the Spirit Guardian Association. Let's go. Chen Xing, I'm a little scared. What's happened? This place Ling knew all too well. Every time a new spirit master is bound, they come here for evaluation. Every time she comes here, she gets mocked, because she's far too famous, infamous for being useless. Even her new spirit master would be ridiculed along with her. If not for Chen Xing, she would never have been willing to come here again. Ling couldn't bring herself to say it, but the artifact spirit system spoke up for her instead. Understanding Ling's distress, Chen Xing's heart ached for her. He patted her head and said, "Don't worry, with me here, no one will ever laugh at you again." MHM. Ling took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Let's go. Then, Chen Xing pulled Ling into the Spirit Master Association. At that moment, the Spirit Master Association was crowded with people. Some were there to accept missions, others to submit completed tasks, and still others for rank evaluations. There were also those registering information. People were there for all kinds of purposes. Ling smoothly led Qinqing to the rating area. Ah, isn't this our little Lingling? Back again so soon? Yo, a regular customer, I see. The speakers were two women veteran employees here who knew Ling quite well. Every time Zero comes, she'd always make sarcastic remarks. The moment Zero appeared here, old acquaintances would send her heartwarming greetings. She clutched Morningstar's hand in fear. Morningstar stared at those two-faced individuals, his gaze sharpening as killing intent surged. That prickling sensation on their backs sent shockwaves through everyone present. They all froze mid-action, their eyes turning towards Qin Xing. Who is this young man? What kind of feeling is this? Why am I getting goosebumps all over? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, someone spotted Zero. Ha, isn't that person beside him the SSS-Ranked? The speaker choked back their words mid-sentence. His entire body trembled as he stared at Chen Xing in disbelief. An overwhelming murderous aura enveloped him. Chen Xing wasn't even looking at him, yet he could feel it as if Chen Xing had eyes on the back of his head, coldly watching his every move. Oh, the dramatic shift in the atmosphere caught the attention of a white-haired elder. The white-haired elder smiled as he watched Chen Xing's retreating figure, thinking to himself, to possess such concentrated killing intent at such a young age? Remarkable. Zero tugged at Chen Xing's large hand. Chen Xing, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Chen Xing's face was originally expressionless, but upon hearing Zero's voice, his expression immediately softened, and he gently patted her head. Okay. The white-haired old man finally got a clear look at Ling beside Chen Xing. His face showed a look of astonishment. Isn't this? After sensing Chen Xing's murderous aura earlier, those two androgynous beings didn't dare utter another word. None of Zero's previous spirit tamers were particularly formidable, letting the two of them mock Zero at will. But Chen Xing would never tolerate such disgusting behavior, so their attitudes quickly improved. Hello, how may we assist you? His voice trembled slightly. Rating. Is this your first time? Yes. Alright, please fill out this initial rating form and wait over there. You're the 16th group today, so please listen for the announcer's call to proceed to the rating hall. Although Qinqing withdrew his murderous aura, the attention of those around him remained fixed on him. Everyone was eager to see just how formidable this intimidating young man truly was. And then I heard it was his first rating. Not even a spirit controller, yet astonishingly formidable despite not being one. But deep down, there was still a slight sense of disdain. Judging by Qinqing's age, he's only getting his initial assessment now. At best he'll be rated a D class. They quickly averted their glances and returned to their tasks at hand. The white-haired old man remained smiling at Chen Xing the entire time, lost in thought. That initial rating form contained only some fairly basic information: name, age, and details about the bound spirit companion. There were also a few additional fields. Relationship with the spirit companion? Chen Xing glanced at Zero and smiled. How do we fill this out? Her face turned red, and she whispered softly, Friday, friend. Chen Xing chuckled and ignored her, writing 4 large characters in the column. Fiancé and fiancé. The two women at the reception desk looked surprised when they saw this. Ling shyly clutched Qinqing's large hand tightly, though inwardly she was thrilled. After filling out the forms, they paid the fee, 10,000 crystal coins. Chen Xing pulled Zero's small hand and found a secluded seat to sit down. Sit on my lap. No. TSK, come on, come here. Don't, stop. With so many people around, how could Zero possibly have the nerve to publicly display affection? Qinqing kept pleading, but Zero stubbornly refused no matter what. If Qinqing hadn't been holding her hand so tightly, Zero wouldn't even have let him hold it. She's so shy. Suddenly, the broadcast voice sounded. Group 16, initiates for preliminary evaluation, please proceed to Hall 2-2. Accompanying artifact spirits may either accompany them or wait in the lobby. Repeat. As the words fell, many people began to move. So many people? There were at least 30 people in the area, all walking in the same direction. Chen Xing and Ling followed the crowd and arrived at the 2-2 rating hall. There are quite a few pieces of equipment in this hall. They're all equipment used to assess various full-body indicators. WC, no way. Why is he the examiner? The notorious devil grader from the Jiangdong branch, a ranked spirit controller. He is none other than Shuebofu, known as Shue the unyielding against all. Oh my god, it's over. I was hoping for at least a C grade, but now it looks like a D is all I'll get. Or maybe even an F. It's over. 10,000 crystal coins, all for nothing. Shuebofu listened coldly to the discussions of the people before him, his face devoid of any expression. Qinqing examined Shuebofu with keen interest, genuinely curious to see how demonic this so-called demon grade raider could be. Shui Buff suddenly roared, startling everyone present except Xinxing. Is everyone here? The invigilator counted and shouted. There are 33 people in total, everyone's here. Shut the door. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair stood at the doorway. The two at the door quickly stopped him. Sir, I'm sorry, but Spirit Master evaluations are currently in progress. No entry is permitted. Shui Bufu, who bowed to no one, turned at the sound, yet the moment his eyes fell upon the old man, his face changed dramatically. Wait a moment, you two. He immediately ran toward the old man. What happened to you? Shoo! The elder made a hushing gesture, and Shui Bufu immediately closed his mouth. Go back. Continue with the ratings. I just came to take a look. Yes. Shui Bufu finished speaking and ran back in front of the crowd again. Follow me. Everyone's minds raced with speculation. Just who was this old man that even Shui Bufu would yield to him? Everyone followed Shui Bufu to a machine. Someone nearby handed over a form, which Shui Bufu took and then opened his mouth to say, begin with the strength test. Use every ounce of your goddamn strength, give this machine your fiercest punch. The list was arranged alphabetically by the first letter of surnames in pinyin. Thus, Xinxing was placed at the very top. Xinxing, come up. Upon hearing this, Xinxing took Zero's hand and stepped forward. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with anticipation to see just what level of skill this young man truly possessed. Everyone watched as the two held hands, their faces quickly twisting into expressions of bewilderment. Shui Bufu frowned slightly. Which one of you two is called Xinxing? I shouted. Me. What about her? My girlfriend. Everyone? Shui Bufu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Showing off that you have a girlfriend? Ling's face flushed crimson in an instant. Being with Xinxing made her so happy that she'd completely forgotten. The initial rating of a spirit master had nothing to do with their artifact spirit partner. Previously she'd always waited outside. This was actually her first time entering the rating hall with a spirit master, and she'd momentarily forgotten the rules. Shui Bufu was inwardly surprised upon seeing Ling, though outwardly he remained expressionless. Unlike some people, he didn't resort to mocking remarks. Of course he recognized Ling. After all, she was so famous. Xinxing reluctantly let go of Zero's hand and patted her head. He said softly, Zero, wait for me here. He then gave her adorable cheeks a gentle pinch. Stop it. Humph. Zero forcefully pried open Xinxing's hand and quickly ran away. Chirp, chirp, chirp. With adorable footsteps that made their own sound effects, she stepped aside. Xinxing couldn't help but reveal a silly grin as he watched her cute retreating figure. He completely forgot about needing to take the strength test. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Friendly reminder. Daily quest, fierce condemnation from passers-by's hearts. Today's completion count has reached 5 times, hitting the daily limit. No more quest rewards can be obtained. Xinxing looked up and noticed the people around him all had rather unhealthy complexions. Everyone's inner thoughts. Are you even human? Especially that Shui Bufu, whose eyebrows were twitching endlessly from anger. These people instantly completed all his tasks for him, including the previous driver. 250,000 spirit points and crystal coins were secured. Shui Bufu could bear it no longer. If not for the white-haired elder's presence, he would have directly given Xinxing an F grade. Hurry up! Come test your strength. Chapter 19, you can't do that. Xinxing walked up to the machine. The machine was like one of those boxing machines you'd find in an arcade, where you throw a punch to test your strength. Xinxing narrowed his eyes slightly. His fist was already clenched gently. Everyone was waiting to see just what kind of punch this inhuman teenager could deliver. The punch hadn't even been thrown yet, but the old man's eyes had already narrowed dangerously. Everyone could feel an invisible aura radiating through the air. Shui Bufu also showed surprise, his mouth slightly agape. Among all present, Ling was by far the most tense. Her heart was pounding as fiercely as when Xinxing teased her. Go Xinxing, you can do it! She silently prayed in her heart. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Xinxing finally unleashed that punch. Boom! The fist collided with the machine, producing a tremendous noise. The sound sent a jolt through everyone's hearts. Plop, plop, plop. The numerical values on the machine skyrocketed wildly. 100, 200, 250. Beep. After the machine's sound ceased, the numbers froze at 250. Ahahaha, you scared me. Everyone present burst into uproarious laughter. Shui Bufu and the elderly man were both quite startled upon seeing this number. Damn, making such a fuss. I thought you'd bring at least 1,000. Turns out it's just 250. Ha ha ha, LMAO. F-tier. Terrifying as hell. The most terrifying F-tier in history. Zero was somewhat dumbfounded as he stared at the numbers on the machine. To be honest, Xinxing was also a bit dumbfounded that 250 was just too glaring. Xinxing instinctively looked at Zero. The people around Ling were laughing at her and Xinxing without restraint. Ling stood before them, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Tears were already welling up in her eyes. Xinxing's heart ached as he looked at her aggrieved expression. Just as he was about to act, Zero suddenly roared furiously. Don't you dare laugh. Everyone froze in place. All eyes turned toward Zero. Zero bit her lip, tears streaming down. She understands all too well how painful it is to be ridiculed. Faced with the mockery, she had nearly gone numb. But wait, she didn't want Chinching to experience that feeling. So once again she screamed at the top of her voice. I won't allow you to laugh at him. Wah! Chenxing stared blankly at Ling, her nose tingled with emotion. She quickly walked over and gently embraced her. Softly comforting him, she said, It's okay, don't cry, don't cry. I won't let them laugh at you. Sniff, it's all my fault. I'm so useless. You're clearly better than all of them. How could I blame you? Don't cry, silly. As the crowd snapped back to reality and took in the scene between the two, their faces filled with mocking grins and scornful sneers, someone burst into reckless laughter. Oh, did you hear that? This little girl says he's better than all of us? Are you convinced? Not a chance. The voice was dripping with sarcasm. So mocking. As he spoke, someone walked up to the machine and casually threw a punch. Bang! Beep! Humph! The numbers kept climbing, 200, 300, 500, 1000. Finally stopped at 1000. Wow, you're amazing. You actually hit 1000. That's 4 times the loser 250. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yi heard this and cried even more violently. She could only blame herself for not having boosted Chen Xing's power, which led to this outcome. Hearing their ridicule, Chen Xing lifted Ling Yi with one arm, then slowly turned around. His face remained expressionless. What's going on? Planning to run away with your little girlfriend? Ha ha. Bang! Chen Xing forcefully kicked off the ground, launching himself and Zero like a bullet toward that machine. Mid-air, his fist clenched once more. A punch even more powerful than before suddenly exploded forth. With this punch, he didn't merely rely on brute strength, but also technique. The technique of killing. He could rise to the position of the top assassin in Dark Star not merely by overwhelming force or speed alone. And that unbeatable technique. The instant his fist made contact with the machine, all energy erupted at a single point. Boom! The thunderous roar sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. The next second, a clink-clank sound rang out. That was the sound of parts scattering on the ground. The laughter came to an abrupt halt. Everyone stared at Chen Xing in disbelief. His fist had already pierced through that machine. One punch annihilating that so-called power tester. Xue Bufu and the old man gasped in unison. Just as expected, Zero had already stopped crying in Chinching's arms. She was petrified, staring at Chinching's profile in shock, unable to speak. Expressionlessly, Chinching withdrew his arm from that machine. The sheet metal and metal parts tore through the skin of his arm, yet his expression remained completely blank throughout. By the time it was completely pulled out, the entire arm was already covered in wounds, displayed bloodily before everyone's eyes. Ling gasped in shock. Chenxing, your arm. It's nothing. With that, Chenxing slowly turned around, his arms hanging limp at his sides, blood dripping incessantly. He stared coldly at the assembled crowd, his gaze as if beholding a row of corpses. The onlookers instinctively took half a step back under his withering glare. A crowd of people was intimidated and retreated by him alone. Zero. This was the first time Chinching called Ling by name with such coldness. Ling felt a pang in his heart. Close your eyes. As the words fell, a murderous aura surged. It instantly filled the entire space. Everyone retreated in terror once again. Zero felt a sudden panic. He quickly spoke up. Chenxing, what are you doing? Xue Buhu immediately stepped forward, positioning himself between Zero and Chenxing. What do you think you're doing? Xue Bufu stood right in front of Chenxing. Chenxing's eyes stared straight at him, yet he felt as if that gaze pierced right through him, reaching beyond. Zero guessed what Chenxing intended to do. He wanted to kill. This is the Spirit Tamers Association. Causing trouble here is simply seeking death. So she quickly clung tightly to Chenxing, pressing her little face against his chest. He said softly, Chenxing, you mustn't do this. Yet Chenxing still ignored her, his face expressionless as he gazed straight ahead. From the day he became an assassin, none whom he wished to kill had ever survived. No one could change him. The moment he decided to kill, it would be a fight to the death. Chenxing. Ling grew impatient and shook Chenxing vigorously. Xue Bufu glared sharply at Chenxing, while the crowd cowered fearfully behind him. Some were already trembling uncontrollably. That overwhelming killing intent was suffocating. The white-haired elder's nerves were also on edge. If Chenxing made a move, he would definitely act as well. But if he intervened, the situation would surely escalate. There are surveillance cameras everywhere here. Even if he values talent and lets Chenxing go, Chenxing will still end up on the wanted list. Similarly, Xue Bufu is also someone who appreciates talent. That's why he didn't take the initiative to suppress him. But his bad premonition is growing stronger and stronger, because that killing intent was growing increasingly palpable. The murderous aura intensified, kept intensifying, so powerful that even Xue Bufu, a renowned soul master on the A list, felt a trace of fear stirring in his heart. Just as the two confronted each other, suddenly, Xue Bufu sensed it, Qinqing was about to strike. It could happen any second now. This was the razor-sharp intuition he'd honed through countless life and death struggles. Just as he predicted Qinqing's moment of attack and prepared to make the first move himself, the Zero in Qinqing's arms suddenly raised her arms and hooked them around his neck. With a gentle pull, her small face tilted upward, planting a soft kiss on his thin lips. Swish! The suffocating killing intent that had filled the air vanished instantly. The murderous glint in Qinqing's eyes disappeared at the same moment. His eyes widened as he stared at Zero, who was right in front of him. Sensing the disappearance of the hostile aura, Zero pulled away from Qinqing's lips. Tears still glistened in those kaleidoscope blue eyes. Blushing, she raised her small hand and gently placed it on Qinqing's head. Gently strobing through Qinqing's full head of silver hair, he said softly, patting your head, don't be angry anymore, okay? Chapter 20 Only Zero. Feeling that small hand atop my head, Qinqing's soul was instantly purified, leaving him frozen in place. Across the vast cosmos, countless realms, among countless people, only Zero. Stop Chen Xing, Morning Star? Qinqing still hadn't responded, so he called out softly once more. Chen Xing suddenly smiled. Holding Zerop's hand, he gently lifted her up. Then he lowered his head and kissed her cherry-like lips once more. A few seconds later, the two separated. Old Xue beside them couldn't bear to watch any longer. Chen Xing, holding Ling, slowly turned to face Xue Bufu. So, what rating am I? Seeing that the young killing god had finally returned to normal, Xue Bufu secretly sighed in relief. He exhaled and said, this machine can only measure up to C-rank. Your strength is at least B-rank, so it can't detect it. Come with me, I'll switch you to a B-rank machine. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Xing followed Xue Bufu to another machine not far away. One more time. Fine. Chen Xing stood once again before the machine. Gathering strength once more, he threw a mighty punch. Beep. Numbers skyrocketing. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. When he reached the 10,000 mark, those who had mocked him earlier all widened their eyes in astonishment. And that number continues to climb. 15,000, 20,000. 30,000, 35,000. 40,000, 50,000. 55,000. At last, the number came to a halt. Hold at 55,000. Xue Bufu nodded. Excellent. The old man nodded approvingly with a smile upon seeing the figure. 55,000? How is that possible? I distinctly remember his spiritual artifact couldn't level up, it didn't have any attribute enhancements. With just their own power, they reached 55,000. That's impossible. Could that artifact spirit have leveled up? Does it have attribute buffs now? Chen Xing ignored them and instead looked down at Ling in his arms. He ruffled her little head. Am I impressive or what? Ling immediately beamed with joy. Awesome. At that moment, the system's voice rang out in both their minds. Ding dong, congratulations, host, daily quest unlocked, kiss 0, twice in total. Total rewards, soul value, 200,000, crystal coins, 200,000, mission cycle count, 3 times daily, remaining, 1 time. Chen Xing thought it was over, but the system's voice continued. Ding dong, congratulations, host, for completing the task, a head pat from 0. Reward, spirit value, 100,000, crystal coins, 100,000. Mission type, non-repeatable. Ding dong, congratulations, host, for completing the mission, letting go of the murderous obsession for 0, once. Achievement unlocked, only 0. Reward, spirit points, 5 million. Crystal coins, 10 million. Attribute bonus, all attributes, plus 20%. Mission type, achievement. The sudden system payout caught both Zero and Morningstar off guard. Especially that last mission. There were even attribute bonuses. Zero listened to the system announcement, and the smile on her face shone brighter and brighter. Especially that last mission. She absolutely adored the name of that achievement. Only 0 remains. Morningstar chuckled and ruffled her little head, exclaiming in admiration, "You're still the best." Hee hee. Xue Bufu saw these two starting up again and helplessly turned his head away, giving that group of shocked newcomers a cold glance. What are you doing? Get over here and test it already. He didn't have much fondness for these people either. Just a bunch of opportunists who'd kick a man when he's down. Though a C-grade machine couldn't test B-grade items, but a B-grade machine can measure lower levels. It's just a bit of overkill, that's all. After Qin Xing finished testing his strength, he had to wait for everyone else to complete their measurements before proceeding to the next test. Bang! Someone threw a punch, and the value stopped at 1,500. Xue Butt frowned and cursed. Haven't eaten? Bang! Another person threw a punch. The reading stopped at 800. Xue Bufu, Are you joking? The square dancing aunties in our village pack a stronger punch than that. Another person, value, 3,000. He confidently glanced at Xue Bufu, currently the highest value individual aside from Chun Xing. Achieving this level of power on the first try already placed him among the fairly capable. He thought he might escape Xue Bufu's poisonous tongue. Xue Bufu, what are you looking at? Proud of your 3,000? The kid in our village, Xinghai, just 13 years old, could kick you to death with 1 foot. These individuals are all participating in their first Spirit Tamer evaluation. The first Spirit Master rating was actually just to obtain a professional certification, then start taking jobs. Earn spirit points to upgrade contracted spirits. Most of them had just bound with their spirits and hadn't accumulated enough spirit points for upgrades, so there were hardly any significant attribute bonuses. These values are what a normal person should have. But Chen Xing's 55,000 is just fucking ridiculous. The new spirit tamers stepped forward one by one for their power tests. Xue Bufu's cursing never stopped the entire time. Chen Xing held 0 while waiting, listening to old Xue cursing, which was quite amusing. This guy never repeats himself when swearing. By the way, system, how may I assist you? Why was this mission reward distributed later than usual? Didn't you always send rewards immediately when missions were unlocked before? What took so long this time? I was just waiting for you two to settle down before reporting. Do you think voicing every single message doesn't take effort? Chen Xing felt utterly speechless. Upon hearing this, little Ling naturally blushed again. Soon, everyone's strength tests were completed. Next item, speed test. Run 100 meters back and forth 10 times. Divide 33 people into 7 groups of 5, standing in a line, with the last group having 3 people. Xinqing naturally ended up in the first group again. So, holding 0 in his arms, he stepped to the starting line. Everyone looked completely baffled. Even 0 was utterly baffled. Xue Bufu raised an eyebrow. What do you want now? Chen Xing gave him a strange look. Testing, huh? How can you test while holding her? Can't I test while holding her? The ever-defiant Xue Bufu was truly subdued today, left utterly speechless. Chen Xing, put me down right now. Why? How can we run if you're holding me like this? Oh, right, holding with one hand might not be very steady. Then, he switched to holding her bridal style with both arms. Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she struggled slightly in his embrace. Put me down. Chen Xing laughed and teased. It's about to start. Hold on to me tight. Watch out or I'll shake you off. Ling quickly clung to Chen Xing in fright. Then you, do your best. The white-haired old man silently smiled at the sight and shook his head, thinking to himself, to be young again. Suddenly, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. He covered his mouth with his hand. His eyes widened with an incredulous expression. At his age, he rarely showed such a look. When he withdrew his hand again, there lay a tooth in his palm. Inner thoughts, what the heck, why did my tooth fall out? Xue Bufu let out a deep sigh. It seemed impossible to make Xinqing put 0 down. Reluctantly raising the air gun, he shouted loudly, "Ready!" Chapter 21 World Record. Bang! At the sound of the gunshot, Chen Xing dashed forward with 0 in an instant. Zero's childish scream echoed continuously throughout the assessment hall. Chen Xing made her scream every time he suddenly changed direction upon reaching the endpoint. 10 round trips, totaling 19 directional changes. Chen Xing was lightning fast when he completed the entire course. Those newcomers had barely started their 4th round, so once again he stood at the finish line, beginning his wait. Meanwhile, Ling lay quietly in Xinqing's arms without uttering a word. What's wrong, Ling? Dizzy. Xinqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ling let out a displeased grunt in protest. You're still laughing at me. Next test, reaction assessment. Within the machine's range, dodge high-speed projectile balls. Chen Xing was still the first one. Given his extraordinary physique, Xue Bufu directly adjusted the difficulty level to an initial 800 points for him, saving them both unnecessary time. The higher the difficulty, the faster the ball moved. The machine calculates the reaction time based on the tester's evasion movements. This machine has a relatively wide measurement range. It automatically increases the difficulty level based on the test taker's responses. Xue Bufu noticed Xinqing was still holding Ling and reminded him, "You're still holding him like this? Don't say I didn't warn you, this machine is going to speed up soon. When it accidentally hits that person in your arms, don't get mad and smash my machine again. That machine is really expensive. I didn't make you pay for the last one." Chen Xing nodded upon hearing that, said thank you, and then, he lowered his head and whispered softly to Ling in his arms, "Can you go down first, please?" Her face flushed pink as she pouted slightly. "I told you we should have gone down earlier. It was clearly you who wouldn't let me go down." Chen Xing smiled as he bent down and placed her on the ground. The moment her feet touched the floor, Lingy let out a sigh of relief. "Oh my, it feels so good to stand on solid ground." Chen Xing's sudden back and forth running nearly made her throw up. Seeing her laugh so joyfully, Chen Xing couldn't help but smile too. "I'll be ready in a moment. The meaning is clear, I'll hug you when I get back." "No, I'm off. Do your best." With that, she skipped happily to the sidelines. Xue Bufu had been waiting the whole time, looking at the information sheet in his hand, pursing his lips and shaking his leg, clearly in a foul mood. From then on, in any examination hall where Xue Bufu was responsible for grading, there was one rule. For Yulingren evaluations, weapon spirit users were strictly prohibited from accompanying them. All had to wait in the outer hall. As Qinxing stood in the fully enclosed area surrounded by the barrier net, Xue Bufu announced, "Test begins." Rat-tat-tat. Suddenly, drumbeat-like sounds echoed through the field. Countless small balls came shooting out of the machine, one after another. They assaulted Qinxing from all directions at incredible speed. An ordinary person's eyes couldn't possibly keep up with that ball velocity. All one could see were streaks of their trajectories. In just a few seconds, Qinxing's figure transformed multiple times. He tilted his head to dodge one. Dodging to the side, another one whizzed past. Suddenly, it leaped up again. Suddenly, he bent down again. There was almost no pause between movements, seamlessly connected. It looked just like dancing. The new spirit masters all widened their eyes as they watched Qinxing perform. How did he react to that? Is this ball speed even humanly possible to react to? I can't even see the ball. Where is it? That's just insane. Ling watched Qinxing in the arena, moving as gracefully and effortlessly as if dancing in the breeze. She couldn't help but purse her lips happily, her corners gently curving upward. So dreamy. Her sudden murmur made those nearby instinctively glance her way. Only then did Ling realize she'd accidentally spoken her thoughts aloud. Someone actually heard that. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand in fright, though her little face remained unseen, but one could clearly tell her ears had turned red, right at that moment of her embarrassment. Ding! This is the sound indicating increased machine difficulty. Rat-tat-tat. The ball speed is noticeably faster than before. Yet, still not a single ball hits Qinxing. Ding! 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 The sound of increasing difficulty kept ringing out. Xue Bufu furrowed his brows tightly as he watched Qinxing continuously dodging in the field, his movements so fast they left after images. Now, those rookies couldn't even see the ball clearly, let alone follow Qinxing's movements. Xue Bufu took a deep look at Qinxing's profile sheet in his hand, imprinting every single word deeply in his mind. There was only one thought in his mind. This young man, he's a genius. Yet the white-haired elder now wore a solemn expression, with no trace of his earlier smile remaining on his face. At this moment, he wanted to know just one thing. Where did this youth come from, and who was he? When it comes to pure strength and speed, many people in the weapon spirit continent are naturally endowed with extraordinary power. But concerning reaction speed, the human brain ultimately isn't a computer. Reaction speed has its limits. Moreover, unlike Qinxing's super system, the weapon spirit system doesn't augment reaction speed attributes. Therefore, a spirit tamer's reaction speed can only be improved through later training. Currently, the world record holder for reaction speed is that renowned figure on China's SSS list, SSS-Rank spirit tamer, Tianzong. Nickname, God of Thunder. Reaction speed, 1,333 points. However, that Tianzong, he was born into a prestigious family of spirit masters. It's because of the training he received since childhood that he achieved such reaction speed. Therefore, the white-haired old man surmised that Qinxing must also be from some prominent family. As he pondered which top-tier spirit master family Qinxing hailed from, Qinxing had already finished the test and walked out of the arena. The machine screen displayed his final rating. Reaction speed record broken, previous record, Tianzong, 1333 points. Current record, name unknown, 1600 points. Since Qinxing's name hadn't been entered into the system yet, it couldn't identify who it was. WC. New record. 1,600 points. This machine must be broken. Zero gasped in delight at the sight of the outcome. Ha! I'm so happy I could jump for joy. As if that rating was something she had earned. Qinxing himself remained unfazed, as if all this was merely his due. Who is Qinxing, the assassin god of the Shadow Star? In just 2 years, he reached the pinnacle of Assassin Star at age 17, relying not only on the system but also on his own terrifying talent. Even now, without the immense boost from the super system, how much slower could the reaction speed of the god of assassins possibly be? At his peak, his strength might not compare to the terrifying combat power of this realm, but when it comes to reaction speed alone, he's currently invincible in this world. Ding! Congratulations, host! New record set for reaction speed in the Artifact Spirit Continent. Achievement unlocked, Divine Reflexes. Reward, Soul Points, 30 million. Crystal Coins, 50 million. Achievement Attribute Bonus, Reaction Speed Increase, 20%. Upon hearing his new record, Qinxing remained surprisingly unfazed, but when he heard the spiritual value awarded by the system, his eyes widened in disbelief. 30 million spiritual points. The distance to Zero's upgrade suddenly shrunk by a huge leap, truly worthy of being a world record. I immediately turned excitedly towards Zero, who had also heard the system's announcement. She was so thrilled she didn't know what expression to make anymore. And the gazes of everyone as they looked at Star bore the same expression, as if they were staring at a monster. How about it? Chen Xing walked up to Ling and pinched her grinning little cheeks. Morning Star, 0, she suddenly cried out. What is it? The next second, 01 suddenly jumped up and hugged him. You're amazing, ha ha. Seeing her like this, Chen Xing felt genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. Originally, he hadn't taken this test seriously at all. The 1600 points on the screen made everyone overlook yet another public display of affection by the couple. A reaction speed world record that had stood for decades was shattered. No one cared about the romantic antics anymore. Everyone immediately summoned their bound artifact spirit systems to document this historic moment. In this world where information flows with unprecedented speed, the news spread rapidly across the entire world. Domestic and international spirit master forums, domestic and international artifact spirit forums, burst into an uproar simultaneously. Did you hear? The Tianzong reaction speed record has been broken. I saw it. Rumor has it the record breaker is only 17 years old. A genius. What's that person's name? No idea, the system didn't say. I even checked with the Qiling system and still couldn't find out. Foreign forum, foreigners were utterly astonished. The world record for reaction speed has been broken. Good heavens, another person from China, and a 17-year-old boy at that. Stay calm. The reaction times of Hua Nation's spirit tamers have always been defying the heavens. Is this some kind of racial talent? What else? In a forbidden realm far on the horizon, a spiritual beast hundreds of meters tall threw a heavy punch at a mountain. Boom! The mountain was instantly shattered into pieces by that single blow. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from midair. It was a man around 30 years old, his gaze as calm as still water, quietly observing the giant spiritual beast beneath him. Grasping a black blade so dark it gleamed, a gentle swing released it. The blade rose, the blade fell. Boom! Like a divine thunderbolt descending, the entire forbidden realm trembled. Boom! In an instant, the divine descending thunderbolt blasted that several hundred-meter-tall spiritual beast into bloody mist. A rain of blood showered this entire area. Then, he began free-falling from the sky several kilometers above. Thud! It landed heavily on the ground, even leaving behind a massive crater. Yet he stood there straight as a rod, as if nothing had happened. At that moment, the system panel of the bound spirit artifact suddenly appeared before him. SS-Rank Spirit Master, Shinichi, requests to establish a voice connection. Accept? Accept. As soon as he spoke, the connection was established. A youthful voice came through from the other end. Hey, Lao Zong, have you heard the news? Oh, you still don't know? Your reaction speed record got smashed by an 18-year-old kid. Oh, why are you so calm about this? Oh, I have something to do, goodbye. Oh, beep call ended. At this moment, everyone in the rating hall felt a surge of gratitude toward 0 in their hearts, because in their eyes, Chen Xing had already ascended to the level of a monster. They finally realized that if 0 didn't stop Chen Xing, even if they survived today, tomorrow, the day after, or whenever they encountered Chen Xing again, death would be certain. After the reaction speed test, what remained were some straightforward scanning procedures. Things like body impact resistance, whether various physical indicators remain normal under extreme conditions, essentially medical examination type assessments. Chen Xing quickly completed testing all the projects. Now they just needed to wait for the system to synthesize all the data and provide the final combat power rating. Initial ratings, or when changing spirit vessels, must be measured in person at the Spirit Masters Association. For future promotions on the rankings or power upgrades, revisiting the Spirit Masters Association wouldn't be necessary. The Artifact Spirit System and the Sorcerer Association's Big Data System will be synchronized for updates. Chen Xing held 0 as they sat waiting together. 0 felt extremely nervous, her palms sweating as she tightly gripped Chen Xing's hand. Chen Xing, what rank do you think you'll be assessed at? Chen Xing gently pinched her little cheek and chuckled. Any rank is fine, as long as you're here with me. I'll get promoted in no time. But I still hope you could get a higher ranking. Why? I just want you to get a higher ranking. At this moment, the white-haired old man and Xue Bufu walked over together. In Xue Bufu's hand was a card, Chen Xing's identification card, or ID, from this world. The evaluation results were out. The white-haired old man, grinning from ear to ear, squinted his eyes as he looked at Chen Xing and Ling in his arms. Chapter 22. Do I still need to attend school? Ling spotted the white-haired elder and Xue Bufu approaching. She nervously clenched Chen Xing's large hand. Xue Bufu walked up to Chen Xing and handed him the ID card. The information on the ID card is minimal. Identity, Spirit Caller. Name, Chen Xing. Gender, male. Spirit Vessel, 0, SSS Class. What about the grading? Chen Xing was a bit bewildered. Xue Bufu was taken aback. This guy knew nothing about it, yet came to become a spirit tamer? Just as he was about to speak, Ling spoke first. Spirit artifact system, scan and bind Qinxing's ID card. Ding, scanning in progress, binding initiated. Subsequently, a panel materialized before the two individuals. Spirit Tamer, Qinxing. Combat power, 145,000. Leaderboard ranking, B chart, first place. When Ling saw the final leaderboard ranking, she happily turned her gaze toward Qinxing. But Qinxing frowned and said, B list? How come I recall that combat power above 100,000 would land you on the A list? Xue Bufu felt a bit helpless. It seemed this person genuinely knew nothing. Newly inducted spiritual masters cannot directly ascend to the A tier. They must engage in a combat evaluation against an A-rank spiritual master before being promoted to the A tier rankings. Alright, then when do we start the actual combat training? Wait for the notice. Fine. Xue Bufu, seeing him so composed, couldn't help but ask, don't you have anything to say? What did you say? Getting the top spot on the B tier chart right from the initial rating, aren't you happy about it? Huh? Why should I be excited about a B tier first place? Who knows how many people are on the A tier chart? Indeed, from the A tier to the S tier, there's a power gap spanning 900,000 combat points. It contains a large number of spirit tamers. Xue Bufu was speechless. Back when he first made the rankings, cracking the top 1,000 on the B list had filled him with joy for ages. Comparisons are odious indeed. Qinxing unintentionally glanced at Ling and noticed she seemed particularly happy instead. With a smile, he pinched her adorable puffed-out cheeks. Why are you so happy? You're number 1 on the B chart. That's amazing. Staring at her beaming face, Qinxing suddenly thought, being number 1 on the damn B chart isn't so bad after all. Xue Bufu coughed pointedly, cutting their celebration short. After just a brief interaction, he already had these two figured out. Left unchecked, they'd never know when to stop. The moment they heard him cough, Qinxing and Zero turned their attention toward him. Ahem, let me introduce you to this gentleman here. With a courteous gesture, he motioned toward the white-haired elder beside him, indicating he was speaking of that gentleman. This is Elder Lin Tianyi, once one of the top-tier SSS-Rank spirit masters. After retiring, I became the dean of the Hua Nation World Championship Preparatory Academy. Qinxing looked somewhat astonished at the unremarkable old gentleman before him. He was actually an SSS-Rank spirit master. In other words, this old man once possessed combat power comparable to Saitama. Out of respect for his senior and as a warrior's courtesy, Qinxing stood up. Ling also instinctively rose to his feet, regarding Lin Tianyi with utmost reverence, reaching out a hand. Hello. Upon seeing this, Lin Tianyi also extended his hand. Hello Qinxing, I've come to find you for just one matter. Please go ahead. Lin Tianyi got straight to the point. Would you like to join our academy? No entrance exam required. Her small mouth gaped slightly in disbelief. Even Xue Bufu seemed astonished. In this world, education is similarly divided into elementary school, junior high school, senior high school, and university. However, within the same school, there are two types of education. One is the standard compulsory education, and the other is advanced spirit tamer education. Advanced spirit tamer education, simply put, is to cultivate powerful spirit tamers for the nation. However, the manpower and resources required to cultivate powerful spirit masters far exceed those of ordinary education. Therefore, only children who demonstrate exceptional spirit master aptitude from an early age are qualified to receive preparatory spirit master education. In this world, while there are many spirit masters, less than 1/5 have undergone proper advanced spirit master training. Those who received advanced spirit master education mostly grew up to become A-rank or higher spirit masters. In this world, all general education is completed by the time one reaches high school. Thus, universities exclusively train advanced spirit masters. This is why universities here are also called advanced spirit master academies. The Imperial Spirit Academy entrance exam is truly like thousands of troops trying to cross a single log bridge. No matter which academy you consider, the admission rates are extremely and alarmingly low. Those who successfully enter the Imperial Spirit Academy will enjoy state-allocated privileges, including priority selection of high-tier artifact spirits. This is precisely why so many people break their necks trying to gain admission to universities. Having a powerful spirit vessel partner can save you countless years of struggle. And the Hua Nation World Tournament Preparatory Academy. As the name suggests, all the spirit masters trained at this academy are being prepared for the World Spirit Masters Tournament. To represent their nation in battle, he must be among the top-tier spirit masters. The academy is composed entirely of elites. Thus, the Preparatory Academy for the World Championship of Hua Nation is also the hardest to enter in the entire nation. And Qinxing was directly admitted without examination. This shows just how highly Lin Tianyi thinks of him. Lin Tianyi wore a confident smile as he awaited Qinxing's reaction. He believed no one would refuse such an opportunity. I don't want to go. Lin Tianyi nodded with heartfelt satisfaction. All right. The next second, she suddenly realized something and widened her eyes in shock. Xue Bufu and Ling also wore expressions of astonishment. The three of them spoke in unison. What did you say? Chen Xing gave the three of them a strange look. I said, I don't want to go. Xue Bufu hastily cut in. No, wait, you might not know, this academy is the finest in all of China. Go to the academy for training. With your talent, you'll undoubtedly achieve extraordinary heights. Must you go? Could it be that you've taken a liking to a particular academy? No. Then why aren't you going? That's right, Qinqing. Such a great opportunity. Why wouldn't you go? Even Zero couldn't understand why wouldn't Qinqing go. Chen Xing had many reasons for not wanting to go. Although he was now 18 years old, just at the age of entering university, even if it were on Earth, if possible, one should attend school. However, Chen Xing crossed over at just 15 years old. He spent 2 years in the Assassin Star Galaxy. He had long grown accustomed to that carefree way of living. Truth be told, the thought of returning to the academy now filled him with resistance. Besides, as a generation of assassins from the Morning Star, he even possessed his own super system. Did he really need others to provide training? Obviously not. Thus, he intended to refuse. What's the point of school? Traveling the world with Zero, exploring all sorts of mysterious forbidden zones. Isn't that way more exciting than school? Why waste those years stuck in an academy anyway? To show respect. He picked a reason that sounded less crazy. I don't want to go to school. What? Lin Tianyi was clearly bewildered by Qin Xing's reply. Xue Bufu widened his eyes, furrowed his brow tightly, and exclaimed loudly, "This is sheer nonsense." The outburst drew stares from many onlookers. Chen Xing was speechless. Was even such a response unacceptable? He was grateful he hadn't chosen any other excuse. For instance, I don't need no damn training. Or, I'm gonna travel the world with my wife, no time for school. Any random excuse like that would have made Xue Bufu blow his top. Xue Bufu also cherished talent and couldn't bear to see such promising potential go to waste. After the initial excitement faded, he still couldn't help but ask helplessly, "What do you plan to do if you don't go to school?" Chen Xing hadn't yet figured out how to respond. Xue Bufu thought he had some concerns and said, "It's alright, speak freely. If there are any difficulties, voice them. The academy will certainly help if possible." Tisk, that's not it. Then spit it out already. Exactly, Chen Xing, such a great opportunity. Why wouldn't you go, huh? Ling Du couldn't help but feel anxious for Qinqing. Why would anyone give up such a golden opportunity to improve their strength? You're sure you want me to say it? Xue Bufu said helplessly. Speak up, stop dawdling. Chen Xing glanced at Ling and gently placed a hand on Ling's head. Ling tilted their head curiously. Chen Xing chuckled softly while ruffling Ling's hair, then turned his gaze towards Xue Bufu and Lin Tianyi. With an air of righteous confidence, he declared, "I'm going to travel the world with Zero." Swish! A certain adorable little face in the room flushed red once again. Lin Tianyi? Xue Bufu's inner thoughts, damn, I shouldn't have asked. Chapter 23, Do you have to eat every meal with such enthusiasm? Teacher, you do it. Xue Bufu didn't even want to speak anymore. The kindly smile characteristic of elders had vanished from Lin Tianyi's face. I'll ask you just one question. Seeing how solemn he was, Chen Xing also grew serious. Go ahead. How do you earn spirit points? The more advanced the artifact spirit, the more spiritual energy is required for its star ascension. And Zero, you probably already know this, but the amount of spiritual energy needed just for her 2-star ascension remains unknown. Zero was forced to take her case to the Supreme Court back then, which caused quite a stir. So many people knew exactly what her situation was. Yes, that's right. Then how can you be sure you'll earn enough spirit points to upgrade him? His stats aren't even known. With your current status as a B-class spirit master, even if you pass the combat evaluation to reach a rank, do you know how many spirit points A-rank missions offer? In the past week, the highest bounty on the A-rank mission board was 4 million spirit points, requiring combat power above 800,000. Do you really think you can handle that? Without reaching 2 stars from Zero, you won't get any attribute bonuses, right? Right. Then your combat power can only be around 100,000. What kind of missions can you even take with that? The bounty rewards cap at 300,000 spirit points at best. To put it bluntly, you might die before ever seeing the day of Zero's upgrade. Lin Tianyi was absolutely right. Without the super system, Chen Xing might never earn enough spirit points for Zero in his entire lifetime. But he has a system, yet he can't speak of it. Some things are better kept hidden. Zero naturally wouldn't voluntarily reveal that Morningstar possesses a super system. After all, this was their little secret between her and Qinqing. Only the two of them knew about it. However, there was one thing that worried her deeply. She had no idea how much spiritual energy she actually needed to level up. She was afraid that she might truly be a bottomless pit, the kind that could never be filled. Chen Xing's entire life would be ruined by her hand. That's why she wanted Chen Xing to enter the academy, because the academy would allocate vast amounts of spiritual values, earning spirit points from both the system and the academy simultaneously. Chen Xing knew about the spirit points required for Zero's upgrade but deliberately kept it from her. her. He wanted to surprise her on the upgrade day. Seeing Chen Xing fall silent, Lin Tianyi sensed an opportunity. And in our academy, based on rankings, we distribute spiritual values every month. The top-ranked spirit master receives a monthly allocation, 1 million spiritual values. While you study, you can also earn money. Why wouldn't you want that? Moreover, if your skills meet the standard and you're selected for the World Championship team, the nation will pay you a salary, 10 million Ling points per month. If you can win any championship in the World Championships, the country will award you a prize. A-level champion, 5 billion Ling points. S-level champion, 10 billion Ling points. The World Championship is a joint event organized by nations worldwide, where advanced spirit masters under the age of 25 compete on the same stage. Below 25 years old, the maximum achievable rank is S-class at absolute best. Thus, the competing tiers are only A-class and S-class. When they heard about the monthly reward of 1 million spirit points or even 10 million spirit points, Chen Xing's emotions remained completely undisturbed. But upon hearing 10 billion, his heart stirred. What could 10 billion accomplish? It could help Zero restore the system. Honestly, even though there's a dating module now that gives spirit points every day, but saving up 10 billion? Who knows how long that'll take? All those tasks are hidden missions with unclear trigger conditions, and the daily quests barely give anything at all. So Chen Xing was deeply troubled by that 10 billion. The World Championship is held annually, usually at the end of the year. Now there are still 6 months left until year-end. Chen Xing felt there was absolutely a chance to give it a try. Chen Xing turned his gaze towards Zero beside him. Her beautiful eyes fluttered slightly when she noticed his attention. Those limpid, shimmering eyes trembled like a rippling autumn lake. In that instant, Chen Xing made his decision. He must restore Zero's system to normal as soon as possible. Ling? Shall we go to school first then? Okay. Seeing Chen Xing finally agree, Zero's pretty face lit up with joy. Lin Tianyi's face also regained its kindly smile at last. Then I'll go back and handle the enrollment procedures for you. Once it's done, I'll notify you, and you can come directly to register. Afterwards, Chen Xing used the artifact spirit system to exchange contact information with Xue Bufu and Lin Tianyi respectively. The two then left. Long after the two had departed, Zero's face was always lit up with a happy smile. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Noodles. Concerned that Zero might attract unnecessary trouble at the Spirit Tamer Association, so Chen Xing took Zero to a roadside noodle shop that looked decent. The crowd dining at the Spirit Tamer Association cafeteria were thus spared from disaster. Chen Xing pulled Zero into the noodle shop. The door opened, and the shop attendant called out in a crisp voice, "Welcome." Xue Bufu, who was slurping noodles in the shop, glanced over and nearly choked on his mouthful of noodles. He sat there coughing uncontrollably. Chen Xing turned towards the voice with a smile. "Professor Xue, what a coincidence." Ling also greeted politely. "Hello, Professor Xue." Cough, what a coincidence. Xue Bufu was feeling conflicted at this moment. Initially, he specifically avoided eating in the cafeteria precisely because he was afraid of running into these two people. It would ruin his appetite, so he'd escaped to eat outside instead. Result: what are the odds of running into this? What should I do now? Should I leave? Glanced at the noodles in the bowl, still plenty left. Born in the countryside and having worked the fields with his father since childhood, he knew full well the shame of waste. After sighing lightly, he began wolfing down the noodles in big mouthfuls. His mind was already made up. Won't listen, won't look, won't interfere. "Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles." "A small one," Chen Xing promptly added. "Another large bowl, please." "Certainly, please wait a moment. Feel free to sit anywhere. Don't come closer, don't come closer, don't come closer." Xue Bufu kept his head bowed. Though he wasn't looking at the two, his heart was silently praying. "Professor Xue." Chen Xing held Zero's small hand and sat down across from him. "Where is your familiar spirit? Don't you usually stay together?" Chen Xing was somewhat curious about what Xue Bufu's familiar spirit actually looked like. When I'm working and he's got nothing to do, he's usually out chasing skirts." "Oh, a guy, huh? That's pretty rare." Chen Xing unconsciously assumed everyone would choose the opposite sex. Xue Bufu could tell at a glance he knew nothing about this and explained. "In this world, male-male pairs account for 34%, male-female pairs for 35%, and female-female pairs for 31%. The differences are negligible." "Oh," followed by an awkward silence, though no one actually felt awkward. Chen Xing was looking at Zero, while Zero was absent-mindedly fiddling with Chen Xing's fingers. Xue Bufu would rather endure awkwardness than be forced to witness their affectionate displays. Seeing that they hadn't indulged in any public displays of affection for a while, Xue Bufu let his guard down. Thinking to himself that mealtime wouldn't offer many opportunities for them to act lovey-dovey, he slowed down his eating pace. The noodles soon arrived. Ling picked up her chopsticks, lifted a single strand of noodles, and placed it delicately in her small mouth. Then with a little inhale, the noodle strand rose continuously from the bowl, drawn into her mouth as if by magic. As long as the noodle didn't break, she wouldn't bite it off. She kept sucking, and soon, a long strand of noodles filled her small mouth. She just enjoys eating noodles this way, she thinks it's quite fun. Seeing this, Chinching smiled and reached out with his chopsticks. Click! Cut it off for her directly. Ah woo, what are you doing? Ling furrowed her adorable brows in anger and tapped her chopsticks against his as a protest. The sound of two pairs of stainless steel chopsticks clinking together rang out crisply. Shue Bufu HP1. Then, he pulled his bowl closer and shielded it with his hand to prevent Chinching from breaking any more noodles. Chinching looked at Ling, whose mouth was stuffed with noodles to the point of speechlessness, unable to contain his laughter. I've never seen anyone eat noodles like this before, it's too adorable. Ling angrily chewed for a long time before swallowing, then said in an upset, yet coquettish, tone, "Don't steal my noodles." Ha ha, alright. Chinching nodded while smiling. Hoof. Ling pretended to be angry and sucked on another noodle strand. Chinching watched her, finding her more adorable by the second, his smile stretching from ear to ear. He even forgot to eat. Do you really like noodles that much? Ling held a long noodle in her mouth, nodding slightly, reluctant to bite it off. Chinching said. After we eat, let's go buy a house. Let's buy one with a kitchen. I'll cook noodles for you every day. Yes, good. Snap. The chopsticks in Shue Bufu's hands suddenly snapped and fell onto the table. Those are stainless steel chopsticks. Chinching and Ling stared at him in astonishment. Teacher Shue, do you always eat with such enthusiasm? Chapter 24. The vinegar jar spills everywhere. A young waitress approached him. She handed him another pair of chopsticks, her voice trembling as she asked, Do you have any complaints? Watching Shue Bufu snap two chopsticks with one hand had terrified her. I thought there was something wrong with the food. Shue Bufu, I want you to drag both of them out. Of course, this was just his inner monologue, yet his face showed no expression as he calmly said, It's nothing, just a hand cramp. The surrounding people. After this little episode, Chinching finally remembered he hadn't finished his meal yet, so he started eating again. Burp. The system's voice suddenly rang out. How gross. You fed me, my fault then? Ding dong, congratulations, host. You've achieved the B-Rank Spirit Master title. Simultaneously unlocked are all title rewards from ranks below B. Reward, Spiritual Value, 5.01 million. F rank, 10k. D rank, 500k. C rank, 1.5 mil. B rank, 3 mil. Crystal coins, 8 million. Shue Bufu hastily stood up after finishing his meal. Leaving already, Professor Shue? Mum. With that, he quickly paid the bill and fled from this troublesome place. Just make sure you two don't end up in my class. Shue Bufu cursed under his breath, silently praying in his heart. Shue Bufu, Class A Spirit Tamer. Combat Power, 870,000. Partner Spirit, Qing Shao. Spirit Type, Possessed Armor. Occupation, Instructor of Intermediate Combat Skills Class at the World Championships Preparatory Academy. He eats rice slowly, chewing carefully, but devours noodles in no time. After finishing her meal even faster than Chen Xing, she cupped her little face in her hands and quietly watched him. Seeing Chinching noticing, she asked, do you still want to eat more? No more eats. Oh. Upon hearing this, Chinching smirked mischievously and glanced at her little belly. Ling blushed upon seeing his mischievous grin and quickly covered her little belly. No peeking. Ha ha. Chinching chuckled lightly and quickened his eating pace. Better hurry and buy a house this afternoon, then get some furniture, so by tonight we can, slurp. Let's go. 2 bowls of noodles cost 45 crystal coins total. The World Championship Preparatory Academy is located in Kyoto, which isn't far from Jiangdong City. The two cities border each other, but Kyoto is genuinely a first-tier metropolis. Its prosperity ranks among the foremost in the world. For convenience in attending school later, after discussing with Ling, Chen Xing decided to find an apartment near the academy. I hailed a taxi to Kyoto's famously upscale residential district, Linlang Tiancheng. The housing prices here can be summed up in one word: outrageously expensive, starting at 100,000 crystal coins per square meter. First, the location is prime, surrounded by commercial districts everywhere. Second, the transportation is convenient. Third, there are plenty of schools around, ranging from elementary to high schools and universities. Fourth, the environment is excellent. The green coverage area is very extensive. At the heart of the residential area lies a vast lake called Linlang Lake. It stretches expansively with sparkling blue waves. Naturally, homes facing the lake command higher prices. Interestingly, this world operates with 2 distinct currencies. One is spirit value, the other is crystal coins. Spirit value can be used for transactions, but also for evolving weapon spirits. Generally, no one is willing to use spirit value for payments. A weapon spirit cultivator will require massive amounts of spirit value in later stages. However, the transactions of spirit vessels, as well as some special trades, can only be conducted using spirit points. The use of crystal coins is limited to payments only, but whether it's mission rewards or ranking competition prizes, spirit points are granted in greater amounts than crystal coins. Thus, many combat-focused spirit masters may possess abundant spirit points but relatively few crystal coins. Unless you're in business is the best way to earn crystal coins. But Chinching's system is the opposite. There are always more crystal coins than spirit points. Everything's so expensive here. Checking with the pocket artifact system, Ling felt somewhat reluctant. It's fine, if we're going to live somewhere, let's make it a nice place. I can't afford a villa right now, but once we're married, I'll definitely buy a big one. Ling blushed slightly. It doesn't need to be too big. No way. If we buy something small, several kids crammed into one room would be miserable later on. Ling blushed as she looked at Chinching, feeling a mix of slight fear and faint anticipation. How many do you want me to have? Noticing her silence, Chinching asked. What's happened? Ling quickly shook her little head in response. It's alright. Then the two of them walked into the sales office. The lobby of this sales office was extremely impressive. Although the prices here were steep, there were still quite a few people coming to check out the properties. Whether you're buying or not, it's one of Kyoto's best residential areas. Come take a look and broaden your horizons. With so many visitors, the salespeople have long mastered the art of sizing people up. Some they can tell at a glance, these are the buyers, and so they all rush to dance attendance on them. Some people, you can tell at a glance they can't afford it. Let the customers browse around on their own. The prices are clearly marked anyway, they'll look around and leave soon enough. And Chinching and Lingran, at first glance, were just two kids. What kind of money could they possibly have? Judging by his attire, he didn't seem like a rich second-generation kid either. No one paid them any attention. Morningstar and Zero didn't mind either, walking to the center where many people had gathered. There stood a full-scale replica model made to precise proportions. Morningstar glanced at Zero, who was holding his arm. Choose one. Ling shook her head. Whatever you choose, I'll follow your lead. I'm not good at picking either. I've never bought a house. Let me call someone to explain it. He then led Zero toward a male salesman who was slacking off. The man frowned and tried to walk away when he saw Chinching and Zero approaching. He had just been scolded by his supervisor this morning and was in a foul mood, so he had been slacking off all day. He didn't want to deal with customers. Chinching, puzzled by what he saw, quickly called out to stop him. Wait a moment. Hearing his shout, people around turned to look. The salesman stopped in his tracks, his face filled with helplessness. A professional smile appeared on his face. Hello, may I help you with anything? Chen Xing glanced at his employee badge. Sales Specialist, Wang Yu, Employee ID, 38250. Could you help introduce us? We're looking to buy a one-bedroom apartment. Upon hearing Chinching's words, Wang Yu felt a surge of disdain in his heart. These two brats probably didn't even check the prices. No idea what kind of place this is. They probably couldn't even afford the toilet here. But outwardly, they still replied courteously. I'm sorry, sir. The one-bedroom units at Lantian City have all been sold out. However, we still have two-bedroom units available. Some of the slightly smaller ones are priced similarly to the one-bedroom units. Okay then, never mind. Chinching finished speaking and prepared to leave with Ling. Let's go, Ling. MHM. Though Ling didn't understand why Chinching was so insistent on a one-bedroom apartment. Still, she happened to want to leave too. She thought this place was too expensive. Wang Yu watched their retreating figures coldly and scoffed, mentally concluding they were definitely two broke losers. Otherwise, with similar prices, why wouldn't they buy it? Probably just some guy dragging his girlfriend along to show off in front of her. He muttered under his breath, two broke losers, putting on such an act. The hall was crowded, and he spoke very softly. But Chinching had extraordinary hearing. He immediately halted his steps and turned to glare coldly at him. What did you say? Wang Yu was startled by this and thought to himself, WC? Such sharp ears? The standoff between Chen Xing and Wang Yu quickly drew the attention of those around them. Wang Yu dared not start a conflict with him under everyone's watchful eyes. Having just been yelled at by the boss this morning, getting into more trouble would be the end of him, so I pretended nothing had happened. What? I didn't say anything. At that moment, a tall woman in professional attire walked into the sales hall. Her demeanor was noticeably different from the other sales specialists. Beautiful and with a great figure. Every gesture exudes the aura of a strong, capable woman. The moment she entered, she sensed the strange atmosphere in the hall. With just one glance, she identified Chen Xing and Wang Yu as the focal point of the conflict. She walked straight toward them without hesitation. Wang Yu's face darkened the moment he saw the woman. His heart skipped a beat. She was none other than his superior, sales manager Chen Xin. Chen Xin strode forward with authority, her high heels clicking decisively as she positioned herself between Chen Xing and Wang Yu. She deliberately blocked Wang Yu directly, with a smile playing on her lips. Sir, may I help you with something? Her voice was exceptionally pleasant. Ling looked up and thought, what a beautiful sister. Chen Xian also turned her gaze to Zero and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This little sister is truly adorable. Then Ling turned her gaze to Qinxing, who was staring at the beautiful older woman before them with an impassive expression. She murmured to herself, would Qinxing think that she's prettier than me? Chen Xing gave Chen Xian a cold glance and said indifferently, there's nothing I need help with, but you should really replace this salesman of yours. With that, he led Zero away, too impatient to argue any longer. There was still a pile of things to do. Chen Xian was somewhat surprised by Chen Xing's expression. To be honest, few men could resist stealing more than a glance at that face of hers. When Qinxing looked at her, she only felt that she didn't exist in his eyes at all. Chen Xian could roughly guess what had happened even without Qinxing saying a word. It was definitely Wang Yu's poor service attitude that caused this. Yet she didn't try to stop Qinxing from leaving. To be honest, she also thought Qinxing and Zero couldn't afford a house here. Just as she was about to turn around to scold Wang Yu mercilessly, another exclamation sounded from behind. Zero, what are you doing here? A man stood before Qinxing and Zero, staring at Zero with astonishment. Chen Xing glanced at Zero, noticing she looked equally surprised. A question arose in his heart. Who is this person now? Brother Fei Fei? What are you doing here? What a coincidence. Long time no see, Ray. Qinxing stared at Ray's shocked expression, feeling waves of jealousy churning inside. Brother Fei Fei? Calling me so intimately. Damn it. Shit. Chapter 25. Masterfully playing the pretentious game. The man's eyes visibly lit up when he saw Zero. Zero had always been adorable, but after these years apart, she'd become even cuter. His heart skipped a beat instantly, thinking to himself, this little girl must still be a pathetic waste of space by now. Throw some money around, coax them a bit, maybe you can trick them into bed? Just as Qinxing was guessing the identity of the person before him, he spoke first. Ling, who is this? Chen Xing froze for a moment. Shouldn't that be my line? As if he and Ling were closer acquaintances. He is. I'm her husband. The little darling was suddenly interrupted by Qin Xing, yet she didn't get flustered or angry. Instead, her face flushed red. Oh, Brother Fei Fei looked Qin Xing up and down in disbelief. You two got married? Fiancé. Fei Fei Ge let out a meaningful oh. Zero, who is he? He was my previous spirit master, who took great care of me back then. But later, Zero started to speak but then fell silent. We ended up dissolving the contract after all. I'm sorry, Zero. I promised you at the beginning that I wouldn't abandon you. His expression showed how deeply he blamed himself, but it was all an act. Perhaps he had genuinely felt remorse before, but now, all that remained was regret. If only we had stayed in touch after terminating the contract. Maybe I could have even tricked him into bed. Seeing that expression, Qinxing sneered inwardly. He wasn't buying it. What use was remorse after already abandoning him? But Ling Jian still held a grudge, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. It's alright, Fei Fei, I completely understand. Little did Ling know, the Fei Fei standing before her was no longer the big brother who used to always look out for her. Time always has a way of completely transforming a person's soul with effortless ease. Sigh, if only my spirit companion were half as understanding as you. Fei Fei, your spirit companion must be really powerful now. Just alright, only C-tier. Fei Fei was quite the talker. Ling actually ended up having a conversation with him. Zero didn't actually want to talk, but kept responding out of politeness. And then, Qinxing beside her was completely forgotten. Qinxing watched from the side as the two of them chatted so animatedly. I'm really pissed off. I feel like killing someone. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Ling and Qinxing's minds. Ding dong, host has been detected exhibiting jealous behavior. Achievement unlocked, Jealousy King. Reward, comfort from the system. Crystal coins, 5. Comfort. Go buy some candy, child, no need to thank me. Qinxing's lips twitched uncontrollably as he cursed inwardly. You're really out of your mind. Ling was momentarily stunned. The next moment, she pressed her lips together, her mouth corners curling uncontrollably upward as she lifted her gaze to meet Qinxing's. One could tell she was trying desperately to suppress her laughter. Seeing this, Qinxing's face flushed red, and he hurriedly explained. That's not true at all. Don't listen to the system's nonsense. But 01 couldn't hold it in and quickly covered her mouth. Tee-hee-hee, she secretly began laughing. Ding dong, host detected blushing. Daily mission unlocked, old face turns red. Reward, spiritual value, 50,000. Crystal coins, 50,000. Repeatable, twice daily. Giggle. Ling's silvery laughter chimed like wind chimes. She simply couldn't hold it in any longer. Qinxing found himself torn between laughter and exasperation as he gently bent down and lifted her up. You, put me down. There are so many people. Ling struggled weakly in his arms a couple of times. Qinxing grinned mischievously, whispering into her ear. You made me blush, now I'll make you blush too. His breath brushed against Ling's earlobe, sending an unbearable tickling sensation through her. Her face instantly flushed crimson as she murmured in a tiny voice, "Don't." The word stirred a ticklish sensation in Qinqing's heart. Unable to resist, he wanted to tease her further, whispering softly by her ear, "I'm jealous, why do you look so happy? Are you doing this on purpose?" "I'm not happy at all." Of course she's happy. The fact that Qinqing was jealous for her sake proves he cares about her. Just thinking about it makes Ling happy. Hefiafai looked completely bewildered. Why were they suddenly showing off like this? At the same time, his heart sank, realizing that what he had just thought about earlier was probably hopeless. He knew Zero's personality all too well. This girl could be easily fooled. But then again, she could also be incredibly hard to deceive. The way the two of them flaunted their affection without a care for others made Hefei, standing right in front of them, so embarrassed she could have dug out an entire moor farm with her toes. To ease the awkwardness, he said, "Are you here to see the apartment too?" Ling's blush hadn't faded yet as she nodded gently against Qinqing's chest. The sight was utterly adorable. Hefei found herself momentarily spellbound. But before long, I felt the welcoming gaze from Qinqing's eyes. Clearing my throat awkwardly, I said, "I'm also here to check out the apartments. Want to go together? Maybe we can pick neighboring units and visit each other often. We've already finished looking and are about to leave." "Oh, really? Which unit did you buy?" "Didn't buy." Hefei let out an "oh," then quickly scanned Qinqing's outfit from head to toe. His clothes were quite simple, definitely not giving off wealthy vibes. A trace of disdain flickered across his face, but quickly returned to normal. "Because it's too expensive?" Zero was about to say but Qinqing directly cut him off. "Buy it." "Who said we're not buying it?" Hefei raised an eyebrow. "Oh," Ling murmured in confusion. "Qinqing, let's go, we're going to see the house." With that, he turned and carried her once more toward that enormous model. Hefei let out a cold laugh in his heart, following closely behind, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Qinqing had just caught the flicker of disdain on Hefei's face. If Hefei were anyone else, he wouldn't have cared in the slightest. Like that salesman from earlier, Qinqing couldn't be bothered to waste words on him. But Hefei was one of Zero's previous spirit masters. Just this connection alone made him extremely displeased. Qinqing deeply empathized with the hardships Zero had endured in the past. And here stood one of the very spirit masters who had once abandoned Zero. No wonder he felt no goodwill toward him. Hefei still looked down on him. That Qinqing couldn't stand it. No matter what, he had to get justice for Ling. He just had to make him understand that by abandoning Ling, Ling had actually become happier than ever before. For this reason, he was willing to give up his long-cherished dream, that perfect one-bedroom apartment layout. Many in the crowd had noticed this entertaining drama and turned their gazes toward Qinqing and his two companions. They thought to themselves, this young man doesn't look wealthy, probably just pretending to be something he's not. Meanwhile, the sales manager, seeing Qinqing return with what appeared to be a wealthy companion nearby, observed the situation closely. He said to a very young female salesperson standing nearby, "Go attend to them." "Okay." The young saleswoman jogged over to Qinqing and his two companions. "Hello, may I ask?" Hefei cut her off directly, his face radiating an air of boldness. "I want this 2-bedroom 1-living-room apartment. How much is it?" The saleswoman froze for a moment. She had assumed this was just another farce. I never expected Hefei to be so generous. With just one glance, they bought a whole house outright. This unit totals 14.85 million, with a total area of, no need to explain, crystal coins payment. This. Very well. Wang Yu, who had just called Qinqing a poor bastard, suddenly whitened his eyes. Instantly, he felt like he'd suffered a huge loss. If it weren't for Qinqing, that commission might have been his. Actually, even without Qinqing, it wouldn't have been his after all. He was slacking off. However, such people always have the habit of blaming others for their failures. Many people in the hall were just visiting, not buying anything. Seeing Hefei being so generous, many showed envious expressions, their faces practically saying, "Being rich sure feels great." Hefei looked thoroughly pleased with himself. He had had his eye on this house for a long time, truly loved it. He begged his wealthy, over 40-year-old artifact spirit for ages before she finally agreed to buy it for him. Little did he expect to encounter Qinqing, who ended up creating such an effect, giving him the perfect opportunity to show off. Instantly, I was utterly smug. "Oh right, I'm a Class C spirit controller, does that qualify me for a discount?" "Yes, Class C spirit tamers get a 5% discount. The total after discount is 1,410.75. I'm ranked 40th on the C list, with a combat power of 48,000. Almost B level. Can you give me a better discount?" In this world, a combat power of 50,000 means you can obliterate a car with a single punch. You're already quite the expert, and Hefei is about to join the ranks of the experts. This left many people looking rather surprised. Everyone was filled with envy. This person is truly powerful and wealthy. This made Hefei feel smug once again. However, the female salesperson seemed rather embarrassed. "I'm afraid that won't be possible." Seeing this, Hefei pretended to respond nonchalantly. Forget it, that's fine anyway. It's not like it's a huge difference in price. As he spoke, he shot a glance at Qinqing, but he noticed neither Qinqing nor Ling showed any reaction on their faces. Instantly deflated, he felt his dramatic flair fell flat. If they weren't shocked, then his whole performance lost its punch. He pulled out his ID card from his pocket, handed it to the female salesperson, and said, "By the way, this young man says he wants to buy too. You can wait, we'll pay together." Chapter 26, Give Her a Home. Many could tell at a glance that He Fei was deliberately trying to mess with Chen Xing. Sympathy for him welled up among the crowd. He Fei looked at Chen Xing with a smug expression, waiting for him to speak. Yet Chen Xing and Ling paid him no attention. The two were engaged in their own conversation, talking back and forth. As they spoke, Ling's face would occasionally flush red. "What kind of floor plan are you looking for?" "Oh, just a moment." "All right." Then Chen Xing glanced at Ling in his arms. "How about buying a 200 square meter apartment? We don't need something that big, just the two of us. A spacious place is more comfortable. Over 100 square meters would feel cramped and depressing." He Fei could tell he was mocking her, her smiling face freezing momentarily. Then her eyes narrowed slightly, the cold smile growing more pronounced. "You're quite the actor, aren't you? Go ahead. Keep up the act, let's see if you can maintain it when it's time to pay." The main reason he looked down on Chen Xing was actually because he despised Ling. Deep down, he believed Ling was utterly useless, no better than trash. What profit could there possibly be in binding with a worthless spirit artifact? Unless Chen Xing's family owned mines or was in business. But He Fei knew all too well what rich kids were like. Having been with his sugar mommy, he had plenty of exposure to affluent people. He understood the ways of the wealthy better than anyone. So, he was convinced in his heart that Chen Xing was just putting on an act. Sure thing. In this matter, Ling would definitely listen to Qinqing. After all, he was the one buying. If Qinqing wanted something big, then big it would be. She might be broke, but otherwise, she'd buy him whatever his heart desired. There exists a contractual employment relationship between spirit vessels and spirit tamers. The terms are mutually agreed upon when forming the binding pact. Each month, the spirit tamer must pay an agreed-upon fee to the spirit vessel. The contract terms are quite flexible, primarily determined through negotiation between spirit tamer and spirit vessel. As for Zero, apart from the first hirer who paid her more generously, the people she met later didn't even have much money themselves, let alone paying her any wages. It's just food and accommodation included. However, during the contract period, she didn't provide any help whatsoever, so she never mentioned the employment fee herself. When she bound herself to Qinqing, she hadn't given it a second thought. She didn't need to buy anything, she simply wanted to follow Qinqing around. Whether Qinqing was rich or poor, as long as she could stay by his side, it was pure happiness. Ah, pity, theirs isn't even a one-bedroom flat. Chen Xing gazed at those houses and let out a deep sigh. He Fei couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, sneering. Fancy a one-bedroom apartment? What a pity. Those tiny units are rare in this neighborhood, you should have come earlier. Chen Xing didn't even bother responding to him. Directly bring up the system's balance panel. Spirit value, 37,152,500. Crystal coins, 69,106,800. Staring at the panel, Zero and Morningstar were both slightly astonished. Before I knew it, I'd saved up so much money. With this much money, I could really buy whatever I want. How about this one? Let's get this? But this must be crazy expensive. Although Qinqing was wealthy, Ling still felt it was unnecessary. Because Qinqing had picked out a 263 square meter unit with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Ling wondered, why would 2 people need 4 rooms? Then she suddenly remembered Qinqing's earlier remark about wanting her to have lots of babies. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she fell silent. Chen Xing suddenly remembered something. That after ascending to 0 stars, there would be a special effect, plus 1 additional weapon spirit slot. Chen Xing will have multiple spirit artifacts, and by then, they will likely have to move in as well. At first, Chen Xing wanted to buy a 1-bedroom apartment to enjoy a sweet life for the time being. However, since buying now is no longer an option, why not go all in and purchase several properties at once? Then Chen Xing turned directly to the female salesperson. Is this apartment move-in ready? Has it been furnished? The female sales agent's face clearly showed a look of surprise. Inner thought, can this young man actually afford it? And he picked the most upscale unit in the entire complex. The people around couldn't help but wonder what kind of apartment Chen Xing had chosen. Some people even leaned in to take a look. At the same time, they wondered in their hearts, can this young man really afford it? He Fei glanced at the house information and couldn't help feeling surprised. He began to doubt his own judgment as well. Could it be that Chen Xing is really rich? Hello, this unit features 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms with exceptional functional zoning. Total area, 270 square meters. Price per square meter, 140,000 yuan. The saleswoman spent ages just introducing the property. The longer everyone listened, the more outrageous it seemed. Such a splendid apartment definitely wouldn't come cheap. The total price comes to 37.8 million. 37.8 million. Most of the people present exclaimed in shock. That's enough to buy a small villa in some less desirable areas of Kyoto. That's way too expensive. Feifei was somewhat shocked. 37.8 million? That was easily 2.5 times the price of his house. Chen Xing nodded expressionlessly and handed her his ID card. Wang Yu stared at Chen Xing in stunned silence, consumed by regret. 37.8 million. If he had sold this apartment himself, what kind of commission would he have gotten? Now he's starting to hate himself. He just let all that money slip away. Please wait a moment, both of you. The female salesperson's voice trembled slightly. She hadn't expected happiness to arrive so suddenly. Sold 2 large apartments in one go, making a fortune. A smile that just won't quit. Feifei still can't believe Chen Xing could afford it. No way. Absolutely impossible. He must be faking it. I've already imagined the complete plot in my mind. When the card fails to withdraw money later, he'll definitely claim it's malfunctioning and say he needs to check it back at the Guardian Spirit Association, using that as an excuse to slip away. However, after a while, the saleswoman returned and happily handed the card back to Chen Xing. Hello, your total consumption is 32.13 million. The crystal coins have been deducted. Chen Xing nodded and put the card away. Wait a minute, wasn't it 37.8 million? How did it become 32.13? The more smug Feifei had been earlier, the more his face stung now. He was completely furious. The salesperson was about to speak when Chen Xing abruptly asked, "Can I move in tonight? If you're in a hurry, you can move in right away. The apartment has top-tier renovations already completed, just bring your bags and settle in. The paperwork will take a few more days to finalize. The details including room access codes, rental contract, and property management agreement will be sent to your artifact spirit system shortly." Understood. With that, Chen Xing turned to leave expressionlessly, still carrying Ling in his arms. Wait a minute, wasn't it 3,780? Why 32.13 million? Chen Xing ignored him and kept walking out. The female salesperson watched Chen Xing's retreating figure with admiration in her eyes. Because this gentleman is a Class B spirit controller, he qualifies for a 15% discount. The hall instantly erupted in unrest. Exclamations burst forth in unison. A Class B? At such a young age? Oh my, what a boundless future awaits. At such a young age, Chen Xing's achievement of reaching B rank carried a significantly greater impact than the previous results. The most shocked one was still Feifei He. Isn't Zero just a useless character with no attribute bonuses? He's only 18, how did his combat power reach B grade? While the entire hall was stunned, Chen Xing had already carried Zero out of the main hall. In this world, Chen Xing finally had a place to call home. Ding Dong detected that the host has purchased property in Kyoto worth 30 million, presenting a special housing subsidy gift package. Please check your inventory to claim. Love module. Ding Dong detected that the host has 0 purchased properties in Kyoto. Unlocked mission, give her a home. Reward, spirit points, 5 million. Crystal coins, 10 million. Mission type, infinitely repeatable. Rewards proportional to property value. Inside the shopping mall, Chen Xing sat on a chair outside the fitting room, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Zero was inside changing clothes, and had been at it for quite some time. Since there was nothing else to do in the afternoon, Chen Xing brought Zero to the shopping mall. He wanted to buy her some new clothes. After all, he had burned all her previous outfits. It was convenient for him too, since he needed to stock up on some items and clothing as well. Click. The fitting room door opened, with Chen Xing eagerly widening his eyes as he waited for Zero to emerge. But when Zero stepped out, the smile on his face froze solid. Why didn't you come out wearing the new clothes? Zero was holding new clothes in his hands but still wearing his original outfit. Of course, Zero knew exactly what he was scheming. Haha, there's a mirror in the fitting room. Alright then, do you like it? Bye. As they strolled along, evening soon fell. Ling enjoyed wandering immensely. Chen Xing was equally delighted. On the way back, Chen Xing? Zero sat in the car, gazing at the stars with wide-eyed confusion on her small face. Why are you smiling so creepily? Chapter 27. Moving into the new home. Throughout the day, Zero's emotions went through dramatic ups and downs. Sometimes crying, sometimes laughing, combined with an exhausting afternoon at shopping, she was completely drained. On the ride, I fell asleep leaning against Chen Xing. Driver, please slow down. She's fallen asleep. Okay. The driver glanced at the back seat, thinking to himself, damn, I finally got some sleep. Didn't even need that late-night snack. After a long, leisurely journey, they returned once more to Ling Ling Sky City. Chen Xing lifted Ling with both hands, his movements so gentle that she didn't even stir awake. The artifact spirit system had already received the message from the Ling Ling Sky City property management. The two lived in Building 15, a structure adjacent to Ling Ling Sky Lake, on the 52nd floor in room 113. Following the map, They arrived at Building 15, Rei still sound asleep in Shinsei's arms, a sweet smile lingering on her face. Shinsei couldn't bear to wake the little one in his embrace. To prevent the rocket elevators of this world from disturbing Rei's slumber, he carried her up flight after flight, climbing all 52 floors on foot. Room password, %amp, %, not telling you. Gently pushing the door open, the room sensors detect someone entering. The lights automatically illuminate. Whoosh! The entire living room instantly brightens. The 230 square meter house features a main living room alone that spans over 50 square meters. The decor is exceptionally grand. Directly facing Qingqing is an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, measuring a full 7 meters wide and over 3 meters tall. This is such a scenic view room. On the 52nd floor, the night scenery outside the window is utterly captivating. In the distance, colorful lights shimmer and reflect off each other, while countless stars twinkle mesmerizingly across the sky. Qingqing couldn't help but marvel in her heart. Expensive houses are indeed superior. After carrying Zero around the room for a while, Qingqing chose the largest room, the master bedroom with its own bathroom. Zero still hadn't woken up. After gently placing her on the sofa, Qingqing went to tidy up the house. The bed was all tidied up. Then I carried her to sleep there. Later she woke up to find me lying beside her. So nice. Didn't even need coaxing. Qingqing was certain, though the two were already together. But with Zero's personality, there was no way she'd agree to sleep with him. Although Qingqing wouldn't actually do anything to her. Not bad at all, really not bad. Qingqing briskly tidied up the room. The sheets and bedding are all purchased, but with 4 rooms, only one set was bought. Don't ask why. When he finished tidying up and came out ready to carry Zero inside. But to my surprise, Zero was already awake. She stood silently before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the nightscape outside. The dazzling neon lights below filled her with overwhelming emotion. Is this really my home? She bit her lip, felt a sting in her nose, and tears began to fall. She had once visited the capital with other spirit tamers. She had also been abandoned here before. She always felt out of place in this city. The city was vibrant and bustling, while she remained lonely and adrift. The more people came and went on the street, the lonelier she felt. Every day here made her feel like an outsider. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined settling down here. During her years of drifting in hardship, at the very moment she had given up hope and wished to die. Meeting the love of my life, even though it was just for a single day, felt as if we had loved for 10,000 years, and I would gladly love for millions more. Suddenly, this world had a place where she belonged. It all made her feel as if she were dreaming. She gazed absent-mindedly at the scenery outside the window, her heart filled with thoughts of Qingqing. She didn't even notice Qingqing approaching from behind. Qingqing gently embraced her from behind and whispered softly, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" "No." Zero shook her head, wiped away her tears, then turned around and tightly embraced Qingqing, buried her little head in his embrace. "I absolutely love it. Woo-woo." Qingqing probably guessed why she was crying and gently cradled her small head, speaking softly, "Wherever I am from now on, there will be home. MHM. Ling nuzzled against his chest for a moment, then lightly pushed Qingqing away. Qingqing looked at her curiously, wondering what she was about to do. Suddenly, a beautiful smile blossomed on Zero's face as she spread her arms and stood on tiptoe. "Hug me." Cuteness overload. Qingqing froze on the spot. Seeing no response from him, Ling's smile vanished as she rose onto her toes once more. "Hug." Snapping out of his daze, Qingqing grinned foolishly and picked her up. Zero let out a smug hee-hee, thoroughly satisfied. Only when alone would she dare be this bold. Were others present, she'd inevitably flush red with embarrassment. "I want to see the bedrooms." After showing her around, Qingqing asked, "How about it?" "Not bad." Qingqing was amused by her adorable tone and mimicked it. "That's awesome. Hee. Put me down, Qingqing. I need to go tidy up the rooms too." "No need to tidy up. Everything's already taken care of." "Ha, didn't we only finish cleaning one room? Is one room not enough?" Qingqing raised an eyebrow at her. This, Zero instantly understood. She finally realized why Qingqing was so insistent on getting a one-bedroom apartment. You. She was instantly too embarrassed to speak. "Let me down." "No, what if you run away?" "I won't run. I don't believe it. I really won't run away." Ling's delicate face flushed crimson as she squirmed relentlessly in Qingqing's embrace. "How can you make me believe you won't run away?" Ling had a sudden idea. "I need to use the bathroom." Really?" Qingqing squinted at the shy Zero in his arms, suspecting she was lying to him. "It's true." Zero blushed, her little head nodding frantically. "Heh, little liar. Really? Then I'll take you there." "No, pervert." Qingqing actually carried her into the bathroom inside the master bedroom, gently placing her on the ground, then smiling at her adorable look of confusion. "Let's see how she tries to run away today." A cockroach." Zero suddenly pointed at a spot and shouted. Qingqing frowned and turned to look in the direction she pointed. At the moment Chinching turned his head, Ling tried to slip past him unnoticed and escape the bathroom. Just took one step, no, half a step, was caught by Chen Xing and held in his arms. Let me go, you. Chen Xing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little lass probably somewhat looked down on his world-class reflexes. You've actually learned to lie, you've gone bad. No. To punish you, I won't let you down. You're bullying me. As she spoke, Ling lowered her head, covering her eyes with her little hands while secretly wiping away tears. Chen Xing pursed her lips and gazed at her, struggling to hold back laughter. Zero's acting skills truly needed improvement. She actually thought she'd performed convincingly, waiting for Chen Xing to set her down. After wiping fake tears for ages, she suddenly realized Chen Xing wasn't budging. The little head tilted up slightly, one hand covering the eyes while peeking through a tiny gap between fingers, pretending to cry while stealing glances at Chinching. That look was exactly like a meme. It made Chinching completely lose her composure. Ha ha ha. Zero, seeing this, decided to drop the act and pouted. Stop laughing. Ha ha. In the living room, Chen Xing held Zero tightly on the sofa, refusing to let go no matter what. Nom. Ling yawned, even shedding 2 tears from the exhaustion. Chen Xing, I want to go night-night. Together? No. Then sleep in my arms. No, I want to go to bed. Oh, to bed? Ling's face flushed red, and the next second, the candy hammer reappeared in her hand. Bang! Pervert! The damage was 0, Chen Xing even yawned. He blinked a few times, looking rather weary. Are you sleepy too? Time for beddy bye? Chen Xing opened his weary eyes and looked at her. Together? Come on, I won't do anything to you. That won't do either. Men and women should keep a proper distance from each other. Then why are you in my arms right now? Don't you want to hold me while we sleep? I don't want to, humph. Chen Xing smiled, feeling it was hopeless. They had already spent several hours at it. It was getting late, and it was indeed time to sleep. Fine, then go ahead and sleep by yourself. Really? Mum. With that, Chen Xing had already picked her up and stood. He carried her to the master bedroom and set her down on the floor. Then he turned toward the door, quite deliberately preparing to close it behind him. Before closing the door, he added one last reminder. No staying up late. Go to sleep early, or I'll spank your bottom. Chen Xing. Ling suddenly called out to stop him, gazing at him with visible unease. Chinching looked puzzled. What's happened? Are you mad at me? Not at all. Chapter 28. What are you doing, my darling? Not at all. Chen Xing quickly realized that she might have come across as somewhat distant just now while lost in thought. Immediately walking over to her side, she embraced her. I'm not angry. Don't worry, I wouldn't be angry with you, never would. Ling still feared that Chen Xing might misunderstand her and stammered. I'm not. I don't want to be with you. It's just that. I know. Chen Xing gently stroked her head, then lowered his face and pressed a kiss onto her cherry-like lips. They lost track of time until Ling couldn't take it anymore. Her pretty face flushed crimson as she panted heavily, taking several deep breaths before finally catching her breath. Next time, let's, together, sleep. Ling's face turned redder as she stammered, her voice growing softer and softer until the last word slipped out as little more than a voiceless whisper. With a soft laugh, he gently kissed her forehead. Alright, I'll wait for you. Thank you. Chen Xing froze in confusion. Why thank me? Silly, next time you want to say thanks, you should say love you instead. Ling's face immediately blossomed into a radiant smile as she leaped into Chinching's arms. Love you. Chinching chuckled while scooping her up, heading toward the bed with the intention of tucking her in. It was indeed far too late for anything else. Children should go to bed early. Before leaving, Chinching felt reluctant and gave her another kiss on the lips. Then he returned to the living room. After a quick wash, he changed into newly bought clothes and lay down on the sofa. Suddenly remembered there's a gift package I haven't opened yet today. Unlock the home purchase subsidy package. Ding dong, home purchase subsidy package. Crystals, 50% crystals refunded. Furniture, solid wood bed *1, includes bedding set and mattress. Dining table *1. Wardrobe *1. Nightstand *1. Curtain *1. Appliances, microwave *1. Television *1. Refrigerator *1. Kitchen appliances and utensils, full set. Ding, congratulations, host. Hidden reward triggered by 10% luck. Obtained limited edition furniture theme skin, 0. Thought all furniture could change skins. Please check your inventory. What the? Furniture with skins now. Chen Xing picked a room right next to Ling's. I plan to look at some new furniture. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than I packed away all the original furniture in the room. Help me arrange the furniture. Ding dong, scanning the room, planning in progress. Swish. With the system's help, all the furniture was instantly in place without making a sound. Throughout the room, everything was filled with 0. What the hell is this? Chen Xing froze as he stared at the scattered stars filling the room. What is a limited skin, Zero? It means that photos of Zero were printed on all the furniture. He was all too familiar with these photos. Every single one was from Zero's photo book. The sheets, the duvet cover, the pillows, everything bore Zero's image. Chen Xing couldn't help but complain. King embarrassing. Then should I switch it back for you? No, just help me lock the door, thanks. I'll change it tomorrow when I wake up. There's no way Zero can see this. Tisk. Chen Xing blissfully lay on the bed covered in Zeros, leaving the lights on as she kept admiring them. She eventually fell asleep while gazing at them, not even bothering to turn off the lights. Meanwhile, Zero in the room had just finished showering and stepped out. She had a habit, without taking a bath, she couldn't sleep. And Zero after a bath was a Panda Zero. Yes, this panda pajama was bought for her by Qinxing. The distinct black and white fur looked absolutely perfect on Zero. Qinxing took one look at it and immediately bought it for Zero. Since he bought it, of course Zero had to wear the clothes Qinxing chose and fall asleep happily. Is Qinxing asleep yet? After just a short time apart, Zero already missed him a little. I want to take one last look at him before sleeping. If he's still awake, it'd be even better to get one last bedtime hug. Thinking this, I gently pushed open the door. All 4 doors were closed at the moment, but Ling could tell from the crack under one door that there was still light inside. Still awake? And he told me to go to bed early. Humph. So a little red panda crept over quietly, intending to fling the door open suddenly and give him a fright. But the door won't open, because I got locked out by the mistress. Zero muttered inwardly, not sleeping, and locking the door. What's he doing in there? Is he up to no good? Although Chen Xing locked the door, the key was still hanging on it. New house keys are usually left in the keyhole. Chen Xing hadn't removed them. Ling gave it a gentle turn. Click. The moment the door opened, Zero gave a sudden push. Just about to startle him with a sound, she was dumbfounded by the sight before her eyes. Her pretty face flushed scarlet in an instant. This can't be happening. Every single one was her modeling photos. Those photos were almost all swimsuit shots, showing so much skin. Skin everywhere as far as the eye could see. Looking at Chen Xing's pillow, the blanket covering him, and the bedsheet he slept on, they were all patterned with her image. But the most peculiar detail was the curtains. Printed on them was a close-up portrait of Zero's face. When the curtains were drawn open, her face would literally split in half. What a hellish design. I have to say, this thing is truly fucking embarrassing. Qinxing could actually sleep. If it were me, I'd be burning with shame, staring blankly, all night without sleeping a wink. In Zero's eyes, it was downright mortifying. But why does her heart feel a little happy? What's going on? Ling took 2 deep breaths to calm herself down. All these, were they custom made by him? Does he really like watching this much? Then, should I wear it for him to see? No, I can't wear it for him. It's too embarrassing. Ling gazed shyly at the sleeping Qinxing. She tiptoed over to Qinxing's side and quietly watched his sleeping face. Chen Xing was sleeping soundly, his chest rising and falling gently. The more Ling looked at him, the more she didn't want to leave. She wished she could keep watching him like this until the end of time. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in her mind. She wanted to experience what it felt like to lie beside Chen Xing. I'll just sneak in for a quick nap while he's sleeping, then go straight back. Yeah, that's the plan. Muttering these thoughts to herself, Ling climbed onto the bed and lay sideways beside him, gazing at his profile. So close. Zero lay beside him, just about 10 centimeters apart. Even though Chen Xing was asleep, Zero still felt like his entire body was on fire. His heart was pounding wildly. So shy, so afraid he might wake up. That feeling. She actually felt a little thrilled. No. Zero couldn't take it anymore. Her body trembled with nervousness as she decided to make a swift escape. But, just as she was about to get up from the bed, Chen Xing suddenly turned over, and his arm directly pressed her back onto the bed just as she was about to rise. Right on her stomach. Ling nearly screamed in fright. Wide-eyed with terror, she stared at Chen Xing. Thank goodness he hadn't woken up. Oh my god, help! Ling was filled with utter regret now. She had to run away. She had just refused to sleep with him. What the hell are you doing here by yourself? If Chen Xing were to wake up, it would be too embarrassing, so she carefully grabbed Chen Xing's arm with both of her small hands, trying to lift it slightly so she could escape. My heart was pounding thump thump thump, so nervously it felt like it might leap right out of my throat. But who is Chen Xing? A killer, a top-tier killer. Since coming to this world, Ling had actually made him somewhat lazy. Otherwise, he would have woken up at the sound of the door lock when she opened it. The moment Ling's small hand gripped his arm with force, he woke instantly. His eyes flew wide open, instinctively baring fangs with a murderous glare. Yet they froze the instant they caught sight of Ling. There lay Ling beside them, head slightly raised, gazing at Chen Xing's hand. Their face burned crimson, whether from breathless terror or bashful fluster, none could tell. She was carefully moving Chen Xing's arm little by little. A bit afraid that Chen Xing might wake up, she turned her head to look at him. The moment she turned her head, Qinqing's wide-open eyes were right in front of her. Ha! Startled, she screamed and instinctively released her grip on Qinqing's hand. Both tiny hands shot up above her head, fingers splayed wide. Her whole posture screamed, "It wasn't me. Look, my hands are over my head. I look like I'm doing absolutely nothing, just like a red panda raising its paws in surrender." The air seems to freeze in an instant. The two froze as if turned to ice, a perfect illustration of the phrase staring wide-eyed at each other. "What are you doing, my dear?" Chapter 29, Xiao San's Reproach. Ni. Ling Yi was at a loss, his small mouth agape as he struggled to utter a single coherent sentence. Chen Xing snapped back to reality, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. "Hand it over." With a forceful motion, he pulled Zero into his embrace. Ah! Pressed against his warm chest, Zero inhaled deeply, filling her lungs with the scent of Qinqing. That scent which truly belongs to every human being. If you could ask this question, it means, your genes chose him. So embarrassing, wah. Zero buried her little head deep into Stardust's embrace, not daring to look up at him. After a while, Zero pushed herself away slightly, blushing as she muttered, I just want a bedtime hug, just for a little while and then I'll leave. I'm going now. Sleep, so sleepy." Chen Xing didn't understand what was happening. Why talk about leaving when you're already here? Let go of me. Ling gently patted Chen Xing's arm, wriggling to break free. How could Chen Xing possibly let her leave? Who'd ever let someone who came knocking on their own accord walk away? Cough. Just hold on a bit longer, just a bit more and I'll let you go. Then, alright. Ling suddenly felt no more shyness. Instead, she happily hugged him. He was the one who told me to hug him, not me. I'm just doing it for his sake. She suddenly felt completely at ease. Qinqing gently supported her back, patting it rhythmically. Ah, so cozy. Should I keep taking photos for a while? You can go back to sleep? Ling hugged Qinqing even tighter, quietly feeling the warm rhythm of his pulse. Her eyelids grew heavier from sheer comfort. Gradually, her breathing settled into a steady rhythm. Qinqing paused his hand with an amused smile upon hearing this. Gazing quietly at her peacefully sleeping face, he couldn't help but sigh softly. How adorable. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have unlocked the daily task, putting the little darling to sleep. Reward, spirit points, 100,000. Crystal coins, 100,000. Daily mission, once a day. Tisk. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Skill unlocked, Sleep Master. Effect. During the skill's activation, every word spoken has hypnotic effects. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours. Next level requirement, reach 100 proficiency points. This is really something great. Turn off the light for me. Pop. The night passed without incident. Early morning, Qinqing. Ling murmured in her sleep and woke from her dream. She rubbed her drowsy little face with tiny hands and opened her bleary eyes. How did I get here? I slept here all night. Thump thump thump. My heart started racing again as I desperately tried to recall what happened last night. After a while, where's Qinqing? Only she remained on the bed, while Qinqing was nowhere to be seen. Chirp chirp. Wearing little panda slippers, I shuffled to the door. Pushing it open, I glanced left and right. Chen Xing. After opening the door, I heard movement inside the room, the unmistakable sound of someone cooking. Ling walked toward the sound. Sure enough, Qinqing was standing busily in front of the kitchen counter. Chirp chirp. Ling quickly ran over. Qinqing only felt something soft bump into his back. Looking down, Zero's little arms were already wrapped around his waist. Wait a minute, it'll be done soon. You go sit in the dining room first. There's too much cooking smoke here. So delicious. Zero's mouth was stuffed full with Qinqing's homemade breakfast, his face glowing with a satisfied smile. It's truly delicious. After all, Chen Xing had studied it before. As previously mentioned, Chen Xing was so bored at the Assassination Star Guild that he ended up learning a plethora of skills. That includes cooking. His current culinary skills could effortlessly secure him the World Cooking Championship title. Right now, neither Chen Xing nor Ling have anything pressing to do. Ling can't transform for the time being, and Chen Xing's combat ability isn't enough to handle high-level missions. To be honest, the rewards from those low-level missions aren't even as valuable as Chen Xing giving Ling a kiss. And so these two stayed holed up at home, embarking on their blissful, shamelessly indulgent life together. Of course, hugging and kissing would be the absolute limit. Night. After taking a shower, lying in my own bed, I just can't fall asleep. She wanted a goodnight hug, but felt too embarrassed to ask. Whimper. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, moaning and groaning, unable to find peace. Qinqing was also lying on the bed in his own room, quietly waiting for Zero. Will he come today? Come quickly. Come quickly. What are you doing here? What's happened? Your wife can't sleep. Go comfort her now. Not even motivated to earn money? Won't do your daily tasks? At this rate, when will I ever level up? Subtext, with you dawdling like this, when will I ever get to upgrade that girl? Maybe even start a romance? Sanner? Chinching called out, but the system didn't respond. That's strange. He clearly hadn't upgraded the language pack, so why was the system acting so glitchy? Hurry up and go. Coming. Thump thump thump. Chinching quickened his pace and in just a few strides reached Ling's room door. Knocked on the door. Ling's voice immediately came from inside the room. Chenxing? Mum. Chirp chirp. The door opened, and Ling looked at him with some surprise. Why aren't you asleep yet? I'm fine. Going to sleep now. Mind reading, activated. Ding successfully activated. Colorful Danmu with cute fonts instantly floated past Zero's head. Want a hug. How should I put this? Accidentally fell asleep last night. Will he think? I purposely fell asleep. This is so embarrassing. We already agreed to wait until later. But, fine, just bear with it for now. Ray, wait until later. Chinching stifled a laugh watching Ray mentally agonizing before him. Just as Ray steeled himself to finally speak up, Chinching spoke first, the corners of his lips curling up unconsciously. I want bedtime cuddles too. Before she could react, Chinching continued. Yesterday you came looking for me, today I'm here for you. Now we're even. Don't worry, it'll just be 10 minutes. Whether you fall asleep or not, I'll go back to my room after that. Really? Zero gazed at Morningstar with a hint of delight. The bullet comments above her head betrayed her thoughts. How wonderful! Chenxing struggled to suppress his laughter as he gently lifted her up. He placed her on the bed and laid down beside her. He came on his own. I didn't ask him to. So comfortable. Bullet comments floated across the screen one by one, while Chinching watched those inner thoughts with great interest. I couldn't help but pat her little head. This creature is just too adorable. Purr, head pats feel so nice. Xiao-san, Ding mind reading session ended. Skill entering cooldown, remaining time, 24 hours. Activate Sleep Master mode. Ding Sleep Master is activated. So what should I say? You can say anything, all words have hypnotic effects. Ling? Phew. Zero soft breathing sounds echoed once more. So soon? Already fell asleep on her own. Ha ha. Chinching looked down at Zero sleeping soundly in his arms, smiling silently. A long time passed, but Chinching still hadn't slept, continuing to hold her. Why haven't you left yet? Why should I leave? TSK. A man's words are as deceitful as ghosts. Suddenly, the artifact spirit system spoke up. Exactly. Third, hey there, little sister, still up? What a coincidence, I can't sleep either. Spirit, sleeping now, good night. Sister, wake up. You're a system, what are you sleeping for? Early morning. Chenxing got up early to make breakfast for Zero. Strange, why have I forgotten again how I fell asleep? Before the morning star arrived. Every night before sleeping, Ling had to go through a long period of preparation before she could finally drift off. Because she couldn't sleep soundly. Living under someone else's roof. Being called useless every single day. Enduring constant abandonment. All of this had kept her from getting a good night's sleep for a long time. But with Chenxing by her side, she not only fell asleep quickly, but even slept incredibly soundly. Ling obediently sat on the high chair in the dining room, swinging her little legs as she quietly waited for Chinching. Thinking to myself, I still want a hug tonight. What time did he leave last night? Artifact Spirit. He didn't leave. Chapter 30. Sneaking off to school behind the wife's back. Really? Sigh, that's meant for you. Fine. Then, should I pretend I don't know? That way I can give you a hug every night. ZZZ. You re beyond help. Phew. Zero wasn't listening to her at all. What are you grinning about? Chenxing walked over carrying breakfast. Zero's face flushed red as she hastily abandoned those fantasies in her head, flustering. Oh no, nothing at all. Chenxing smiled lightly, unbothered. Eat up now. MHM. Just as Zero was having breakfast, the system's voice chimed in. Ding dong, a message from Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi? With just a thought from Chenxing, the panel message instantly appeared before Ling He and Chenxing. Lin Tianyi, the enrollment procedures are complete. You can start school today. Come directly to the dean's office at the academy to see me. In the near future, the academy will organize an expedition into the Forbidden Zone. Make sure to enter the academy as soon as possible and prepare in advance. Is it really that urgent? Chenxing hasn't had enough time at home yet. However, in order to upgrade Sanner as soon as possible and help Ray solve the system issue, this academy must be attended. The Forbidden Zones are peculiar spaces within this world. The Forbidden Zones do not belong to this world, yet they remain connected to it. In this world, the number of Forbidden Zones isn't fixed, it constantly fluctuates. There will always be newly discovered Forbidden Zones, and there will always be ones that suddenly collapse. It is worth mentioning that if people don't come out before a Forbidden Zone collapses, they will never return. However, before a Forbidden Zone collapses, there will be massive energy fluctuations. Anyone could sense that the collapse would last a long time. Most people could crawl their way out. Except that catastrophe from years ago. Within the Forbidden Realm, there roam all manner of spirit beasts and extraordinary treasures. Any single treasure taken from there could fetch a hefty price. Some treasures could even be exchanged for massive amounts of spirit value. Forbidden Zone. Zero absent-mindedly repeated the two words silently in their heart. A trace of sorrow flickered across his face. She has a phobia of these two words. Seeing her somewhat gloomy expression, Chen Xing asked, "What's happened?" It's nothing. All right. Chen Xing felt a bit puzzled. Ling was definitely hiding something, but if she didn't want to say it, then let it be. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke, addressing Chen Xing alone. "If you're willing, I can help you examine the memory of her artifact spirit system." "No need, she'll tell me herself." Chen Xing gently stroked her head and said softly, "When do you wish to enter the academy?" Zero quickly chewed a few times and swallowed the delicious breakfast. "Let's go now." "Okay." After changing clothes, the two of them set off hand in hand towards the academy. The academy wasn't far from Brilliant Sky City, just 3 or 4 kilometers away. One being the best spirit tamer academy in Huaxia, and the other a renowned residential district in the capital. Both were located in bustling central areas, so they were quite close to each other. The two planned to walk there. "May I carry you?" Chen Xing looked down at Ling, whose hand he was holding beside him. "No, I want to walk by myself." "Come on." No. Ling Song released him and ran ahead, turning back to make an adorable face at him. Chen Xing said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "Then I'll let you run first for 10 seconds. If I catch you, you have to let me hug you." "No way." Zero wasn't stupid, there was no way she could outrun Comet. "Well, I don't care." Counting down now, 10, 9, 8. Without time to think, Ling hurriedly ran out. Artifact spirits don't benefit from attribute bonuses. In terms of physical constitution, Ling was just an ordinary little girl. At 165 centimeters, she wasn't exactly short, but standing beside Chen Xing, she looked like a little stump leg. 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. Ling turned her head in fright to take a look. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xing reached her with incredible speed. He picked her up effortlessly and made a run for it. At that moment, Ling dangled over Chen Xing's shoulder like a sack of potatoes. "Ling, where's the promised hug?" Passers-by watched Chen Xing sprinting past with Ling slung over his shoulder. Kidnapper? Hello? Police department? I want to report a crime. I just saw a man sprinting while carrying a little girl. She couldn't be more than 12. Looks like a human trafficker. Got it. Thank you for reporting. Security team. Brothers, we've got a job. Let's roll. Chen Xing, put me down. Why are you carrying me like this? This looks so ridiculous. Chen Xing chuckled, and with a flick of his wrist, Ling suddenly felt herself lifted into the air. Then she landed squarely on Chen Xing's back. This scene reminded Ling of the first day she met Chen Xing, when he had carried her on his back just like this. Thinking of those sweet memories, Ling stopped resisting and blushed as she rested against his back. The 3 or 4 kilometers passed quickly. Already there? Is this the place? No way. Chen Xing stood at the entrance gate, utterly bewildered. If not for the bold characters written above the doorway, Hua Nation World Competition Preparatory Academy, he would have turned around and left immediately. This academy looks like it's been bombed. Not a single building inside remains intact. On those structures, there are scars from blades and sword strikes, and traces of burning, the breach blasted open by bombardment. Some buildings were even sliced clean through at the waist. The ground was strewn with shattered walls and broken beams. Not a single soul could be seen in the entire academy. But the campus area of this academy is truly enormous. This is one district of Kyoto, the Preparatory Academy District. The entire Kyoto is divided into 10 major districts. Yet the Preparatory Academy alone occupies nearly an entire district. Is this the place? Where is everyone? Don't tell me they got wiped out. Zero chuckled softly behind him. How could they get wiped out? This is just the Preparatory Academy. This rundown? Actually, the Preparatory Academy has 2 levels. The surface space is for combat, while the underground space is for classes. Don't believe me? Here, take a look. Spirit System, retrieve the Preparatory Academy's data and images. Searching. The next moment, a data panel appeared before Chen Xing. Just as Zero had said, the above-ground and underground spaces were completely different. The underground space truly had the essence of being the top academy in Huaguo. All the architectural designs were brimming with a futuristic vibe. The entire underground space is like a sci-fi movie's interstellar space station. It's brimming with technological atmosphere. The combat zones were placed above ground to save money and effort. Otherwise, if the fighting happened underground and everything got smashed to bits, repairs would be nearly impossible. Moreover, the Preparatory Academy has a unique feature. That is the grand live-streamed competition. Every month, around mid-month, the Preparatory Academy holds a monthly large-scale showdown, and it's broadcast nationwide. Of course, only B-rank matches. A-rank and above don't allow live broadcasts of competitive matches. As cadets of the Preparatory Academy, everyone will have the chance to participate in world championships in the future. Why would China be foolish enough to leak their combat footage? I see, that's quite interesting. Yep, this is the world's strongest academy. The world? Not just Hua country. I believe he's the strongest in the world. Qinqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The kid's quite patriotic. Who are you? What do you want? As Qinqing approached, suddenly someone popped out from nowhere. Chen Xing's heart gave a fierce jolt. He hadn't detected this person's presence at all from start to finish. How had this person appeared? Where had they come from? He'd noticed nothing. His gaze instinctively turned icy, his mental energy taut with tension. This is a pro. What are you guys doing here? I'm a student here. The dean told me to enroll today. Enroll today. ID card. After swiping the ID card, the machine displayed that Qinqing was indeed a student here. The expert then returned the ID card to him, said, "Wait a bit before going inside." Before he could finish speaking, a loudspeaker hanging at the entrance suddenly blared. "Let him in. Director." The man cast a surprised glance at the loudspeaker, then looked Qinqing and the unconscious figure on his back up and down. "Then you go in." Qinqing responded with an "oh," glancing at him with some surprise. "Wow, so you're just a doorman. Even the doorman is a master." After entering the academy, Qinqing pulled up the system map and headed toward the entrance of the underground space with Zero on his back. Meanwhile, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. He sensed human presence, and quite a few at that. All hidden behind the ruins, they moved as the Morning Star moved. This was to prevent the Morning Star from discovering them. But after all, they were merely students. How could they evade the keen senses of the god of assassination? A trace of doubt arose in their hearts. What are these people doing? Many spiritual masters and vessel spirits hidden in the shadows witnessed Qinqing and Ling. Reported through the system immediately. Reporting to the guild leader. Unknown individuals detected in Zone 3. Never mind him. Probably a newcomer. Just the right time to show these two what true cruelty looks like. Understood. All units report in. 9:57. 3 minutes remaining until the battle begins. Got it. Live nationwide broadcast. Netizens are eagerly anticipating the start of the tournament. They caught sight of Qinqing and Ling, voices rising in puzzled inquiry. Where did this couple come from? No way. I'm just here to watch a match and I get fed dog food? That girl is just too adorable, like a little animal clinging to him. Oh my god, so cute. Totally crushing on her. TSK. I bet the Academy's reigning beauty queen is about to be dethroned. Same goes for the heartthrob. That silver-haired guy is way too cool. Exactly my type. These two must be freshmen. Run, little girl. It'll be too late if you don't run now. Getting hospitalized on the first day of school. That's just too tragic. I hereby declare myself her fan. I'm a shipping fan. Am I the only one who thinks they might be siblings? The originally tense atmosphere instantly livened up with the appearance of Qinqing and Zero. Everyone's waiting for a good show to begin. Chapter 31. Time to make money again. Countdown, 1 minute. Freshman enrollment. These senior students are definitely going to give them a proper welcome. This is going to be hilarious. Let's go. Let's get started. I can't wait anymore. Does anyone know these two people? That young girl looks so familiar. I agree. I think I've seen her picture somewhere before. Maybe she's an internet celebrity? What a cute little girl. If I punched her, she'd definitely cry for ages. Someone, get this clown upstairs out of here. I bet these two won't last more than a minute. They'll be bawling for their moms. A minute? I'll bet 30 seconds. As the entire nation's live broadcasts buzzed with discussions about the two of them, Luo Xing, carrying Zero on his back, appeared to be casually strolling along. Zero had indeed noticed nothing at all, but Chen Xing could sense an overwhelming battle aura growing stronger by the moment. As the countdown approaches, those lurking in the shadows erupt with intense combat spirit. These people, none of them are weak in strength. System, what are they doing? Ding dong, they're participating in a large-scale competition. Teams will be led by Ning Yanqin and Xia Jiqiu, ranked 2nd and 3rd on the B chart respectively, serving as overall commanders. Originally, they held the 1st and 2nd positions, but Chen Xing suddenly soared to claim the top spot. Both Ning Yanqin and Xia Jiqiu were utterly bewildered. The B chart rankings had refreshed without warning, and someone they'd never even seen before had climbed above them. Needless to say, this left them feeling rather frustrated. Everyone on the entire B-list leaderboard was curious. Qinqing, with a combat power score of 145,000. Where on earth did they come from? With 145,000 combat power, how are they still on the B-list? 1 minute remaining until battle begins. Chen Xing was also somewhat astonished. The two powerhouses topping the B-tier rankings. Then he must observe them carefully. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't properly witnessed a battle between true masters. Let's not even mention that he knew from before, just a complete loser. It's like eating a bowl of instant noodles, satisfying in the moment, but utterly worthless in nourishment. Chen Xing had already made up his mind. He was determined to observe the battle between these spirit tamers carefully. Ah! Ling suddenly let out a startled scream as her body was flung into the air once more. Chen Xing shifted his stance, changed his posture, turned around, and caught Ling once again. A princess carry. Ling was startled and softly asked, "What are you doing?" Chen Xing couldn't resist kissing her frightened yet adorable little face, chuckling as he said, "Carrying you on my back makes me uneasy. Holding you in my arms and keeping you in my sight makes me feel at peace." Hearing such embarrassing sweet talk, Ling's face instantly flushed red. The next second, however, she happily wrapped her arms around Chen Xing. He love you. Surveillance cameras were everywhere. The sound was transmitted flawlessly into the live stream. That voice was soft and sweet, so tenderly sticky it seemed capable of gluing people's hearts together. Live stream audience? Hidden spirit masters and artifact spirits? Ding dong, today's daily quest. Maximum condemnation from passersby reached. Reward, spirit points, 250,000. Crystal coins, 250,000. Ha, is someone here? Little Lingling looked around in fright, but didn't see anyone. Suddenly she remembered something. Blushing with embarrassment, her voice trembling, she said, Shensi, it seems, we're live streaming. I know. Woo, help, Shensi, quick, put me down. The entire nation just witnessed that scene. Zero wished she could vanish into thin air right now. Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh, gently ruffling her little head. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Then put me down first. That won't do. With that, he planted another kiss on Ling's face. I'm ignoring you now. Having said that, Ling buried her entire little face into Chen Xing's embrace. Cover your face completely, never daring to lift your head again, terrified of being caught on surveillance. Live stream. What's the meaning of this? I'll pay 1,000,000 crystal coins to whoever takes that guy out. Ning Yanxin, take him out. Reward 10 million. I want that girl. At that moment, Shui Bufu, watching the livestream, had a face full of enormous question marks. Ning Yanxin, Xia Jiqiu, you must be properly punished. He instinctively felt that Chen Xing couldn't defeat Ning Yanxin and Xia Jiqiu, even though he had the highest combat rating. But he had just become a spirit guardian. Shui Bufu believed he knew nothing about combat techniques, just possessing a strong physique without real skill. Combat power values only represent surface-level strength, like Ning Yanxin with 85,000 and Xia Jiqiu with 93,000. There's a full 8,000-point difference between them, yet Ning Yanxin's ranking is actually higher than Xia Jiqiu's. They've fought in ranking matches before. Ning Yanxin is stronger than Xia Jiqiu. Moreover, both Xia Jiqiu and Ning Yanxin possess exceptionally powerful weapon spirits. Ning Yanxin managed to top the original B-rank leaderboard with just 85,000 combat power, relying solely on the overpowered skills of his artifact spirit. Chen Xing is fighting barehanded. How can he possibly take them on? The moment he makes a move and loses, someone else will claim his spot as the B-rank leaderboard champion. Suddenly, the voices of Ning Yanxin and Xia Jiqiu echoed through the system, broadcasting directly into everyone's minds. 30 seconds countdown. Everyone, prepare for battle. Understood. A large countdown suddenly appeared on the live stream panel. Many had already forgotten about Chen Xing and Ling, their eyes fixed nervously on the scene unfolding before them. Here it comes. It's about to begin. Guess who's gonna win today? Oh, that silver-haired kid finally noticed. Trying to dodge now? Too late. Chen Xing could be seen holding zero, swiftly switching between various covers. Chen Xing, shoo, the smile had vanished from Chen Xing's face by now. Zero was too terrified to make another sound when they noticed this. Viewers in the live stream watched with pity as Chen Xing kept darting between cover points, thinking to themselves, hide? Let's see where you can hide now. But they were observing from a god's eye view. Had they been on the battlefield, they would have noticed Morningstar had vanished. Morningstar skillfully exploited the blind spots between cover, evading everyone's line of sight. Of course, it was only possible thanks to the super system's meticulously detailed map that made it so effortless for him. The map scan marked the locations of all spirit masters and artifact spirits in the vicinity. Now, they were the prey, while Chen Xing became the hunter lurking in the shadows. Report. Those two have vanished. Ning Yanxin was somewhat startled. Gone? How is that possible? Has anyone seen the two of them? No one answered him. Forget about him for now. We have to win this time. Only the victor can enter the Forbidden Zone. I don't need to explain what the Forbidden Zone is. Everyone needs to be on their toes. Understood. Ordinary Forbidden Zones are accessible only to those on the A-list of Spirit Tamers. However, the Preparatory Academy has this privilege. Let the selected spiritualists of the B-list get an early taste of the Forbidden Zone's allure. At the same time, it was also to allow these B-rank spirit tamers to quickly enhance their strength by entering the Forbidden Zones. Only the top 1,000 Class B spirit masters can enter. Thus, a monthly competition is held. The winning side gains the right to enter the Forbidden Zone. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. Boom. Ding dong, host detected in battlefield. Temporary mission deploying. Mission: capture the leader first. Optional mission. Mission 1, defeat spiritual master, Ning Yinshin. Reward: spirit points, 5 million. Crystal coins, 10 million. Mission 2, defeat the spirit summoner, Xia Jiqiu. Reward: spirit value, 4.5 million. Crystal coins, 8 million. Multiple tasks can be selected. Oh, Chen Xing's heart leaped with joy. More money to be made. Chapter 32, The Bizarre World of Weapon Spirits. Boom! A sudden explosion erupted in the arena. The deafening blast made Zero, nestled in Chen Xing's arms, tremble violently. Chen Xing gently patted her little head and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here with you." Ling hugged Chen Xing tightly. Behind a shelter, Chen Xing peeked out. I wanted to see how they fought. Blades swirling across the sky, sparks flying, gunfire and explosions. His eyes lit up with excitement. One man wielded a colossal 10-meter sword, executing horizontal slashes, overhead chops, and upward thrusts, cutting through iron like slicing mud, severing hair blown across the blade. A man had 2 sabers floating around him, spinning rapidly back to back before him, whipping up a fierce gale that surged violently forward. It scattered numerous people. While forming an attack, it simultaneously created a defensive barrier. Ping! The bullet hit and was instantly deflected. However, all piercing-type artillery spirit users had their bullets replaced with pigment-filled blanks. Otherwise, if someone actually got killed, that would be downright ridiculous. A struck spirit master will have paint marks left on their body. If the system determines that a spirit master has failed, they are prohibited from rejoining the battle. Everyone acts on honor. Needless to say, no one dared to break the rules at the preparatory academy. Every combat tournament brings a massive reshuffling of the B-rank leaderboard within the preparatory academy. Everyone will fight with all their might. What if one manages to snag the head of a highly ranked spirit master? That's an instant rank swap. Battles like these, outside official ranked matches. If a spirit master defeats another spirit master, if the winner's rank is lower than the loser's, they directly swap rankings. And the higher your ranking, the more spiritual values the academy will allocate. Boom! A figure clad in boxing gloves threw a devastating punch. His punch actually erupted in flames. Holy shit! Ace, is that you? Qinqing was completely bewildered. The gauntlet was that person's weapon spirit, and the flames were its skill. Another man appeared, wielding dual pistols, a red one in his left hand and a green one in his right. Red paired with green, the shots never ceased. With pistols in hand, the man fired wildly. Shockingly, his bullets were aimed at his own allies. Qinqing furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, a traitor? Why is this person shooting from behind in such a sneaky way? But soon, he noticed something strange. The bullets fired from the red gun didn't penetrate people's bodies when they hit. However, it can enhance speed for people. Though slight, that green gun in the right hand could slow people down. If you land a shot on the enemy, that speed difference can instantly create a gap. According to the famous Canyon relativity theory, their deceleration is my acceleration. So this skill is essentially a double speed boost. Of course, the opposing team wouldn't just stand by and let this little support run wild. They quickly devised countermeasures. A person holds 2 reactive bouncy balls in their hands. Then, they gently toss one of the balls upward. It rises into the air before descending. At the moment it touches the ground, the person suddenly pushes off with their foot and kicks the reactive bouncy ball with full force. Bang! A person was caught completely off guard and knocked unconscious instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ball could be seen rapidly bouncing across the field. Due to its uneven surface, the trajectory of that ball became utterly unpredictable. With every bounce off an object, it sparkles with light. Strangely enough, the more that ball bounced, instead of slowing down, it actually accelerated increasingly faster. Soon, the ball moved at speeds far beyond what the naked eye could perceive. It had gained formidable striking power. People kept falling in the arena. On this terrain full of cover, the ball moved like a fish in water. Every bounce gave the ball extra speed. Though the ball appeared to attack randomly, not a single ally was struck down. Only the enemies fell. This proves that the soul summoner can control this extremely fast-moving orb. Another person held a scepter and, with a light flick, transformed a captive spirit weapon from an enemy's hand into a little pig. Yet another wielded a spirit weapon that resembled a small electric fan. Under his control, the small fan began to spin. A typhoon abruptly burst forth. The terrifying gust of wind sent several people flying instantly. He watched the bizarre array of skills, the spirits of weapons adopting all manner of postures, and the spirit tamers brimming with confidence. Qinqing's face unconsciously revealed a warlike, perverted smile. Wasn't this exactly the thrill he wanted? This world is just too interesting. In this world, there are many spirit vessel wielders. The variety of weapon forms is simply impossible to enumerate. Bladed weapons, firearms, body-enhancing attachments, and countless other bizarre, unclassifiable weapon forms are collectively termed universal category, and 0 is precisely a universal class weapon spirit. Each classification has its advantages as well as its drawbacks. Leverage the strengths of the artifact spirit while avoiding its weaknesses. There are no useless artifact spirits, only truly useless spirit wielders. Chen Xing looked curiously at Zero nestled in his arms. What kind of weapon would this little cutie transform into? He remembered Zero's artifact spirit form, whose name was Demon Zero. What exactly did Demon Zero look like? His mind couldn't help but begin to fantasize. Noticing Chen Xing staring blankly at him, Zero asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Chen Xing didn't plan to tell Ling about her upcoming upgrade, he wanted it to be a surprise. Little did he know, this surprise would soon come back to give Chen Xing quite the shock of his own. What does null magic really look like? Venster couldn't wait any longer. Must earn soul points quickly to ascend null's star rating. System, locate Ning Xinyan and Xia Jiqiu immediately. Ding dong, scanning battlefield in progress. No Ning Xinyan or Xia Jiqiu detected within current range, expanding search parameters. Targets still not detected. Further expanding search radius. Chen Xing waited quietly, watching the map panel before steadily enlarging. The dots above are growing more and more numerous. They're densely packed, an absolute nightmare for anyone with trypophobia. Chen Xing, are you really going to seek them out? They're incredibly strong. Don't you believe in me? Chen Xing smiled as he looked at the adorable little one in his arms. Ling Ting quickly raised her hands in a fluster, waving them frantically before him while shaking her head vigorously. No, it's not that It wasn't that she looked down on Chen Xing. She simply wished with all her heart for Chen Xing to always be well, preferably without suffering the slightest injury. Chen Xing chuckled lightly, then sealed her lips with his own. Ling panicked and desperately pushed against him with her small hands, but his solid chest remained utterly unmovable. She could only let Chen Xing kiss her deeply. Let me go. So many people are watching. Sob. The livestream audience completely erupted. What the hell? That's going too far. Let go of that girl. Let me handle this. They've been hiding here, how has nobody noticed? Someone come quick and carry these two away. Ding, the locations of Ning Yanxin and Xia Jiqiu have been detected. Chen Xing released Zero and turned to look at the map panel. Zero could finally catch his breath. His face flushed crimson as he gazed with tender affection at Chen Xing before him. Inner thoughts, Chen Xing, you big bad guy. On the map, Ning Yanxin and Xia Jiqiu's positions are far apart. Both of them are in Zone A, very close to each other. They're probably fighting right now. Zone A is above Zone C, while Chen Xing's location is right at the edge of Zone C. In other words, to reach Zone A, he must first traverse the entirety of Zone C. System, if I defeat a Class B Spirit Master outside the mission assignment, how many spirit points and coin crystals will I receive? Outside missions, rewards are tiered based on combat power value. 50,000 to 60,000 combat power, 500,000 spirit points, 1 million coin crystals, 60,000 to 70,000, 1 million spirit points, 1.5 million crystal coins, 70,000 to 80,000, 1.5 million spirit points, 2 million crystal coins, 80,000 to 90,000, 2 million spirit points, 2.5 million crystal coins, 90,000 to 100,000, 2.5 million spirit points, 3 million crystal coins. If anyone saw this panel, they would surely gasp in astonishment. This money is just too easy to earn. Chen Xing's eyes also lit up, and he subconsciously exclaimed, TSK, so much money, Zero magic, here I come. Little Ling looked utterly bewildered. What is Zero magic? It's nothing, you'll find out later. Seeing that he wouldn't tell her, Xiao Lingling pouted unhappily. Fine then, humph. And so, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chen Xing stood up. Someone in the livestream immediately noticed his movement. What's he trying to do? Going to get himself killed? TSK, giving away his wife online? Meanwhile, in the dean's office, Lin Tianyi watched Chen Xing standing up on the screen. His eyes slightly narrowed, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Don't disappoint me. Chapter 33. There's a man holding a little girl in his arms. As Chen Xing was about to set off, Ling whispered in his embrace. Chen Xing, put me down? Why? Won't I just get in the way? No, how could you be in the way? As he spoke, he playfully flicked her delicate little nose. Lingdi's small hand shot up in pain as she covered her nose. Ouch, that hurts. Don't flick my nose, it'll go flat. Chen Xing gave a light chuckle. You can sleep in my arms for a while, I'll be done soon. The livestream audience who had been watching Chen Xing instantly flooded the screen with question marks. Who is this person? So fierce? Go die soon. Zero's little face instantly flushed crimson. Alright, Chen Xing and Ling both thought the livestream wouldn't capture their conversation. Not only was it recorded, but someone later edited and spread it wildly across the internet. With that, Chen Xing suddenly kicked off the ground and began sprinting at full speed while carrying Ling. They weaved effortlessly through the storm of bullets and flashing blades, straight to the heart of the battlefield. Some viewers in the live stream, his speed is insane. He can't possibly be a freshman, right? No way. It must be his artifact spirit's enhancement. The crowd at the scene gasped in shock as they saw him sprinting away with Zero in his arms. So fast. Suddenly, a spirit tamer appeared, blocking Chen Xing's path not far ahead. The spirit master held a fan in his hand, his very own artifact soul weapon. The livestream audience was already waiting to see Chen Xing get beaten black and blue. This fan-wielding youth was a familiar face in the livestream room. B-list Spirit Master Rank 66, Yu Qi. Contract Spirit, Jiang Xiaoming. Spirit Form, Fan. Yu Qi became famous for his nickname, Unlucky Yu. Before each match, the Spirit Tamers would divide into teams. 2,000 people, divided into 2 large brigades. Random team assignments. The 2 commanders are selected in rotation from the top 100 on the Academy rankings. This way, with good luck, everyone gets a chance to win entry into the Forbidden Zone once. But Yu Qi, now, he's something special. Since entering the Preparatory Academy, he has participated in over a dozen or so mock battles. Yet every performance was dazzling, making him effortlessly stand out to the audience. But oddly enough, this guy has never won. And this is a team competition. He's fighting 1 against 5. But even he can't handle having unreliable teammates. The way to win in the contest is through a point system. Defeating one person earns you 1 point. Whichever side reaches 350 points first will be declared the winner. The commander's head is worth the most points. 100 points. Yu Qi loses every time, every single time, so the audience remembers him all the more clearly. Before every battle, I wonder, can he win again? Though he never won, he was truly strong. The live chat room immediately started cheering for him. Go for it, Yu Qi, take him down. Teach him a lesson. How dare he feed me dog food? Just as everyone thought Chen Xing would collapse the next second, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Xing had already dashed past Yu Qi by this moment. The fan in Yu Qi's hand flashed with light and had already returned to human form. When a spirit weapon reverts to human form, it means its master has lost consciousness. Then, Yu Qi stiffly fell backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. His weapon spirit, Jiang Xiaoming, was a 19-year-old girl. She stared at Chen Xing with utter disbelief. Just who was this man? The live stream room fell into dead silence. After a while, finally, someone snapped out of it and reacted. What just happened? What did he do? Director, slow motion replay. Who the hell is this guy? Ding, congratulations, host. Defeated B-tier Spirit Master, Yu Qi. Combat power value, 81,000. Reward, Spirit value, 2 million. Crystal coins, 2.5 million. Chen Xing's heart leaped with joy. This academy is truly a wonderful place. This way he can upgrade Zero as quickly as possible. Giggle. What are you laughing about? You're really amazing. Ha ha. Chen Xing smiled and said, then let me show you something even more impressive. Good. The next instant, Morningstar forcefully pushed off the ground, leaping dozens of meters into the sky while carrying Ray. It instantly captured the attention of countless battling spirit tamers below. He held her with a smile on his face, while the girl in his arms wore an expression of sheer terror. What are you doing? In an instant, he suddenly lifted Ling into the air and began spinning with her, just like a spinning top, descending simultaneously. The spinning speed grew increasingly rapid. Ling's voice drifted across the battlefield. It caught the attention of more people. The audience in the livestream all had their mouths agape in perfect O shapes. Meanwhile, the 4 spirit tamers battling directly beneath the Morningstar noticed Zero's shouts. They looked up. A human-shaped spinning top was rapidly descending toward them. In the blink of an eye, it reached directly above their heads. All they felt was a blur before their eyes. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks, 4 kicks. The 4 spirit masters were simultaneously kicked flying, blasted outward in centrifugal trajectories. As the spirit masters went airborne, their 4 weapon spirits reverted to human forms, tumbling to the ground in disarray. They hit the ground with considerable force. During their flight, those 4 unconscious spirit masters even knocked out one unfortunate bystander. Ding, congratulations, host, for defeating 5 spirit lords. Spiritual value, 3 million. For individuals with 50,000 to 60,000 combat power, 1 individual with 60,000 to 70,000 combat power. Crystal coins, 5.5 million. Ding, congratulations, host. You've simultaneously defeated 5 fellow rank spirit tamers on the same tier. Achievement unlocked, 1 against 5. Reward, spirit value, 4 million. Crystal coins, 10 million. Another 4 million. System, how much spiritual power do I have now? Spiritual value, 56,502,500. Crystal coins, 81, 391, 800. Just under half the way to 100 million. Wipe them all out, and zero can be upgraded. This was the only thought currently running through Qinsheng's mind. Qinsheng dashed forward again, looking down joyfully at Ling in his arms. What do you think, Ling? Ling? Qinsheng's heart tightened instantly upon seeing Zero's appearance. In his arms, Zero tilted her little head slightly, her mouth agape, her eyes open but lifeless, her expression vacant. Qinsheng instinctively cried out, Zero, what's wrong with you? Finally, Zero's small lips moved slightly. So dizzy. Broken. Shut up. Qinsheng decided to keep things simple this time, opting for a more down-to-earth approach instead of all that flashy stuff. I can't stand it. And so, just like squeezing a chick, swiftly darting between battlefields, his figure paused at times, then surged forward with sudden speed. Just as Qinsheng knocked out 10 more people, earning 11 million spirit points and 16 million crystal coins, the system suddenly announced, Ding dong! Notification. The Ultimate System Data Terminal has detected that host Qinsheng possesses strength far surpassing his peers. As a result, the reward value for defeating B-level spirit tamers is adjusted. All rewards reduced to 1/10 of the original amount. Morning Star? It triggered already. It's not that they're weak, it's because I'm too strong. Hurry up and reset it for me. Qinsheng was quite familiar with this thing. This was the sanction sent by Sanner's boss from the parent company that developed the super system. Qinsheng had already faced numerous sanctions back in Assassin Star because his abilities were too overpowering. Yet even when the Super System Corporation constantly ramped up the difficulty for him, he still managed to reach the pinnacle of Assassin Star in just 2 years. Who would have thought that in the continent of artifact spirits, before he could even do anything substantial, they'd hit him with another wave of sanctions first? It doesn't matter. Qinsheng looked at the others again. Even if the reward was reduced to 1/10, that still amounted to 100 or 200,000. Take it when it's free. And so, President, reporting to the President. Ning Xinyan glanced at the source of the message. It came from District C. What's wrong? How's the battle going? Help! Someone's holding a little girl. Ning Xinyan, what are you talking about? Help! Hello? Ning Xinyan, anyone in Zone C? Respond. What happened? President, it's over. That guy carrying the loli is way too strong. Who? What loli? Beep. The connection was cut off again. President, that loli is holding. Ugh, there's someone carrying a loli. Beep. Who is it? Ning Xinyan was getting annoyed. What the hell were these people talking about? Ning Xinyan frowned tightly as she glanced at Xia Jiqiu. At this moment, Xia Jiqiu was also looking at her in surprise. Xia Jiqiu had received the exact same message. Ning Xinyan narrowed her eyes slightly, observing the tall woman standing before her. Xia Jiqiu, what exactly have you deployed in Zone C? Xia Jiqiu slightly furrowed his attractive brows and replied lightly, haven't you noticed? While your people keep disappearing rapidly, our side's points aren't increasing at all. Ning Xinyan turned to look at the scoreboard floating in the sky above. Indeed, the numerical value remained 254:260. The rate of increase wasn't particularly fast. How is this possible? Xia Jiqiu gritted her teeth and said, to beat someone from Zone C like that, they must be at least on the A list. What's the Academy doing? Aren't they going to intervene? Xia Jiqiu said calmly, there's no need to worry about him now. With only 100 points left, I can either defeat you, or you defeat me, then this competition will be over. Bring it on. Good. And now, back to the live stream. Zone C viewers account for 90% of the total audience. Almost everyone was watching Qinsheng and Zero. For a moment, question marks filled the air. What's this preparatory academy doing? Did this guy just barge in randomly? Why is someone with this level of skill here to dunk on newbies? Doesn't anyone enforce the rules? He didn't even use a weapon spirit. If this guy isn't on the A list, I'll chop my head off. I don't care, he's so hot. I want to have his babies. Suddenly, a message appeared, instantly capturing everyone's attention. This guy just topped the B-list rankings, with a combat power of 165,000. Someone upstairs should chop their head off. New number 1 on the B-list? Those who saw this news immediately summoned the weapon spirit system to check the power rankings. Only then did they notice the changes in the B-list of the power rankings. B-list top spot, Qinsheng, combat power value, 165,000. Spirit artifact, 0, rank, SSS. Soon the live stream exploded once more. SSS artifact spirit. Is that the SSS from the Supreme Court trial a few years ago? It's definitely the most useless SSS-Rank artifact spirit in history. Didn't you see how strong that guy was? Yet he never used the artifact spirit? Clearly, that thing is completely worthless. Hey upstairs, you dare call my wife useless? Come out and fight. F******Q. Chapter 34, a million live viewers. Scattering sugar on online. The news spread instantly. After many years, Zero has gone viral again. Just as the entire internet was buzzing with this news, the entire C-Zone descended into complete chaos. The Morning Star is going on a rampage. Every strike lands with unerring accuracy. Facing these B-rank spirit tamers, the Morning Star is like a 2-meter-tall brute stepping into a kindergarten. Just like that Whack-A-Kid game you'd find on those mini-game websites. One punch knocks out a kid. Everyone stopped fighting and started running away. Hey, don't run! Morningstar was on the verge of tears. He was forced to chase back and forth in Zone C. Just moments ago, he had already lost count of how many people he'd taken down. At least 100 by now. There was no helping it, this was a complete, all-around physical attribute overpowering. Even if they had weapon spirits, it would be useless. With Qinqing's world-class reaction speed, the attack speed of a B-level spirit tamer couldn't possibly hit him. Except for some special weapon spirits, Xue Bufu realized he had still underestimated him. Chen Xing was far more monstrous than he had imagined. Yet he still believed Ning Xinyan could defeat Chen Xing. After all, Ning Xinyan's artifact spirit was one of the rare S-rank artifact spirits in the academy, though his artifact spirit's attribute bonuses were merely average, but his skills were extraordinarily powerful, and he wielded them to perfection. Ning Xinyan was one of Xue Bufu's most prized disciples. This young man was nothing short of a genius. Thus, Xue Bufu held immense confidence in Ning Xinyan. Even though Chen Xing possessed nearly twice the combat power, Xue Bufu believed Ning Xinyan would win. Just as Chen Xing defeated the 102nd B-rank Spirit Master in Zone C, earning 16 million spirit points and 21 million crystal coins, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding, initiating sanctions again. The reward for defeating a Class B spirit controller has been reduced once again to 10% of the current reward. Morning Star? No way to survive? I can't even upgrade for my wife? Have a heart, will you? The system helplessly replied, this really isn't my fault. It's the parent company's sanctions. What's the name of your parent company? I swear I'll take them all down one day. Sanjiuling First Super System Technology Company. Chen Xing immediately shut his mouth, his face darkening as he watched the fleeing spirit masters and artifact spirits scatter in all directions. Unable to contain his frustration, he muttered, absolutely no sportsmanship at all. Live stream audience. So you think bullying weaker players makes you a true competitor? They're just kids. Let them go. He single-handedly cleared Zone C, top ranked on the B list. Shan Xing, invincible. So why isn't he on the A list? I heard it's because he's the newly appointed Spirit Guardian. Straight to number 1 on the B chart for a rookie spirit wielder? Bullshit. What's the big deal? It's not like this hasn't happened before. Friendly reminder, all those people from back then have now become beings ranked SS or above. Chen Xing stood in the empty Zone C, utterly helpless. He couldn't help but sigh deeply at the sky, lamenting, earning money is so hard. Are you speaking human language? Then I'll have no choice but to seek out those two bosses. The mission rewards won't change, right? Issued mission rewards remain unchanged. That's another nearly 10 million. Getting closer and closer to Zero's upgrade. Then Qinqing sprinted off again, smooth sailing all the way, straight to Zone A. The Zero in Chen Xing's arms was finally fully revived. Put me down, woo-woo. She never wanted to be held by him during Qinqing's battles again. Chen Xing was immediately torn between laughter and exasperation, quickly changing the subject. System, spiritual value balance. Ding. Spiritual value, 83,502,500. Crystal coins, 118,391,800. Zero widened her eyes in astonishment, unable to believe what she was seeing on the panel before her. What on earth had happened while she was unconscious? She instinctively looked around, only to discover that Zone C, previously filled with flashing blades and utter chaos, now had not a single person left standing. It was immediately clear that Qinqing had defeated them all. Huff, huff. What is it? It's all right. Go for it, Qinqing. Chen Xing smiled and said, you've got to give me a kiss if you want to cheer me on. Oh no, don't. Don't you know? Getting kissed by someone you like gives you an adrenaline rush and makes you stronger. Weren't you supposed to cheer me on? Really? Of course, not really. All right, then you'd better do your best. With that said, she gently hooked her arms around his neck and closed her eyes. She softly leaned in closer. Qinqing ran happily, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Just as the two were about to kiss, Ding detected that the host is being watched by 1 million viewers in the livestream. Achievement unlocked, million view anchor. Reward, spirit points, 3 million. Crystal coins, 5 million. Received achievement gift pack, million view anchor mega pack. Please check in the gift package. Upon hearing this voice, Ling instantly opened her tightly shut beautiful eyes, a blush rapidly spreading across her snow-white cheeks and creeping up to the tips of her ears. She was so embarrassed that her petite mouth slightly parted, her chin trembling uncontrollably. Qinqing could faintly catch a glimpse of her adorable little tongue. Zero's brain is crashing. 1 million people are watching me kiss him. Chen Xing's expression gradually freezes. Why couldn't you have waited until after the kiss to say that? Live stream audience, why did you stop kissing? This is weird. Keep kissing. What's going on with you guys? Hey, I just love eating dog food /dog emoji / dog emoji / dog emoji /. It looks like Chen Xing is going to find Ning Xinyan and Xia Jiqiu. Is he planning to take on both of them alone? It can't be one. Even if his combat power is off the charts, he still can't win. The artifact spirits wielded by Ning Xinyan and Xia Jiqiu are far too formidable. Go for it, honey. Upstairs? Qingqing clearly felt Ling's body heating up. Why is there smoke coming from your head? Dizzy. I didn't spin you. Ling didn't answer him, she was already dizzy with embarrassment. Inner thoughts, I swear, I'll never let you hold me in public again. As the two targets on the map grew closer, Qingqing gradually became more serious. The tremendous noise coming from ahead, combined with the strange energy he sensed, made him feel these two individuals are absolutely different from the previous ones. Stop. Suddenly, a young man with pale blue hair appeared before Qingqing. The youth didn't seem very old, and his height, probably not fully developed yet, was only about 170 centimeters. His still youthful face, however, bore a resolute determination that didn't match his age. Standing beside him was a smiling young girl with long rose-pink hair tied into twin ponytails. Petite in stature, she stood a full head shorter than Ling. Qingqing maintained her speed, continuing to charge rapidly toward the boy and girl. Spotting this, the boy suddenly shouted at the top of his voice, "Transform!" The girl beside me still wore a smile as she parted her lips slightly and said, "Meow." As the cat's cry rang out, a brilliant light erupted. Chen Xing frowned and couldn't resist mimicking, "Meow." Noticing this, Zero tilted her head to look at him, blinking her big eyes. "Meow." Put. Chen Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. The live stream is flooded with comments. Ozzel, third child, so it turns out that meows are contagious? As the light faded, the pink-clad girl had vanished. At the same moment, the young man disappeared as well. Qingqing suddenly jolted violently and came to an abrupt halt. A look of surprise flashed across his face. Zero saw him suddenly stop and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Qingqing?" A sudden excited smile appeared on Qingqing's face. Ran into a fellow traveler. Same industry? Zero still doesn't know what Morningstar used to do. Qingqing nodded slightly but did not answer him. The thrill of encountering a fellow traveler ignited his fighting spirit. In the previous realm, he was the omnipotent earthly deity whom none dared to oppose. The #1 assassin of Dark Star. And this young man, he too is an assassin. That murderous intent hidden within the ruins, Chen Xing would never mistake it. To be able to condense killing intent at such a young age, your potential is limitless. However, killing intent isn't meant to be used like this. Little one. Ding detected host encountered an old colleague. Mission triggered, the basic qualities of an assassin. Reward, spirit value, 2 million. Crystal coins, 3 million. Another 2 million spirit points, combined with Ning Xinyan's and Xia Jiqiu's if my calculations are correct. A total of 98,025,000 spiritual points. Less than 2 million left to hit 100 million. You can upgrade now at zero cost. The smile on Qingqing's face grew even brighter. In that case, let me teach you how to be a proper assassin. Chapter 35, The Meow Boy? What do you mean by assassin? Chen Xing closed his eyes, quietly sensing the faint traces of murderous intent, standing perfectly still. The live stream once again flooded with full-screen question marks. What's going on? Scared by a kid? That kid doesn't look very old, 13 or 14 at most, yet they've already reached B tier? They can't participate in the competition? He must be a genius too. The toy bunny in Qingqing's arms was so frightened that it didn't dare to move a muscle. Though Qingqing wasn't emitting any killing intent at the moment, the bunny could still sense how terrifying he was. Feeling slightly scared inside, the bunny thought, why is he like this again? No, I must properly teach him a lesson tonight. He can't be this fierce. Suddenly, Chen Xing opened his eyes, devoid of any emotion in his gaze. Like a stagnant pool of water, if an expert were present, they would see that even as he held Ling in his arms, his entire body showed no openings. The enemy does not move, nor do I even if that young man lurks in the shadows. The morning star shines brightly. The first to move must strike with lethal precision. Otherwise, they'll inevitably reveal an opening. Among killers, confrontations are often decided by a single strike. Of course, Morningstar definitely had a way to counterattack the young boy even when acting first. After all, whether it was technique, speed, or strength, he completely overpowered the boy in every aspect. However, he was facing this younger assassin boy with the mindset of education, forcing premature growth. Why become an assassin at such a young age? Wouldn't romance be much sweeter? Suddenly, Chen Xing spoke. Those in the open must not strike first unless their speed is overwhelming, allowing for a counterattack. Otherwise, defeat is certain. The youth in the shadows clearly froze, his killing intent flickering for just an instant. He knew that Morningstar's words were meant for him, because his master had told him countless times, "How can your killing intent fluctuate? TSK, still too young, the moment it fluctuates, I'd know exactly where you are." Bang! Chen Xing suddenly pushed off the ground, unleashing all his strength. With a violent lunge, he shot toward an inconspicuous cover and threw a devastating punch. It struck the barricade. Boom! The barricade instantly exploded. The young man's mouth fell slightly open as he stared in shock at the celestial star before his eyes. A tiny pebble grazed the youth's tender cheek, leaving a small trail of blood. Yet none of the larger stones struck him. Instead, they scattered in all directions. This was one of Chen Xing's martial techniques. Had it been an ordinary punch, the youth would have long been obliterated by the shower of stones. Chen Xing's eyes lit up at the sight of the young man before him. At this moment, the boy actually had a pair of soft, pink cat ears growing from his head. They formed a striking contrast with his blue hair. Both his hands and feet had completely transformed into cat paws. There's even a pink tail behind. Live stream. This boy is just too adorable. Cat boy? That's a beast-shaped attachment spirit. After a flash before his eyes, Chen Xing regained his expressionless face. What are you standing around for? Want to die? Swish! A fierce killing intent suddenly erupted from him, all concentrated on the youth. The youth finally snapped back to his senses. Yet, he found himself utterly unable to move a single inch. Chen Xing's overwhelming killing aura filled him with such terror that his feet seemed rooted to the ground. There was only one question in his mind. Just who was he? Such terrifying killing intent, he had only sensed something comparable from his master. Swish! The killing intent vanished abruptly. Chen Xing pondered for a moment. It was rare to encounter someone from the same profession, and this young man seemed fated to cross paths with him. Indeed, he was in the mood to humor him a little longer. Everything depended on his mood. Today, he was quite happy. He then said with a smile, 3 seconds. Let's try that again. The moment the young man regained his mobility, he darted off before even speaking. He never considered a direct attack, because Chen Xing was flawless. Chen Xing stood still, watching him dart swiftly between cover. Not bad speed, and almost no sound. Oh, I see, it's those cat paws. The cat paws absorb the sound when landing, right? So that's how it is. A cat, a born killer. Fast, precise, and ruthless. As a weapon spirit, your attribute enhancements must be extraordinarily high in speed, reaction time, and body coordination, right? Quite fitting to be your assassin's weapon spirit. The young man darted between various cover points, inwardly astonished, because everything he said was spot on. Suddenly, he stopped behind another shelter. Seeing him halt, Chen Xing shook his head and said, "Disqualified. Boy, watch how I do it." Swish! Morningstar suddenly sprang into action. His figure shifted multiple times in rapid succession. At the same time, he spoke. Sometimes, silence isn't necessary. Creating sound is also an art. As he spoke, the young man felt his voice becoming three-dimensional surround sound. Coming from all directions, not only could his eyes no longer discern Chen Xing's movements, I couldn't even tell which direction those footsteps were coming from anymore. Suddenly, the sounds made by Chen Xing ceased entirely. All movement stopped. Chen Xing had vanished. The young man was on high alert, silently attuning himself to any lingering trace of Chen Xing's presence. Absolutely not. Lifeless. The livestream audience was equally baffled at that moment. Where is everyone? How did they disappear? No way. Did they hide in a blind spot of the surveillance? A supposedly dead angle-free combat zone actually has a dead angle. Where on earth is he hiding? That's right. Chen Xing not only slipped past the youth's perception entirely, but even more remarkably, he evaded every single surveillance camera in this heavily monitored battlefield. Of course, with the help of the system's map. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to fully locate all these hidden cameras. Just when everyone was utterly bewildered, Chen Xing spoke up again. Either don't use your killing intent at all before striking, or spread it evenly. Like this, your enemies can easily pinpoint your location based on variations in the intensity of your killing aura. The youth was shocked once more. How could he even discern the precise intensity of killing intent? Is this a person? The livestream audience was utterly shocked. They could only hear the voice but couldn't see Chen Xing's figure. What is he talking about? Wait, where exactly is he anyway? At that moment, Chen Xing spoke up again. To be honest, the aunties in our village slaughter chickens with more killing intent than what you're showing now. Shue Bufu? Wait, this dialogue sounds oddly familiar? Put away that pathetic killing intent of yours and try sensing mine. The youth gritted his teeth. Now he finally understood why Chen Xing had told him all this. He wasn't mocking him, but teaching him. Although furious, he obediently complied. Withdrawing his murderous aura, he began to quietly sense his surroundings. Swish! A killing intent instantly permeated the entire arena. Ning Xinyan and Xia Jiqiu, who were battling in the distance, simultaneously paused their movements. In astonishment, they looked toward Chen Xing's direction. Though hundreds of meters apart, they could still sense Chen Xing's terrifying killing intent. but there was nothing visible in that direction, because both the young man and Chinching were hidden in the shadows. Xia Jiqiu exclaimed in surprise. What kind of feeling is this? So terrifying. Assassin. The cat-eared boy trembled violently as he hid behind the ruins barricade. He could clearly feel that this murderous aura had robbed him of all his senses. Right now, he was like a deaf man, a blind man, a patient with congenital analgesia, completely devoid of sensory perception. He was so terrified he couldn't even breathe. The only thing he could perceive was Chen Xing's overwhelming killing intent. This is because the difference in their strength was too vast. Swish! The killing intent vanished, and the cat-eared boy gasped for breath. Chen Xing couldn't help but frown. TSK, shut up. The youth was terrified, doing his utmost to control his breathing. Chen Xing then continued calmly. What you just experienced was one way to utilize killing intent. Let me teach you another method. That's all for today's lesson. I still have things to attend to, so I won't keep you company any longer. As the words fell, Chen Xing abruptly reappeared behind him. The killing intent reappeared, but unlike before, this time it was entirely concentrated on the boy, completely. When facing an opponent of equal strength, you must release all your killing intent at the very moment you strike, concentrating it into a single point to temporarily paralyze them. Kill with one blow. As he had said, at this moment, the only thing the boy could move was his eyeballs. He wished he could turn his eyeballs backward just to avoid facing this extraordinary figure. Chinching's hand hovered behind the teenager's head without actually touching him. Though the boy didn't turn around, he could clearly sense his skull would explode the next second. Suddenly, Ling in Chinching's arms tugged at his sleeve. Chinching, you mustn't bully children. Go easy, hitting heads can make them stupid. The cat-eared boy froze for a moment, thinking to himself, oh gee, thanks a lot. Chinching didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he gently patted her little head and whispered, okay then, wifey dearest. MPH, you, stop calling me that. Mwah. Chen Xing quickly planted a kiss on her flushed little face, smacking his lips afterward. Ling was so embarrassed she buried her face in his chest. Millions of viewers? Catboy? Swish! As the killing intent dissipated, so did the sensation of his skull about to explode. Panting, he turned around and stared in disbelief at Chen Xing, whose face was brimming with smiles. At the same time, his gaze shifted to Ling nestled in his arms. Just now, all those movements Chen Xing made were done while holding her in his arms. Absolutely unbelievable. As the young man stood there dumbfounded, Chen Xing suddenly asked, what's your name? My name is Yun Xinghai. Yun Xinghai? Do you know Shui Bufu? Brother Shui. I know him. Oh, so you're that kid from their village that old Shui mentioned, the 13-year-old who could kick a man to death. Damn, that's terrifying. Yun Xinghai? Shui Bufu watched the livestream, torn between laughter and tears. Who would have thought he still remembered? You are. Chen Xing smiled faintly and shook his head. Let me teach you one last thing, a killer should never casually reveal their name. Consider this your final lesson. Goodbye. With those words, a hand swiftly shot out. Before Yun Xinghai could even react, bunk, a super hard flick landed right on his forehead. Bang! He toppled over stiff as a board, collapsing straight to the ground. Mild concussion. The spirit artifact attached to him also reverted to human form. The pink cat-eared girl knelt on the ground, staring at Chen Xing with a terrified expression. Chen Xing remained silent, thinking to himself, these two have great potential, not bad at all. Then, holding Zero in his arms, he turned and walked away. They were charging straight towards Xia Jiqiu and Ning Xinyan. Ning Xinyan and Xia Jiqiu had already ceased fighting earlier when the aura of killing intent erupted. They had been keeping watch over Chen Xing's side all along. At that moment, seeing Chen Xing holding Zero walk towards them, their eyes sharpened simultaneously, as if facing a formidable enemy. Xia Jiqiu said solemnly, let's work together to deal with him first. Good. Chen Xing looked at the two of them and distinctly sensed that he had already been locked in their sights. A smile couldn't help but appear on his face. The live stream room is completely exploding. Here comes the show. Place your bets. Place your bets. I'm betting on Ning Xinyan and Xia Jiqiu to win. I'm betting on that Lolicon guy to win. What the hell is a Lolicon? Holy shit, this is insane. B-list rankings, the second and third rank joining forces against the top ranker. A battle of the century. Brothers, don't forget to screen record. Shui Bufu watched as the three figures drew closer, unable to suppress his nervousness. Don't embarrass me now. Ning Xinyan. Chapter 36. What a pity you're too young. Morning Star. Looking down, Ling was staring at him with wide eyes. Put me down, please. Pfft. Chen Xing felt like spitting out a mouthful of old blood in his heart. Acting cute? Chen Xing couldn't handle this. Ahem, alright, then stand further back, be careful. As he spoke, Chen Xing gently set her down on the ground. Zero finally landed, giving a light hop and shouting, hoo-hoo. Morningstar watched her evident joy with mixed amusement and exasperation. Well, I'm off now. Keep up the good work, MHM. With that, Zero obediently ran far away, afraid of getting in Orion's way. It wasn't that she didn't want Orion to hold her, but right now, she just didn't want to hinder him. Hugs should be situationally appropriate, the best place for cuddling is in bed, ahem. Orion actually intended to put Zero down too, because these two individuals before me wouldn't be easy to handle. Xiaojiqiu and Ning Xinyan watched as Chen Xing approached step by step. Their expressions grew increasingly grave. Chen Xing hadn't even done anything at all. A deep fear welled up from within their hearts. Xiaojiqiu, ranked third on the medium's B list. Combat power, 93,000. Age, 19. Bound spirit partner, Chunying. Gender, female. Age, 18. Spirit weapon form, Death Scythe. Rank, A. Ning Xinyan, second-ranked soul wielder on the B list. Combat power, 85,000. Age, 19. Bound spirit partner, Yuqing. Gender, female. Age, 19. Spirit weapon form, Thousand Chains. Rank, S. Xiaojiqiu gripped the massive scythe. Resting it against her shoulder, the blade shielded half her body. Her golden locks cascaded smoothly down her shoulders, exuding an undeniable queenly aura. Meanwhile, swirling around Ning Xinyan's figure floated those chains, shimmering with an eerie blue glow. The chain could extend to a certain distance while maintaining both flexibility and hardness. A single link of the chain coiled around his fingers as his arm hung loosely by his side. He stared fixedly at Chen Xing. Meanwhile, Chen Xing simply wore a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of sweatpants. Bare-handed, without any weapon in hand, step by step, he moved exceedingly slow, like an elderly man. Yet with each step forward, the hearts of Ning Xinyan and Xiaojiqiu clenched tighter. The livestream audience too held their breath, not daring to miss a single detail. The barrage of comments all vanished. No one dared to let their attention waver, because in the slightest distraction, the battle might be over. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Xiaojiqiu couldn't bear it any longer. She felt that if she let Qinqing strike first, they wouldn't stand a chance. Hoisting her scythe, Xiaojiqiu's eyes narrowed sharply as she charged explosively toward Qinqing. Qinqing slightly narrowed his eyes, watching Xiaojiqiu's rapid approach with a cold gaze. Close combat? That's exactly what I prefer. Meanwhile, click, click, click. Ning Xinyan also moved, following closely behind Xiaojiqiu amidst the countless rattling chains. The chain was clearly faster. He quickly surpassed Xiaojiqiu. Chen Xing was hundreds of meters away from their original location. Yet, the chain reached Chen Xing in just a second. Calmly, Chen Xing threw a punch aimed at the rapidly approaching chain. A seemingly ordinary punch concealed terrifying explosive power within. Yet the moment he touched the chain, it suddenly went limp. Immediately, the following chain link surged forward, coiling around his entire arm. The instant it wrapped around him, the chain tightened with a crushing grip. Qinqing's arm was being crushed as if to snap it in two. His muscles were deformed under the pressure. It looked utterly terrifying. If this continued, Qinqing's arm would be wrenched off in agony. Qinqing, Ling's heart clenched, and he shouted out loud. Xiaojiqiu had already stepped across the chains of Ning Xinyan and stood before the Morning Star. The massive scythe swung fiercely toward him. It's over, Xiaojiqiu shouted. In the next instant, his body seemed to leave behind phantom afterimages. The scythe of death slashed through the air several times in succession. Then, several blade-like surges of gray energy erupted violently, charging straight toward Chen Xing. Chen Xing's face remained calm, still showing no trace of surprise. If the second and third place on the B-list didn't possess this level of strength, that would truly be strange. Not the slightest bit flustered, he abruptly raised the arm still bound by Ning Xinyan's chains. Ning Xinyan was startled by what he saw. How dare he move with arms twisted like that? Isn't he afraid they might snap? What he didn't know was that Chen Xing's trials by fire were far more terrifying than he could ever imagine. At this point, pain like this meant nothing to him anymore. Chen Xing swung his arm wrapped with the Ningxin rock chains. Relying on the hardness of those chains, he completely withstood all of Xiaojiqiu's energy attacks. However, the true form of Xiaojiqiu's scythe of death had already reached before him. Chen Xing didn't even dodge. His body remained motionless, not even blinking an eyelid. A mighty kick thrust skyward. It struck squarely on Xiaojiqiu's chin. At this moment, Chen Xing stood with one leg raised high, one foot pointing to the heavens while the other remained planted firmly below. It formed the character 1. This terrifying flexibility left millions of viewers utterly dumbfounded. Had Chen Xing wished it, Xiaojiqiu's jaw would surely have shattered. But Chen Xing didn't go for the kill, she merely kicked her into a mild concussion, leaving her unconscious. Chen Xing watched Xiaojiqiu fly backward, still managing to comment. Good speed and strength, but too young, far too many openings. The live stream audience. So just how not young are you supposed to be? Ning Xinyan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Xiaojiqiu to be defeated after just one exchange with that Chen Xing. Yet he remained confident of victory, because the chain had already coiled around one of Chen Xing's arms. Once ensnared, there was no way to break free. Bare hands alone wouldn't suffice. Whoosh! Countless chains raced toward Qinqing simultaneously. With a cold smirk, Qinqing didn't evade, instead charging headlong toward Ning Xinyan. Ning Xinyan was slightly startled, then it seemed he saw the dawn of victory. Controlling all the chains, they coiled toward Chen Xing. Senyan, let him go now. This was the shout from the chain's voice, the artifact spirit of Ning Senyan, Yu Qing. What? Let him go, now. Chen Xing naturally heard the sound as well, wearing a casual smile on his face. Too late. Ning Senyan was still completely stunned. Chen Xing's arm suddenly trembled violently. In his other hand appeared a dagger. This was the first time he had used a weapon since arriving in this world. A weapon brought from the Assassin Star, following him through the system. It was just an ordinary dagger that Chen Xing randomly bought from Assassin Star's street stall. The dagger looked utterly plain, with a murky blade and grayish material. Just as its name suggested, it was truly an ordinary dagger. Really nothing more than an ordinary dagger. No special functions whatsoever. In the brief moment Ning Senyan was stunned. The dagger had already spun several times in Chen Xing's hand, under the incredulous gazes of everyone present. A single slash came down toward the chains entwined around Chen Xing's own arm. If Yin Xinghai were awake, Chen Xing would tell him this was the third application of Killing Intent. Chapter 37, Sudden Viral Fame. Killing Intent Entanglement. Cutting through iron is through mud. The 1,000 chain lock shattered instantly. That tough chain, which could be both rigid and flexible, was sliced apart like Play-Doh under Chen Xing's ordinary dagger. The eyes of viewers nationwide nearly popped out of their sockets. Is that dagger a spirit artifact? How can it be so sharp? No way, the leaderboard clearly shows his artifact spirit count as 0. Could he possibly possess 2 artifact spirits? Where did he get that dagger? I want to buy one just like it. It even sliced through Ning Senyan's 1,000 chain lock? That's utterly outrageous. Though Xia Jiqiu once managed to cut it too, this Chen Xing severed it like chopping vegetables. Yu Qing! Ning Senyan shouted for his weapon spirit, knowing that if the spirit weapon was damaged, the spirit human would also suffer injuries to some extent. Hiss, I'm fine. I can still go on. Let's do this again. Although parts of the 1,000 chains lock had broken, it could still continue fighting. Under Ning Senyan's control, the chains twisted together to form an exceptionally massive hammer. Before that colossal hammer, Chen Xing appeared as insignificant as an ant, roaring as it hurtled toward Chen Xing. Chen Xing narrowed his eyes. The killing intent condensed as he unleashed entangling killing intent once more. A flash of cold light. Before anyone could clearly see his movements, he had already leaped over that massive hammer. How is this possible? Ning Senyan watched helplessly as his tightly entwined chains were cleanly severed into 2 halves by Chen Xing. How could his artifact spirit possibly lose to an ordinary dagger? The entire livestream audience was stunned. Chen Xing had given them way too many shocks. The star rating of this heart-calming rock's artifact spirit is still too low. If it were higher, it might have been able to withstand it. Definitely not possible now. To borrow someone else's words, after all, he's still young. This guy is unstoppable on the billboard charts. Absolutely. With that dagger in his hand, barely any weapon spirits on the B-list could stand a chance against it. That top-ranked B-list defense might hold up for a bit, but the rest, I seriously doubt it. Absolutely invincible. It's over. Someone had already foreseen the outcome. Xue Bufu, watching the livestream, stared at Chen Xing in disbelief. The dagger in Chen Xing's hand utterly shattered his understanding. What kind of divine weapon was this? This was the only thought in his mind. And Chen Xing was now standing right in front of Ning Senyan. Ning Senyan was utterly shocked. Instinctively, he threw a punch straight at Chen Xing's face. Bang! Chen Xing and his fist collided head-on with each other. Crunch! That was the sound of bones breaking. Then, Chen Xing's fist suddenly changed direction and struck his temple. Concussion plus comminuted fracture of the forearm. In this world, a comminuted fracture heals completely in just 2 weeks. The millions of viewers in the livestream stared at Chen Xing, utterly dumbfounded. Both are on the B list, but Chen Xing is still a rising soul master. How can the gap be so huge? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Capture the leader first and the gang will collapse. Reward. Spirit value, 9.5 million. Crystal coins, 18 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. The basic qualities of an assassin. Spirit points, 2 million. Crystal coins, 3 million. Balance. Spiritual balance, 98,002, 500. Crystal coin balance, 144, 391, 800. There's still 1,997,500 left. Just a bit more to upgrade Ling. Chen Xing looked around, searching for anyone still standing who could give him some cash. But currently, not a soul in sight. Everyone seems to have vanished. Anyone with half a brain has already fled this area. Are you kidding? Just standing around waiting to die? Chen Xing. 0 came bouncing over. Chen Xing stood still, arms wide open, waiting for this adorable little fellow to leap into his embrace. But unexpectedly, instead of throwing himself into his arms, Ling grabbed hold of the arm that had been bound by chains moments earlier. He examined it carefully. The limb was now covered in bruises from the restraints. At the sight, Ling's little mouth immediately curled downwards in distress. No more smiles on the face. Your arm. Chinching smiled and patted his head. It's nothing. Then he bent down again, wanting to pick Ling up. Zero was still worried about that arm but didn't think too much. Moving with practiced ease, he reflexively opened both arms, waiting for Chinching. The next instant, his body felt weightless as he was pulled back into Chinching's embrace. Zero was a bit bewildered. Strange, how did I suddenly get up here? What just happened? How did I end up in his arms again? Zero had no memory of what had just happened. This is a common amnesia that occurs when people develop habits. Just like walking along the road home, step by step, suddenly turning back. What the hell, how did I get here? Or, while copying assignments, suddenly realizing, oh my god, I finished copying. That's impossible, Ling anxiously exclaimed. Your arm is like this. You can't hold me anymore. Chen Xing shook his head and said, it's fine. A normal person would surely be immobilized by the pain. Yet, Chinching acted as if those wounds didn't exist at all. No way. Zero suddenly turned fierce, adorably fierce. Pouting her lips and glaring with beautiful eyes, she looked positively fierce. Chen Xing froze for a moment, his mind filled with question marks. Puzzled, he asked, what's happened? Let me go. Chen Xing had never seen Ling so resolute before and, somewhat dazed, let her down gently. Actually, they've always been quite firm before. Scattered once more, she turned her gaze to Chinching's arm and gently grasped his large hand. Does it hurt? She asked with concern. Chinching smiled and patted her head. A kiss will make it better. Really? With that, Ling supported Chinching's arm and gently kissed the bruise on it. After kissing one bruise, she began kissing another. The little head stayed buried in Chinching's arm, as if truly believing kisses could ease the pain, pressing earnest little pecks against it. Chinching found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. Leaning closer, he murmured, silly, I told you to kiss my lips. Zero suddenly realized he'd been tricked again. Her face flushed red. Humph. Moi. Chen Xing quickly planted a kiss on her crimson little face. Millions of live stream viewers. Scram. What nonsense. Gotta dash. Not even staying for dinner. Too mushy. I can't stand it. 30 seconds later, the number of viewers in the livestream hasn't decreased at all. Go! Why haven't you left yet? Why hasn't the viewer count changed? Turn off the comments. They're ruining my meal. Meanwhile, the video of Chinching's battle was already going viral online. Chinching and Ling had become overnight sensations. This young couple had suddenly exploded in popularity. You'll never need to do those harsh condemnation missions ever again. Every morning you wake up, and your quest log is already full. The whole gaming world is searching for the dagger in Chinching's hands. Everyone wondered, what kind of divine weapon is this? Everyone wanted to get their hands on one. No one expected that the ordinary dagger would turn out to be the ultimate victor. Suddenly, the loudspeakers in the competition zone blared. Due to special circumstances, the match has concluded without a definitive outcome. Therefore, the competition will be reheld 1 week later. Please make preparations accordingly. Repeating, the voice echoed across the battlefield, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. Those who grieved loathed Morningstar to the core. They'd finally managed to claim a major bounty that should have guaranteed a month of premium treatment, only for him to slash it down to a mere week. Next week's bounty hunters would undoubtedly face savage retaliation. The happiest people were naturally those skilled at farming kills. Chen Xing had given them another chance. Ding dong, friend Lin Tianyi sent a message. Open it. Message follows. Go straight to underground area A, office building, 3rd floor, find Shui Bufu. Yo, Lao Shui. Chen Xing actually thinks quite highly of Lao Shui. Inside the office building, Shui Bufu shook his head, turned off the live stream, feeling extremely agitated. His proud top disciple had been defeated by an 18-year-old kid who had just advanced to become a spirit tamer. Utterly crushed. Anyone would be upset about that. At this moment, Lin Tianyi's message to him also arrived. Xiao Shui, I'll leave that young couple in your hands. You'll be their instructor for now. Shui Bufu? Damn it. He really doesn't care for Chen Xing. Chapter 38. Giving Bao a makeover. Disguising. A large group of medical personnel arrived on the battlefield, carrying various stretchers and transporting those lying on the ground to the underground space. Every competition comes with a hefty medical expense. Yet, this is merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the total resources required to train an advanced spirit master. A medical staff member stood beside Yun Xinghai and the pink-haired girl, shouting, "Bring the stretcher over. Another concussion case here." Suddenly, Yun Xinghai jolted upright in a flash. The girl exclaimed with joy upon seeing him wake up. Starry sea. His sudden movement startled the medical staff so badly they crouched down. WTF? Weren't you supposed to have a concussion? Yun Xinghai furrowed his youthful but robust eyebrows and said indifferently, "Who has a concussion? You're the one with a concussion. Your whole family has concussions." Upon hearing this, the medical staff member glared angrily. What kind of way is that to speak, young man? Yun Xinghai ignored him and turned directly to the girl beside him. Meow meow, Where is that person? He's gone, meow. Where did he go? It seems he went back downstairs, meow. Let's go find him. With that, he immediately stood up and started running. The medical staff member watched in utter confusion as the patient showed no signs of trouble and even ran remarkably fast. MD, a medical miracle. Meow Meow quickly followed, anxiously shouting. What are you trying to do, meow? We can't beat him, meow. He even broke Ning Xinyan into pieces, meow. Xia Jicho's head nearly got kicked open, meow. Yun Xinghai didn't seem surprised upon hearing this and simply replied lightly, I want to become his disciple, meow. B-list Spirit Master, Yun Xinghai, age, 14, just had birthday, combat power value, 64,000. Bound Artifact Spirit, Gu Miao Miao. Spirit Weapon Form, Bestial Type Possession Spirit. Name, Stellar Meow, Meow Meow and Star C. Rank, A class. In the underground space, Chen Xing held Zero's hand as they strolled through this vast subterranean expanse. The Preparatory Academy's teaching zone is no different from an underground dungeon. The floor is completely covered in faint blue glowing glass, the walls are made of solid metal, and embedded in them are countless lights like a sky full of stars, illuminating the entire underground space brightly. All kinds of strange buildings serve various functions. It feels like stepping into the future. This is the #1 spiritual guardian academy in Huagua. At this very moment, people all over the streets of this underground city were buzzing with discussions. Did you watch the match just now? Did you see that? That Morning Star is absolutely incredible. He's apparently a freshman at our academy. Freshman B-list. Straight to the top of the new Spirit Tamers ranking. So handsome. If he comes to my class, I'm totally making a move on him. Wake up. He already has a girlfriend. By the way, his girlfriend is so adorable. So Mo. She's my goddess. Yeah, she's just too cute. As they chatted, the conversation naturally shifted to Ray. In this world, attending school isn't necessarily tied to reaching a specific age. As long as you have the ability, you can attend any school you desire. In the Preparatory Academy, there are numerous young prodigies. The people here are all quite young. Everyone in their youth, whether boy or girl, possesses a certain innocence. They simply like beautiful things for what they are. There's none of the adults' deceitful scheming or double-dealing. So when they see something good or beautiful, they praise it from the bottom of their hearts. Few would care about whether Zero truly deserves an SSS rating. Of course, there will always be people who love to argue and can't stand to see others succeed. But that kind is just a minority. Just like some people say, this guy might be at the top of the B list, but he'd get slaughtered if he made it to the A list. Yet those who say such things probably couldn't even make it into the top 1,000 on the B chart. Others remarked that Zero is all looks and no substance. When Chen Xing eventually realizes she's worthless, he'll definitely dump her. Such people aren't even qualified to enter the competition matches. Even if they did get in, they couldn't win, that's my final word. So wherever the two went, they were met with worship and praise. The overwhelming compliments made Ling feel somewhat uncomfortable. She nervously clung to Chen Xing's uninjured arm, pressing closer to him. Hey, that guy looks like Chen Xing. It's really him, and that must be Zero next to him, right? Wow, he's even cuter in person than in photos. I'm dying of cuteness. Young Spirit Masters stopped in their tracks, watching eagerly as excited chatter spread through the crowd. Of course, the senior Spirit Masters, those ranked A or above, remained completely unfazed by the commotion. As part of Group A, they had no time to watch the competition in Group B. I hope my goddess is in the same class as me. I hope my Prince Charming sits right next to me. Listening to all this chatter, Chen Xing suddenly felt a headache coming on. Although he had already decided not to pursue a career as a professional killer in this world, being exposed to the public wasn't really a problem. But this feeling of being gossiped about wherever he went was truly uncomfortable. Most importantly, Zero felt troubled and embarrassed. Let's go. Chen Xing finished speaking and directly picked Ning up. Ning was startled. Chen Xing, your arm. Cough. If I can't hold you, what's the use of having these arms? Ling hadn't even processed the words when Chen Xing's system suddenly popped up. So gross. Shut up, you. These words were particularly pleasing to Ling, who blushed and fell silent. Chen Xing smiled and immediately darted forward. As he started running, Chen Xing realized that this glass floor must have undergone special treatment. It was incredibly hard. The anti-slip effect was excellent too, even better than regular ground surfaces. No matter how he accelerated, decelerated, or changed direction, he could always control his body perfectly. Using the system map, Chen Xing found a building with fewer people. He climbed up to the unmanned 11th floor. He randomly chose a classroom-like room and walked in, holding Ling in his arms. Chen Xing, what are you doing here? Ahem, aren't you afraid they'll recognize you? I'm here to do your makeup. Makeup? You know how to do makeup? So amazing. Ling realized Chen Xing truly could do anything, and each day his admiration grew deeper. Morningstar is definitely skilled at makeup. However, his makeup technique could more aptly be called disguise artistry. Back in the Assassin Star organization, sometimes infiltrating special locations required identity concealment. So Morningstar mastered impeccable makeup skills through systematic training. The results were so transformative, it was like getting a whole new head. Not just makeup, he's mastered 3 of Asia's 4 dark arts. P.S. Makeup, plastic surgery, except for gender transition, he's an expert in all 3. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow, set her down on the ground, and declared proudly, "Is there anything your husband can't do? You're not my." Midway through speaking, Ray's voice trailed off, her face already slightly flushed. Morningstar chuckled. "Not your what, honey? Yeah, ha ha, you, bullying me." Chen Xing laughed heartily as he took her small hand and led her to a table, where they sat side by side. Then she pulled out a whole table's worth of makeup tools from the system. Ling was completely stunned. She didn't recognize a single one of these things. So many, and this is just for facial disguise. For full body transformation, we'd need even more equipment. Physical disguise means using various methods to alter one's height, weight, and overall body shape. Ling didn't quite understand, so she asked, "Physical disguise? What does that mean?" "It means if you're willing, I could even make you look like a pregnant woman, completely flawless." Ling was stunned for a moment, then her face instantly flushed crimson, her lips trembling slightly. She had misunderstood. The candy hammer reappeared. Pervert. Bang, bang. Chen Xing was hammered into utter confusion. Weren't we talking about physical disguise techniques? Chapter 39: The Head-Swapping Monster. Chen Xing also knew that she had misinterpreted it. Cough, baby, stop knocking. Bang. I mean, if you want to become a fat person, I can make you fat. Ha! Ling was taken aback for a moment before realizing that she had misinterpreted the situation. Ling pursed her little lips, her face seemingly turning even redder than before. Chen Xing suddenly realized he might have been better off not saying anything at all. He quickly changed the subject. Let me demonstrate facial disguise first. If there's another chance, I'll show you body transformation techniques. Okay. Seeing her adorable expression, Chen Xing couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Then he took out a mirror and placed it on the table. Watch closely. Some of his tools were similar to those on Earth, while others were quite different. Different tools produced different effects. Chen could master both the Assassination Star's disguise techniques and Earth's makeup artistry. Switch it up as needed. For him, he plans to completely change his face, make himself unrecognizable. As for Ling, Chen Xing intends to give her a makeover and alter her style. He picked up a lump of special clay, pinching off a small piece with his fingers. Then he smeared it on his face, filling out his facial contours. Chen Xing's features were delicate, but he wanted to appear more chiseled, so he decided to slightly pad and expand his face. Once his bone structure looked broader, that rugged masculinity would emerge. Ling slightly parted her lips and quietly watched Chen Xing's busy hands. After applying the clay to extend facial contours, Chen Xing began dusting powder to set it firmly. Then he faced the mirror and started painting lines across his face. His hands moved with such astonishing speed that Ling's eyes couldn't even track the movements. Her little mouth formed a perfect O shape as she stared dumbfounded at the Chen Xing before her, transforming right before her eyes. Done. Ling gazed at Chen Xing in astonishment, completely speechless. At this moment, Chen Xing had completely transformed. No longer was he the cold-faced, slender youth with an air of icy detachment. Now, he took on the appearance of a radiant, sunlit young man, friendly and cheerful at first glance. Her facial features had completely changed. She looked like an entirely different person compared to the previous Chen Xing. It took less than 3 minutes in total. It feels like having a whole new head. Chen Xing looked at the dumbfounded Ling and smiled. What's the matter? Don't you recognize your own husband? As he spoke, he even waved his hand in front of her face. Ling finally realized. So awesome. Are you really Chen Xing? I'm not, but I am your husband. No you're not. What is that Morningstar? Zero suddenly felt something was amiss. She bit her soft lower lip, another trap she'd walked right into. So vexing. No, humph. Ha ha ha. Chen Xing doubled over with laughter. Seeing him laugh at her like that, Ray pursed her little lips in a pout. I won't talk to you anymore. Ahem. Seeing this, Chen Xing quickly retracted his smile and said, let me help you with your makeup too. What kind of look do you prefer? Zero instantly forgot about what had just happened upon hearing Chen Xing wanted to do her makeup. Chen Xing's disguise technique is so amazing, she wants to try it too. A smile blossomed on her face. I want to change. Well, I don't know either. She had never thought about these things. Even when others praised her for being beautiful or cute, she wouldn't pay any attention to it. Appearance held no meaning for her whatsoever. If her face could make those people stop abandoning her, perhaps she would still care. But it couldn't, so she couldn't care less about how she looked. That was why she never wore makeup. always appearing completely natural. Chinching nodded, looking at her little face and said, "Then let me help you take a look, see which kind suits you." He. Before Chinching even began, Ling couldn't help but laugh in anticipation. Seeing her silly grin, Chinching really wanted to pull her close and plant a fierce kiss on her. Lost in thought, he quickly leaned in and pecked her little mouth. Chinching chuckled. "Do you have toiletries?" Everything's in the artifact spirit system. What's all there? Tell me. Toothpaste, toothbrush, face wash. That's it? Nothing, Chinching said with some surprise. What about skincare products? Lotion, serum, moisturizer? Nothing. You don't do skincare? Nope. Chinching was stunned. How could her skin be this flawless without any skincare routine? Countless girls religiously follow skincare regimens yet still struggle with problematic skin, while Ling's complexion remains perfectly smooth and porcelain-like, without a single flaw. Is this what an 18-year-old girl is like? Then go wash your face in the bathroom first. Okay. After Ling left, Chinching immediately summoned the system. Activate the online shopping feature. Ding, online shopping module not activated. Please pay 1 million spirit points to purchase the module. Robbery. Wasn't it included before? Ding, the online shopping module has been upgraded, enabling cross-dimensional purchases with instant delivery. Therefore, a fee will now be applied for usage. 1 million spirit points. Spending this would leave less than 3 million remaining until the next upgrade. But 3 million is still quite easy for Morningstar to earn. At worst, he could feed his classmates some dog food in the afternoon. I should be able to upgrade Ling tonight. Chinching's mind was already conjuring up fantasies about what Ling's artifact spirit form might look like. Hey, buddy, upgrade or not? What are you daydreaming about all day? The system's voice abruptly snapped Chinching back to reality, and he sighed helplessly. Rise. Ding dong, payment completed, opening now. After a while, the online shopping interface appeared before his eyes. Chinching searched with practiced familiarity. This system allowed cross-dimensional shopping, but only displayed dimensions he had previously visited. In other words, there are now 3 worlds for him to choose from: Earth, Assassin Star, and Artifact Spirit Continent. Chinching first opened the cosmetic products from the Artifact Spirit Continent. He discovered that the ingredients of this world's cosmetics were exceptionally safe. After all, he had studied medicine before and knew exactly what would suit Ling best. With just a glance, he could instantly discern Ling's skin type and know exactly which skincare ingredients and cosmetics would suit her best. She quickly bought a full set of makeup and even picked up some skincare products for Ray while she was at it. Such an adorable little face must not be ravaged by time. Chirp chirp. Zero finished washing up just in time, returning with her signature sound effect footsteps. Huff. Here I come. She eagerly quickened her pace and sat down before Chinching. Chinching smiled. Come on, let's begin. Before applying makeup on Zero, he first applied a layer of skincare products from light to thin. Then, gazing at Zero's face, he fell into deep thought. Zero's face was too youthful. The facial structure itself was that of a child's. You can indeed use some tools to lift and tighten, turning her into an internet-famous face. However, Chinching doesn't plan to do that. Prolonged facial lifting would cause wrinkles. Suddenly, Chinching gets an idea. Gently, she begins applying various cosmetics to Lingdi's face. At the same time, she reopened the online shopping system page. Multitasking, she helped Zero apply foundation while browsing the online shopping page. The online shopping page caught Zero's attention. Chinching, what are you buying this for? Ahem. Chinching coughed awkwardly twice. He'd forgotten to turn off the permissions. This page shouldn't be seen by Zero, because he was picking black stockings again. You'll find out soon, hee. Chapter 40, on cultivating a Yandere scheming lowly. Chinching quickly selected a few items before closing the interface. Why several items? Buy more, so you can change and wear them conveniently later. Chinching, I want to see myself, hee. Chinching smiled and handed her the mirror. Wow, the makeup wasn't even finished yet, but Zero already felt the person in the mirror didn't resemble herself anymore. Seeing her astonished little expression, Chinching's lips curled slightly upward as he ruffled her pale purple hair. Alright, look properly later. It won't take long. She obediently placed the mirror back on the table. Then she closed her eyes, the corners of her small mouth curling up uncontrollably. Makeup was something so novel to her. Zero's eyebrows were slightly curved, making her look adorable. Chinching gently added a few strokes with the eyebrow pencil, giving her a touch of heroic charm. Her petite nose was almost too delicate, so Chinching added some shading to enhance her cool elegance. Ling's eyes were her most striking feature. Those mesmerizing sapphire blue pupils could steal one's breath away. That's why he didn't want to overdo the eye makeup, just lightly blending a layer of pink eyeshadow to create a stunning interplay of blue and pink. At this point, the look was nearly complete. Zero's facial features were almost perfect, with such high plasticity that even a slight alteration could drastically change their appearance. At this moment, Zero no longer resembled a 12 or 13-year-old. She seemed more like a senior sister, outwardly exuding a cool, aloof demeanor, but inwardly warm and tender at heart. Ah, the scent of youth. The campus goddess, vibrant and full of vitality, is utterly delightful. However, he frowned as he looked at Zero's appearance. For some reason, he just couldn't feel entirely satisfied. Seeing his expression, Zero's perpetually uplifted lips finally drooped. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? She felt a bit afraid. She never used to care about her appearance, but now she was afraid Chen Xing might think she wasn't pretty, because deep down, she felt she wasn't worthy of Chen Xing in any way. Chen Xing had thought she was beautiful and had chosen to be with her. She feared that one day, Chen Xing might think she was no longer beautiful or that he might meet someone even prettier and stop liking her. Every time these thoughts crossed her mind, she would feel nervous and afraid. As she thought of the fragrance, her lips involuntarily turned downward, her small mouth pouting slightly, a faint discomfort stirring within her. Chen Xing quickly soothed her with alarm. It's so beautiful, almost too beautiful. I'm afraid someone might snatch it from me. Ling was half convinced, half skeptical. Really? It's true. Then, make me look a little uglier. Chen Xing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, shaking his head. Watch me. He then picked up a few darker-toned makeup products and swiftly applied them, adding the final touch for her. All traces of warmth and softness vanished completely, transforming entirely into a dark, sinister aura. Her face clearly said, "Stay away, don't mess with me." It has to be said, if one didn't know Zero's personality, they might truly be fooled by this appearance of hers. Morningstar nodded with great satisfaction, smiling as he said, "Not bad at all." Given his personality, if someone's face clearly said stay away, he would absolutely not disturb them. I just assumed subconsciously that other guys were the same way. But they're not. Take this guy named Sanjiu, for example. He's totally into that kind of ice queen, mysterious older sister type who keeps people at arm's length. When Ling picked up the mirror and saw herself for the first time, her face broke into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chen Xing froze in astonishment. Focusing his gaze, he found it even more inconceivable, as countless classic Yandere quotes flashed through his mind. Why does this smile seem slightly Yandere now? Chen Xing was utterly amazed too. Who would have thought this makeup could display such rich expressions on Zero's face? Now, she's the perfect blend of a Yandere loli and a cunning older sister. A single word to describe her would be a Yandere, scheming loli queen. Ling happily made all sorts of facial expressions at the mirror. Hee hee ha ha, ho ho, hiya 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 ggg aba. Wanna see what it looks like in different states? Chen Xing watched this facial expression master with amusement, his smile growing broader. The longer Ling looked, the more astonished she became. She simply couldn't bear to put the mirror down. The reflection in the mirror completely overturned her understanding of reality. Just at that moment, swish sounded. A set of clothes appeared in Chen Xing's hands. Baby, put this on. Mission accomplished. Ling finally looked away from the mirror and gazed at the clothes in Chen Xing's hands. At a glance, he spotted the black stockings on top, his face instantly flushing red. Do I have to wear this too? Of course. Chen Xing flashed an innocent smirk. A mature beauty in black stockings was utterly irresistible. Ling tilted her head slightly, eyeing Chen Xing's innocent grin with puzzled suspicion. Do you like black stockings? Ahem, no way. I just think they look good on you. Oh, okay then. Wait for me just a second. With that, Zero grabbed a pair and dashed to the bathroom, her face flushed red. First, she pulled on the black stockings, then slipped into the refreshingly stylish academy-style skirt and top that Chen Xing had specifically chosen for her, along with the black Mary Jane strap shoes, a perfect match for her current aura. Ling stared at her completely transformed reflection in the mirror and murmured, "Does Chen Xing like girls like this?" As she watched, she began to space out. She had misunderstood. Chen Xing didn't like girls like this, he liked every version of her. Just as she zoned out, the bathroom door opened and two rather pretty girls walked in. In one of the classrooms on this floor, a class was about to start soon, and everyone had already arrived. Two female students were startled when they saw Zero's attire, silently marveling, "What clean and beautiful clothes." Hearing the sound, Zero turned his head and looked at the two girls. The two girls froze on the spot. Staring at Ling, they were speechless. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined being so utterly awestruck by a girl's beauty that words failed them. Ling grew nervous under their dazed gaze. How could they possibly recognize me? This can't be happening. Soon, one of the two girls snapped out of it, realizing just how uncomposed they'd been. She quickly shook her best friend awake. "Let's go, hurry." "Sorry about that." The two then left the restroom immediately, not even finishing their business. From the hallway came their surprised exclamations. "Wow, who was that gorgeous girl just now? How come I've never seen her before? Oh my gosh, she's absolutely stunning. Drop-dead gorgeous. She's definitely prettier than the campus belle of our college." No doubt about it. After they left, Ling looked at herself in the mirror again. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She wanted to change her hair color. Spirit artifact system, I want hair the same color as Chen Xing's. Preparing, please wait. Permanent hair dyeing, meaning newly grown hair will also be silver, without fading, and can be changed. However, the light purple hair is natural, requires adding genetic sequences. Proceed with adding genetic sequences? Yes, sir. With that, Zero cracked open a tiny mouth, her little tongue eagerly licking her small fong in anticipation, waiting for the hair to change. From the roots to the tips, the light purple hair gradually began to fade, starting right from the crown of the head. Then, a silvery color like the morning stars emerged again from her roots, and in mere seconds, dyed all her hair a shimmering silver white. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, her silver strands cascading over her shoulders like a scattered galaxy, Zero couldn't hold back her amazed gasp. Just as I thought. Morning Star's hair color is so gorgeous. Hee. And just like that, she happily dashed off toward the classroom, eager to hear Morningstar praise her new snowy locks. At this moment, Chen Xing in the classroom could already hear the growing crowd outside. He quickly stored all the items on the desk back into his system. Just then, excited exclamations came from outside. Wow, the department's campus bell. Today is just as beautiful, absolutely stunning. My God, how can there be such a beautiful woman? Even I, as a woman, am captivated. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing indifferently lifted her gaze toward the entrance. The school bell? I wonder if she's even half as good-looking as Zero. Chapter 41, the white-haired girl makes her entrance. Silence greets her beauty. In the corridor, Su Xinyu wore a simple academy uniform as she walked lightly under everyone's gaze. Her light makeup accentuated her pure and lovely appearance to its fullest. The academy uniform was standard attire for every spirit master candidate at the preparatory academy. However, few people wear it because everyone complains it's ugly. Yet, when worn by Su Xinyu, it exudes an extraordinary elegance. So beautiful. Oh my, this is what a goddess looks like, making even the ugliest school uniform appear stunning. Every day is so beautiful, a feast for the eyes. Hearing these words, Su Xinyu showed no emotional fluctuation. She was accustomed to it being the center of attention since childhood. Meanwhile, Ling was rushing back. After initially jogging along her path, she slowed down upon noticing the growing crowd. A little shy, she slowed her pace and walked softly, not wanting to draw anyone's attention. After all, she was still wearing black stockings. It felt a bit embarrassing. The darkness tightly enveloped her slender, snow-white legs, extending just above her knees. Still a ways to go before the miniskirt season. A slender stretch of snow-white leg was revealed. The pristine whiteness created a striking contrast against the black, producing a powerful visual disparity. A single glance was enough to sear it indelibly into one's memory. But what truly stole the show was Qinqing's masterful makeup artistry for her. Instantly captured everyone's attention. Everybody froze, no exaggeration. Startled to find all eyes on them, Ling Jian immediately averted their gaze from looking ahead to staring at the ground. Meanwhile, their footsteps gradually quickened. Inner thoughts, ugh, Qinqing, help me. This shy demeanor of Ling instead made everyone mistake her for an aloof ice queen who looked down on the world. When Ling passed by, she didn't cause gasps of admiration like Su Xinyu did. Rather, there was complete silence. Everyone was inwardly astonished. Who is she? Damn, she's stunning. If Su Xinyu's beauty was the kind that made people gasp involuntarily, then the original Ling was the kind of cuteness that made people gasp involuntarily. But now, Zero in her Lolita makeup was a breathtaking, speechless beauty. Only after she walked past did the crowd snap out of their daze. Then erupted a wave of whispers. Who was that girl? That silver white hair is absolutely stunning. I've never seen her on the college goddess list before. Someone, get me all her information within 3 minutes. The campus bell has changed. She's definitely topping the charts. Mark my words. Zero quickened his pace, desperate to return to Orion's side. Inside the classroom, a fair number of people had already gathered by now. There were both men and women, and everyone would cast surprised glances at Chen Xing when they entered. That guy is so handsome. The girls would always take a second look at Chen Xing. During school days, a sunny, youthful boy like him would inevitably be the favored one. Chen Xing was starting to regret it. Had he known, he would have put on a debt collector face instead, making it seem like everyone owed him a fortune. The kind you wouldn't glance at twice. Who is this guy? Is he in our class? Why is he sitting next to Su Xinyu's seat? Isn't he afraid of becoming the most wanted man in the entire faculty by tomorrow? The classroom had paired seating arrangements, 2 students per desk, but there was always an empty seat beside Su Xinyu. No boy dared to sit there unless he wanted to become the enemy of all males in the college. And no girl dared to sit there either. To occupy that seat would mean being overshadowed, forever condemned to obscurity. Just as they were discussing Chen Xing, someone suddenly shouted, "TSK, Su Xinyu is here. Oh, my goddess looks as beautiful as ever today." Chen Xing looked up at the sound and saw Su Xinyu, yet his expression remained as impassive as ever. It's rather amusing, with his sunny boy-next-door looks, you'd expect him to be lively and cheerful, yet those utterly emotionless eyes create a stark contrast. His expression gives the unmistakable impression that when he looks like this, he's angry. Su Xinyu spotted Chen Xing immediately and felt startled. After all, This was the first time someone had taken the seat beside her. But when she saw the look in Qinqing's eyes and his facial expression, she felt a bit puzzled again. Why is this person looking at me with such an expression? When Qinqing saw Su Xinyu, he thought indifferently to himself. Not bad, I guess. About half as pretty as my treasure. With just one glance, he looked away and focused on the door again, waiting for Zero to return. Su Xinyu was slightly surprised when she saw him glance at her without any expression. But she thought to herself, maybe this was just another tactic to grab her attention. Pretending not to care, creating a stark contrast with everyone else. It's a tactic commonly used by many guys, but it's completely ineffective on her. Thinking this way, coupled with Chen Xing sitting beside her seat, she assumed he was just another guy trying to use reverse psychology to pursue her. So she stopped paying attention to him. He could sit wherever he pleased, no matter what he said. Su Xinyu wouldn't give him the time of day. Chen Xing had been quietly watching the doorway. Then Su Xinyu walked up to him, blocking his view. He didn't even bother to look up at her. The two locked eyes, both expressionless. Suddenly, the clamor outside fell silent. This is actually quite abnormal. Just like in a classroom sometimes, when suddenly all the students stop mid-sentence and fall completely silent. The entire classroom becomes deathly quiet. Some say whenever that happens, it means a ghost has passed by. This was the scene inside the classroom at the moment, and the hallway was no different. So everyone turned their gaze toward the door. Their eyes lit up with surprise, and their hearts skipped a beat. Standing at the door wasn't a ghost, but the extraordinary and dignified Zero. This kind of temperament can only be found in anime. Everyone who laid eyes on her couldn't help but suspect she was a beautiful girl straight out of an anime. The entire room fell silent for several seconds. At this moment, Ling was standing at the door, her face slightly flushed. From her perspective, she could see Qinqing's body but not his face. But there was a girl standing right in front of him, and from the back, she seemed quite beautiful. A pang of jealousy stirred in his heart. He instinctively wanted to call out his name, then suddenly remembered they'd disguised themselves precisely to conceal their identities. If she shouted Chen Xing's name, wouldn't that give them away immediately? She didn't know what to call out. This was her catchphrase. Whenever she felt at a loss and slightly flustered, it would instinctively slip out. Like the tiny purring sound made by a kitten, her voice was very soft. The voice was faint, yet in this deathly silent environment, everyone heard it with crystal clarity. The instant Chen Xing heard it, he knew Zero had returned. He immediately stopped looking at Su Xinyu, his previously expressionless face breaking into a smile. He sprang to his feet at once. Su Xinyu was slightly taken aback by his sudden laughter. What had made him smile so abruptly? Even his gaze had transformed. Chen Xing's eyes only truly sparkled when they landed on Ling. As Chen Xing rose to his full height of 1.85 meters, his gaze effortlessly bypassed the 1.7 meter tall Su Xinyu. When Zero turned to look at the door, the smile on his face instantly froze. It turned into shock. His lips slightly parted. Holy crap. Su Xinyu frowned at what she heard. This was still Chen Xing controlling the outcome. He nearly let loose a fountain of eloquence, his words flowing like pearls. Finally, all the unspoken words in his heart condensed into one phrase. White hair is eternally god tier. This was the sole thought in Chen Xing's mind at this moment. Ling bit her lip, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Xing's dazed expression. Inner thoughts, come on, run away now. Yet to others, her lip-biting expression seemed to explode with Tsundere charm. Su Xinyu couldn't help but turn to follow Chen Xing's gaze when she saw him in this state. Instantly spotted Yu Luo Ling with her full head of silver white hair. His face also showed a startled expression. So beautiful. At this moment, Chen Xing finally reacted, walking over with a bright smile. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, he took Zero's hand and left the place. Holy shit! After they left, the people in the classroom finally came to their senses and erupted into heated discussions. Who was that girl? Are they a couple? She's heartbreakingly beautiful. Qinqing led Zero quickly through the crowd, leaving only silence and wordless shock in their wake. Qinqing was relatively unaffected, in truth. He just had the wholesome appearance of any ordinary cheerful boy. He simply happened to be somewhat more popular than most. Zero, however, was utterly bewildering. She garnered a 100% head-turning rate wherever she went. She absolutely couldn't have imagined that after suddenly going viral and being forced to wear makeup, she would skyrocket to fame again in such a short time. Photos of her were taken and quickly spread across the campus network. This time it happened even faster, reaching even more people than before. The previous breakout fame might have been limited by ranking tiers. Those who don't watch live streams probably didn't know her beyond rank A, but this time, the entire academy will know her name. Not just that, when evening comes and everyone starts browsing the academy forums, it's going to be even more lively. People have already started a poll. The college goddess Su Xinyu versus the mysterious beauty. Who's more beautiful? Chen Xing. What's happened? Stop rubbing. Oh, sorry. That guy had been walking while constantly rubbing Ray's little head. Morningstar reluctantly withdrew his hand. I couldn't take my eyes off Ling beside me. That silvery hair suited her perfectly. The more I looked, the more I adored it. The longer I stared, the more I wanted to ruffle it. And once I started ruffling, I just couldn't stop. The sight made everyone around us absolutely envious. They really wanted to give it a squeeze too. Can we please hurry up and go? No problem. And so, under everyone's gaze, Chen Xing picked up Ling and began sprinting, heading straight for Xue Bufu's office. Xue Bufu in the office was currently packing his things to get ready for class. Suddenly my hand trembled and scattered everything across the floor. He shrugged helplessly and said, "Strange, why do I feel so uneasy today?" Chapter 42 Xue Bufu, Unyielding. Xinxing, holding Ling, swiftly followed the map's directions and dashed to the door of Xue Bufu's office. Just as he was about to carry Ling inside, the motionless figure in his arms suddenly spoke. Chen Xing. Chen Xing looked down and almost had a nosebleed. At that moment, Zero was in his arms, gripping the front of her skirt with one hand and the back with the other, doing her utmost to prevent a wardrobe malfunction. The dress Chen Xing bought for her was way too short, but it's truly beautiful. The top flew up a little because she couldn't use her hands to hold it down during Chen Xing's swift run, exposing a patch of fair, delicate belly. She blushed crimson while staring at Chen Xing. With the makeup Chen Xing had applied for her, she looked both sickly sweet and pitifully delicate. He nearly had a nosebleed on the spot. "Let me down." This time Chen Xing quickly lowered her, afraid his nose might actually start bleeding. I instinctively touched my nose and glanced at my hand. Fortunately, it wasn't bleeding. Zero quickly straightened her top and tugged at the hem of her skirt front and back. With head bowed, not daring to look at the morning star, Chen Xing gently patted her head and said softly, "Let's go." Chen Xing had just given Ling such a psychological scare that she now habitually clasped her hands behind her back as she walked. She pressed down on her skirt hem with her hands, guarding against any sudden gust of wind. She wouldn't even let Chen Xing hold her hand anymore. Chen Xing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Should I cover it for you?" "No way." Chen Xing smiled and led Zero into the office. At that moment, Xue Bufu happened to be carrying a pile of belongings as he was just finishing packing up to leave. I ran directly into Chen Xing and Zero. Upon seeing Zero, my eyes brightened briefly, but lingered no longer. I stepped aside, intending to skirt around them. He didn't recognize either of them. Old Xue. Oops, Professor Xue. Ling also quietly greeted Chen Xing beside him. Professor Xue. Xue Bufu looked somewhat surprised at the two of them. Looking for me? Chen Xing, seeing that he hadn't recognized her, nodded with a smile. What's up? Something the matter? Chen Xing suppressed her laughter at his reaction, wanting to tease him a bit. Hello Professor Xue, my name is Chang Xin. The dean asked me to come see you. Xue Bufu looked at them and thought, Chang Xin, sincere? This name? Seriously? Seeing that Chen Xing didn't even use their real name with Xue Bufu, Xiao Lingling thought this must be part of his plan, so she started brainstorming ideas. What should I call myself? Xue Bufu nodded. New here? What rank are you? He couldn't help but sigh internally. Why were all the new arrivals coming in pairs recently? That ancestral couple hasn't even arrived yet. And now another pair of lovebirds. Grade B. Alright, I'm just heading to the Grade B class for a lecture. Come with me. With that, he glanced at Zero, who flustered under his gaze. She hadn't even thought of a name yet. Xue Bufu kept looking at her with a vague sense of familiarity. Wait a moment, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Ling blurted out her habitual phrase in fright. Suddenly, Xue Bufu remembered. That girl who would go silent and only utter whenever she got shy. Are you Zero? I'm not. Zero was completely panicked. Oh no, did I just mess up Chen Xing's plans? I am Zero's older sister. My name is 1. Ha ha ha. Chen Xing couldn't hold back any longer and burst into hearty laughter. Xue Bufu was utterly dumbfounded. There's no way he'd believe that nonsense. Why don't you call yourself Point 5? Upon learning the two were Chen Xing and Zero, Xue Bufu's heart surprisingly settled into calm. Come, let the storm rage even fiercer. It doesn't matter anymore. I'll leave it to fate now. Just as he had steadied his mind to face these two people and was about to speak, Xinxing burst into laughter, ruffling Zero's adorable little head before bending down to plant a firm kiss on top of it. Ha, why are you so adorable? Stop rubbing me, Xue Bufu. The composure I just managed to regain instantly crumbled. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's to decide. Xue Bufu refuses to yield. He must teach this lawless couple a lesson. Irritably, he asked, how did you two end up like this? Oh, seems I got a bit famous this morning. Want to keep a low profile from now on. You can call me Chang Xin, and she's Lingling. Xue Bufu nodded. Let's go. With that, Xue Bufu walked straight past them, arms full of stuff, and went right out the door. Once again deploying the 6-word mantra. Don't listen, don't look, don't speak. The two walked behind, chatting and laughing along the way. Chen Xing, stop messing with my hair. Shouldn't you go help Professor Xue? He's carrying so much stuff. Oh, I forgot about that. Xue Bufu, old Xue. Chen Xing had barely started speaking when Xue Bufu directly cut him off. No need. Oh, Chen Xing didn't pay it any mind and instead turned his gaze to Ling. Then shall I hold you? Xue Bufu. Startled, Zero quickly moved aside, clutching the hem of her skirt behind her to cover herself while putting as much distance as possible between her and Chen Xing. No, no. Chen Xing smiled and asked, would you like to change into another skirt? This one is indeed too short. Yes, yes. After moving into her new home, Zero decided to make the place feel cozier by taking all the clothes previously stored in the system and placing them into the wardrobe in her room. The wardrobe was completely filled. Not a single item remained in the system. Now she regretted it. If only she had kept a few pieces stored in the system. The outfit I wore today can't be worn again. People would recognize me at a glance, and then all this makeup would have been for nothing. So I had no choice but to wear this little skirt. It's actually not that short, it's just that Zero was too shy. She didn't realize it at first, but afterwards, Chen Xing's hug traumatized her. Seeing her so flustered, Chen Xing said to Xue Bufu, Teacher Xue, where's the classroom? We'll find our way there later. Area B, Building 3, 11th floor, Class B1. Good. After parting ways with these two individuals, Xue Bufu felt utterly speechless during his entire journey. However, the thought of having all his classmates share in his plight once they reached the classroom, I suddenly felt much more balanced inside. The moment Xue Bufu stepped into the classroom, the students immediately fell silent. Old Xue still commanded authority among the other students. Looking at his gloomy face, no one dared to speak. Then he spoke lightly. Today I'm going to the combat arena to practice real fighting techniques. The students below immediately began to wail. No way. Again. Who upset Teacher Xue again? Taking it out on us. My fractured bone from the other day hasn't fully healed yet. This is torture. Xue Bufu demonstrates practical combat techniques. His fighting skills are formidable, the kind that's nationally famous, though he's an A-ranked spirit summoner. But setting aside raw power, purely in terms of martial arts technique, he could teach anyone in the academy. That's why he's also one of the rare all-level instructors at the academy. The cadets of the preparatory academy are all skilled in close combat, largely thanks to him. There are few who haven't been toughened up by his harsh training. His classes can be summed up in one word: brutal. He teaches while putting them through the ringer. Today, he just wanted to torment Chen Xing thoroughly. Therefore, he absolutely had to schedule a practical combat skills practice session. Xue Bufu had already thought of 100 ways to torment Chen Xing in his mind. As he vividly imagined it, a sinister smile gradually appeared on his face. Morning Star, if I don't make you suffer so bad you can't stand up today, I'll quit being called Xue. This smile appeared more terrifying than the devil in the classmate's eyes. Why is Teacher Xue smiling like that? So scary. Oh my god, can I take a leave? I suddenly have a really bad feeling. I'm booking a hospital bed. Anyone want to join? Group discount. Me. Book one for me too. Chapter 43, The Cutest One. Group Critical Strike. As everyone was wailing in despair, Chen Xing and Ling arrived at the entrance. Professor Xue, we're here. The moment Chen Xing spoke, he drew everyone's attention. Wow, they're back. My goddess has returned. Why did she change her dress? But she looks even more beautiful in it. Oh no, they're holding hands. Were they really a couple all along? Su Xinyu bid farewell to Zero, still completely astonished. Last time she hadn't gotten a clear look, but this time after observing carefully, her heart swelled with even greater awe. Zero was truly beautiful. Let's go. Everyone follow me to the combat arena. As his words fell, everyone was once again reminded of their fear toward Xue Bufu. That fear couldn't even be suppressed by Zero's beauty. Oh no! With faces full of despair, everyone followed Xue Bufu. Walking slowly, mournful howls echoed behind him. Su Xinyu usually walked at the very back. Now, Zero and Qinqing were the ones left walking at the very end. Out of humanitarian considerations, the two of them chose not to walk ahead, but walked hand in hand at the very rear. Yet, no matter what, the person in front was determined to eat dog food. Every time I turned around, these two were either patting each other's heads, either she would blush, looking sickly sweet and tenderly at Qinqing with a delicate charm. Every time people see Zero like this, they can't help but sigh in their hearts. This guy must have saved the world in his past life. Zero and Morningstar always speak in very low voices, so no one can hear what they're saying. Otherwise, they'd surely draw their swords in outrage. Not far ahead of the two walked Su Xinyu. Her face had already turned red. She had never heard such filthy, sweet words before. It's simply unbearable to hear, blushing and heart-pounding. Right now, she wished she were deaf, or had eyes in the back of her head. Oh my god, what on earth are those two talking about? What black silk? What white silk? What sleeping together? Finally, everyone arrived at the fighting arena. This time, Su Xinyu stood at a spot relatively far from Chen Xing and Zero. After all, once this class ends, it'll be time for lunch. She wasn't even hungry anymore before having the meal. Qinqing and Ling still found seats at the very back. At this moment, Shue Bufu's booming voice rang out. Next, I'll pick 2 people to demonstrate the movements as I direct. Then I'll spar with each of you one by one. After these words were spoken, everyone silently prayed in their hearts. Please not me. Don't call my name. Don't pick me. I'm begging you. Shue Bufu pretended to casually scan the group with his eyes. Then, 2 new people joined us today, as you all can see. Come on, let's welcome the 2 newcomers to step forward. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone simultaneously took a step sideways to their left and right. An opening was made in the center, and all eyes turned to look at the 2 people standing at the back. Because a path had opened up in the middle, Shue Bufu spotted Chen Xing and Ling at a glance. His face turned green with rage on the spot. No, stop, squeezing. Ling's small hands clutched one of Chen Xing's arms as she desperately tried to squirm away. But there's nowhere to hide. With her delicate gothic lowly makeup, Zero's appearance somehow gives off an irresistible yet teasing vibe that tingles and tickles the senses. While feeling that tantalizing itch internally, the male audience couldn't help but cast jealous glares at each other, swearing silently in my heart. How dare they treat my goddess like this? But the goddess is so adorable, I'm dead. Ahem. Shue Bufu suddenly coughed violently. This promptly snapped the 2 of them out of their little world. Chen Xing's hand still rested on Zero's small head as he turned to look at everyone with a puzzled expression. Everyone silently thought, what are you confused about? Let go already. With a sudden effort, Ling Yi broke free from Chen Xing when he wasn't paying attention. Face flushed crimson, she stood to the side glaring at him with faint anger. Suddenly, she realized, everyone was looking at her. Instantly, her confidence crumbled. Chen Xing, help me. She blushed again and returned to Chen Xing's side, clutching his arm and hiding herself behind it, not letting anyone see her. That look was simply adorable. Everyone present, including Chen Xing, was utterly overwhelmed by her cuteness. HP 99. Ding, congratulations, host. Because your wife is excessively adorable, she has inflicted group critical damage on a cumulative total of 1.2 million people, including previous live stream matches. Title obtained, Lord of Cuteness. Reward, when the Lord of Cuteness is by your side, all attributes gain a plus 20% bonus. Spirit points, 1 million. Crystal coins, 1 million. Gift pack, exclusive Supreme Gift Pack for Mushroom Lord. Title upgradable, next level, Mushroom King. Chen Xing looked at Ling clinging to his arm and couldn't help but feel emotional. This little girl, no matter how mature or heavy her makeup is, remains utterly adorable. You too. Shue Bufu wore an exasperated expression. Come here, demonstrate the combat techniques. Chen Xing frowned, thinking to himself, what sort of nonsense is this? A combat demonstration? You're asking my adorable wife to perform fighting techniques? Absolutely unbelievable. Seeing Chen Xing remain unmoved, Shue Bufu raised an eyebrow. Come here. Let's go, Chang Xin. Chen Xing somewhat reluctantly led Zero forward, so Zero wrapped her arm around Morningstar's, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. The 2 slowly walked forward under everyone's gaze. This talented gentleman and beautiful lady somehow managed to exude red carpet glamour while walking across the glass floor. According to the victim's account at the time, I was clearly in class, yet I felt like I was attending a newlywed couple's wedding. Chen Xing didn't think too much about it, but found it a bit strange. What's Shue Bufu's problem? Is he deliberately messing with me? I don't remember offending him. After the 2 walked ahead, Shue Bufu said nonchalantly, let me introduce, this is Chang Xin, the kind of Chang Xin that intentionally annoys people. Morning Star? I'm Chang Xin, damn it. This is Zero's, older sister, Ling. The crowd. Zero's sister? The sister of that SSS tier artifact spirit? Zero is the cute girl from this morning's livestream? Oh my god. Both sisters are so beautiful. What kind of family genes are these? Shue Bufu coughed twice to stop everyone's discussion and said calmly, you two, stand face to face. Oh, Chen Xing looked helplessly at Zero, who was also somewhat bewildered. Chen Xing's bewilderment. What exactly is Shue Bufu up to? Zero's bewilderment. How exactly do I demonstrate? I don't know how. Shue Bufu stepped between the 2 of them. He clasped his hands behind his back and said coolly, step closer, 10 centimeters apart. Oh, so Chen Xing took a step forward, standing directly 10 centimeters in front of Zero. Chen Xing towered over Zero by more than a head. He stood before Ling, who barely reached his chest height, completely unable to see anything. 10 centimeters, just a fist's distance apart. Ling's delicate little nose was so close that if she leaned forward just a bit more, it might poke into Chen Xing's chest. Instinctively, she lifted her small head to look up at Chen Xing, but from this close distance, Zero's tiny head had to tilt back at an extreme angle. Morningstar watched her with a face full of smiles. He really wanted to scoop her up in his arms, but he didn't embrace her. After all, he was just demonstrating the motion. As for Zero, keeping her head tilted back for so long had made her lose her balance somewhat. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. Phew, coming from behind Zero. With a gust of wind, she lost her balance. She tumbled forward. Her delicate pointed chin collided right into Chen Xing's chest. Chen Xing let out a soft grunt, stifling a laugh. He thought to himself, so this is what heart-stabbing feels like? Everyone? Zero quickly realized what was happening, and the thought of everyone watching made their face flush red again. They hastily pushed Chen Xing away and stood up straight, this time not daring to raise their head. Keeping one's head tilted upward for too long does make it easy to lose balance, Xue Bufu said coldly. Next, we'll explain how to defend against close-range knee strikes to a male's vulnerable areas. Morning Star? Then, Xue Bufu looked at Zero. Ling. Ha! Both Zero and Chen Xing turned their heads to look at him. Do you know how to knee strike? No. TCH, no problem, I'll teach you. Come on, follow my lead. Good. Lift your right knee like this, put all your strength into it, then thrust it upward. He even followed through with a fierce knee strike. If that blow had hit its mark, the victim would undoubtedly have become a eggless hero. Chen Xing watched with a head full of question marks. Was Xue Bufu joking around? Suddenly, he remembered Zero. Zero stood just 10 centimeters in front of him. If she were to imitate, just as expected, little Zero, completely absorbed in following his lead, copied Xue Bufu's movement precisely, suddenly jerking her knee upward. A direct strike toward Chen Xing's most vulnerable spot. Chapter 44, Just Who's Teaching Whom? Chen Xing abruptly looked down. Zero's slender legs clad in black stockings were already lifting up, about to strike his vital spot in the next second. Instead of blocking with his hands, he simply shifted his posture with a light step, turning sideways to effortlessly evade the attack. At such close quarters, if Xue Bufu suddenly made a move, he might not have time to react. After all, Xue Bufu, as a ranked spiritualist, far surpassed him in both speed and strength. Although Chen Xing reacted quickly, it was too late to dodge. However, if Ling could still get hit despite having advance warning, that would truly disgrace the world's fastest reaction speed. As Zero's knee strike was dodged by Chen Xing, her calf was still rising and just about to descend. With a smile, Chen Xing reached out swiftly, placing his hand beneath her leg to support its slender form while pulling her effortlessly into his embrace. The bewitching touch of black silk against his palm tempted him to stealthily give it an imperceptible squeeze. Zero's legs were ticklish, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Chen Xing's heart skipped a beat upon hearing it. Everyone? What did I just hear? Ling also realized she had just let out some strange noise unintentionally. Her face was flushed so red it seemed about to drip blood. Seeing this, Chen Xing gently lowered her legs, otherwise, this little thing might faint any moment. Ling stood beside Chen Xing, feeling utterly at a loss. She wants to play with the yo-yo again. Chen Xing smiled and gently patted her head, soothingly said, "It's okay, don't be afraid." Zero nodded silently without saying a word. Xue Bufu sighed inwardly, he actually missed. What a pity. Chen Xing frowned, looking at Xue Bufu with a strange expression. He was now absolutely certain this Xue Bufu definitely wanted to mess with him, though he couldn't figure out what he had done to offend him. But if he wanted to play, Chen Xing would absolutely oblige. With a radiant smile directed at Xue Bufu, "Professor Xue, shall we have a practice round together?" Everyone was startled and immediately burst into discussion. Looking to die? Actually daring to challenge Professor Xue one-on-one? Should we arrange a hospital bed for the newcomer in advance? Professor Xue, beat him to a pulp and get revenge for us. Right. Xue Bufu felt a surge of joy and raised an eyebrow as he said, "Sure, how do we train?" To think he hadn't even spoken yet, and Chen Xing came knocking on his own accord. At that moment, two familiar figures emerged within the fighting arena. Yun Xinghai and his spirit weapon humanoid, Gu Miao Miao. The two were searching everywhere for Chen Xing. How strange. Where on earth has he run off to? Meow. Yun Xinghai looked around but couldn't spot Chen Xing among the team led by Xue Bufu either. He was somewhat disappointed and ready to leave. At this moment, Chen Xing said to Xue Bufu, "Since it's a combat techniques class, let's practice some combat techniques. Pure technique, no strength involved, stop when appropriate." Of course, Chen Xing wasn't foolish enough to challenge Xue Bufu in a contest of strength. His combat power of several 100,000 could send someone flying with a single punch. "Oh, fine, come at me." As he spoke, Xue Bufu extended a hand. Hearing Chen Xing's voice, Yun Xinghai's figure abruptly froze. Looking back in disbelief at Chen Xing, I couldn't help but rub my eyes and stare intently again. Who is this person? Why does their voice sound so similar to Chen Xing's? Meow meow, let's go, come see. Xinghai, what brings you here? Xue Bufu looked at him with some surprise. Brother Xue, I'm here to find someone. Please carry on with your business. Oh, who are you looking for? Someone from our class? Yun Xinghai nodded, then turned his gaze to Chen Xing, whose appearance had been altered through disguise techniques. I'm looking for Chen Xing. Morning Star? Xue Bufu cast a glance at Chen Xing without the slightest hint of movement. Yun Xinghai was also staring intently at Chen Xing. Chen Xing remained expressionless, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Yun Xinghai was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Could it be that I misheard? That shouldn't be the case, there's no way I'd mistake his voice. Meanwhile, Chen Xing was equally exasperated internally. What does he want with me? Go play somewhere else. How come you woke up so soon? I should have hit you harder. Screw it. Xue Bufu noticed Chen Xing didn't reveal his true identity, so he didn't expose him either. Dan Dan said to Chen Xing softly, "Come." With these words, one hand was placed behind the back, and the other was extended forward. Chen Xing narrowed his eyes at the sight. Of course he understood what Xue Bufu's posture meant. It meant giving him a handicap, using only one hand to fight. A light sparring session purely focused on technique, where neither side would use brute force, relying solely on skill against skill. It focuses entirely on training reaction speed, agility, and technical proficiency. That Xue Bufu dared to give Chen Xing a handicap with one hand proves just how confident he is. Chen Xing chuckled without responding. He assumed an identical stance. Everyone present frowned at the same time upon seeing this. Doesn't this guy know what's good for him? Teacher Xue gave him one hand handicap, yet he's returning the gesture? What's the meaning of this? How arrogant. If I remember right, his name is Chang Xin? Can't even find him on the rankings. Probably ranked beyond tens of thousands, the kind who wouldn't even make the list. Yun Xinghai heard this but then glanced at Chen Xing again, thinking to himself, his name is Chang Xin? Chang Xin? Chen Xing? He immediately shook his head. Must be a coincidence. The two looked completely different anyway. But since he was already here, he might as well watch and see how Teacher Xue would discipline this arrogant student. Pop! Their hands collided briefly with a crisp, resounding clap. Chen Xing's first move was merely a probe, not swift at all. Then, like the accelerating beat of a drum, the sound of two people colliding grew increasingly frenzied. A fierce flurry of strikes echoed through the fighting arena. The crowd's jaws gradually dropped, staring dumbfounded at Chen Xing and Xue Bufu. The movements of these two had already surpassed the spectators' ability to follow with their eyes. Combat arts encompass too broad a spectrum: kicking techniques, fist techniques, body movement, technical maneuvers. All techniques used for close combat can be termed as martial arts. Chen Xing and Xue Bufu rapidly shifted between stances, frantically countering each other's moves. Every movement flowed as naturally as if it were pure bodily instinct. Even now, Chen Xing still wore a smile on his face. Challenge him in combat skills? He had been practicing various combat techniques daily with virtual simulations in the system's dimensional space. Would he be afraid of Xue Bufu? Though his strength and speed couldn't match Xue Bufu's, no one could surpass him in pure technique. Those skills were instinctive reactions carved into his very bones. For a master of combat arts, at advanced levels, battles are largely fought through bodily instincts. Just as fingertips withdraw instinctively upon touching a needle, Xue Bufu grew increasingly shocked as the fight progressed. His confidence before the fight stemmed from his belief that Chen Xing, being so young, could not possibly have honed those techniques into instinctive reactions. To train learned techniques into instinctive reflexes requires extensive practice and real combat experience. At Chen Xing's age, achieving such mastery is nearly impossible. Not just for someone Chen Xing's age, even Xue Bufu, in his 30s, couldn't accomplish it. Few can develop instinctual reflexes, yet he managed to master this instinctive reaction ahead of all his peers, countless martial arts prodigies of his generation. This is precisely why he achieved such extraordinary accomplishments in the field of combat arts. But who could have imagined that this 18-year-old boy before his eyes could actually do the same? At this moment, Xue Bufu felt as though he was sparring with a grandmaster of martial arts. He had a strange sensation that instead of him teaching Chen Xing, it was Chen Xing teaching him. Although the two had been rapidly exchanging blows, countering and adapting to each other's moves. At some point, without realizing it, he had already been led by the nose by Chen Xing. Every move and gesture seemed to fall within Chen Xing's precise calculations. Before he could even make his move, Chen Xing had already intercepted his intended path of attack. Thus, Xue Bufu grew more and more furious as he fought. He suddenly realized that when it came to pure martial arts skill, he actually couldn't defeat the young man before him. Xue Bufu said in disbelief, "How could this be?" Chen Xing smiled. "Nothing's impossible. Want to give it a try with both hands?" Whoosh! Suddenly both men stepped back simultaneously, putting some distance between them. Xue Bufu frowned tightly as he looked at him, while Chen Xing wore a face full of smiles. After a moment, Xue Bufu said with a grave expression, "Use your full strength. Let me see." He now even suspected that Chen Xing hadn't exerted his full power to spare his dignity. Otherwise, he might have been knocked down countless times by Chen Xing using various techniques and in every conceivable way. Everyone present was stunned. That wasn't even his full strength just now? Chen Xing suddenly laughed. "You sure about this?" Chapter 45, Feeding You While Slapping Your Face. Xue Bufu's gaze sharpened. "Come, good." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Xing had already shot forward like an arrow. The two were not far apart and quickly arrived before Xue Bufu. Bang, bang, Bang! Two men exchanged 3 blows, 2 punches and 1 kick. Xue Bufu suddenly felt his footing vanish beneath him. The world began to spin as a heavy impact exploded against his back. Face to the azure sky, he crashed downward. Everyone was stunned. My jaw nearly hit the floor. The combat master of the preparatory academy had actually fallen. Even Zero couldn't help but look at Qinqing in disbelief. Xue Bufu didn't fall hard, yet he never got back up. Gazing at the blue sky above, I began to question the meaning of life. The martial arts I learned in the past must have been fake. Under the command of Qinqing, he couldn't even last 3 moves. After a while, he let out a sigh, too tired to get up. Seeing this, Qinqing smiled resignedly and turned toward Zero. Zero stared dumbfounded as Qinqing approached, completely frozen. Qinqing chuckled mischievously and, taking advantage of her distraction, immediately scooped her up in his arms again. There are so many people watching. Seeing her flustered expression, Qinqing leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Don't worry, you're the only one in my eyes." At this moment, Yun Xinghai was finally certain the person before him was truly Qinqing. This move could be called identifying the real deal through the scent of dog food. "Master!" Yun Xinghai suddenly shouted at Qinqing. Qinqing didn't react in time, but Ling did. He poked his head out from Qinqing's embrace and looked at Yun Xinghai, only to realize he was the boy who got flicked on the forehead this morning. "Oh, it's you?" Yun Xinghai froze for a moment when he saw Ling, since Ling's appearance had changed from what it was in the morning. Coming to his senses, he suddenly shouted, "Greetings, Shifu's wife." Shifu's wife? No, I am not. Everyone present stared at Yun Xinghai with utter confusion. Chang Xin is actually Yun Xinghai's master? Yun Xinghai? That prodigy who jumped straight to the B-list at 14 years old with 64,000 combat power. No wonder he's so powerful with a master like that. Even Xue Bufu on the ground couldn't help but turn his head in surprise to look at Yun Xinghai. Chen Xing gave Yun Xinghai a peculiar look. What does that mean? Master? Who's your master? You. Yun Xinghai looked firmly at Chen Xing. It made him somewhat doubt himself, yet he grasped the situation the next second. This young man, having been thoroughly beaten into submission by him, probably wanted to become his disciple. Taking on a disciple? Impossible. Chen Xing simply didn't have time for such nonsense. With an icy glare, he shot him a look. "Don't bother me." "Yes, master." With that said, Yun Xinghai turned away to leave. Beside them, Gu Miaomia was utterly baffled, unable to fathom what Yun Xinghai was up to. After walking about 10 meters, Yun Xinghai suddenly turned around again, fixing his gaze intently upon Chen Xing. Chen Xing furrowed his brows slightly, unsure what mischief he was up to. "What are you doing, meow? The master told me to go away, saying I should observe and learn by myself and not bother him. Meow, everyone?" "Chen Xing, I damn well never said that. Get the hell out of here." Then Cloud Starsea extended both arms, imitating Morningstar's Princess Carrie posture. He looked at Meow Meow. "Meow Meow, come up." "Meow?" Gu Meow Meow was first astonished, then a blush quickly spread across her face. "What are you trying to do? We must be like master and mistress. Only then can we become stronger. Master hugs his wife every single day. I bet it must be some kind of cultivation technique. Hurry up, meow." Gu Meow Meow bit her lip, blushing with embarrassment, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Come on, don't you want to get stronger and save your sister?" Alright then." With that, her face flushed crimson as she leaped into Yun Xinghai's embrace. Gu Meow Meow blushed and asked, "Is it heavy? Deep? Meow? Cough cough. What rubbish about sinking?" The crowd. Chen Xing rolled his eyes helplessly and stopped looking at him. Hugging Zero in his arms, he turned to look at Xue Bufu lying on the ground. "Old Xue, Professor Xue, can we leave now?" Subtext, nothing to do with me anymore. I'm going home to do my thing. "No, you can't leave. I've broken a bone." Morningstar? Damn, trying to scam me, huh? Not even ashamed of losing face at your age. He certainly didn't have any fractures, he just felt mentally exhausted and didn't want to get up anymore. "The rest of the class is yours. Take over for me, make everyone take 10 falls." Dismissed after the falls. The gathered beastmasters immediately began groaning in dismay. "Are you kidding me? Even old Xue can't defeat this guy. If he gets thrown 10 times, won't his bones be completely shattered?" No, Teacher Xue, get up quickly. Teacher Xue, come on, you can do it. Get up. Xue Bufu closed his eyes and said calmly, "Stop the nonsense, hurry up. Su Xinyu, you go first." Su Xinyu was completely baffled. Why was she the first one? She would never have imagined, because Xue Bufu didn't recognize any of the other names. The students present all turned their gaze towards Su Xinyu. After having met Ling, looking at Su Xinyu no longer evoked the same feeling as before. The once celebrated campus beauty now seemed utterly ordinary. "Hurry up!" Old Xue lay sprawled on the ground, urging without even lifting an eyelid. Su Xinyu gritted her teeth and slowly walked before Chen Xing and Ling. Ling watched as Su Xinyu approached, and after clearly seeing her face, her heart exclaimed, "She's really beautiful." The next second, she raised her head again, wanting to see what expression Chen Xing would have when facing such a beauty. Chen Xing furrowed his brow tightly, looking helplessly at the Su Xinyu before him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ling raising her head to look at him. He immediately lowered his gaze, the furrow between his brows vanishing instantly as if illuminated by sudden clarity. Only when looking at Ling would his tender emotions fully unfold. He asked with a smile, "What's happened?" Then quickly planted a Manhwa on her forehead. Ling opened her beautiful eyes, glowing softly, feeling both happy and shy inside, shook her head. "Nothing." Then she simply buried herself in Chen Xing's embrace, savoring the warmth of his arms. Her heart was already blooming with joy. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chen Xing's lips as he lifted his gaze to meet Su Xinyu's eyes once more. Like a Sichuan opera face changer, all traces of his smile vanished in an instant. Su Xinyu bit her lip lightly, her heart galloping like 1,000 wild horses. It was her first time encountering such a man in her life. In his eyes, she might as well not have been human at all. Chen Xing merely glanced at her before turning his gaze to Xue Bufu on the ground. "Are you serious?" "Of course. Smash it hard. Make sure they get a taste of, make sure they learn some skills." "Alright then." Then he turned his gaze to Su Xinyu and said indifferently, "Come on, I'm in a hurry." Chang Xin. Zero in her arms suddenly spoke up. "I'll go down first." "It's alright, you can sleep a little longer. I'll be done soon." Everyone's mind, why does this line sound so familiar? They had all watched the morning livestream where a couple appeared. Before over 1 million viewers, in the exact same posture and tone, they had said the exact same words. Let me down." Zero blinked her sapphire blue eyes and suddenly began acting cute and coy. Ahem. Zero thought acting spoiled would make Chen Xing unable to resist putting her down. However, Chen Xing just coughed twice, deliberately lifting his head to avoid looking at her. Turning to Su Xinyu, he calmly said, "Come on, I'm in a hurry." Zero, failing to win Chen Xing over with coquetry in his embrace, pouted in disappointment. Why isn't acting cute working anymore? Could it be that he's already become immune to my charms? No, I still need to try it tonight. As for Su Xinyu, never in her life had she suffered such humiliation. Chen Xing's attitude towards her made her increasingly angry. He had just finished whispering sweet nothings to Ling, then turned around and gave her a complete 180 with cold indifference. It felt like being force-fed dog food while getting smacked in the face. Who could possibly stand that? The others watching beside her couldn't help but feel heartbroken for her. Her delicate hands were now clenched into tight fists from sheer anger. She bit her lip without uttering a single word. Then she unleashed a full-powered strike directly at Chen Xing, who was holding Zero. Chapter 46. Never had this kind of treat in my life. Ling watched the swiftly approaching pink fist of Su Xinyu. Though it wasn't aimed at her, she was so frightened that she closed her eyes involuntarily. Chen Xing, however, neither dodged nor flinched. With just a shrug of his shoulders, he met the attack head-on. Bang! Su Xinyu punched Chen Xing's broad shoulder. Her hand instantly went numb, losing all sensation. With her fist still hovering before his shoulder, Chen Xing surged forward. Her body momentarily lost balance, and then his leg swept out. "Ah!" Su Xinyu cried out in pain as she fell hard. Ouch, such brutality, no mercy even for the campus bell. TSK, but to be fair, I think he went easier on her than old Xue would have. I feel the same. What a relief. No need to go to the hospital. She's the campus belle, so delicate. If it were you lot, you'd have broken every bone in her body. Damn. Truth be told, Chen Xing had gone easy on her because she was a girl. Yet hearing this, Su Xinyu felt no pride at all. She felt nothing but humiliation. Gritting her teeth, she stood up. Again. Her originally pleasant voice had now turned low and husky. "Ah, hiss, again." After repeating this sequence several times, the 10th time, the final attempt, those around couldn't bear to watch anymore, turning their heads away one after another. Some people even recorded the scene using their artifact spirit systems. Her previously pristine academy uniform was now wrinkled and covered in dust. Her hair had also become disheveled, with no time to tidy it at all. He looks like he's just come back after a day of hauling bricks. Su Xinyu got up again. This would be the last time, but she kept her head down, and after a long while, still hadn't stood up. Chen Xing watched her helplessly, thinking to himself, "Don't blame me, blame Xue Bufu." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "Ding dong, congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked, Flower Trampler. Unlock condition, beat up and make cry a campus queen level beauty with at least 1 million followers. Reward, spirit points, 5 million. Crystal coins, 10 million. Crying?" Chen Xing looked at the bowing Su Xinyu on the ground in surprise. Ling, nestled in Chen Xing's arms, gazed at her with aching sympathy. "Are you okay?" Drip drop. Tears fell on the glass floor, splashing up drops of water. Everyone present instantly fell silent. Plop, plop. Xue Bufu was also at a loss for words. Why had she started crying? Su Xinyu didn't know why either. Her tears hadn't come from the pain of being dropped. She just felt insulted. The boy before me had the face of a sunny, golden retriever type. They're doing nothing but shady dealings. Holding a stunningly beautiful girl in his arms, feeding Su Xinyu dog food, metaphor for affection, and then tossing her aside. This is a dual torment of both body and soul. Never in her life had she felt such humiliation. Never been fed such degrading dog food. Let me down. Ling suddenly spoke up, feeling she ought to offer Su Xinyu some comfort. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyu suddenly raised her head and fixed Chen Xing with an intense stare. Chen Xing was momentarily stunned by her gaze, immediately feeling he might have gone too far. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding dong, current spiritual value detected, 103,002,500. Spirit system upgrade available. Proceed with upgrade? The worry on Chen Xing's face vanished instantly, replaced by a radiant smile of pleasant surprise. At the same time, she turned to look at Ling, who still wore a concerned expression as she gazed at the unconscious Su Xinyu on the ground. Chen Xing felt slightly puzzled. Why wasn't she reacting? Didn't you want to surprise her? I temporarily blocked her perception. Damn good job, brother. Su Xinyu froze momentarily upon seeing Chen Xing smile. It wasn't just Su Xinyu who was stunned. Every male in the room was stunned. Su Xinyu cried, "Look how happily he's smiling." You. Ling suddenly raised her small hand, lifting it above Chen Xing's head. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she lightly tapped Chen Xing on the head. Bang! Startled by the sudden knock on his head, Chen Xing immediately snapped out of his joyful daze and stared blankly at Ling. Ling was looking up at him now, her pretty face showing a hint of anger. You made the girl cry. How can you laugh about it? Her outburst of fragile rage made everyone gasp in shock. Yandere lowly Zero is the goat. Only then did Chen Xing realize that in his excitement over the possibility of upgrading, he had completely forgotten about Su Xinyu. He awkwardly glanced at Su Xinyu lying on the ground. Su Xinyu had bitten her lips in fury, drawing a trace of blood. Tears still glistened in her beautiful eyes as she quickly sprang to her feet. She threw another punch straight at Chen Xing's face. Right now, she just wants to punch Chen Xing's nose sideways. Chen Xing tilted his head slightly with ease, effortlessly dodging the attack. Yet he did not throw her down again. Su Xinyu did not continue the attack. Her punch may have missed, but in that moment she gained clarity. Outmatched in skill, she conceded defeat graciously. Her tears were her own affair, having nothing to do with Chen Xing. At that moment, their faces were mere inches apart. Chen Xing could clearly see the tears on her face, which had already stopped flowing. She gave Chen Xing a profound look before withdrawing her fist. Without a word, she returned to the group. No one dared to speak, watching her secretly wipe away tear stains. Chen Xing helplessly glanced at Xue Bufu. Shall we continue? Keep going. There are only boys left behind. What's there to fear? As he spoke, he sat up and randomly pointed at someone. You there, hurry up, Chen Xing said. Didn't you say you were injured? Get moving. The boy trembled as he walked towards Chen Xing. Chen Xing said expressionlessly, Come on, I'm in a hurry. Let me go down. Ling always felt this wasn't right and wanted to go down to stay. Chen Xing looked at her, about to speak when the person before them suddenly moved. He fights dirty, trying to ambush Chen Xing when his guard was down. He lunged forward, aiming straight for the Zero in his arms. Strike first at the leader. Ah! Zero suddenly let out a piercing scream. Chen Xing lifted her high above his head to prevent that person from touching her. Zero now feels like flying high. Bang! Chen Xing kicked him flying. Ah! The man lay writhing in agony on the ground, howling in pain. At least 3 ribs were cracked. Seeing this, Xue Bufu raised an eyebrow. Cough! Be gentle. Chen Xing ignored him, raised the Zero, and cast a cold glance at the remaining people. Wherever the gaze swept past, a chill ran down everyone's spine simultaneously. His meaning was crystal clear. Lay a finger on her, and you'll regret it. Zero was still being held high by Chen Xing at this moment. Good thing she changed into a long skirt, or everything would have been exposed. Though nothing was showing, she was still trembling all over. I'm scared. Woo-woo. Chen Xing quickly gathered her back into his embrace. Woo-woo, I want to get down. With no other choice, he could only set Zero down beside him with a mixture of amusement and helplessness. Now with both hands free, Chen Xing cast a cold glance at the crowd. Everyone suddenly had a bad feeling. Chen Xing said, Teacher Xue, hurry up, I've got things to do. Alright, next. In a hurry to get home, Chen Xing suddenly turned serious. Thus, each trainee was thrown about until they were utterly dazed and disoriented. Ah! Excruciating cries of pain rose and fell throughout the combat arena. Teacher Xue, please stand up, I beg you. This can't be called a lesson. This is just plain beating. Ah! Xue Bufu looked at the miserable, suffering students and revealed a satisfied smile. Soon, Chen Xing had knocked the entire class to the ground. Su Xinyu watched as her once good classmates rolled on the floor, wailing incessantly. Suddenly, she began to feel grateful for being a girl. May I leave now? Chinching had already taken Zero's hand. Xue Bufu thought his rush to return home was just to indulge in some intimate time, so he replied irritably, go on, I'll send you the schedule later. Got it. Chinching held Zero's small hand, barely able to suppress the grin spreading across his face. Go home and charge Ling. Chapter 47, The Underworld Surprise Package. Chen Xing held Zero's small hand, a smile lingering on his face. Chen Xing, what are you smiling about? Chen Xing snapped back to attention. Ahem, it's nothing. Suddenly, he realized someone was following him. A quick glance revealed two more familiar figures. His expression showed slight surprise. Why these two again? That's right, it was Yun Xinghai and Gu Miao Miao. The two were currently following not far behind Chen Xing. When Yun Xinghai and Miao Miao saw Chen Xing glance back at them, they froze in their tracks out of sheer fright. Chen Xing shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to get entangled with them any further. Right now, he just wanted to go home. Zero suddenly felt himself suspended in midair, and in the next second, he found himself cradled in Chen Xing's arms, drawing envious glances from those around. TSK. Wonder what it feels like to hold such an adorable Yandere loli? Aren't those the two who just went viral on the school forum? Chen Xing didn't linger for a moment, swiftly scooping up Ling and dashing forward at full speed. Meow meow. At Yun Xinghai's call, Gu Miao Miao instantly understood. Without hesitation, she transformed into the spirit guardian Miao Xing and merged with Yun Xinghai's form. Yun Xinghai transformed into his feline star form, swiftly giving chase. Otherwise, he'd never catch up. In this feline star manifestation, Yun Xinghai's speed was extraordinary. After all, this type of artifact spirit provided immense velocity enhancement. His speed even managed to barely keep pace with Dawn Star. However, suddenly Chen Xing abruptly changed direction. He turned into the back of a building. Yun Xinghai quickly followed, but had already lost sight of his target. This fast? How could you possibly keep up with him? Meow. Yun Xinghai fell silent for a moment, then sighed and walked away. He didn't notice that Chen Xing was currently 4 floors above his head, holding Ling while standing on someone's open windowsill. Every person in this classroom simultaneously turned to stare at the two sudden intruders. His face was filled with terror, mouth agape. Seeing this, Zero shyly wriggled in Chen Xing's arms. She turned her head and buried her little face in Chen Xing's embrace. Her tiny back of the head faced the crowd. Everyone, buddy, where did you pick this up? The girl closest to Chen Xing, sitting by the window, was frozen in shock. She was in class when suddenly 2 people appeared outside the 4th floor window. Her heart nearly stopped. Ahem, sorry, goodbye. Then Chen Xing released the window, sending both himself and Ling into freefall. In Chen Xing's arms, Ling felt like she was riding a drop tower ride, soaring up and plunging down. Terrified, she clung tightly to Chen Xing's clothes. Bang! It landed with a dull thud, even on this solid glass floor. Shaking off Yun Xinghai was mainly to avoid exposing his home address. Back at Dark Star, whenever he returned home, Chen Xing would always be extremely cautious. If someone tailed him, he might not wake up the next morning. In this new world, he still maintained this good habit. The journey's trajectory was extremely intricate. Ling felt completely disoriented, thinking to herself, was it this complicated when we went to the academy? After all these detours, Ling was certain she'd get lost if she ever tried to navigate this route alone. TSK. Finally home, hee hee. Why are you grinning so creepily? Zero couldn't help but laugh too, seeing him smile like that. Seeing this, Xinxing gave her little face a firm smooch. Zero clearly felt the tug on his face followed by a wet smear of saliva. Little hands pressed against Xinxing's face, pushing him incessantly. Though she kept pushing with her hands, her face was smiling. The first thing upon arriving home was helping Ling remove her makeup. Cosmetics shouldn't stay on the face for too long. Chen Xing held her and sat down on the sofa. Ling lay quietly in his arms, like a lazy little kitten, blissfully savoring this beautiful moment. How wonderful it is to be home. That's what she thought to herself. Chen Xing looked at Ling snuggled in his arms, endlessly pondering how to give her this surprise. First, let's open a gift pack to liven things up. Open the gift pack. The next second, a panel appeared before the two of them. Superfan exclusive gift pack, unopened. Million host gift pack, unopened. Unlock the Million Hosts grand gift pack. Ding, congratulations, host. Million streamer gift package reward. 1. Worth 5 million crystal coins. 1 Breeze sports car. 2. 2 sets of men's cross-dressing outfits. Chonsam *1 plus wig plus shoes. Hanfu *1 plus wig plus shoes. Ugh. Little Lingling's eyes immediately lit up. Pursing her lips, she smiled at Morningstar. Morningstar? 3. Live streaming comes with a high-definition audio recording program *1. Now mom won't have to worry about me not hearing the live broadcast clearly. 4. Comes with HD screen recording software *1. No matter how blurry the stream gets, those two will stay crystal clear, offering the best viewing experience for the audience. 5. External live streaming plugin, which can be attached to any live broadcast room or operate independently. Viewers can replenish spirit points or crystal coins to gift streamers with presents. All proceeds go to the streamer. What the hell is this? He reckoned the junk in this netherworld care package would be utterly useless his entire life. I wanna see Cheongsam. I wanna see Hanfu. I wanna see cross-dressing outfits. Chinching sneered coldly. That's impossible. System, destroy it for me. Ding processing. Wait a minute. Ling suddenly called out to stop the system. The system really stopped. What are you doing? Let me check. Ling blinked her big eyes in his arms, her tiny hands clutching Chinching's arm. Let me see, just one look. I promise I won't make you wear it. Just a peek. She even grabbed Chinching's arm with both little hands and gave playful tugs. Chinching didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did this little minx learn to be such an expert at wheedling? Fine, just one look. Ling happily nodded. Yeah, okay, he. With no other choice, Chen Xing focused his thoughts, and 2 sets of women's clothing appeared on the table before him. Wow! Ling crawled out of Chinching's embrace, picked up the 2 sets of clothes on the table, and began examining them. Then she glanced at Chinching and couldn't help but giggle. So outrageous. Chen Xing's face darkened instantly when he saw those 2 outfits. What the hell were these? The size was clearly custom made for him. Whoosh! The 2 outfits suddenly vanished. Morning Star? Where are the clothes? Ling stood before Chinching, triumphantly placing her hands on her hips. Huff huff, I've put them away. I'll keep them safe for you first, and bring them out when you need to wear them later. Chinching let out a cold laugh. Artifact Spirit System. Greetings, honored Spirit Master. Open the storage locker. Chinching intends to directly enter the Artifact Spirit System for destruction. No. Zero flung herself onto Chin Xing. Her little head kept nuzzling against his chest. No. Wah? Chinching said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. There's no way I'm wearing that. Then can't I just keep it for collection? I'm not forcing you to wear it. Alright then. He love you. Inner thoughts, someday I'll make you wear it. Chen Xing patted her little head, had a sudden thought, and reopened the exclusive Mo Lord's Grand Gift Pack. Ding! Cutie's exclusive gift pack. Rewards are as follows. 1. Exclusive hug pillow for the guild leader *1. 2. Exclusive cosplay costumes for the guild leader *2. Rem outfit *1. Takanashi Rika costume *1. 3. Mo Lord acquires skill, irresistible whining. Once per day, cooldown, 24 hours. 4. Mo Lord badge, effect, increases all mission rewards of spiritual points and crystal coins by 10%. Shan Xing. Zero was utterly confused. What's Rem and Takanashi Rika? Ahem, you'll find out later. The gift package was quite decent, and Chinching nodded in satisfaction. Zero also nodded contentedly. Irresistible coquetry, needle never stops. Chen Xing looked down at the little one in his arms with a smile. His grin made Ling's hair stand on end. What are you? Why are you grinning so creepily today? Shan Xing's smile widened even further. I'll tell you a secret. What secret? I can upgrade your artifact spirit system. Ha! Ling's small mouth involuntarily parted slightly as she stared blankly at Chinching. Upgrade the system. Impossible. This was something she dreamed of doing. Chapter 48. She's here. Zero magic. Zero stared blankly at Chinching, unable to speak for a long moment. Chinching rubbed her little head when he saw this. Is what you said true? Ling instinctively pulled up her artifact spirit system panel. Her gaze fell upon the spot displaying the spiritual points needed for the upgrade. Spiritual value recharged, 100 million. Spiritual value required for next star level, unknown. Upon seeing those 2 unknowns, a trace of desolation flashed across Ling's face. How many had abandoned her because of those 2 words? In every spiritual vessel system across the world, only hers bore the inscription unknown. Moreover, after comparing the spiritual artifact systems with Susu, no one knew why. Chen Xing said he could upgrade her system, and she instinctively chose to trust him. But when I saw those 2 words, I instantly came to my senses. If it can be upgraded, why is it the word unknown? Seeing her expression so desolate, Chen Xing pinched her little cheek. Don't pinch. You don't believe me? Chinching smiled, not blaming her at all. System, bring up the panel. Current spirit value, 103,025,000. Spirit system upgrade available. Proceed with upgrade? Upon seeing the panel, Ling's small mouth slightly parted, flashing an incredulous expression. Is this real? Chen Xing gave a light chuckle. Real or fake? We'll know once we try. System, proceed with. Wait a minute. Zero suddenly interrupted him. Chen Xing froze for a moment. What's happened? I'm scared. What's wrong? What are you afraid of? I'm scared. What if? Ling spoke very softly, stammering, but Qinqing wasn't impatient, just gently supporting her back with his hand. What if, after all the upgrades, I'm still a worthless piece of trash? Her voice trembled slightly. Qinqing looked down to see the little girl's eyes reddening once again. It tugged at his heart, making him lift her gently from his embrace with both hands. He held her tightly. His large warm hands gently cradled her small head as he spoke softly. Don't worry, you'll become incredibly powerful after leveling up. Trust me. Woo-woo, what if all that spiritual energy gets wasted? What then? I don't want to hold you back. Qinqing gently pushed her away, wiping her tears with a heart full of pity. No more lies, no more crying. Look, if you don't believe me. System, pull up the upgrade data. Subsequently, a panel materialized before the two individuals. Artifact Spirit Host, 0. Current level, 1 star. Current enhancement, all attributes plus 0. Weapon form, locked state, cannot be unlocked. Awakening skill, lowly headbutt, 2-star effect, all attributes plus 500%. Unlock weapon form, 0 magic. Weapon type, universal. Bindable artifact spirits, plus 1. Skill, unknown. 3-star effect, unknown. 4-star effect, unknown. 0 stared at the panel, utterly shocked beyond words. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Qinqing chuckled and gently flicked her delicate little nose. Ouch, that hurt. Sob. This is wonderful. Really? Really? Ling stared at the panel, looking like a child whose tears had just turned to laughter. Really? I'm not lying to you. She was so overwhelmed she couldn't even form coherent words. After stumbling over my words for ages, I finally managed to articulate my thoughts and happily shouted, I want an upgrade. Qinqing smiled. No problem. By the way, what's a lowly headbutt? Don't pay any attention to it. Ling suddenly blushed. Oh, then I'll have to take a look. No, don't. 0 kept shaking his head and waving his hands frantically in front of Qinqing, looking utterly panicked. Qinqing had a sudden thought. Activate skill, lowly headbutt. Suddenly, Linger's little head jerked forward and collided forcefully with Qinqing's forehead. Bang! Ah! Their screams of pain rang out simultaneously. Clutching his head in agony, Qinqing howled. Why does it hurt so much? A normal headbutt would never hurt this badly. Even smashing his head with a brick wouldn't hurt this much. Ugh! Qinqing, are you okay? 0 gazed at him with some concern, though she seemed perfectly fine herself. Ah, it's nothing. That hurt like hell. Qinqing lowered the hand that had been supporting his forehead, which was now visibly swollen and red. His face contorted in pain as he looked at 0. Why does it hurt so much? Are you okay? I'm fine, because when I activate the skill, my body hardens. Qinqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this skill specifically designed to punish him? Who else but him could possibly fall for this move? Actually, he had tried this 0 awakening skill once before when he first discovered it. Back then, 0 was standing right in front of him when he activated his lowly headbutt. 0 instantly leaped up and smashed him right in the forehead. With his D-rank physical constitution, the result was being hospitalized from a single lowly headbutt. After coming out, 0 was abandoned. Does it hurt? 0 looked with concern at the swelling on Qinqing's forehead. She wanted to reach out and touch it, but was afraid of causing him more pain. Cough cough, it's nothing. Come on, let's level up. Alright. Qinqing teased with a smile. What do I need to watch out for during the upgrade? You're not going to hit me again, are you? Ling blushed slightly. No way, but I don't know either. I've never ranked up. Oh, never leveled up? Good. Later we two can level up together. MHM. Ling's face gradually burned crimson as a harmonious image surfaced in her mind. Pfft. Ha! Qinqing stifled a laugh, ruffling her little head as he said, Come on, level up. MHM. Then 0 left Qinqing's side and stood on the ground, with a face set on accomplishing great things. Phew, bring it on. Qinqing gave a light chuckle. System, initiate artifact spirit upgrade. Ding. Artifact spirit upgrade requires payment of 100 million spirit points. Confirm payment? Yes, sir. Ding. Deducting 100 million spirit points for payment. Remaining, 3,002,500. Upgrading the artifact spirit system in progress. Ling opened her striking azure eyes, gazing nervously at Qinqing before her. Qinqing likewise widened his eyes, watching Ling with eager anticipation. The two locked eyes across the distance, quietly awaiting the miracle's descent. Whoosh! Suddenly, 0's body erupted in a dazzling blaze of light. The sudden glare made Qinqing instinctively squint. Ling stared in shock at the radiant light blooming across her body. Her small mouth fell open in astonishment. Had they truly succeeded? She looked up at Qinqing in surprise. But, swish! Suddenly, she disappeared. The light suddenly vanished. Qinqing froze for a moment before immediately realizing. 0. He was instantly scared into a cold sweat. He stood up, turned around several times, searched everywhere, but found no trace of her. Zero, where are you? He was starting to panic. Suddenly, boom! The room where Chen Xing was situated abruptly began to tremble violently. Not just this room, the entire Hua nation. Everyone shuddered violently in that moment. Across the nation of Hua, all activity came to an abrupt halt as people exchanged looks of astonishment. Every single person felt this violent tremor. People inside buildings even momentarily feared it was an earthquake. Running wildly outside, once the first person started running, others followed. While running, they screamed, "Earthquake! Run for your lives!" Thus even more people fled the buildings, staring in shock at the trembling world before me, even suspecting the apocalypse had arrived. The trembling persisted, growing ever stronger, growing ever stronger. Even some slightly older houses collapsed completely from the vibrations. Fortunately, no one was killed. At the Hua Country Seismological Bureau, all the experts stood frozen in place as they stared at the nearly all-red screen displaying the entire nation. The red markings represented earthquakes. The entire nation of Hua was in upheaval. Neighboring countries were also significantly affected. Someone trembled as they gazed at the overwhelming sea of red on the screen. Is heaven determined to destroy our China? Wrong, heaven bless our China. Someone immediately scolded. What fucking nonsense are you talking? Just as these words were spoken, the entire country of China suddenly stopped shaking. Everything returned to normal. All the red on the screen disappeared. It reverted to its original state, as if nothing had just happened. All the seismological experts were baffled once again. How is this possible? This can't be scientific. I must be dreaming. Meanwhile, in the room, Chen Xing was staring blankly at the black barrier on the ground before him, emanating a crimson glow. Two thick fogs seeped out from within that black boundary. One was black, the other blood red. In an instant, the black and blood red mists filled the entire room. Chen Xing's heart actually stirred with a faint trace of fear. Since becoming the god of assassination, he had never known fear. Yet upon encountering these two ominous mists, terror arose from the depths of his soul. System, what the hell is happening? She is coming. Zero's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Xing. But this voice was slightly different from Zero's. Zero's voice was more childlike, while this one sounded somewhat mature. It was as if magic was at play, making one's heart itch with unbearable excitement. Chen Xing fixed his gaze in the direction from which the sound came. Yet, due to the overwhelming density of the crimson-black mist, nothing was visible at all. Thud, thud, thud. Zero's footsteps echoed as he walked step by step toward Chen Xing. A dark figure emerged from the mist. Staring at the shadowy silhouette, Chen Xing narrowed his eyes. Though only a vague shadow was visible, still unclear. But he was absolutely certain the person before him wasn't Zero. The shadowy figure before him stood at least 175 centimeters tall. The curves of the shadow's body were exaggerated, as if completely unclothed. It was downright X-rated, indescribable. Describing it would risk getting banned for 3 months, minimum. There were two more dark shadows above the head. Chen Xing had seen this appearance before in anime. Those were demon horns. Chen Xing suddenly felt a surge of chinibyu. Could it be that Ling had her body possessed by a demon? Then he shook his head again. How could it be so absurd? Yet reality proved even more absurd. At last, the shadowy figure emerged from the mist. Chen Xing saw her with perfect clarity. Unbelievable exclamation. Zero. Chapter 49. Who could resist this? Chen Xing stared at Zero before him in utter disbelief, still with that silver-white hair and delicate little face. Yet there was something undeniably off about those features. The Zero of before had possessed a slightly cherubic roundness to her face, making her look utterly adorable. But the current Zero had lost all that baby-faced plumpness. In its place was an exquisitely defined and delicate face, adding a touch of mature charm. The clothes Zero had been wearing earlier had now vanished completely. Replacing them was a set of armor-like garments made from an unknown material. The crimson armor only covered the areas that needed censoring. Everywhere else, snow-white skin was completely exposed. Yet upon that flawless white skin ran several crimson streaks. These scarlet patterns formed strange symbols and designs one after another. And on her head, there stood two black demon horns, similarly covered in red patterns. With a serpentine sway of her slender waist, she approached Chen Xing step by step. No normal man could possibly maintain his composure upon seeing such an appearance. Chen Xing was utterly shocked beyond measure. You're Zero. Zero suddenly smiled. Yeah, do you like it? Her tone was utterly tantalizing, and she never stopped walking. Chen Xing's heart and soul trembled with wonder. No, it can't be. Zero isn't this big. Chen Xing stared at the figure clad in armor. Though shrouded in armor, glimpses of its magnificent grandeur could still be perceived. Then, do you like it? Joy. Fa. Who on earth are you? Chen Xing frowned slightly, immediately regaining his composure and clearing his mind of distracting thoughts. There's definitely something fishy going on. He must have been bewitched by something. Host, these mists affect the mind. Chen Xing understood instantly. Immediately tightening his mental focus, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who exactly are you? Where has Ling gone?" "I am Ling." A smile spread across Ling's face as they took a few steps forward, closing the distance to Qinqing, coming to stand right before him. Their gazes met at close range. Qinqing could see that her eyes retained that stunning azure hue, yet they no longer held that trace of childish innocence. Instead, her alluring gaze revealed an irresistible seductiveness. Qinqing absolutely refused to believe the person before him was Zero. "What exactly are you?" Before Qinqing could finish speaking, Zero suddenly leaned forward. With those cherry lips, she softly sealed Qinqing's thin mouth. Qinqing's entire body stiffened, frozen in place. With wide eyes fixed on Zero before him, he felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, utterly paralyzed. Just as Qinqing was frozen in shock, Zero gave a gentle push, and the two tumbled heavily onto the sofa. Only as they fell did their lips finally part. The moment their lips separated, Qinqing regained his senses. "Just who are you?" Before she could finish speaking, Zero kissed her again. Qinqing froze on the sofa once more. Suddenly, he felt something pry open his teeth and slip inside his mouth. Chen Xing was stunned on the spot. "I actually got kissed by force. Something's off. This Zero feels wrong." Suddenly, he remembered something. Chen Xing's thoughts stirred as he summoned the system. "Cancel Zero demon form. Ding, executing forced command now." Whoosh! A blinding flash of light streaked past, forcing Qinqing to squeeze his eyes shut. But the sensation on my lips hadn't faded, they still felt soft. That familiar catchphrase again. Zero has finally returned to normal. But at this moment, their lips remained tightly pressed together. Ling's consciousness snapped back instantly. She stared in disbelief at Qinqing's face mere inches away. With a sudden shove, she pushed him away and sat up, covering her small mouth with one hand as a deep blush immediately spread across her face. Her shimmering azure eyes were like a lake stirred by spring breezes, rippling with endless waves of vernal water. Qinqing opened his eyes. All he saw was a blinding flash of snowy white. He could see everything with crystal clarity. "Ah!" Zero suddenly let out a piercing scream. Swish! The clothes reappeared on her body. Two streaks of blood unexpectedly began flowing from Qinqing's nostrils. "Qinqing, you're bleeding." Qinqing finally realized adorable Ling Ling had returned. He hurriedly sat up, and the still flowing nosebleed immediately dripped onto the sofa. After just 2 crimson drops fell, Qinqing sprang into action, grabbing tissues from the table. He swiftly plugged his still bleeding nostrils with the paper. "Zero." Zero's face flushed crimson, seemingly timid, his eyes darting about nervously. "Are you okay?" Qinqing looked Zero over from head to toe, afraid there might be something wrong. If upgrading the system causes Zero to malfunction, the gain would not be worth the loss. After a careful check, there were no demon horns on my head, everything was normal. My face regained its plump feeling, everything was normal. The snow-white skin no longer bore that crimson pattern from before, everything was normal. It's still that familiar airport. Everything's normal. Thank goodness, everything's fine. Then he quickly pulled her into his arms. "You're okay. The way you looked just now scared me to death. I thought something was wrong. Percent. Zero magic is good, but the original little Zero is even more delightful." Zero whimpered softly in Qinqing's arms, making Qinqing somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong? Are you scared too?" No. By the way, do you remember what happened just now?" "Yes." No. Nothing. Zero suddenly pushed Qinqing away, frantically shaking her head and waving her hands. Qinqing could tell at a glance that she was lying. That little fool is always so flustered when lying, you can tell at a glance. System, activate mind reading. *ding mind reading activated, *. Several bullet comments appeared above Zero's head. "Oh my god, what just happened to me? Why did I become like that? So, forward. No, that wasn't me. Definitely not me. I just felt so dizzy. And before I knew it, I acted on impulse. Why did I turn into that? That wasn't me. Though, I wanted to, but I'm just thinking about it. There's no way I could actually do that. No, it definitely wasn't me. I must have been possessed by something. He must never find out. If he knew what I was thinking just now. No, I don't want to. That's not me. Not me. Ling's face grew increasingly redder, leaving Qinqing torn between laughter and exasperation. All he wanted to know was what she had been trying to do just now. "System, what exactly happened with Ling just now?" "I just scanned her body, at that very moment. She became a demon." "Nonsense, I already knew that." "No, what I mean is, that form of hers fundamentally shouldn't exist in this dimension. Other spirit artifice users can transform into balls, fans, swords/guns/artillery, even animals. Isn't it perfectly normal for her to turn into a demon? There are no demons in this world. Demons are from other dimensions. Do you still think that's normal?" Suddenly Chromo understood. "I know. Look at your wife first." Hearing this from the system, Qinqing's heart skipped a beat. Quickly, she turned her gaze toward Zero, who stood there with her small mouth agape, her face flushed in shyness as she looked at Chen Xing. The barrage of comments above her head nearly flooded the screen before her eyes. Want a kiss? Asterisk 100. Want a hug? Asterisk 100. Among this endless barrage of bullet comments, Chen Xing spotted an unusual one at first glance. It was deeply hidden amidst the flood of screen-filling messages. Want to pin down? Just this one. Chen Xing looked utterly confused. At this moment, Zero wasn't in his Demon Zero form. It was the original adorable little Ling Ling. How did things suddenly turn out like this? Has she been influenced by that demon? Before the system could reply, he already understood it was the lingering red-black mist in the room playing tricks. It truly could affect people's minds. Chen Xing's nearly poison-proof body, honed in the Dark Star, had momentarily faltered just moments ago, let alone Zero. Just as he was about to dispel these mists, Zero suddenly threw herself into Chen Xing's arms. Hug me. Hug. Morning Star? Who could resist this? Chapter 50. I never thought you'd be this weak. Chen Xing stared dumbfounded at the little figure burrowing insistently into his embrace. Want hug. His arms instinctively wrapped around her. Whoosh nuzzle nuzzle. With that, the little head rubbed affectionately against Chen Xing's chest, looking utterly adorable. Chen Xing scooped her up with one arm, stood, and then opened several windows. The wind on the 52nd floor was fierce. Once the crossbreeze formed, it swiftly carried away all the mist. The room instantly became bright again. At this moment, Ray was still clinging to him. Morningstar gently patted her back and returned to the couch. After the mist dissipated, Ray clearly began to feel normal again. The barrage of comments floating overhead gradually thinned out. Seeing this, Chen Xing felt relieved and quietly gazed at the little figure nestled in their arms. From their vantage point above, Ling's eyelashes were long and her nose was well defined. A pleasant fragrance wafted from her, filling Chen Xing with serene delight. I couldn't help but feel my thoughts wandering. After a while, Ray seemed to snap out of it and lifted her head to look at Hoshi. Her face was full of confusion as she asked, "What just happened?" She vaguely remembered the demon form from before, but this time she truly had no recollection at all. Chen Xing patted her back gently with a smile. "It's nothing, Chen Xing collapsed onto the sofa in pain, his face contorting dramatically. Little Linger, holding her lollipop hammer, looked at him in complete bewilderment. Chen Xing. She was also puzzled in her heart. Wasn't his body supposed to be quite strong? Why today? Then she suddenly understood, perhaps everyone has their weaknesses. I'm sorry, Chen Xing. I didn't know you were so weak. Ha! Chen Xing scrambled up from the couch in an instant, his head full of question marks. What did you say? Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a frank evaluation from your wife awarded the title, Weakling. Out of sympathy, a special attribute bonus has been granted. Duration, plus 20%. Morningstar, UF King, at #UN% and at. He was utterly confused, having no clue what Sanner was talking about. Suddenly, Chen Xing whispered, "Come here, come over for a second." Ling suddenly had a bad feeling and shrank back nervously. No, scared. Get over here. Wow. Chen Xing pulled Ling straight into his arms with a single motion. Zero nestled in his arms, too frightened to utter a word. Seeing this, Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh and stop teasing her. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Seeing this, Ling Jian Chen Xing felt relieved. Few love you. Then give me a kiss? Moi. Ding dong, Spirit Master Shui Bufu sent a message. View it? Chen Xing had a thought, and then a panel appeared. Chen Xing, Class B1. Schedule. No need to check, every day is packed with classes. Just show up on time. Ding dong, Spirit Master Shui Bufu invites you to join the B1 Preparatory Academy group chat. Will you accept? After Chen Xing joined, the system instantly ding, rang out. Messages flooded the screen. The panel before them overflowed with the heated discussions of classmates. What's the deal with that guy today? Even Lao Shui couldn't beat him. His name is Chang Xin, right? He's not on the B list. I've seen quite a few Chang Zins on the C list, but that spirit wielder doesn't seem to be my beautiful goddess Lingling. Lingling forever the goat. Looks like we've got a new member in the group chat. Oh, holy crap. It's a pro. Hello boss. Welcome boss. Chen Xing immediately closed the group chat and muted it. Ding Spirit Artifact Human Data Updated. Scan complete. Before Chen Xing and Zero could react, a panel unfolded before Chen Xing's eyes. Spirit Vessel, 0. Current star level, 2 stars. Spirit form, demon form, can exist independently, inheriting 80% of the controller's power. Skill, Demon's Embrace. Short-term possession, overload boost, duration 3 minutes, after which both parties will enter a 10-minute state of extreme weakness. Attribute bonus, all attributes plus 500%. Special effect, can bind an additional spirit artifact plus 1. System bonus, the attribute bonus effect from spirit artifacts increases by 10%, totaling a 2-star bonus of 550%. Is this for real? Ling gasped in delight at the terrifying level of enhancement. Chen Xing smiled and said, I told you you were amazing. This is wonderful. Sniff. Hey, why are you crying again? No more tears. Hug. Xinqing was holding Ling while studying the system panel when the system's voice sounded again. Ding, next star level upgrade data has been obtained. 3-star. Spirit form, Holy Twin Fairies. Attribute bonus, none. Skills, unknown. Special effect, combine spirit vessels +2, total. Upgrade required spirit value, 5 billion. What the hell are twin spirits? Xinqing looked at Zero in his arms with surprise. Could it be transformed into 2 little zeros? One in each hand? Zero also lifted her head joyfully in his embrace, looking at Xinqing, only to find him leering at her intensely. Zero raised her small hand, gently tugging at the corners of his mouth with her fingers. Why are you grinning so creepily again? Ahem, was I? But why do 2-star characters get attribute bonuses while 3-star ones don't? I don't know either. Chen Xing gently pinched her little face and whispered, It's alright, I'm just curious, not blaming you. MHM, he. Xinqing smiled, thinking to himself, but these 5 billion spirit points absolutely outrageous. That's nearly half of what it took to upgrade Sanner. His head immediately ached at the thought. Both Zero and Sanner required astronomical amounts of spirit points for their upgrades. At this stage, it was simply impossible to take care of both of them at once. Chen Xing looked helplessly at Zero, only to find her staring blankly at the system panel. What's wrong? This +2 bound spirit count enhancement, is this real? Zero simply couldn't believe it, because this effect completely overturned the fundamental laws governing spirit artifact continent. Chapter 51, a congratulatory telegram from Susu. Of course it's true. Ling's face lit up with astonishment. Then, doesn't that mean you could potentially possess countless artifact spirits? Wow, so amazing. He. Chen Xing smiled and patted her head. It's you who's amazing, not me. Yay, I'm amazing. He. Ha. Xinqing burst into laughter when suddenly, Ling seemed to think of something again. The happy expression on his face quickly faded, replaced by a hint of sadness. Noticing immediately, Xinqing asked softly, What's wrong, Xiaoling? It's nothing. The mind-reading effect had worn off by now, leaving Xinqing completely unaware of what she was thinking. What's wrong? It's fine. Chen Xing was utterly bewildered and at a loss. Something that had been rather delightful, how had it suddenly turned so disappointing? Ling gently nestled into Xinqing's embrace, holding him tightly. Neither crying nor laughing, she simply looked as though something weighed on her mind. Xinqing's ability to possess multiple spirit artifacts would undoubtedly bring him immense power enhancement. Ling was genuinely happy for him, but the thought of him having another weapon spirit somehow felt unsettling. She was a girl who loved sharing, but when it came to Xinqing, she wanted to keep him all to herself. What if the next spirit, or the one after that? What if she's a pretty girl? What if Xinqing likes them again and doesn't like her anymore? Xinqing, I only like you. Chen Xing was momentarily stunned, then immediately realized what was troubling her. Softly pressed a kiss on her lips. After lingering for a long while, they parted as he whispered tenderly, I only like you too, forever. Ling stared intently into his eyes, as if she could see the future shining within Xinqing's gaze. In the future, they would have many children together. The kids would grow up surrounding them with laughter and joy. Hand in hand forever, they would gaze at the starry sky and observe life's myriad wonders. Yes, I believe in you. Chen Xing smiled and gently embraced her. Of course he could only love her. Otherwise, with so many dazzling women from the assassin organization pursuing him, why would he refuse them all? On that rainy night when they first met, during that single shared glance, Chen Xing had already fallen hopelessly in love with her. Forever. Suddenly, the artifact spirit system of Zero started ringing madly. Buzz a message from your friend Susu. Buzz a message from your friend Susu. The messages quickly flooded past 99+. Xinqing grew somewhat puzzled. Had this guy gone mad? Wow, Susu, what are you doing? Ling panicked and pulled up the system panel, about to check the message. Suddenly, a connection request popped up before her eyes. Your friend Susu is requesting a voice call connection. Accept? Chen Xing, hold on a sec. Don't make a sound. Hello? Hey! The voice from the phone suddenly exploded simultaneously in both Ling and Chen Xing's minds. The sheer volume made their scalps tingle. Zero couldn't help but press a hand to his forehead, quickly adjusting the system to lower the volume. But even turned down, the sound was still deafening. Across from him, Susu was screaming at the top of her lungs. Zero, where are you? Tell me. You little rascal, you're actually in a relationship. Look at you, all grown up. Not only can you date, but you can even show off your love. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Wait until I come check things out first. Oh wait, maybe I didn't say that. Did I? Ugh, I can't remember. There was a brief silence on the other end, but soon the voices rose loudly once more. That's not the point. The point is you started dating, and didn't even tell me about it beforehand. No love left. Humph. Goodbye. Friendship over. Beep call ended. Ling nestled pitifully into Chinching's arms. Woo-woo. Susu was so scawy. Chinching didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ling, her dear best friend, was truly being ridiculous. Do your friend Susu is requesting a voice call connection, accept? Damn, here we go again. Ling pouted her lips and tremblingly answered the call. Hey, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Woo-woo. Susu, come on. I know you're not crying. Hurry up and tell me where you are. How did you know? Humph, as expected of me. No, you actually learned how to change the subject. How did you know I'm in a relationship? Duh, the whole internet is flooded with videos of you two showing off your love. Have you been living under a rock, princess? Then I'll go take a look. No, where are you? Tell me. Not telling you. With Susu looking like she was about to tear her apart, how could Ling dare tell her? Fine, then I'll go to Preparatory Academy to find you. You just wait for me. Don't you dare leave after school. Chinching couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. Ha, is that morning star also next to you? And no. Tell him to come out and speak. No. Shang, have the guts to come out and talk. Chinching glanced at Zero, who kept shaking his head and making a shushing gesture. I'm warning you, Zero might be easy to bully, but I'm not. You'd better watch out. If you dare touch Zero before I get there, I'll smash your damned head in. For F******''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''' Susu grew increasingly agitated. Isn't it just because he's after her status as a zero She had experienced Susu's sharp tongue before. That mouth had viciously criticized several of her previous spirit masters. Phew, that scared me to death. Chinching, don't blame her, she's always like this, so impatient. Chinching smiled and said, it's fine, I don't mind. Her acting this way just shows how much she truly cares about you. Seems like you two have a good relationship. She's my best friend. As for Susu, damn it, a grown daughter is like spilled water, you can't keep her anymore. I'm so mad. Arg. That idiot. How could she believe that guys sweet talk so easily? The spirit master sitting next to her was a young woman. She had brown hair, a perfectly oval face, long legs, and an exceptionally graceful demeanor. She is Susu's spirit master, Yueshi Lin. Rank as spirit master, Ling Yueshi. Combat power, 458,000. Spirit vessel, Susu. Spirit artifact grade, A. Star rating, 5 stars. Susu has already been upgraded 4 times, so the attribute bonuses are also very high, hence the impressive combat power value. Spirit artifact weapon form, firearms. Lin Yueshi brought over 2 plates of rice and handed them to Susu with a smile, saying, it's perfectly normal for people to fall in love, isn't it? Susu retorted, Sister Yueshi, you know Zero just as well as I do. That big dummy of hers, she'll believe anything anyone says, get tricked out of her money and still help the swindler count it. Lin Yuexi shook her head and said, I watched that video of them showing off their love online too. Seeing how well that young man treats her, it doesn't seem fake to me. Susu was still extremely agitated. Isn't it just because he's after her status as a 0 SSS class artifact spirit? I refuse to believe he'd still treat her like that after finding out Zero can't level up. Look at Zero, she's clearly genuinely fallen for him. If she gets abandoned later, the blow to her would absolutely be devastating. Lin Yuexi, didn't you watch his combat footage too? He's incredibly skilled. Maybe he's just genuinely fond of Zero and chose to be with her because of that. Susu raised her index finger, wagging it before Lin Yuexi while shaking her head emphatically. CCGA, you don't understand men at all. Stupid girl, mocking me for not having a man? I'm confiscating your lunch. Absolutely not. Susu immediately shielded the food in her arms, boasting triumphantly. This afternoon we're going to the Preparatory Academy. CCGA, just watch, you'll see exactly how I tear off that hypocrite's mask of fake benevolence. I'll make sure Zero sees exactly what kind of person he really is. Chapter 52 Gratitude from Countless Netizens. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Linger immediately dove into surfing the web. Breaking news. Unranked fighter defeats top B-list contenders. Barehanded victor over Ning Xinyan, Xue Bufu's top disciple. Kicks down goddess Xia Jiqiu. Chen Xing from the B-list dominates with terrifying strength. Likely to surpass Mu Zi and overshadow other S-list rising stars like Xing Huiyaoyu, Mid-Mountain, and Jiang Liang, emerging as the leading figure of the younger generation. Chen Xingpa breaks reaction time world record, topping the B chart. Unprecedented talent. Experts predict this record will stand unchallenged for a century. Newly appointed Spirit Guardian Chinching soars straight to the top of the B chart. Aged 18, a prodigy's first feat, history always repeats its brilliance. Chen Xing's new girlfriend turns out to be her, the world's rare SSS class vessel Spirit Master. Cherished footage of Chinching and his young wife's romance. Chinching spends 30 million domineeringly to buy a house for his young wife. throwing money like dirt. Extremely generous. Rare first review footage of Chinching. One punch annihilates the testing machine. Shocking. Preparatory Academy breaks tradition to admit him without examination for the first time. Exposed. The tragic past of Chen Xing, the first on the Beachart Spirit Vessel Master. Exposed. Front desk of a certain shelter zone revealed. Chen Xing suffers severe hair loss at a young age. Exclusive. Chen Xing suspected of taking underage Lolita to hotel. Exposed. Chen Xing suspected of human trafficking, wanted by Public Security Brigade. Looking at those increasingly outrageous news reports, Chen Xing wore a helpless expression. What kind of nonsense is this? The internet in this world is ridiculously advanced. After all, every artifact spirit system comes with recording capabilities. Moreover, the average combat capability is exceptionally high. To prevent any troublemaking, surveillance cameras are installed everywhere in all public spaces across the world. Chen Xing has now become a figure widely discussed by the entire populace. There is no one who doesn't know of him. Some have even formed fan clubs for him, though of course, there are also those leading the charge to criticize him. Zero gained a massive following because of this public appearance. No one cares about her actual skills, just being good-looking is enough. A few years ago, only a handful of people knew about her appearance at that final courtroom showdown. But this time, she's gone completely viral. That adorable little face instantly captured the hearts of countless men across Hua Nation. Now who dares call her useless? People could drown him in their spit if he did. Giggle giggle. Ling kept laughing in his arms, then clicked on the news with the highest view count. Precious footage of Chinching and his darling wife dating. This post has the most views. Seems people still love watching. Lingy saw herself in the footage, her smile instantly freezing. What does it feel like to feed on your own dog food? I really can't swallow even a single bite. Ling glanced at the view count, 50 million. Ugh, sob, it's over, how embarrassing. Chen Xing, however, was watching with great relish, a smile spread across his face. You're so photogenic, just as expected from my wife. Wah, no, turn it off. Swish, the screen goes dark. It's over, I can't face anyone now. Chinching didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry, everyone really likes you. Really. If you don't believe me, open that video again and look at the comments section. Okay, Zero opened it again and scrolled to the comments section. Thank you so fucking much, I won't need lunch anymore. Thank you both. Same fucking thanks. I'm stuffed. Damn thanks. Where do you two live? I'd like to send you some local specialties as thanks. Same here, I also have a box of local goodies for you. This was so appetizing, never been this full in my life. Thank you. Look, they're saying thank you and sending local specialties. How harmonious. That shows just how much they like you. Like you so much they're swearing at you. Chen Xing was spouting nonsense with a straight face. Really? Absolutely. It's fake. Well, alright, but I'm a little scared. Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. Ding, a message from Spirit Guardian Shue Bufu. Open it. Where are you? Skipping class on your first day. Get over here right now. Are we late? The two glanced at the time, it was already 2 o'clock. They hadn't even eaten yet. To be honest, Chinching already didn't want to go. It wasn't like he needed to attend that class anyway. Are you hungry? I'm not hungry, are you? I'm not hungry either. Let's hurry to the academy. Skipping class isn't good. I don't want to go. Why though? I want to stay at home with you, hee. No way. You can't skip class. Ugh, I really don't want to go. Let's go. With no other choice, Chen Xing quickly disguised herself, but didn't apply any makeup on Zero. Letting her try something new in the morning was enough, she could just wear a mask in the afternoon. Chen Xing was worried cosmetics might affect her delicate little face. It must be said that Ray's face is truly tiny, even an adult-sized mask fits loosely, far too loose. I had to buy a children's mask online, decorated with little pandas, though it looks a bit childish. But Ray really liked it, and it looked great when worn. Ugh, why go to school? Good heavens. Chen Xing held Zero in his arms, unable to feel any joy, his face filled with anguish. It was the terror of being controlled by the school. Following Shue Bufu's instructions, Chen Xing arrived at a new location, a special training ground exclusively for artifact spirits. Zero trembled at the sight of that name. Is it my turn this afternoon? Chen Xing said with a smile. Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. The training ground is packed with people right now. Far more than just Class B1 alone. Multiple classes are having lessons here simultaneously. This training field is massive. It's as large as 2 football fields combined. Inside, there are various zones and functional areas dedicated to different training effects. Most of them are designed specifically for artifact spirit practitioners training. To become a powerful artifact spirit practitioner, innate advantages, meaning a strong system, are not the only requirement. Hard work and training are also extremely important the day after tomorrow. For example, the reaction speed of artifact spirits, their transformation speed, and some artifact spirits can even train their attack speed after weaponization. Close combat skills and physical fitness training are also essential for artifact spirits. However, when it comes to physical fitness, since artifact spirits don't have attribute bonuses, their training isn't as extreme as that of spirit tamers. Most of them were normal human training. Not just these, a good weapon spirit must also understand how to fight. No one understands device spirits better than device spirits themselves. After just one battle, a powerful device spirit can inform its master of the opponent's strengths, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities. How to break through in device tactics. Therefore, whether one is a spirit master or an artifact spirit master, in the midst of battle, both sides must cooperate closely, without any gaps, and with perfect synergy to overcome their opponents. Otherwise, even with the most powerful artifact spirit, upon encountering an opponent of equal strength, one might still lose. Chen Xing held Zero's small hand as they walked slowly. There was no need to search for where Xue Bufu might be. His cursing could be heard from afar. "What are you doing? Didn't you eat lunch? You're nothing but an old..." "Never mind. Not even worth calling you an old woman. Step on it. With skills like yours, how dare you call yourself a spiritual vessel master?" At this speed, the spiritual guardian would have been dead ages ago. You'd become a morning guardian instead. Hurry up. Ha ha ha. Old Shui is absolutely brilliant. Qinqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ling, however, didn't find it funny. His face was full of terror. "Whoa whoa, Professor Shui is so scary." "It's alright. If he dares to scold you, I'll slap him." Chapter 53. You dare look at other girls. Chen Xing walked over, holding Xiao Linger's hand. As soon as she appeared in everyone's line of sight, she caught the attention of most people. "Oh, my little Lingling is here. Why is she wearing a mask? Now we can't see her breathtaking beauty." Hearing the commotion, Xue Bufu also glanced over, feeling utterly helpless. Late on the very first day of school, wonder what they were doing at home. Meanwhile, Su Sinyu's eyes were fixed intently on Chen Xing, her expression unreadable as if lost in thought. Ling Jin noticed everyone looking over and instinctively pressed closer to Chen Xing, gripping his large hand tightly as a wave of relief washed over. "With Chen Xing around, everything will be just fine." "Enough! Get lost, you trash!" Lao Shui roared. The spirit cultivator in the arena panted heavily, his forehead dripping with sweat. The afternoon class clearly had more attendees than the morning session. The morning's combat training was primarily aimed at spirit tamers, so weapon spirits were excused from attending, which explained why most of them didn't show up. But the afternoon training was specifically for the artifact spirits, and the spirit tamers had to follow along, since many exercises required both parties to complete together. Next one, go! This project requires the instrument spirit to complete it alone. The one who went up was a girl, also a Qiling practitioner. She stood before a machine covered with large holes. Each hole was surrounded by a ring of light. At that moment, all those glowing rings were illuminated. Chen Xing arrived late and didn't know what training was about to take place. The female student looked at Xue Buhu, seemingly waiting for him to announce the start. Difficulty level B, time limit 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, the girl frowned slightly but didn't dare to voice any objections. 10 minutes at B level proved slightly challenging for her. Ding! Suddenly, all the circles on the machine's display went dark at once. Then, the circular light surrounding a hollow opening facing the artifact's humanoid face lit up. She swiftly tilted her head aside. A second passed. Bang! A pillar suddenly swung out. It narrowly brushed past her neck. Had it hit her, she'd likely have been sent tumbling head over heels. Seeing this, Qinqing whispered to Ling, "It looks pretty easy, with such slow reaction time." Seeing this, Ling also gained confidence and nodded. "Yeah, is that all? Then she can dodge it too." As soon as the words were spoken, her light suddenly lit up simultaneously. Chen Xing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Little Linger's heart instantly shrank with fear. How could she possibly dodge now? Chen Xing stared at the girl, wondering how she would manage to evade. All four lights illuminate simultaneously, indicating all four pillars will erupt together. How to dodge them? The pillars are positioned so closely together unless she steps away. But the yellow line drawn beneath her feet clearly marks the boundary restricting her movement. Under these circumstances, evading becomes utterly impossible. Chen Xing certainly had a way, but she definitely couldn't do it. His mind raced, already picturing the scene of that girl being sent flying by a punch. Bang! The machine erupted with noise once more. Chen Xing only saw a flash of white light before his eyes. His eyes instantly lit up when he saw it clearly. So this was how it worked. Zero couldn't help but exclaim, his sapphire eyes filled with astonishment. Wow, that's amazing. The four pillars were driven straight into the young girl's body. Yet, it was as though they had struck nothing but air. At that moment, the girl's body seemed to be in a spectral state, completely intangible. In truth, only the areas where the pillars passed through remained in that ethereal form. Everywhere else remained physical matter. This is the shared ability of all artifact spirits, partial materialization. Exactly as the term suggests, it means materializing only a small part of one's body. Partial materialization itself is further divided into two states. One manifests as a spectral form, similar to the appearance of this young lady. It allows part of one's body to become intangible, rendering attacks ineffective. At critical moments, it can evade fatal strikes. Of course, most spirit vessel users require training to master the voluntary control of spectral transformation. The second type is much more difficult. Only spiritual weapon wielders of A rank or higher can achieve it, and it requires extensive training over a long period. That would be partial weaponization. A part of the body can transform into part of a weapon. For firearm-type spirits, fingers can morph into gun barrels and even fire bullets. For blade-type spirits, arms can transform into sword edges. For stick-type spirits, well, that part can turn into that thing. For example, there was this doll spirit we encountered in a previous sparring match that could transform into a bouncing ball. It could even turn just its head into a ball. That made Xiao Linger's lowly headbutt completely ineffective against it. Another example was the electric fan doll spirit from another match. Any part of its body could turn into small fans. Must be pretty comfortable for its spirit master too, with that pure automatic natural breeze. However, the power of semi-weaponization is certainly inferior to full weaponization, because spirit-possessed individuals do not benefit from the attribute enhancements of the weapon spirit system, but its transformation speed is fast, and in critical moments, the spirit-possessed individuals can still fight independently. Full weaponization also carries a limitation. It requires the bonded spirit master to be conscious. If the bound spirit master is in a coma, weaponization cannot be completed, but semi-weaponization perfectly solves this problem. If an Esper falls unconscious, their partner can partially weaponize to protect their master and fight independently. In essence, I become my own weapon. However, it's important to note that semi-weaponization can only transform up to 50% of the body simultaneously, cannot exceed 50%. Bang! Again, numerous pillars simultaneously pierced through that girl's body. This machine gives you 1 second of reaction time, allowing artifact spirits to initiate partial materialization in advance. Use the minimal partial materialization to evade this round of attacks. Nearly 5 minutes had passed, and it was evident the girl was starting to panic. The pillars were multiplying faster than she could manage semi-spiritual transformation. In the previous round, one pillar had already grazed her body. Fortunately, she barely made it, successfully completing the corresponding spiritual manifestation just in time. But next round might be harder to predict. Just as everyone was completely focused on watching her, Chen Xing spoke up and asked Zero, "By the way, does everyone have to take their clothes off for this training?" Everyone suddenly turned to look at him. Xue Bufu tightly furrowed his brows, his face full of confusion. Little Linger slightly parted her lips, staring at Chen Xing in shock. The crowd wore expressions of both bewilderment and envy. "Just what did you see? Bro, lend me your eyes for a sec." At the same moment, the girl also turned her head in surprise to glance at Chen Xing. Just as she was lost in thought, bang! 10 pillars erupted simultaneously. The blow landed squarely on her. It sent her flying backward several meters. This. Chen Xing was so frightened that she immediately covered her eyes with her hands. "I don't dare to look at her. Xiao Linger is right beside me. How could I possibly look at another woman? What others see is her dressed in clothes, but in Chen Xing's eyes, she stands completely naked." Earlier when she was naked with her back turned to everyone, Chen Xing had thought this world was rather liberal. Back view was acceptable. Indeed, nothing could be seen from behind, so Chen Xing hadn't thought it mattered much. But now when she suddenly floated upside down completely naked, Chen Xing got an eyeful of everything. Actually, the artificer girl was wearing virtual clothes for training convenience. Virtual clothes are created by the artificer system through special light refraction and reflection, forming a visual illusion. To normal people, that girl appears to be fully dressed. In reality, she isn't wearing anything. It was a garment visible to the eye but untouchable to the hand. Yet Chen Xing, for some unknown reason, experienced no visual illusion. He saw right through her as if she wore nothing. Just as everyone was burning with curiosity about what exactly Chen Xing had glimpsed, Xue Bufu spoke up. "You can't see the virtual clothes." Upon hearing this, Chen Xing turned to look at Xiao Linger beside him. "What are virtual clothes?" Xiao Linger looked at Chen Xing in astonishment. You, what exactly did you see?" Before she could finish speaking, Chen Xing noticed Xiao Linger's pouting little mouth. Her pretty face instantly fell. Her cheeks puffed up in anger, just like a little pufferfish. She looked utterly adorable, but it was obvious she was furious. "How dare you, Chen Xing panicked immediately upon seeing this. "I'm wrongly accused. I really didn't mean to look at her." Chapter 54:0, I'll protect you too. "I saw nothing, really." Hearing him say that, it was clear he had seen everything. Everyone turned their gaze toward the girl lying on the ground, straining their eyes. "Strange, why can't I see anything at all?" I must ask for advice later. How did this fellow see through the virtual cloak? Humph. Xiao Linger angrily turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge Chen Xing anymore. Chen Xing didn't know what to say either, feeling somewhat at a loss. Swish! The girl immediately put on her real clothes upon hearing their conversation. Her face flushed red as she stood up from the ground. She looked timidly at Xue Bufu. You'd better rejoin the team first. The girl, her face flushed, hurried back to the line while stealing a few glances at Chen Xing. Her heart went thump-thump wildly. Just the thought of it made her heartbeat quicken. She was also in the morning classes and witnessed Chen Xing's heroic demeanor. I've completely fallen for him and become his little fan. Chen Xing wasn't blushing or flustered, just a bit at a loss for what to do, because Xiao Linger was angry. This was the first time he genuinely didn't know how to comfort a girl. Next, another girl stepped forward. Now everyone knows Qinxing can see through virtual clothes, but the training requires wearing virtual outfits. How is Qinxing supposed to participate then? Go stand aside and quit making trouble here. I'll message you about other training sessions later. No way. Everyone? That's taking it too far, bro. Checking out one is enough. You want to go through every girl in our class? I need to stay with her, otherwise I'm afraid you'll bully her. Dead serious and absolutely righteous. The classmates almost believed him when they saw his resolute expression. TCH, what a lame excuse. So fake. Qinxing knew what they were thinking, but couldn't be bothered to explain. Zero was still pouting, visibly upset. Qinxing is peeking at other girls. Angry. Xue Bufu looked helpless. Why would I bully her? Chen Xing looked at him and curled her lips. I don't feel reassured about you. Xue Bufu was left speechless. Then tell me, how are we supposed to conduct this class? Let's just go. I'll take her with me. Alright then. Xue Bufu had no other choice either. Let's go, Zero. Qinxing bent down, looking at her angry little face, speaking softly. Don't be angry anymore, okay? I didn't mean to. I'll never come here again, promise? Upon hearing this, Ling's anger instantly melted away. Little Linger had this trait. As long as you were willing to coax her, she'd always forgive. No, Qinxing, I need to train too. Chen Xing listened, then asked in confusion. What are you training for? You don't need training, I'm here, I'll protect you. Ling shook her small head earnestly and said, Don't. I also want to. As she spoke, her little face turned red. I also want to protect you. With flushed cheeks and pursed lips, she gazed at Chen Xing with unwavering determination in her beautiful eyes. Qinxing looked at Zero with some surprise. It was the first time someone had said they wanted to protect him. And what's more, it was this adorable little thing before him. He couldn't help but laugh softly. Humph, you're mocking me. I'm being serious. Humph. Chen Xing smiled, unsure of what to say. He opened his mouth slightly, yet found himself at a loss for words. He was somewhat moved. During those 2 years with Dark Star, he had completely numbed out. He was no longer the nervous, trembling teenager sitting in the high school entrance examination hall all those years ago. Now Zero had once again awakened the tenderness deep within him, leaving him momentarily uncomfortable. Unsure of what to say, he leaned forward slightly and gently kissed Zero's lips, though through a mask. Classmates? Damn, turns out I'm the clown. Su Xinyu looked at Chen Xing and Ling, unconsciously pursing her lips, her face slightly flushed. One couldn't tell what she was thinking about. Ding, congratulations, host. You've successfully coaxed your wife into letting go of her anger. New task unlocked. Cheer up your wife. Reward, spirit value, 100,000. Crystal coins, 100,000. Task type, unlimited attempts. 01 heard the credits rolling in and grinned happily behind her mask. Hee, she giggled. The airstream rustled through her mask, stirring strands of her silver-white hair. It made for an adorable sight. Chen Xing gently patted her little head and said softly, Then I'm off. MHM. Whoever dares to bully you, tell me. With a cool glare, she swept her gaze across the surrounding classmates, her expression as frosty as ice. It's obvious without saying. The classmates stepped back in fear. Inner thoughts. I even get glared at for eating dog food? Don't worry, big bro. Who dares to bully her? His gaze finally settled on Xue Bufu. Take good care of her for me. Xue Bufu couldn't help rolling his eyes, inwardly grumbling. It's not like you're going to war. Stop being so damn dramatic. I just told you to stay aside for a while. Yet with remarkable calmness, my face remained composed as I said, Fine, got it. Hurry up and go. Yeah, by the way, where's the bathroom? There's a sign at the eastern end. Okay. With these words, Chen Xing stood up. I'm leaving now. Then turned and walked away. After taking just 2 steps away, Ling already couldn't bear to see him go. Chen Xing. She gazed at Chen Xing's receding figure, picking at her slender fingers in helpless confusion, muttering softly under her breath. That retreating silhouette of Chen Xing bore an uncanny resemblance to those spirit guardians who had abandoned her in the past. In an instant, the nightmares of countless nights once again haunted his heart. Morning Star, don't go. That's what she thought in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. She believed Xinxing would definitely return. Right now it was just instinctive fear, nothing more. Everyone just stood there watching, thinking to themselves, thank heavens, they're finally gone. Isn't it just a short departure? No need to be so sentimental. Burp, ate too much at noon. Should have eaten less. Burp, damn it. Suddenly, Xinxing turned around and looked at Ling with a beaming smile. You can do it, baby. His voice was so loud that half the people in the Chi practitioner training hall turned to look in confusion. Food distribution time? His dear classmates shuddered simultaneously, their scalps tingling with goosebumps. They all frantically rubbed their arms. God, that was so cringe-inducing. Yet Zero's beautiful eyes curved into a delightful arc. Go for it. Phew. The classmates' attitude toward her immediately did a complete 180-degree turnaround upon seeing her like this. Holy moly, my goddess is genuinely adorable. So heartwarming. I absolutely adore her. Shui Bufu shook his buzzing head, casting a helpless glance at Xinxing. Are you leaving or not? Okay, I'm going, babe. Shui Bufu rolled his eyes. Just go. Xinxing glared with wide eyes. I wasn't fucking calling you. I fucking know, now scram. Giggle giggle. A silver bell-like laughter rang out, and seeing this, Xinxing also felt in high spirits, waving at her before turning to walk eastward. Sister Yueshi, hurry, hurry. Susu ran under the large signboard of the Spirit Artisan Training Hall, jumping and waving her hands, looking extremely anxious. Lin Yueshi smiled helplessly. Coming. The two quickly entered the Artifact Spirit Cultivators training ground. Lin Yueshi gazed at the magnificent architecture and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of a preparatory academy, this scale is truly impressive. Lin Yueshi was a proper graduate of a spiritualist academy herself, but compared to this preparatory academy, her alma mater paled in comparison. Suddenly, Susu, who had been walking briskly ahead, stopped in her tracks and crouched down, clutching her stomach tightly. Ugh, my stomach hurts so bad all of a sudden. The sign says there's a restroom to the east. Let's go. Damn it, why now of all times? Why? Lin Yueshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she directly scooped her up and, utilizing her speed boost, dashed rapidly away. They headed straight for the restroom to the east. Chapter 55, Susu arrives. At that moment, Xinxing was currently squatting in the stall. Lin Yueshi quickly led Susu to the restroom. After setting her down, Susu turned and headed straight into the women's restroom. Before entering, he didn't forget to remind Lin Yueshi, Sister Yueshi, you go find her first. I'll be there soon. Make sure to keep an eye on her. Alright. With that, he went into the bathroom. The voice was so loud that even the stars in the pit could hear it. This voice, why does it sound so familiar? Crack. Susu rushed straight to the first door, only to find it locked. Someone. Oh, sorry. Then she quickly walked towards the second door, this time with less recklessness. She knocked gently. Is anyone there? There. She glanced toward the door behind her, suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Because all the doors were shut tight. No way, no way. I hope these closed doors are just from the Academy's good habit of shutting them properly. Wah! Knock knock. Is anyone there? Yes. Knock knock. Is anyone there? Yes. Only one door remained. Susu clenched her teeth, this was her final chance. Yet before she could take a step, a cough echoed from behind that last door. Ahem, got it. Her heart was almost shattered. Ah, no choice, then we can only wait. Unaware how much time had passed, until she was stifled into producing Ling's signature voice pack. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Ugh, sisters, when will you be done? Just wait a little longer, just wait. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, as if she had made some momentous decision. He burst out the door, turned and dashed straight into the men's restroom. Of all the restroom stalls, only the first one, Xinxing's, was occupied, the rest stood wide open. Susu sprinted straight to the very last stall. Bang! The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Xinxing jumped in surprise, thinking to himself, this big brother must have been holding it in for quite a while, in such a hurry. Meanwhile, Susu, who had finally gotten what she wanted, found herself plunged into another kind of breakdown. She forgot to bring toilet paper. All daily necessities were originally stored in the spirit vessel system, but they happened to be just used up. She hadn't had time to buy new ones yet. The spirit vessel system also supports online shopping, but it's just regular online shopping. The delivery won't arrive until tomorrow. Still have to go out to get the package. Artifact Spirit System. Connect me with Sister Yueshi. Connecting. Once a spirit master binds with the Artifact Spirit System, they can connect anytime, anywhere. Similarly, even if the two are separated by vast distances, the enhancements the Artifact Spirit System provides to the Spirit Master remain constant. Hello? Yueshi Jie. I forgot to bring toilet paper. Woo woo. Lin Yueshi's gleeful laughter immediately came through the call. Ha 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 ha. Hick honk honk honk. You can really tell how happy they are. Woo, save me. Alright, just wait. During the entire process, Susu didn't make a single sound, which could be interpreted as telepathic communication. The venue had a convenience store, so Lin Yueshi bought a pack of tissues and began walking back. By this time, Chen Xing had already finished and stepped out. I noticed a row of chairs placed near the women's restroom, since girls typically take longer when using the restroom. This often leads to queuing situations. That's why the designers thoughtfully installed a line of benches along the wall by the women's restroom entrance. Chen Xing thought to himself, since he had nowhere else to go and Xue Bufu's message still hadn't arrived, he might as well sit down directly. By the way, system, why can't I see their so-called virtual clothes? Of course you can't see them with me around. Seriously, such petty tricks trying to fool my sharp eyes. Can you cancel that effect? Then I can go back. Sure, you can go back. But do you really think they'll believe you now? That makes sense. Should we still cancel it then? Let's just cancel it. It's meaningless. Got it. Ding Spirit Summoner, Xue Bufu has sent a message. Would you like to view it? Oh, here it is. Take a look. Xue Bufu, ahem. Xinqing, how did you disable your virtual clothing effect? Morning Star? Old Xue, you're acting strange. Xue Bufu, cough. You've got it wrong. My girlfriend is a spirit artifact. I asked you so she can be more cautious and alert when wearing virtual clothing in the future. I don't believe a word of that nonsense. Xue Bufu, suit yourself. Class is starting. Chen Xing couldn't help but let out a light chuckle, shaking his head helplessly. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, bringing with it a gentle breeze. The scent rushed toward his face. Raising his head, Chen Xing happened to catch sight of her astonished expression. Why is this guy sitting outside the women's restroom? Assuming he was waiting for his girlfriend, I didn't pay much attention and went straight in. At that moment, all the restroom stalls swung open. Not a single soul inside. What a coincidence. Requesting voice connection with Susu. Connecting. Yueshi, are you here? I didn't see you. All the bathroom doors are open. Hearing that all the doors were open, Susu was momentarily speechless. Hello? Susu? I'm in the men's restroom. Ha, how did you? Stop asking and just save me already. How am I supposed to go in there? That's the men's room. Come in quietly. Alright, I've got an idea. Great, I'll be waiting. Beep. The call ended. Lin Yueshi helplessly walked out of the women's restroom. The boy was still sitting at the entrance of the restroom. Hello, little brother. Little brother? Chen Xing looked up at her but said nothing. Lin Yueshi's appearance could be considered quite striking. However, for Chen Xing, who was accustomed to Zero's peerless beauty, it stirred no ripples in his heart whatsoever. In terms of cuteness, he's got Zero. In terms of sexiness, he's got Zero in demon form. No comparison. Lin Yueshi was rather surprised to see his dead fish eyes. This youngster looks so sunny on the outside, yet his gaze is chilling cold. Could you do me a favor? What? My boyfriend is in the bathroom, but he didn't bring any toilet paper. Could you help me take some into him? All right. As she spoke, she extended her hand and took the toilet paper from Lin Yueshi. Then she got up and walked straight into the men's restroom. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yueshi thought to herself, so aloof? Wait, there's no one in the women's restroom either. What's he doing outside the women's restroom? Is he some kind of pervert? Lost in thought, Chen Xing had already entered the bathroom. All the men's restroom doors were open. Only the last one was closed. So Chen Xing walked straight over and knocked. Susu's voice came through immediately. Woo-woo, Sister Yueshi, you finally came. Morning Star? Boyfriend, why is it a woman's voice? Suddenly, Xinqing remembered something. That familiar shouting he'd heard earlier in the restroom was this person's voice. Damn, how did I end up in the men's restroom? But Chen Xing kept silent. Sometimes silence speaks louder than words. He directly passed the toilet paper to her through the gap beneath the stall door. Sister Yueshi, you've lost weight recently. Your hands don't have much flesh anymore. Your knuckles are so prominent now. Chen Xing quickly withdrew his hand in fright, then silently walked out of the bathroom. Lin Yueshi saw him come out and softly said, "Thank you." Chen Xing nodded without speaking and walked straight out. Lin Yueshi grew even more puzzled. Why did that boy sit here for so long just now? He looked like he was waiting for someone, but after going in to deliver some paper, he left straight away? But it's good that he left. Saves Susu the embarrassment of coming out. Maybe he was just sent by the heavens to deliver toilet paper. Chen Xing left immediately because Xue Bufu had sent him a message. Xue Bufu, next is Zero, she's the last one. Once she's done, we can move on to other training. Chen Xing sprinted over immediately. By the time he arrived, the previous person had just finished training and was heading back. Upon seeing him return, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Chen Xing, why are you back so soon? Next, it's your turn. Is that so? Then you don't have to come back either. I can handle it all by myself. Just as Chen Xing was about to speak, Xue Bufu approached, asked, "Can you partially spiritualize?" Ling blinked her Kardashian-sized eyes, saying somewhat guiltily, "I think I can." Xue Bufu furrowed his brows. Aren't you unable to transform into weaponized form? Chen Xing directly patted her little head and asked, "Are you sure you can do it? Don't bite off more than you can chew." I think I can. I'm not sure though." Ling had just ascended in rank and was now capable of shifting his spirit armament's weapon form. Being able to perform this transformation meant he now qualified for semi-spiritual manifestation. But she never tried it. She just thought, it looked pretty simple. Chen Xing didn't know whether this thing actually was easy or not either, so he said to Xue Bufu, "She can shift forms now." Xue Bufu's face instantly displayed astonishment as he lowered his voice and said, "Did you upgrade her?" Xue Bufu's eyes nearly popped out of his head in astonishment. "Wow, how's that for an SSS grade artifact spirit? I'm not telling you." "Damn!" Xue Bufu flipped him the bird. The people around her had no idea she was the historically rare SSS level artifact spirit, so they were completely baffled. Wasn't it just the ability to switch forms? Why all the mystery? Then Xue Bufu reluctantly said, "Since you can switch forms now, you can achieve semi-spirit weaponization. However, you might have to start learning from scratch. I definitely can't reach the level of others yet. They've practiced for several months to achieve their current level of perfect control. I'll start her with an entry-level difficulty, specifically designed for beginners to practice semi-spirit weapon manifestation." Chen Xing thought it sounded reasonable, but still felt uneasy. "Is there any danger?" "None at all. Like I said, it's beginner-friendly." "Good." Zero listened obediently and said, "Thank you, Instructor Xue." "No need for thanks, let's go." After that, Zero followed Xue Bufu up to the machine. Ling looked at Qinqing, her little face slightly flushing. Noticing this, Qinqing asked, "What's wrong?" Turn around." This. I can't see anything now." "Trust me, I don't believe it." Qinqing could neither laugh nor cry, immediately summoning the system. "Ding little Lingling, he really can't see it anymore. He's already turned off that function." "Fine then." Zero nervously looked at the machine in front of him. People around whispered among themselves, "How can he see through virtual clothing? Someone go ask him. Who's brave enough to go? I'll pay 10,000 merit points. Money you can earn but not spend." Just then, Chen Xing summoned the system once more. "Ahem, buddy, activate that function again from earlier." "Where's your face?" P.S. Sanner is a mature system, so he knows what Ling should hear and what Ling shouldn't. He's well aware. Without Qinqing even mentioning it, he knows how to toggle permissions on and off himself. Xue Bufu said flatly, "Beginner tutorial difficulty, time, 10 minutes. Phew." Ling took a deep breath, nervously staring at the machine before him. At this moment, Chen Xing was utterly focused, ready to blast the machine at the first sign of danger. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, a childish female voice captured everyone's attention. Xue Bufu frowned and pressed the pause button. He looked towards the approaching figure. Ling turned her head and stared blankly, frozen in place. Qinqing turned to look and saw it was the woman from the toilet earlier, now accompanied by a young girl. This must be the boyfriend the woman had mentioned. What a coincidence. Chapter 56 Besties, Eat Up. Just as Ling stood rooted to the spot, Susu had already run up to her in full view of everyone. Everyone was wondering who this pretty little girl was, with her waist-length golden twin ponytails and standing about as tall as Ling. Qinqing had already guessed, this must be Susu, Ling's fierce best friend. Susu spoke directly, full of aggressive energy. "What are you doing? Where's Qinqing?" How did you recognize me? She was even still wearing a mask." "Nonsense. I'd recognize you even if you were reduced to ashes." Ling glanced at Qinqing with some fear in her eyes. Qinqing and Chang Xin, these two names sound somewhat alike, yet not quite the same. When Susu said it, everyone instinctively assumed she was talking about Chang Xin. All eyes turned to Chen Xing. Lin Yueshi, seeing this, looked at Chen Xing in surprise. "Isn't he the young man from the restroom just now?" "He's Chen Xing. Why doesn't it look the same as in the video?" Could it be that the combat livestream from the Preparatory Academy uses beauty filters? The artifact spirit system can create virtual clothes. It stands to reason it can create virtual faces too. That feature is far simpler and more powerful than any makeup. But, since the virtual face effect leaves no room for detection, this would inevitably lead to a dramatic surge in crime rates. Hence its official ban. Every awakened spirit vessel user must surrender their virtual face privileges to national authorities. Without official approval, the use of virtual face features is not permitted. Permission must be surrendered. Protecting national security is everyone's responsibility. The same goes for Zero. Thus, Lin Yueshi still believed it was due to the gap between live streaming and reality. While beauty filters in live streams are quite common, but who would have thought Qinqing could be so different in live streams compared to real life? It's like they're two completely different people. Susu noticed everyone's gazes and looked towards Qinqing too. "That's Qinqing?" she asked. No, he's Chang Xin." Even now, Zero still wanted to shield Chen Xing's identity. Chen Xing let out a soft laugh and said, "That's right, it's me." Susu doubted her own eyes. Why did this person look different from the livestream? But that's not the point. She wanted to have a private chat with this Chen Xing. She wanted to help Zero assess whether this Chen Xing was truly a scumbag or not. With that, he took Zero's small hand and was about to walk away. Hey! Xue Bufu shouted fiercely, stopping her in her tracks. What are you doing? Xue Bufu had dark skin, a robust physique, and eyes that bulged wide open, making him appear utterly terrifying. Zero, Susu, It was only when Xue Bufu glared at her like this that she realized how rash she had been. There was an awkward pause for a moment. Lin Yueshi stepped over to Xue Bufu's side with a gentle smile. Hello, Mr. Xue. Xue Bufu was quite renowned not because his combat skills were exceptional, but because he was the youngest martial arts grandmaster in China. When evaluating combat techniques, everyone would deactivate the attribute enhancements from their spiritual artifact systems. It was purely about comparing martial skills, and Xue Bufu had no rivals among his peers. At just 25 years old, he earned the title of Combat Master. In this world, the average age for attaining the title of Combat Master is 45. However, the youngest martial arts master couldn't withstand even 3 moves under Chen Xing's hand. Xue Bufu caught sight of Lin Yueshi, and a flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes, though his expression remained unreadable. Only later did Chen Xing realize how secretly kinky this guy was. Are you, Lin Yueshi? You remember me? I'm deeply honored. After learning her identity, Xue Bufu noticeably became much more amiable. Chen Xing narrowed his eyes as he watched Lin Yueshi's retreating figure. What's this Lin Yueshi's background? Ding Lin Yueshi, the heiress of Pearl Land Realty Group's chairman, graduated from Pearl Land Spiritualist Academy, founded by her own family. A-rank spiritualist, Lin Yueshi. Combat power, 458,000. 458,000. Chen Xing exclaimed inwardly. Doesn't that make her even fiercer than him? Forgotten? You've already upgraded Zero, now you're fiercer than her. What's my current combat power value? 705,000. Huh, why doesn't it match my calculation? With your enhancement, shouldn't I have a total 6-fold increase? My original combat power was 165,000. Multiplied by 6 should make it 990,000. Combat prowess evaluation isn't that straightforward. Alright, Lin Yueshi's melodious voice sounded again. May we take these 2 individuals with us now? Xue Bufu nodded. Since it was Lin Yueshi making the request, there was nothing more to discuss. The preparatory academies certainly didn't miss out on their sponsorship. Thank you, Professor Xue. You're welcome. Susu immediately tried to pull Ling away upon seeing the situation. Let's go. No. Susu looked at Ling with surprise. Previously, Ling had always obeyed her every word without question. Today, I actually refused her. Ling tugged at her own hand, trying to pull it free from her grasp. I have to complete training. What training? If I recall correctly, this is semi-artifact spirit training, isn't it? Yeah. Susu looked utterly helpless. You can't even switch forms properly, yet you're trying to master semi-spirit weaponization. Before the words could fully leave her mouth, Chen Xing had already appeared beside Susu and Ling. She got it because I upgraded her. You! He suddenly darted over, startling Susu badly. Xue Bufu was inwardly shocked. This speed is noticeably faster than before. It really must have been upgraded. Susu quickly came to her senses, her face filled with astonishment. Did you upgrade her? Yeah, let's talk about it later. I'd rather not have too many people know about her. Oh, Susu had mentally prepared herself beforehand, determined to render him speechless with her words. But in the end, Chen Xing simply shut her mouth for her. None of the crowd knew Zero's true identity, and they were all somewhat puzzled in their hearts. It's just a breakthrough. Who hasn't upgraded before? If they knew Zero was that legendary good-for-nothing SSS-grade weapon spirit, the internet would probably explode all over again. Renowned SSS-class artifact spirit master, not a trash. After years of struggle, finally meets a mentor. Just as Susu was feeling somewhat startled, Ling gently withdrew her small hand from hers, then grasped Chen Xing's large hand. His warm, sturdy hands gave her an overwhelming sense of security. The startled expression from Susu's sudden appearance vanished completely, instantly replaced by a beaming smile. Whoosh! Susu? What's this supposed to mean? You wore a grumpy face holding my hand, but you're grinning like this holding his. Annoyed. Really annoyed. Super annoyed. Seeing her silly grin, Chen Xing couldn't resist patting her little head and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Chen Xing said softly, "Then do you still want to continue training?" "Yeah." Chen Xing gently bent down and kissed her on the forehead. "Keep going." "Woo yeah." Close-up foodie Susu was full of question marks. Am I the clown here? Ling turned her head to look at Susu, whose face was full of odd expressions, and said softly, "Susu, wait for me a sec." Then she blurted out Chen Xing's classic catchphrase, "You can sleep for a while, I'll be done soon." Chen Xing burst out laughing when she heard this. Unable to resist, he reached out and pinched her adorable little face. Oof, no pinching, he. Shue Bufu stared blankly at the two of them, utterly exhausted. Lin Yueshi wore a knowing auntie-like smile, thinking inwardly, these two are such a perfect match. The classmates had already stopped watching, they'd had quite enough. Susu stared at the two people before her with a face full of confusion, then looked helplessly at her elder sister Yueshi. Her expression clearly said, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Lin Yueshi couldn't help but laugh out loud at her vivid facial expressions, thinking to herself, since you're her best friend, better eat your fill then. Ahem. Shue Bufu quickly spoke up to stop the two of them. Finish this training session, then both of you get out of here, quick, I've got other matters to attend to. Oh, Morningstar ruffled Zero's little head before stepping aside. Meanwhile, Susu remained frozen in place. Susu, Lin Yuexi quickly called out to her. Susu then snapped out of it and hurriedly stepped aside. Beginner difficulty level, time, 10 minutes. Phew, Ling took a deep breath, feeling somewhat nervous as her heart started beating faster. Susu's dazed mind finally cleared, her gaze fixated intently on Zero standing before the machine. She too wanted to see if Zero had truly leveled up. If so, that would be fantastic news. Even she found it hard to believe. She understood Zero's condition all too well. When they compared the two artifact spirit systems, they discovered many differences. Back then, Susu had exhausted herself trying to uncover the cause of Zero's condition, to no avail. Just then, a light on the machine flickered to life. Zero suddenly whimpered in fear. Chapter 57 Spiritual? Trash? Genius. P.S. Many readers still have questions about this world setting after reading this far. My writing hasn't made everything clear enough. I'll address the current questions readers have raised in this unified explanation. Regarding marriage, when a vessel spirit and a spirit master are male and female counterparts, they aren't necessarily lovers. Non-romantic pairs of vessel spirits and spirit masters have an employer-employee relationship. It's basically like going to work every day. They only come together when combat is needed, such as during ranking matches or when entering forbidden zones. The rest of the time, they're free to do as they please. Take Shue Bufu's best buddy, for example, who spends his days chasing girls when there's nothing else to do. So anything is possible. For example, there's a vessel spirit person A whose father found a younger vessel spirit person B. A and B can marry. Or take a spirit master A whose younger sister is a vessel spirit person bonded to a female spirit master B. A and B can marry. Another scenario, vessel spirit person A and spirit master B divorced but remain in an employer-employee relationship. If the binding is later undone, and B finds another vessel spirit C, who is married with a daughter D, and D falls for A, then the two can also marry. All kinds of intricate relationships, these sorts of things, are all acceptable. Except for illegal activities, the laws of the artifact spirit continent never tolerate or condone wrongdoing. Coming to this world, one must also face imprisonment. The laws of this world mandate monogamy. But who knows how many people actually abide by the law? There are also quite a few people sneaking around doing improper things. Regarding genetics, neither spirit vessels nor spirit tamers can leap out of stones like Sun Mukong. Zero had parents, yet she was an orphan. Certain circumstances had made her one. The child of two spirit vessels will always be a spirit vessel, most likely inheriting the same or a similar spirit vessel as one of their parents. The child of two spirit tamers, however, could be anything: a spirit tamer, a spirit vessel, or simply an ordinary person. Children of artifact spirits and spirit masters are random, similarly as above. Artifact spirits are born with the artifact spirit system, but it needs to be activated when they grow up. As for how the artifact spirit system of this world came into existence, that will be explained later. About Zero, some say the artifact spirit system is just a program. So why does Zero's artifact spirit system sometimes exhibit autonomous awareness? Because Zero's system had been modified. Lifespan consideration: whether artifact spirit users or spirit masters, their lifespans are no different from ordinary humans. It's simply a matter of aging gracefully while staying vigorous. That's all about the current issues. If you have any other questions, please leave them in the comments section, and I'll respond when I see them. You can also ask me in the group chat. By the way, Ling looked timidly at the glowing ring in front of her. From that hole, a pillar would instantly shoot out. Bang! This sound was louder than all those people before. The tremendous noise frightened Ray, making her instinctively step back. 1 foot crossed the yellow line, and that suddenly striking pillar kept extending toward Ray until it touched her little belly, then abruptly stopped. Xinqing was so startled she nearly took action, but upon closer inspection, Ling was completely unharmed, and Xinqing finally let out a sigh of relief. Ling looked down at the machine pressed against her abdomen, feeling just the slightest push against her. With one leg already outside the boundary, she found herself unable to step back in a /dummy_to_preserve_empty_ line. At this moment, Shue Bufu spoke up. Attempt semi-spiritual transformation. Imagine the abdominal region being hollow, then pass straight through. Okay. Ling closed her eyes, quietly feeling the machine on her stomach. At the same time, she imagined her belly disappearing, turning into an empty void. The classmates who'd already undergone this initiation were all watching her with complete nonchalance. They all started chattering away. There's no way to master it in just 10 minutes. The first semi-spirit transformation takes at least 10 hours. They all practiced at home on their own. Whoosh! To better facilitate semi-spiritualization, Zero also donned virtual attire. The process of changing virtual clothes normally wouldn't show any visible changes, so no one present noticed that Zero had changed virtual outfits, except for Qinxing. He only felt a flash of light before his eyes. The training hall's lights shone on Ling's snow-white skin, even reflecting off it. Qinxing's eyes suddenly gleamed brightly. Feeling somewhat guilty, he rubbed his nose without daring to make a sound, pretending nothing had happened. But Zero now had her back turned to him, leaving nothing visible except the elegance of her bare back. Zero suddenly had a hint of understanding. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white light flashed. The entire audience was stunned. Even Susu opened her little mouth in surprise. She had practiced for a full day back then, only to achieve her first semi-spirit weapon transformation. How is this possible? The classmates gasped in astonishment. Is she really doing this for the first time? Unbelievable. Truly worthy of being my goddess. She's practically a genius. She was born to be a spirit vessel master. Xue Bufu actually thought it wasn't too bad, 10 hours minimum. But that was just for people with average comprehension. For those with sharper minds and better intuition, succeeding on the first try wasn't entirely impossible. He just hadn't expected this seemingly naive girl to be so perceptive. Huff. Zero boldly took a step forward. The pillar pierced straight through her abdomen. It protruded from her back. Qinxing was both shocked and delighted, her face displaying a wonderfully complex expression. That's my wife for you. Once the machine detects a successful spiritual transformation within the vessel, it pauses briefly before withdrawing. Ling Yi also cancelled his semi-spirit form. She turned around in pleasant surprise, her gaze falling upon the morning stars. I did it! Phew! Ahem! Chen Xing never expected her to turn around. Ling's upper body was completely exposed in Chen Xing's line of sight. This moment, he felt that his life was complete. Turn it off! Turn it off! Chen Xing hurriedly signaled the system to shut down the feature. The guilt was overwhelming. You've already seen everything, so quit pretending to be proper. What's wrong with looking at my own wife? Mind your own business. So shameless. And with that, the X-ray vision was disabled. Qinxing saw that Zero was now dressed too. At this moment, Zero was still immersed in the joy of success, while everyone else remained stunned. No one noticed Qinxing's peculiar behavior at all. Then suddenly, both indicator lights lit up simultaneously. 2 more pillars shot out rapidly. This time, Zero had partially transformed into her semi-spectral form in advance. With perfect precision, those 2 pillars passed right through the hollow parts of her semi-materialized spirit body. Xue Bufu gave a slight nod, thinking to himself, she really is a clever girl. He truly hadn't expected it, seeing Ling usually acting so foolishly when she was with Qinxing. He'd thought she was just a silly girl who knew nothing but romance. Never imagined she'd turn out to be such a perceptive young lady. Having been single for 30 years, of course he couldn't comprehend the subtleties of this situation. If Xue Bufu had half his partner's skill with women, he'd have found someone long ago. As for his earlier claim about having a girlfriend who was a spirit vessel, that was obviously bullshit. The bastard just wanted to try out the X-ray vision for himself. After that, whether it was 3 pillars, 4, even 10 pillars, perfect clearance on all levels. The 10-minute timer ran out swiftly. Beep, as the machine dimmed, signaling the end of the training session. Zero let out a soft exhale, her nerves finally unwinding. Suddenly, everything seemed to spin as my petite frame swayed uncontrollably. Zero. Chen Xing was the first to notice something amiss and immediately rushed forward to embrace her. Holding tightly in her arms, her brows furrowed deeply. He looked toward Xue Bufu. Xue Bufu said indifferently, "It's fine. Feeling dizzy is normal after passing 10 consecutive levels on your first try. You'll get used to it. Not bad talent." Chen Xing nodded and looked down at Ling in his arms. Ling seemed to have recovered a bit, her beautiful eyes opening into crescent moon shapes. "Whoosh, I did it. He. Chen Xing felt both heartache and joy as he gently pecked her tiny lips. Xue Bufu had already anticipated this. With a turn of his head, he deliberately avoided looking. Lin Yuexi wore a constant grin of amused indulgence on her face. Susu, however, blushed furiously. Talking is one thing, but to actually. Then a thought struck her. Ling has truly gone bad. This man must be a player. He's so smooth at this. No, I must expose his true colors. Let's go home then. MHM. With that, she nestled into Chen Xing's embrace and closed her eyes. She seemed to have fallen asleep. Seeing this, Chen Xing gently planted another kiss on her forehead. Then he turned his gaze toward Xue Bufu. Xue Bufu instantly understood his meaning and waved his hand. Hurry, Go on. Then, Chen Xing carried Ling towards Lin Yueshi. Lin Yueshi maintained a proper smile on her face throughout. After all, she was a lady of noble upbringing. Afraid of waking the sleeping Zero, she spoke softly. Let's go. Chen Xing nodded and walked forward. Lin Yuexi followed closely behind, glancing at Susu. Susu trailed after them with a look of displeasure. She had already figured out how to make trouble for this Chen Xing. After their meeting, she became even more certain that Zero had completely fallen for this Morningstar. Yet Morningstar's behavior was more like that of a seasoned player. It was as if he had dated countless girlfriends before and knew exactly how to handle women. But she had no idea. In fact, this was Chen Xing's first time falling for a girl, and also his first romance. All those behaviors were just natural reactions towards someone he genuinely liked. You don't need to learn how to love someone, it comes naturally without teaching. Just give your all to be good to her/him, that's all there is to it. Chen Xing was an emotionally detached person, yet towards Zero alone, he poured out all his tenderness. Unfortunately, Susu had never been in love before and didn't understand these things. The three of them left the underground teaching area, passed through the confrontation zone above ground, and soon arrived at the main gate. Morning Star! Lin Yueshi suddenly called out to stop him. Chen Xing turned around with Zero in his arms. Take my car. To your place? Or mine? My place. Chen Xing believed Zero would also very much want her best girlfriend to see her new home. Okay, this way. With that, Lin Yueshi walked towards a car. The car had an outrageously flashy design. With multicolored paint and gullwing doors that flipped dramatically up to the roof when opened, it was ridiculously cool. The interior is extravagantly luxurious. Clearly a car only the wealthy could afford. Passers-by can't help but steal extra glances. Chen Xing gently held Zero as they settled into the back seat, with Susu taking the front passenger seat before the doors closed. Lin Yueshi asked softly, "Where do you live?" Linglong Celestial City. Lin Yuexi was somewhat surprised. Linglong Celestial City? What's happened? Susu sat in the passenger seat, turning back with immense pride and saying, "Brilliant Sky City is Sister Yueshi's family's business. Damn! What a coincidence." Chapter 58. A Spoiled Little Zero. Lingling Sky City wasn't far away, but vehicles couldn't drive on the ground. In this world, cars move too fast. They had to take the dedicated skyway above the clouds, the Celestial Road. Turning onto that took some time. Once up there, the speed picked up quickly. Soon, we reached the dedicated skyway of Brilliant Sky City, heading straight into the underground garage. Which building is yours? One building. That one's quite expensive, isn't it? Lin Yuexi said nonchalantly. Seeing Chen Xing living here at such a young age, he must come from a wealthy family. For spirit lords, what's lacking is crystal coins, not spirit points. No matter what the mission, spirit points are always more plentiful than crystal coins. Not bad, over 30 million. Chen Xing is the opposite. What he's never short of is crystal coins, but spirit points are what he lacks, because no matter what he does, it consumes an enormous amount of spiritual value. Upgrading Sanner's voice pack requires 50 million spiritual value, although Sanner's current voice is already plenty cheeky. But in reality, this is because Sanner's data is so extensive that the system wasn't completely uninstalled, resulting in the system carrying a strong Sanner vibe even before the upgrade. Chen Xing's wish was for Sanner to restore the previous archives from Dark Star. Upgrading Sanner's system to be compatible with the Zero modification system would cost 10 billion. To advance Zero to the next star level requires 5 billion. Everything needs spirit value. Just thinking about it gives Chen Xing a headache. Kissing Zero every day until his lips go numb still wouldn't earn him that much. I must ask the system later if there are any shortcuts to earn spirit points. That being said, Chen Xing's words were a bit of a show-off. Not bad, just over 30 million. Is this even human language? Susu definitely couldn't let him finish showing off. It's just his family's money. Chen Xing ignored her, but Lin Yuexi laughed and said, "My family is wealthy too. Otherwise could you afford to ride in this sports car?" I wasn't talking about you, Yueshi Jia. Giggle. Lin Yueshi wasn't actually offended, she just wanted to tease her. Though she did want Susu to watch her words. Personally, Lin Yueshi quite liked this Chen Xing. It was obvious how much Chen Xing genuinely cared for Zero. She had been in love before and knew exactly how one behaves when truly infatuated. Just look at how Chen Xing's gaze never strayed from Zero's sleeping face ever since getting in the car. Occasionally, a faint smile would even surface on his face. Earlier when Chen Xing met her in the restroom, his eyes had been dull and ice-cold. But when he looked at Zero, his eyes were filled with tenderness. Lin Yuexi gently tapped the brakes, bringing the car to a stop. The car door flipped up onto the roof once again. Chen Xing carried Zero and brought the two back home. Chen Xing and Zero's house was enormous enough to astonish most people who saw it. But for Susu and Lin Yueshi, who both lived in villas, it held no shock value whatsoever. "Have a seat." Chen Xing settled onto the sofa with Zero in his arms, gently tilting her head with one hand to make her sleep more comfortably. Lin Yueshi noticed the small gesture and couldn't help but reflect inwardly, being his girlfriend must be truly blissful. Susu still believed he was an old hand at this, putting on an act for them. Ling suddenly woke up, her eyes still closed, calling Chinching's name before they even opened. Chinching. Chinching looked at her slightly parted cherry-like lips and couldn't resist kissing them again. Su. Lin Yueshi maintained her smile on the surface, while inwardly she was torn between laughter and tears. Everything was fine, except for one thing, the sheer arrogance. They completely acted as if she and Susu didn't exist. In an instant, Ling was jolted awake by the kiss, her beautiful eyes flying open abruptly. Chinching, seeing her beautiful eyes open, gently pulled away from her lips and softly said, "Feeling better now? All good now." Phew. Two tiny arms tightly hugged Chinching, and a little face rubbed vigorously against his chest, just like a small kitten. Susu rolled her eyes so hard they nearly reached the back of her head. Even Ling completely ignored the two of them. "Zero!" she suddenly shouted, startling Ling, who shivered violently in Chenxing's embrace, letting out a startled cry. Ah! Chenxing frowned, but Susu was Zero's best friend, so he didn't glare at her with those murderous eyes. When Zero came to her senses, she glanced at Chenxing and noticed his knitted brows. She also understood exactly why he was frowning. She quickly raised her small hand and extended a slender finger, gently brushing his furrowed brow. It's all right. Seeing this, Chinching also smiled softly. Zero's face blossomed into a smile. Whoosh! Susu's pride was utterly shattered at this moment. Once again, Zero had completely ignored her. Absolutely unforgivable. How utterly infuriating. My childhood bestie, who I grew up playing with, actually treats me worse than some smelly guy she just met a few days ago. Just as I was about to lose my temper, Ling finally squirmed in Chinching's arms. Originally facing Chinching, with one little tumble, she was suddenly presenting her bottom to him while grinning face first at Susu. Phew, Susu. Susu was in a fit of anger and instantly snapped at her. Sis, would it kill you to get out of his arms? Only then did Ling realize she had grown so accustomed to lying in Chinching's embrace that she'd completely forgotten. His face flushed red immediately, and he tried to get up. Why so fierce? With that, she crawled out of Chinching's embrace and sat down on the sofa, pressing close against him. Well, now you even dare to talk back to me. Ling stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Neener. Susu raised her hand in frustration, pointing angrily at her. Lin Yueshi found herself torn between laughter and tears. Zero and Susu were simply too hilarious. If only each person could possess more than one spirit artifact, she would have surely taken Zero home to raise as well. Lin Yueshi had met Zero before, and at first glance thought the girl was utterly adorable. She'd even asked her, "Why don't you come live with me? I could take care of you." After all, her family was wealthy, and she genuinely adored cute young girls, so she fervently hoped Ling could come live with them. But Ling refused. She wanted to rely on herself to survive. Though fragile in stature, she was unyielding in spirit. When Lin Yueshi first went to the Spirit Contractor Association to hire a contracted spirit, Zero had already been hired by someone, so they took a liking to Susu at first glance. At that time, Lin Yueshi was still young. Susu was even younger, and Lin Yueshi immediately took a fancy to this adorable little girl. They just never expected she'd grow up to be so fierce later on. Susu glared at Zero angrily. "Come here right now. Sit next to me. What are you doing so close to him?" Her anger stemmed from concern for Zero. Zero regarded her like a younger sister, and of course she hoped for nothing but the best for her. But every time, her younger sister wouldn't listen to her advice, getting hurt again and again, making her both heartbroken and furious. This time it's even more outrageous. They became a couple after just one day of knowing each other. To her, it seemed like absolute nonsense. "What? You're so mean. I don't want to." Her small hands wrapped around Chenxing's solid arm as she snuggled closer. Susu nearly fainted from anger. You, damn you, Zero, I'm breaking up with you." Of course, that was just said in anger. Zero was visibly startled. Really? Seeing that her threat had taken effect, Susu pressed her advantage. Cutting ties. The next second, Zero's mouth corners couldn't help curling downward as he tightly bit his lip, a face full of grievance. Woo. Stop pretending. Susu's words trailed off halfway, the remaining syllables stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Zero really cried. Her best friend, her only friend, said they were breaking off their friendship. Even if it was just talk, she couldn't bear it. Tears instantly gushed out. It was mainly because Susu was so fierce it had scared her. She thought Susu was truly angry enough to cut off their friendship. Seeing this, Susu also felt at a loss and full of self-reproach, realizing she had been too emotional. But he opened his mouth yet couldn't speak, momentarily unsure what to say. Chenxing subtly bit his lips. If Susu weren't Zero's close friend, he absolutely wouldn't have tolerated this. Seeing the situation, Lin Yueshi quickly tried to soothe. "Linger, she was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Meanwhile, Chenxing promptly gathered little Linger back into his arms, gently patting her back as he said, It's all right, I'm here with you." Woo. Even Susu doesn't want me anymore." "That's not true. I was just saying that in anger. Don't take it seriously. Susu felt somewhat helpless. She had forgotten how overly sensitive Zero was when it came to interpersonal relationships. After all, in matters of human connections, she had suffered too many wounds before. Hearing her words, Ling wiped away her tears and crawled out of Qinqing's embrace. Looking at her with a pout, she choked back sobs and said, "Really?" Susu quickly nodded in response. "It's true." Whimper. Ling left Qinqing's embrace, crawling across the sofa until she reached Susu's side. "Woo woo, I'm coming over then." Susu nodded and patted her back, her tone finally softening. "Alright, stop crying, I was just joking." At the same time, a wave of helplessness washed over him. He was supposed to be lecturing her. How did it turn into coaxing her instead? And coaxing her together with everyone, no less. Even she had never received this kind of treatment before. Seeing that little Zero had stopped crying, Qinqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yueshi noticed that Susu wasn't speaking up either and, being impatient by nature, decided to ask Zero what she thought on her behalf. She then turned to Qinqing and said, "Qinqing, the three of us girls want to chat alone for a bit, is that okay?" Qinqing nodded, then glanced at the time. It was already 5:30. He then asked Ling, "Linger, are you hungry?" Hungry." Qinqing ignored Susu sitting next to her and turned to look at Lin Yueshi directly. "You two chat, I'm going to cook. Would you like to stay for dinner? You know how to cook?" Lin Yueshi was surprised. She had assumed Qinqing was a privileged rich kid. At home, with clothes handed to you and meals served to your mouth, of course you wouldn't know how to do any housework. Who would have thought you could cook? Cooking is quite a skilled job. Like her, for instance, she can't. "I know a little, just enough to scrape by," he said. Susu said directly, "Just make do with the meal? Who knows how awful it tastes? Don't just make do." Lin Yuexi smiled helplessly and was about to scold her. Linger suddenly sat upright, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Who says so? Qinqing's cooking is super delicious." Susu looked at the 01 before her, speechless. This little girl must have been enchanted. Qinqing smiled at Zero's behavior. What a pity she wasn't in his arms. How he wished he could grab her for a good squeeze. He didn't really mind Susu's words. Both Susu and Ling had childish dispositions. Ling was the sweet one, while Susu was the little troublemaker. If she weren't such a troublemaker, she wouldn't have been able to protect Ling when others bullied her during their childhood. So in a way, Susu was actually quite adorable. "Would you like to stay for dinner?" "Of course, let's try your cooking." Take your time chatting, I'll be going now." After entering the kitchen, Qinqing started online shopping. His super system was indeed incredibly convenient. Instant delivery upon purchase. This online shopping system was established by Sanjioling's premier super system technologies, a cross-dimensional express delivery e-commerce platform. Anything you could want is available, with goods arriving immediately upon payment. Ingredients are guaranteed fresh. If you order a lobster, it might even be hauled straight from the ocean for you. On regular days, Qinqing always prepares meals strictly following balanced nutrition standards. Though not lavish, they were very good for Ling's health. But tonight, since Ling's friend was visiting, he decided to make a feast. After all, he couldn't let little Ling lose face.